Chapter 1701 The Master Jin's Plan. The princess tortured someone before she found out the truth. This is undoubtedly a way to force him to confess. It is really unfair. If the princess really suspects that my son stole the meteoric sun cauldron, I will report it to the queen and let her investigate and interrogate him personally. It is better than forcing him to confess like this. The Master Jin clasped his fists with a dark face and a hard tone, which was obviously threatening. In his opinion, Mu Qingqing was a fool who had always been coaxed and deceived by the servants in the mansion. How could he find out the truth? And the theft of the meteoric sun cauldron was obviously a frame-up. How could he sit back and let Ranningsuan frame his son? Su Maoyong knew that the 7 major families were only respectful to Mu Qingqing on the surface, but actually did not take her seriously at all. So he was not surprised to see the Master Jin's angry face and tough attitude. Moreover, how could he let it go if she wanted to torture his son? Now he had to bring the Empress out, which seemed to be a helpless move. But for Su Maoyong, this matter must not be made a big deal. If it really became a big deal, the Empress would intervene in the investigation and would definitely not use torture on the 2 people. Things would be much more troublesome, and her previous plan would fail. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong softened her attitude. Master Jin, don't get excited. Since you don't agree with this princess to detain and interrogate them, this princess will release them and investigate slowly. Princess, there is no need to release Ranningsuan, since the guards have already found the meteorite cauldron in his room. It can be said that the evidence is conclusive. It is better to interrogate him strictly. Master Jin didn't want to let Ranningsuan go. If that guy came out, he might make trouble again. It would be better to lock him up in jail and slowly find a way to deal with him. Su Maoyong was a little embarrassed when she heard him say this. Master Jin, this is not good. If Master Ren finds out, he will probably blame me for being partial. After all, the meteoric cauldron was found in the box sent by Han Yi. It seems unfair to only imprison Ranningsuan. Master Jin knew that it was not easy to clear his son of suspicion. After all, Ranningsuan was determined to frame his son, so he would not let him get away so easily. Therefore, the most practical way at the moment is to shut Ranningsuan up completely. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to get rid of Ranningsuan and completely remove the obstacles for his son. Thinking this way, the head of the Jin family already had an idea, and promised readily. Princess, don't worry. You just interrogate Ranningsuan. If the Ran family is not satisfied, just let him come to me. Su Maoyong saw that the other party had taken the bait, and a hidden smile flashed across his eyes, and then nodded calmly. Okay, since the head of the Jin family said so, then this princess will give the head of the family a face and let Han Yi out first. However, this princess has to say ugly words in advance. If this matter is really done by your son, this princess will never be soft-hearted. Princess, don't worry. This old minister dares to guarantee with his head. This matter is definitely not done by my son. My son has been abiding by his duties and working hard for the princess all these years. The princess should see it most clearly. On the contrary, Ranningsuan is arrogant and arrogant. I believe that the princess knows it in her heart without me saying much. However, if the princess really finds out that it was my son who did it, I will never say anything about how to deal with my son. The head of the Jin family already had a plan, so he was full of confidence. Su Maoyong nodded slightly after hearing his promise, and ordered Shinua next to him. Manha, go inform Fong Gang and ask him to release the prince consort. Shinua didn't expect Su Maoyong to really agree to this old guy, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This time they finally took this opportunity to get Jin Hani into the dungeon, and they were almost successful. If they just give up like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Besides, according to Jin Hani's brain, if he fell once, he would never fall again, and he would definitely be on guard. It won't be so easy to bring him down next time. Su Maoyong knew her doubts and unwillingness, but still raised her sternly. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Seeing that Su Maoyong had made up his mind, Shinua had no choice but to walk out of the hall quickly and head towards the dungeon. The head of the Jin family knew that if he personally came forward, Mu Qingqing, the idiot, would give him some face anyway. Now that he saw her give in, he stood up with satisfaction. Since the princess wants to interrogate Ranningsuan, then this old minister will not disturb you anymore. I'll take my leave first. Well, come on. Send the head of the Jin family out. Su Maoyang nodded and ordered loudly. The maid who was waiting outside came forward and led the head of the Jin family out of Mingxi Pavilion. After the head of the Jin family left, Shinua also came back. Shinua saw Jinhani being released like this, and was speechless. When she came in and saw Su Maoyang sitting on a chair, sipping tea leisurely, she became even more anxious. Master, are you really going to let Jinhani go? Su Maoyang took a sip and said without raising his head. What else can we do? The head of the Jin family has already come to the door. If you insist on using private punishment on Jinhani, he will report it to the queen, and then it will be difficult to end. But this opportunity is rare. I don't know when the next one will come. Shinua felt a pity. Opportunities are created by people. Although Jinhani is smart and noticed my intentions early, he is not always so lucky and timely. Su Maoyang grinned, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Shinua nodded after hearing this, and suddenly sighed. I have to admit that Jinhani is indeed quite powerful. The master personally took action, but he couldn't kill him. I underestimated him. However, although he couldn't kill him, at least he was beaten by the prison. And it was not in vain. Since Su Maoyang specifically asked Fang Gang to interrogate them strictly, he put the two in the dungeon and began to torture them. In addition, Su Maoyang deliberately delayed time and negotiated with the head of the Jin family before letting him go. So Jinhani still suffered a lot of beatings. Although he didn't hurt his roots, but only some skin injuries, he also suffered a lot. Master, what are you going to do next? Thinking that the matter has not been resolved, Shinua was a little curious about her next plan. Next, of course, it depends on the head of the Jin family and the Ran family. Su Maoyang smiled at the corner of his lips, raising an unfathomable smile. Shinua was enlightened by her words and said, Master, you want them to fight each other? Su Maoyang smiled and nodded, murmured softly, just wait and see. There will be movement tomorrow morning. As expected, just as Su Maoyang expected, Fang Gang asked for a meeting outside the door at dawn the next day. Chapter 1702, See Through Her Identity. Su Maoyang roughly guessed what was going on, so she put on her clothes and went straight to the hall. Fang Gang saw her come out and immediately saluted. Tell me, what's the matter so urgent that you came here so early in the morning? Although Su Maoyang knew what was going on, she still pretended to be ignorant and asked. At this time, Fang Gang's face was gloomy. His eyebrows were tangled, and his voice was unconsciously lowered to a very low level, replying to the princess. Master Ran. He committed suicide out of fear of crime. Hearing this, Su Maoyang pretended to be shocked and widened her eyes. Committed suicide out of fear of crime? Could it be that he has confessed? He didn't confess. But when I was about to continue the interrogation this morning, I found that he had been hit to death in the cell and had no breath. Fang Gang explained. Su Maoyang had long expected that the head of the Jin family would take some action to clear his son of suspicion. But she didn't expect him to be so decisive. And he really didn't disappoint her. Thinking of this, although Su Maoyang was in a good mood, she pretended to be angry and snorted. Humph! I didn't expect that it was really Ran Xuyuan who did it. He relied on the support of the Ran family and became arrogant. He even dared to steal the meteoric cauldron awarded by the Empress. He is so bold. It's what he deserves to die now. Fang Gang, you should report the death to the Ran family immediately and ask them to take Ran Xuyuan's body back. Don't dirty this princess's mansion. Fang Gang heard the words, clasped his fists and accepted the order, and then turned and walked out of the hall. As Su Maoyang expected, the Ran family was furious when they heard the news of Ran Xuyuan's death. After all, the people in the Ran family are not stupid. How could they believe that Ran Xuyuan committed suicide out of fear of punishment? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the theft of the meteorite cauldron was clearly a deliberate frame-up by Jinhani. In order to exonerate Jinhani, the Jin family killed Ran Xuyuan at night and deliberately pretended that he committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Because as long as Ran Xuyuan died, he would be convicted of stealing treasures, and there would be no possibility of overturning the case. The Jin family's move was simply to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. They wanted to completely eradicate the son of the Ran family. It was too vicious. Thinking that the Jin family killed his son, the head of the Ran family was furious. He slapped his palm on the table and gnashed his teeth and said, Jin family, Jinhani, I will never let you go. Wayne Hall. Master, Fortunately, you reacted quickly this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. But this time, killing Ranningshuan and getting rid of a big worry in my heart is a blessing in disguise. Jean Hani stood by the window, looking in the direction of Mingxi Pavilion, squinting his eyes and sneering. A blessing in disguise? I'm afraid that the Ran family will be irreconcilable with my Jean family this time. I really underestimated her means. Even if she lets me out, she won't let my Jean family go. She's really amazing. Mu Qingqing first killed 2 birds with 1 stone by bringing him and Ranningshuan down, letting them bite each other and go to jail together. Later, he took advantage of the situation to give his father face and let him go. In order to completely clear his suspicion and save his life, his father had to kill Ranningshuan. But once Ranningshuan died, the Ran family would definitely hate him to the core. Undoubtedly, he and the Jean family would inevitably suffer the revenge of the Ran family in the future. Therefore, he had to admit that Mu Qingqing's move of taking advantage of the conflict between the 2 parties was really too clever. Yuan Bao's face turned pale when he heard this, and he shuddered when he thought of this series of conspiracies. It was really difficult for him to connect these conspiracies with the brainless princess. Just thinking of this made him feel a little creepy, and a chill ran through his body. At this time, Su Maoyang had put aside some mundane things, and was concentrating on refining pills and practicing in the bedroom. These days, although she was dealing with the people in the mansion, she did not neglect her practice. One reason was that the people in the Nether City needed his antidote, and the other was that she had to improve her strength as soon as possible, so that when she worshipped her ancestors and entered the Imperial Mausoleum, she would have more protection and would not lose her life. However, not long after she entered the state, she heard she knew a solemn voice from outside. "Master, Qin Jian wants to see you." Hearing Qin Jian, Su Maoyang's heart was shocked, and she immediately opened her eyes and frowned. What was Qin Jian doing at this critical moment? Su Maoyang was suspicious, but he still put away the alchemy furnace and ordered, "Let him in." Shi Nua received the order and led Qin Jian into the bedroom. Tonight, Qin Jian was dressed in white. Although his appearance was not outstanding, he was walking against the light at this moment, showing some style. "I am here to see the princess." Just as Su Maoyang was looking at him, Qin Jian had already bowed respectfully. "Mr. Qin, there is no need to be polite. You come to see me so late at night. Just tell me what you want to say." Su Maoyang didn't like to beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. When Qin Jian heard this, he raised his head. A warm smile bloomed at the corner of his mouth, and there seemed to be stars hidden in his eyes, which were particularly bright. "I came here tonight to form an alliance with the princess. I wonder if the princess is willing to give me this opportunity." Hearing this suddenly, Su Maoyang and Shi Nua beside him were shocked and looked at each other in surprise. "What do you mean by this?" Su Maoyang had felt that this person was not simple before, and now hearing such a strange proposal, he narrowed his eyes and asked back, "Doesn't the princess want to take revenge on the Jean family, the Lu family, and the Ran family? What I mean is that as long as the princess is willing to form an alliance with me, I will do my best to help you." Qin Jian was a more direct person. He actually pointed out Su Maoyang's intentions, which frightened Shi Nua so much that her eyes widened. Even Su Maoyang's pupils flashed a trace of surprise. And then she growled angrily, "How dare you slander this princess? Are you tired of living? Hee. You don't have to pretend in front of me. You killed Mu Qingqing and replaced her position. You took Lu Lingfeng, Ranningshuan and Jean Hani as soon as you came. Aren't you trying to retaliate against these families? It just so happens that they are also my enemies. So I came to you today and planned to join forces with you." Qin Jian had long seen through Su Maoyang's disguise, and couldn't help but sneered, and directly revealed her conspiracy. Hearing such straightforward and even somewhat terrifying words, Su Maoyang and Shi Nua were shocked and froze. This Qin Jian is really quite scary. He actually saw through her identity and her intentions at a glance. It's really shocking. "What do you want?" Su Maoyang's heart was lifted, and he stared at him defensively. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to ruin your plan. I'm here to help you." Qin Jian saw her alert and explained with a helpless smile. Su Maoyang was not stupid. This man was too mysterious. She didn't even know his background. How could she trust him? Chapter 1703 Qin Jian's Secret. Your Qin family has always maintained a neutral attitude and has no grudges with other families. But you told me that the Jean family, the Lu family, And the Ran family are all your enemies. Do you really think I'm stupid? Su Maoyang snorted coldly, obviously not believing his lies. Qin Jian laughed. His ordinary face was calm. You don't have to trick me. If I wanted to keep it secret, I wouldn't have come here today. And I wouldn't have exposed your identity. After all, it's a risky thing. So I came here and exposed myself to you. To some extent, I have already shown my sincerity. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sneered sarcastically when he heard his so-called sincerity. I guess you noticed it when I visited you last time. Knowing that I saw through your conspiracy, you took the initiative to run here to confess everything. And even called it expressing your sincerity. You have a good plan. Ha ha ha. You are really a smart person. Nothing can be hidden from you. Lu Lingfeng, Jin Hani, and Ran Xuyuan fell into your hands. Which is not a loss. Qin Jian's expression was stagnant because of her words. And suddenly he laughed and nodded with admiration. Su Maoyang stared at him coldly, but didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Since everyone knows it, let's speak frankly and don't hide it. Tell me, what is your purpose in sneaking into the princess's mansion and assassinating Mu Qingqing? Although Qin Jian knew how powerful she was, he was still a little frightened to hear her tell her secret in person. However, even so, he remained calm and raised his eyebrows and asked, Then what is your intention in killing Mu Qingqing and dealing with Lu Lingfeng and Jin Hani? Mr. Qin, please don't challenge my patience. After all, I am a princess now, and it is a fact that you cannot change. If you don't obey, I really can't guarantee that you will not end up like Lu Lingfeng and Ran Xuyuan. You should think carefully. Su Maoyang warned in a low voice. She took the disguise pill. And her face, height, and even her voice became Mu Qingqing. It is not easy to find evidence that she pretended to be Mu Qingqing. Moreover, Mu Qingqing's body has been destroyed, and even her bedroom has been burned cleanly, leaving no clues. So it is even more unrealistic to find traces of her killing Mu Qingqing. It seems that it is because of this that Qin Jian did not spread the news everywhere, but came to get close to her and planned to form an alliance with her. Seeing that the other party was so cautious and unwilling to give in, Qin Jian had to compromise and said, Okay, since you have seen through it, I am not afraid to tell you that I sneaked into the princess's mansion and assassinated Mu Qingqing in order to avenge Princess Ningfu. Su Maoyang and Xinua were suddenly shocked when they heard the name of Princess Ningfu. They couldn't help but look at each other. This answer was really beyond their expectations. After being shocked, Su Maoyang narrowed her eyes and asked as calmly as possible, Why do you want to avenge Princess Ningfu? Qin Jian looked at her deeply, and after a moment of silence, he revealed a secret that had been hidden for many years. Because I like her. After receiving such an answer, Su Maoyang and Xinua were both shocked, and their pupils dilated unconsciously. Especially Xinua, who was quite frightened. Although she pretended to be calm on the surface in order not to reveal her identity, her heart was full of turbulent waves, because she didn't understand why this man, who she had no impression of, liked her. Even she was kept in the dark. You know, when she was in the Maple Forest Empire, Qin Jian was probably only a 14-year-old boy. In her eyes, he was just an insignificant kid. How could he be related to love between men and women? Of course, not only she knew. Su Maoyang was also a little curious, and couldn't help but chuckle twice. As far as I know, Princess Ningfu has been dead for 4 years. 4 years ago, you should have been very young. Do you know what love means? Why not? At that time, Princess Ningfu was like a goddess. Not only was she beautiful, but her strength was also very strong. She was always known as the female war god. I don't know how many men were her subordinates at that time, which shows her charm. It's a pity that I was too young at that time, and my appearance was not outstanding, so I couldn't catch her eye at all. Qin Jian's eyes lit up when he talked about Princess Ningfu, and his tone was obviously full of admiration. Su Maoyang, however, tried to suppress his smile and looked at Xinua, who looked confused, and continued, You like her just because she is beautiful and powerful? Humph. You underestimate me too much. How can I be that superficial? Actually, she is my savior. When the royal family held a hunting competition, although I was young, I entered the hunting ground unwilling to lag behind and planned to train myself. Who knew that I would be plotted against by the disciples of the Ran family and almost killed by the spirit beast and lost my life? At that time, it was Princess Ningfu who saved me from the powerful spirit beast. and she was injured for it. But she didn't take this matter to heart at all, and never mentioned it afterwards. That thing might be just a piece of cake for her, but it means a lot to me. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. At that time, she knew it was a female warrior that everyone admired, and she was also a princess of noble status. But she was able to save an irrelevant and even unremarkable person. No wonder she left such a deep impression on the young Qin Jian. She knew it was shocked when she heard it. When she was hunting that year, she did save a boy, but she was injured at that time. After saving the man, she went back to bandage it. She didn't pay attention to who she saved, so she didn't have much impression of Qin Jian. She only knew that he was a child of the Qin family, and didn't pay too much attention to him. Unexpectedly, his unintentional actions made him remember it until now. It was really too unfortunate. Unbelievable. Su Maoyang didn't expect that Qin Jian was actually Shinua's love debt. He looked at Shinua with a smile and sighed. You are so infatuated. After so many years, you still care about a dead person. You even took the risk to assassinate the princess. Aren't you afraid of death? Death? If it weren't for Princess Ningfu, I would have died long ago. My life belongs to her. So why am I afraid of dying for her? Qin Jian sneered. His tone was resolute, and it was clear that he had already put life and death aside. So, I'm not afraid of death. The only thing I'm afraid of is that the murderer is at large, and there is no way to bring them to justice. This is why I came to you, and wanted to join forces with you to deal with the Lu family and the Jin family. Because Princess Ningfu ended up in such a miserable end. It was all thanks to them. How can I let them go? Chapter 1704. There is no such thing as worthy or not. Only worth or not. When the royal family said that Princess Ningfu died of a sudden illness, he was unwilling to believe it. So he secretly launched a series of investigations, only to find that everything was a conspiracy by the Jin family, the Lu family, and Mu Qingqing and others. They betrayed and framed Princess Ningfu, helped Mu Qingwan kill people to seize power, and did all kinds of unscrupulous things. But they enjoyed a high position, a comfortable life. When he thought of this, and the pain and torture that Princess Ningfu had suffered, Qin Jian unconsciously clenched his fingers, and his pupils were filled with hatred. Shinua felt the hostility emanating from him, and it would be a lie to say that she was not moved when she heard these heartfelt words. She had experienced the betrayal and framing of her old subordinates and the people closest to her, and endured the torture of living a life worse than death. She had long been heartbroken. But she did not expect that in this Fengqi Empire where she had no place to stand, there were still people who cared about her and tried their best to help her revenge. How could this heart and this love not move people? Of course, not to mention Shinua. Even Su Maoyang was somewhat touched. He took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I will form an alliance with you. You haven't told me why you want to deal with the Lu and Jin families. I can't believe you without knowing your background. Qin Jian is also not a careless person. Su Maoyang did not intend to reveal his identity so early, and reminded him in a deep voice. You don't need to know the reason. As long as you know that we have the same enemy, and the goal is to overthrow them. Of course, you must know that I can still act without you. So whether you believe me or not is not important to me at all. Qin Jian heard this, and knew that she would not easily reveal her secrets. Although he was not very happy, he had to give in temporarily because she killed Mu Qingqing, and made Lu Lingfeng and Jin Hani miserable. Okay, you can kill that difficult ghost leopard, which means you are capable. I will trust you once. I hope I didn't trust the wrong person. At the beginning, he sent many assassins to assassinate Mu Qingqing, but they all failed because of the abnormal ghost leopard. But when this woman came, she killed the ghost leopard, replaced Mu Qingqing's identity, and openly killed the genius of the Lu family, pitting Ranning Xuan and Jin Hani. This method alone was very sharp and cruel. It was precisely because of this that he decided to join forces with her and take a gamble. Su Maoyang laughed after hearing this. I guess you must have fought many times in the past 2 years. And you can get away with it every time. You are quite capable. Although you can get away with it, you lack powerful helpers, and can't catch all these people in one fell swoop. Qin Jian shook his head solemnly. Su Maoyang certainly knew the difficulty of this. Even she didn't dare to say that she could catch all these families in one fell swoop. After all, these are big families with strong foundations. The only thing she can do now is to use means to disintegrate them one by one. This kind of thing. You have to take your time. Don't rush. Su Maoyang comforted. Qin Jian naturally knew this truth, but still reminded him seriously. Last time you killed Fan Yishuan, and then killed the most precious genius of the Lu family. Now you have caused Ran Yixuan to die tragically and Jin Hani to be imprisoned. Several families must have opinions about you, and will definitely find a way to attack you. The flower festival is in 2 days. You will go to the palace for the banquet. I am afraid that Fan Shijun will harm you. Fan Shijun? Are you talking about Fan Yishuan's brother Fan Yiwa? When Su Maoyang heard Fan Shijun, she immediately remembered that Jin Hani had mentioned Fan Shijun when he pleaded for Fan Yishuan last time. Later, she learned more about it, and found out that Fan Shijun was a favorite of Mu Qingwan and had an extraordinary status in the palace. No wonder Mu Qingqing was afraid of him that day. Qin Jian nodded solemnly. Yes, this person is insidious and cunning. And he is very scheming. He is not comparable to Fan Yishuan. You have to be especially careful of him. Well, I will be careful of him. It's getting late. You should go back first to avoid suspicion. Su Maoyang nodded after pondering. Since a consensus has been reached, Qin Jian doesn't need to stay here all the time. So he clasped his fists and turned to leave the room. Seeing Qin Jian leave, Su Maoyang smiled and glanced at Xinhua. After going through so much, there are still gains. At least I can see people's hearts clearly. Yes, he gave up his future and wronged himself to be Mu Qingqing's male lover. Just to avenge me. He is so stupid. Xinhua sighed with emotion, thinking of his previous efforts to get close to Mu Qingqing and understand all her preferences. He couldn't help but feel distressed. Su Maoyang shook his head. He is not stupid at all, but a smart child. He has been hiding for so long without being discovered, which shows that he has some means. It's just that people can never escape the word love. For me, this love is too heavy. I'm afraid I don't deserve it. Xinhua has been through so much and his heart is as calm as water. And only revenge is left in his heart. Besides, she had been a slave girl for so many years. And she had been abused countless times. She was no longer the high-spirited, noble and beautiful goddess in his mind. How could she have the face to accept such a relationship? Su Maoyang understood her thoughts and her pain, and patted her shoulder distressfully. There is no such thing as worthy or unworthy in the world of feelings. Only worth or not. When I was a person from the lower plane, I wanted to be with the emperor. But I was opposed by countless people. They thought that my humble status was not worthy of their noble and powerful emperor. Didn't I finally break through many tests and become the emperor's concubine and be with Jun Haotsong? That's because the master is excellent, qualified and powerful to stand by the emperor. Unlike me, a tortured and abused slave girl. How can I have the face to stand in the world? Even if she took Su Maoyang's pills and restored her body and appearance. Her heart was full of holes. And no matter what magic pills and medicines, she couldn't recover. Thinking of everything she had experienced, she felt that she was filthy. If it wasn't for revenge, she would have died long ago. How could she have persisted until now? Su Maoyang felt a pain in her heart when she heard such words. She knew, the bad people who betrayed and framed you still have the face to live in this world. Why don't you have face? I tell you, you have more face than those despicable villains. In front of love, everyone is equal. No matter who you are or what unspeakable experience you have, you are qualified to love and be loved. If that man despises you because of your identity and your experience, then his love is too superficial. So don't bother with it. But first you have to love yourself and accept yourself. If you can't even accept yourself and can't face it, then Qin Jian's feelings for so many years and his efforts for so many years are too worthless. Chapter 1705. Participate in the Flower Festival. Suddenly hearing Su Maoyang's words, she knew his heart was shaken, and tears floated in her eyes as she stared at Su Maoyang. Master, over the years, she has been living in hatred and refused to let herself go. Because of the psychological shadow, she closed herself off and was very repulsive to people, things, and feelings. As Su Maoyang said, she couldn't even open her heart to accept herself, let alone others. However, Su Maoyang said that she had more dignity than anyone else to live in this world, and was more qualified to be loved than those despicable villains. In front of feelings, it is not about whether it is worthy or not, but whether it is worth it, because she is a person who deserves to be loved. Thinking of this, Xinhua was not only moved, but also full of gratitude. Her master not only saved her, helped her end her miserable life as a slave girl, but also helped her restore her appearance and strength, and now gave her the warmth she had not felt for many years. Such warmth is so precious to her now. Su Maoyong saw her red eyes at this time. Knowing that she was upset, he sighed helplessly and changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the flower festival. I heard from Qin Jian that it seems that I will go to the palace for a banquet in 2 days. What kind of festival is that? After hearing this, Xinduo restrained his emotions and said seriously, the flower festival is the festival of the god of flowers. Since the royal family of Fengqi Empire respects the empress, they believe in the god of flowers very much. If you get the blessing of the god of flowers, it means that Fengqi Empire will have good weather and peace for a year. So the flower festival is a very grand festival. On that day, all the major family forces and civil and military officials will go to the palace for a banquet and celebrate together. The next day, the queen will lead the royal family and the major families to the temple to worship the flower god and pray for the Fengqi Empire. Hearing this, Su Maoyong nodded. It looks like it should be very lively. Yes, the flower festival is the most lively festival in the Fengqi Empire. Many dignitaries will be present, and the queen will take this opportunity to ask questions to test the ladies present and select the most outstanding one. The one who answers the most questions and has the most amazing talent will be able to go to the temple with the empress the next day and receive the baptism of holy water. This is the honor that many women in Fengqi Empire dream of. Therefore, women will rack their brains to show themselves at the flower festival banquet. It can be regarded as a pleasing event. Su Maoyong nodded in understanding after hearing this. I see. Since it is an occasion for women to compete in talent, I think Duan Xuexin should also be there. Right? Xinduo heard her mention this name, and suddenly remembered that Duan Xuexin was Duan Tianyu's sister, a famous talented woman in Fengqi Empire, proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. Although she married Ranning Lu, the legitimate son of the Ran family, as a concubine, she would definitely attend such occasions. After all, Ranning Lu still had to rely on her to make himself look good. Well, I should go. Why did the master suddenly mention her? Could it be that Xinduo heard her start and guessed that she was probably planning on Duan Xuexin? Su Maoyong curled his lips and smiled. She is Jin Hani's sweetheart. Isn't it a pity not to use such an important resource? Xinduo smiled and nodded with understanding. Yes, Xinduo understands. Time flies, and soon the legendary flower festival arrives. That evening, the carriage was already waiting at the gate of the princess's mansion. As a marquis personally appointed by the empress, Jin Hani was naturally among the invited guests. So this time he and Su Maoyong went to the palace to attend the flower festival banquet. When Jun Haotsong heard that Su Maoyong wanted to go with Jin Hani, he refused and insisted on going together. To be honest, male favorites are generally not qualified to attend such formal occasions. But Su Maoyong was left with no choice but to go with him. The three of them got on the carriage and entered the palace in just a cup of tea. Today's palace is particularly gorgeous and bright, with lights and decorations everywhere. A festive scene. The flower festival banquet seemed to be specially set up in the imperial garden for the occasion. Everyone was surrounded by flowers, smelling all kinds of fragrances, and they felt refreshed. And the bright colors were even more pleasing to the eye. At night, all the major family forces arrived one after another, and soon the seats were full. Everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing, making the whole garden very lively. Princess Ninglan, Xianping Ho has arrived. At this moment, the eunuch waiting at the entrance saw Su Maoyong and his party coming over, and immediately reported in a hoarse voice. Since Princess Ninglan has always been a very high-profile figure in Fengqi Empire, she has always been a joke among the people after dinner. As for her absurd things, everyone from 3-year-old children to 80-year-old mothers knew about her. So when they heard her appear, everyone cast curious eyes. In addition, she has been becoming more and more absurd recently. Not only did she kill the son of the Fan family and the genius of the Lu family, she also imprisoned and interrogated Ranning Xuan. In the end, she committed suicide out of fear of punishment. It was really too outrageous, which made them have many opinions about her. However, when everyone saw that Mu Qingqing was actually followed by that ugly male lover with pockmarks all over his face, everyone present was surprised and started to discuss excitedly, lamenting that Mu Qingqing was hopeless. At this time, a man in white, who also entered the banquet, passed by Su Maoyong. When he found out that it was Mu Qingqing, he stopped and looked at Jun Haocong beside Su Maoyang. Then he sneered and said disdainfully, "Princess, I refuse to marry into the princess's mansion. Did it make you so decadent? You dare to want this kind of stuff?" It really opened my eyes, hearing someone start to mock. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at the other person. And then he found that the man in white who was talking was handsome and extraordinary. His appearance was somewhat similar to Fan Yishuan, but he was more handsome than Fan Yishuan. Even if he stood in a wall of handsome men, he was still the more outstanding one. No wonder this person spoke in a big way and had a proud expression. This appearance really has the capital to be proud. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but recall the introduction and the information, and suddenly remembered that this person was Fan Yishuan's younger brother, named Fan Yijin. Because of his outstanding appearance and good strength, he was deeply loved by the elders and had a pivotal position in the family. In addition, this person was a suave and handsome brother, and was sought after by many women. However, he was proud by nature and self-righteous, and few women could catch his eye. Now that he had met Mu Qingqing with such an attitude, Su Maoyang was not surprised at all, because he was so arrogant that he didn't even give the princess face. Chapter 1706 Jin Hani's Sweetheart. Su Maoyang heard that Mu Qingqing was once very obsessed with Fan Yijin, and asked the queen several times to marry him. Unfortunately, Fan Yijin was very powerful, and was one of the geniuses that the Fan family focused on cultivating. How could the Fan family be so stupid as to send such a powerful son to serve others? Therefore, even if the queen came forward, the Fan family did not give in at all. In addition, Fan Yijin was arrogant and looked down on many talented girls, let alone a fool like Mu Qingqing. Therefore, after learning that Mu Qingqing coveted him and even wanted to use his connections to get him, Fan Yijin hated and despised Mu Qingqing to the extreme. And every time he met Mu Qingqing, he would sneer at him. Although Mu Qingqing acted recklessly, he could not do anything to the genius of the big family, because even the queen had to give the Fan family some face, let alone her. So facing Fan Yijin's sarcasm, she had no way to deal with him. Perhaps, because of this, the other party became even more arrogant, and dared to cleanse Mu Qingqing even in front of so many people. Since Mu Qingqing's pursuit of Fan Yijin was rejected, it had already spread throughout the Fengqi Empire. So everyone saw Mu Qingqing being humiliated by Fan Yijin in public, and they were all gloating and excited. They all covered their mouths and laughed secretly, and they were also full of disdain for Mu Qingqing. At this time, Su Maoyang did not show any anger, but just raised his eyebrows to meet the pair of brown beautiful eyes, and the corners of his lips rose slightly, and slowly said, "This princess used to be young and easily deceived by good-looking skins. Now that I am older, I still like men with some substance, not as superficial as before." Su Maoyang's words were very clear, which was to satirize Fan Yijin for being a rotten man with a beautiful appearance. He just relied on a good appearance to seduce women, but he had no substance. Fan Yijin suddenly heard such a satire, and the sneer on the corner of his mouth suddenly condensed. His face suddenly sank, and he stared at Su Maoyang with cold eyes, and there was anger in his eyes. He didn't expect Mu Qingqing to dare to humiliate him and embarrass him in public. While he was angry, he was also a little surprised. Connotation? I heard that this male favorite is just a young man from the Golden Phoenix Tower. What kind of connotation can a young man have? Fan Yijin snorted disdainfully, obviously not taking Jun Haocong seriously. Su Maoyang didn't want to argue with him. After all, she was not the real Mu Qingqing, and there was really no need to show off her ability to talk for a little thing. But when he heard him humiliating Jun Haocong, Su Maoyang couldn't stand it. She grinned and sneered twice. Judging a person by birth and status is too superficial. It seems that Mr. Fan really doesn't understand what connotation is. Forget it. This princess will not discuss topics that you are not good at with you. After that, Su Maoyang glanced at him lightly and walked into the garden first. Fan Yijin was so angry at Su Maoyang's hidden needle that his breathing stagnated and his face turned blue and red. Before he could speak, he watched her sit in the designated seat under the guidance of the maid, without giving him a chance to refute. It was really hateful. Although Mu Qingqing used to be arrogant, she was still restrained in front of him. Besides, even if she was angry with him, she would not be cold. But today she was a little more indifferent and alienated. Could it be that Mu Qingqing really doesn't like him and likes that male favorite? No. 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 It's impossible. How could Mu Qingqing like a pockmarked prostitute instead of a talented and beautiful genius from the Fan family? This is too absurd. He would never believe it. Perhaps this is another new trick she played to attract him. She used to force him, but now she is playing hard to get. In order to get him, Mu Qingqing really tried every possible way and racked her brains. Thinking of this, Fan Yijin sneered and strode into the garden. He sat down in the designated seat, as if he deliberately didn't want Su Maoyang's conspiracy to succeed. He looked far away and refused to even give him a side glance. At this time, Su Maoyang didn't pay attention to him at all, but looked up at Duan Xuexin, who was sitting in the Ran family seat. Su Maoyang had seen her portrait before and knew that she was very beautiful. But now seeing her in person, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She is really a rare beauty. A beautiful and elegant oval face, white and tender, skin brighter than snow, dark and clear almond eyes, like autumn water, touching the heartstrings. The slender eyebrows like willow leaves, which look like distant mountains, are gently frowned, as cold as the waning moon in autumn. Under the straight nose bridge is a small red lip, which is slightly pursed at this moment, showing no joy or anger, but showing a bit of melancholy. And I don't know what she is thinking. However, just as Su Maoyang was looking at her, the eunuch's announcement sounded in the garden. The queen has arrived. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present stood up and saluted respectfully to Mu Qingwan, who was walking towards him. Mu Qingwan walked to the front of the garden with a smile on her face, raised her hand in a friendly manner. My dear, please don't be polite. Please sit down quickly. After Mu Qingwan's approval, everyone sat back one after another. Mu Qingwan also sat in the main seat with the help of the palace maids, and then looked up at everyone present and said, "The flower festival is a big day for our Fengqi Empire to celebrate together. According to the usual rules, I will select a talented woman today to receive the baptism of holy water to bless my Fengqi Empire with good weather and peace. I remember that Duan Xuexin won the first place last year. I wonder if Xuexin has the confidence to outshine the others this time." As he said, Mu Qingwan looked at Duan Xuexin, who was sitting next to Ranning Lu. Duan Xuexin was a little worried. She came to her senses when she was suddenly called. She stood up quickly and bowed to Mu Qingwan, replying to the queen, "I won the championship last time by chance. It was just luck. Don't take it seriously. I'm afraid I won't be so lucky this time." Ha! Xuexin, you are too modest. You are a famous talented woman in our Fengqi Empire. You deserved the title last time. However, the little girls from the Ning family, Jin family, and Qin family have grown up. I heard that their talents are getting more and more exquisite. Recently, they are even more popular than you. I am looking forward to it today." Mu Qingwan smiled and waved her hand, then looked in the direction of the Ning family, Jin family, and Qin family. Seeing the more beautiful girls sitting among them, she nodded with satisfaction. Although Duan Xuexin is a famous talented woman in Fengqi Empire, she is getting older and married. Now there are so many rising talents. Her popularity is naturally declining year by year, and she is naturally tending to be overshadowed by several young ladies. Chapter 1707, The Queen's Favorite. Thinking of this, and hearing the queen's words, Duan Xuexin's fingers under her sleeves unconsciously clenched, and the smile on her face became a little stiff. Su Maoyang saw her embarrassment, and then couldn't help but glance at Jin Hani next to him. Sure enough, he saw that his face was not very good. At this time, thinking of their relationship, Su Maoyang couldn't help but pull up a barely noticeable arc at the corner of his mouth. Jin Hani is deep-minded and cautious. It is difficult for ordinary frame-ups to move him, but Duan Xuexin is his sweetheart. The two had a touching love, which can be regarded as Jin Hani's only weakness. If we start with this person, it should be much easier. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang obviously had his own plan. But Jun Haosong next to him noticed Su Maoyang's gaze, stretched out his hand and pinched her hand as a warning. Su Maoyang looked back and saw that he had a cold face and looked unhappy, and couldn't help but smile. This guy is really a slap in the face. He said before that he didn't care about jealousy, but now he is so domineering that he doesn't even allow her to look at him. At this time, Jin Hani seemed to be worried and didn't notice Su Maoyang's gaze. His eyes fell on Duan Xuexin, who was far away on the opposite side. Although Duan Xuexin was very unwilling at this time, she had to nod her head in accordance with the words of the queen. Yes, the sisters have grown up, and each of them is talented. I am ashamed of myself. Ha ha ha. I know your talent. Don't belittle yourself. This test is still divided into two parts. One is talent, and the other is talent. Regarding talent, I have 3 questions here. Whoever answers the most, and the best will be the winner of this level. Mu Qingwan announced loudly. Queen, please ask a question. Duan Xuexin nodded meekly. Mu Qingwan nodded unceremoniously upon hearing this. I have many riddles about flowers here. You just need to answer the name of the flower according to the riddle. The first riddle is that autumn flowers fall later. Hearing Mu Qingwan's question, a pink-dressed woman sitting in the Ning family's position stood up immediately, replying to the queen. It's Kalankoi. Ha. Not bad. Make a note of Miss Ning. Mu Qingwan nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. And the eunuch beside him quickly drew a line under the name of the pink-dressed woman. The pink-dressed woman was delighted to see that the queen was satisfied with her, and a smile jumped up on her face. She glanced at the other women provocatively and sat back down. The next riddle is that the sky is still full of clouds. Mu Qingqing continued to ask. This time, before the pink-dressed woman stood up, a woman in a blue dress from the Qin family stood up first and answered. Your Majesty, it's Wan Lai Hong. Mu Qingwan nodded with satisfaction this time. Not bad. Let Miss Qin also make a note of it. The pink-dressed woman was so angry that her face turned red when she saw that the blue-dressed woman had snatched her chance. And she glared at her fiercely. Of course, the other ladies, who had not had time to answer, were also unhappy and a little anxious. After all, there were limited questions, and everyone hoped that they could answer more. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was rushing to answer, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He couldn't help but sigh that it was just a guessing of a flower riddle, and the competition was so fierce. It seemed that everyone really valued the honor of receiving the baptism of holy water. It's just that Su Maoyang didn't know much about flowers, let alone riddles, and even some of the names of flowers had never been heard of. So, she just watched quietly from the side, watching the fight between women, and observing the relationship between these families. However, at this moment, she felt a sharp gaze from Mu Qingwan's lower right side falling on her. Su Maoyang's heart was shocked, and she immediately looked over, and indeed saw a man in a purple brocade robe staring at her. The man sat there quietly and elegantly, with ebony-like black pupils showing a hint of coldness. Long black hair, like flowing water, sticking to his back. A pair of bright phoenix eyes, slightly raised, giving people a sense of seduction. But the temperament exuded from his whole body was fresh and handsome, gentle and elegant, giving people a contradictory beauty. Because of his outstanding appearance and temperament, Su Maoyang was immediately attracted by him. Xinua, who was standing by and serving, noticed the two people's gazes, and immediately reminded quietly, Master, that man is Fan Yishuan's brother. Fan Yihua. Su Maoyang had seen his portrait before, and actually recognized him at first sight. But the portrait was not as elegant as the real person, which made her daze for a moment. At this time, Fan Yihua saw Su Maoyang looking at him, but he avoided his gaze without a trace, as if the previous gaze did not exist. Su Maoyang saw that the other party had no expression and a calm posture, and people could not see any emotions at all. He had to admit that this person was really, as Xinua said, a very cunning person. However, just when Su Maoyang was guessing the other party's thoughts, the first round of competition was over. Mu Qingwan's puzzle itself was actually not difficult, and it was not difficult for these well-prepared, talented women. But the difficulty was in reaction ability. Some answers may be guessed after a little thought, but those who are fast can answer without thinking. So the test is who can answer the fastest. Of course, this can also show who has more solid knowledge. Now the first round of the test is over. Duan Xuexin answered 20 correctly. The daughter of the Qin family answered 15. The daughter of the Jin family also answered 20. And the daughter of the Ning family answered more, 25. Directly overshadowing Duan Xuexin. Haha. This time, thanks to Sister Xuexin for admitting it, Ning Maching of the Ning family clasped his fist towards Duan Xuexin, and smiled a brilliant and somewhat complacent smile, which made Duan Xuexin pale, although he did not dare to show it on his face. He was extremely angry in his heart. Mu Qingwan praised with appreciation. Haha. Mo Chung is indeed better than his teacher, but the next level is to smell the flowers, which is not so easy. Mu Qingqing clapped his hands, and then everyone saw a eunuch carrying a round plate-sized sachet and placing it in the middle of the garden. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Mu Qingwan introduced, "This is a sachet made by my order. There are 100 kinds of spices in it. You need to identify which flower scents are hidden in it. The first one to find all the flower scents will be considered the winner." Hearing this, all the women present stood up, walked to the sachet, carefully smelled the fragrance released from it, and began to record the flower scents they smelled, because there are too many spices in it. In addition to the flower scent, there are other refined scents. So if you want to find the flower scent from it, you must find all of them, which is a very difficult task. Chapter 1708 Want to see her make a fool of herself. Therefore, even many women who are very familiar with the fragrance of flowers are somewhat puzzled by such complex and diverse fragrances. However, talented women are talented women after all, knowledgeable and well-informed. Although it took some time, some people still wrote down their answers one after another. Of course, there are good ones and bad ones, such as Fan Kai-shan, who only found a dozen kinds after smelling for a long time. At this moment, seeing that other people's papers are already densely filled with names, she can't help but worry that she will be the last one in the audience. But she is the daughter of the Fan family after all. Although she is not as good as those talented women who are in the limelight, she is still a well-known figure. If she becomes the last one, wouldn't it be a laughing stock? Besides, there are so many outstanding young men present. Which one is not a genius cultivated by the family? If she loses face in front of these people, how can she get married in the future? So, she must not be the last one. Thinking of this, Fan Kai-shan was a little anxious. She couldn't help but look up and look around. However, her peripheral vision accidentally swept Mu Qingqing's figure. And suddenly she had an idea. Among all the women present, who can catch up with Mu Qingqing in terms of ignorance? If she is dragged into this, let alone finding all the flower scents, it will probably be difficult to find more than a dozen. By then, everyone will laugh at her and won't be able to take care of herself. Thinking of this, Fan Kai-shan's pupils flashed with a cunning cold light. And suddenly she said to Mu Qingqing, "Princess Ningguan, I heard that you always like to collect flowers. Last time in the princess's mansion, I saw all kinds of precious flowers. I think you are an expert in flowers and have more knowledge than us. How can such a competition be without you?" Su Maoyong heard Fan Kai-shan suddenly invite her to join the competition of identifying flowers by smelling them, and raised her eyebrows slightly. As far as she knew, Mu Qingqing did like flowers, but she only liked them for viewing. With her personality, how could she spend time and effort to study these flowers and plants, and even identify the specific flower scents from these 100 spices? Such a difficult operation is difficult even for a knowledgeable and talented woman, let alone a fool like Mu Qingqing. Therefore, when Su Maoyong heard this, she knew what Fan Kai-shan was thinking, and she just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. However, Su Maoyong knew very little about flowers. Taking part in the competition would only bring shame upon herself. So she did not intend to give Fan Kai-shan the opportunity to laugh at her. However, before she could say no, she heard she knew on the side saying, "Miss Fan, the princess is usually busy with many things. So how can she have time to study these flowers and plants? The flowers in the princess's mansion are basically taken care of by the maids and gardeners. Although I am not proficient, I know a little bit. Why not let me smell and identify flowers on behalf of the princess?" Fan Kai-shan did not expect that a maid would want to compete with so many talented women. She felt ridiculous and snorted sarcastically. "You take yourself too seriously. Just because you are a lowly maid, are you qualified to participate in such a competition? Miss Fan, calm down. I just want to share the princess' worries." Shinua pretended to be terrified and said a little aggrieved. Su Maoyong knew that Shinua would not act rashly. She must have been confident that she would offer to help. Then she looked at Fan Kai-shan and sneered. "Why? Miss Fan, you don't allow my maid to participate in the competition. Are you afraid that my maid will surpass you?" Su Maoyong provoked Fan Kai-shan's pretty face and flushed. "What? I'm afraid of her? Princess Ningguan, you are going too far. Since you are not afraid, why don't you dare let her participate?" Su Maoyong asked back. Fan Kai-shan is an alchemist after all, and she has always been proud. When has she ever been humiliated like this? So when Su Maoyong provoked her, she couldn't control her anger. "Okay, I want to see how many kinds of flower scents a maid can find." She didn't believe that she, a rich lady, could lose to a maid. After all, she came prepared. "Okay, Seeing her agreement, Su Mayang nodded to Shinua. Go. Just do your best. Shinua took the order, walked to the sachet, lowered his head and sniffed it, and soon wrote on the paper. However, most of the other women had already written their answers, although they were not sure whether they had found all the flower scents. At least they did not hand in a blank paper. Several of them even wrote dozens of flower names. Such a result was already very good, so everyone handed their answers to the eunuchs for the queen to review. Mu Qingwan looked through everyone's answers and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. I put extremely rare flower scents in this sachet. If it weren't for my wide knowledge, it would be difficult to find them. But Duan Xuexin found 50 kinds, without a single mistake, which was really not easy. Although Qin Shuya only found 45 kinds, she also had no mistakes, which was also very good. As for Ning Maching, he also found 45 kinds, but unfortunately one was wrong. Jin Yunzhao found 35 kinds, and there were no mistakes either. After a while, Mu Qingwan announced everyone's results. Everyone found that only Duan Xuexin found the most and most correct ones. It seems that these 50 kinds of flower scents should be the correct answers. It can be said that Duan Xuexin really deserves the first place. It is not easy to know the existence of these rare flower species, and to be familiar with their smells. It is quite amazing to distinguish them from so many complex aromas. So everyone present sighed with admiration, and had to admit that Duan Xuexin is indeed a rare talent. Even Fan Kaishan was a little frightened when she heard the names of 50 kinds of flowers. Seeing Shinua still writing furiously, she couldn't help but sneer. Don't struggle. The answer is out. 50 kinds of flower scents. Even if you were given a day, you probably can't write the names of so many rare flowers. So you better give up as soon as possible and don't waste your energy. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Shinua put down her pen, raised her head, and said disapprovingly, 50 kinds? Otherwise, I clearly smelled 65 kinds of flower scents just now. Hearing this suddenly, everyone who was praising Duan Xuexin suddenly froze their expressions, and stared for a moment before opening their eyes in surprise. Did they hear it wrong? This maid actually said there were 65 kinds of flower scents. Fan Kaishan didn't expect her to give such an answer. After being shocked, she snorted in a ridiculous tone. 65 kinds? What a big tone! Madame Ran only found 50 kinds. Are you better than Madame Ran? I am just a servant. How dare I compare myself with Madame Ran? But I did smell 65 kinds of flower scents. I dare not lie. Shinua answered seriously. Chapter 1709. Shinua's Resentment. Mu Qingwan didn't expect a maid to give such an answer. Surprise flashed in her amber pupils. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and look at Shinua. Then ordered the eunuch, Xiao Yuzi, present her answer. The eunuch received the order and hurriedly took Shinua's paper and handed it to Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan didn't quite believe that this maid could really write so many rare flower names that others couldn't name. But when she looked down, she was really shocked. 65 flower names. Not one was missed. Not a single word was wrong. All written out. Perhaps it was too unexpected. Mu Qingwan was a little bit unbelievable and repeatedly confirmed it twice, and finally raised her head in shock, staring at Shinua closely, lowering her voice, and seriously questioning, how did you do it? The people who had been expecting the queen to announce the results were stunned when they heard this. What does the queen mean? Could it be that this maid really wrote down so many flower names? Realizing this, everyone's faces instantly jumped with surprise, looking at Shinua in disbelief. Some unable to digest this result. Fan Kaishan heard this, and her eyes widened, and asked anxiously, Queen, what is the correct answer? She said the correct answer. There are a total of 65 kinds of flower fragrances. She got it right. Mu Qingwan nodded slightly, agreeing with Shinua's answer. Hearing the queen's personal confirmation, everyone present took a deep breath in shock and began to whisper. But Fan Kaishan was shocked and shook her head in disbelief. Queen, how could a maid like her write down so many rare flower species? How could she be better than Madame Ran? Did she write it randomly just to make up the number? You should know that in addition to being a talented woman, Duan Xuexin is also an alchemist of Danzong, as good as her elder brother. Because she is an alchemist who often deals with medicinal materials, she is more familiar with these flowers and plants than ordinary people, and knows and can identify so many rare flower scents. But how could the maid next to Mu Qingqing be better than the alchemist of Danzong? And actually identified 65 kinds of flower scents. Is this reasonable? Therefore, then Kaishan had to suspect that Shi Nuo had written the flower names randomly. Although the number was correct, the name was wrong. Mu Qingwan shook his head, breaking the last glimmer of hope in Fan Saishan's heart. No nonsense. All correct. Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. And the shock and doubts about Shi Nuo were like snowballs, rolling bigger and bigger. Even Duan Xuexin was shocked by such a result, and her face turned black. And she clenched her fingers unwillingly. Then Kaishan was already very upset when she compared a maid with her. Not to mention that this maid correctly found all 65 kinds of flower scents, which made her inferior. How could she not be angry? You know, although she was born in a low family, she was a well-known talented woman, and a distinguished genius alchemist. That's why the Ran family tried every means to get her. But she was so outstanding. But she was not as good as Mu Qingqing's stupid maid. Isn't this a slap in her face, and embarrassing her? Thinking of this, Duan Xuexin's face was even uglier than eating shit. And her eyes staring at Shi Nuo were a little cold. Seeing this, Su Ma-yang couldn't help but raise a hidden arc at the corner of her mouth. She finally knew why Shi Nuo took the initiative to help. It seemed that she was still upset about Jin Hani marrying her, but having another woman in his heart. Of course, it is understandable that no matter who it is, her man can't stand it if he likes another woman behind her back. Even if Shi Nuo no longer has feelings for Jin Hani, she should still be resentful. I think she has been holding back her resentment for a long time. This time she finally has a chance to vent it. And she naturally doesn't want to miss it. Therefore, seeing Duan Xuexin being humiliated, Shi Nuo must be very happy. At this time, then Kaishan never thought that a maid could actually answer the difficult question given by the queen. She was shocked like a bolt from the blue. She was stunned for a long time before she emotionally refuted. No! Impossible. Su Ma-yang had just heard the queen report the results of the ladies, and knew that Fan Kaishan had only written a dozen flower names. Now seeing that she was hit, she couldn't help but chuckle and said, Miss Fan, you can't think that everyone is as bad as you just because you only wrote a dozen flower names? You don't reflect on your own badness, but instead question the excellence of others. Don't you have any shame? Su Ma-yang always speaks sharply, and Mu Qingqing is a domineering person. Saying such words is in line with her temperament. So when she opened her mouth, Fan Kaishan was furious. And the guests around her also covered their mouths and laughed secretly, undoubtedly mocking Fan Saishan's ignorance. The reason why Fan Kaishan invited Mu Qingqing to participate was to make Mu Qingqing the last one and divert everyone's attention. But she didn't expect that she not only failed to humiliate Mu Qingqing, but was humiliated by Mu Qingqing instead. At this time, receiving everyone's sarcastic gaze, Fan Kaishan really wanted to rush up and tear apart Mu Qingqing's gloating smile. She knew I saw the confusion of the queen and everyone else, and couldn't help but bow and explain. The reason why I know these flowers is because the princess likes flowers. I went to learn some of them to please the princess. This time I am embarrassed. I hope the queen will not blame me. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that this maid was so good and could write so many flower names. It turned out that she wanted to please Princess Ninglan. Everyone knows that Princess Ninglan has a strange temper and is very harsh on servants. She would beat or kill them at any time. The servants who work around her are walking on thin ice and are very cautious. Many servants will try their best to please the princess in order to survive. Not to mention the maids around Mu Qingqing. And this Mana has been with the princess for a while. To be able to stay with the princess for so long, she must have some means. So when everyone heard this, they all nodded in understanding. Mu Qingwan heard this and sighed. So that's the case? Qingqing, you have such a clever maid by your side. It's really enviable. Haha. Sister, don't try to hit on her. I finally met someone who understands my mind. But I can't bear to give up, Su Ma-yang said jokingly, seeing that she was afraid that she would poach him. Mu Qingwan shook her head with a smile. I have many palace maids here. I won't compete with you. After getting her assurance, Su Ma-yang pretended to be relieved and said gratefully, Thank you, sister, for your understanding. Okay. The smell of flowers has come to an end, and Princess Ninglan's maid won the first place. The next round is relatively simpler. Everyone just needs to make a poem about flowers. Whoever has the best poem will be the winner of this round. I believe that writing poems should not be difficult for all the ladies. As he said, Mu Qingwan gave the eunuch a look. Chapter 1710. Look down on Jean Hani. The eunuch received the order and quickly prepared the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and placed them on the tables of the ladies. Seeing that everyone was ready, Mu Qingwan reminded them, although you have to write poems about flowers, the word flower and the name of the flower cannot be in the poem. Now you only have a cup of tea. You can start. Hearing such a request, the girls present looked at each other, not expecting Mu Qingwan to give such a topic. However, since Mu Qingwan wanted to test them, she naturally had to give some questions that no one could think of. Otherwise everyone would prepare in advance, and their true level would not be tested. It's just that time is limited. The girls dare not delay, and quickly write. It must be said that the top daughters of the 7 major families are indeed talented. They don't need a cup of tea at all. They write and hand the finished poems to Eunuch Gu in a short while. Seeing that everyone had finished one after another, Mu Qingwan announced loudly, Xiao Yuzi, read out their poems for everyone to appreciate. Eunuch Gu took the order and walked to Jin Yunzhao, who was the first to write a poem, and read it loudly. The tears blowing in the whole courtyard are like human fragrance. The color is like spring coming and filling the head. Golden hairpins and butterflies dance in unevenness. Spring is tied to the horse in front. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present opened their eyes wide in amazement and nodded in appreciation. Jin Yunzhao's poem did not have a single flower word, nor did it mention the name of the flower. But every sentence was related to the flower, which was really amazing. Even Mu Qingwan smiled and praised. Ha! Yunzhao, I have heard that you are a master of poetry. Today, I see that you are really worthy of your reputation. You are worthy of being the talented woman of the Jin family. Hearing this, everyone looked at Jin Yunzhao with admiration and envy. Su Maoyang heard that she was from the Jin family, and couldn't help but take a closer look at her. She found that this girl really looked a bit like Jean Hani, and her appearance was also very outstanding. She was a beautiful woman with delicate features and elegant temperament. She had heard before that the Jin family had a jewel in the palm of her hand, who was beautiful and talented, and was also a rare beast master with a very high status in the Jin family. I think it should be the woman in blue in front of me. Just when Su Maoyang was looking at her, she stood up and bowed to Mu Qingwan politely. I am a humble servant. Thank God for not despising me. Ha ha ha. You are a humble servant. How can others feel? However, although your poem is good, it is still a little lacking compared to your brother Xianping Ho. I have admired Xianping Ho's poems before, which are simply strokes of genius. Fortunately, you are still young, and you have a chance to surpass your brother. Mu Qingwan chuckled twice, and then looked at Jean Hani, who was sitting next to Su Maoyang, and couldn't hide her admiration. Jean Hani was called out, stunned for a moment, then humbly bowed. I am honored to receive the Queen's kindness. How can my poems be called masterpieces? I think only the Queen's poems can be called masterpieces. Ha ha ha. Xianping Ho is too modest. If I say you deserve it, you deserve it. Mu Qingwan smiled and waved her hand, disapproving. Jin Yunzhao was a little unhappy when he saw that the Queen praised Jean Hani so much that it overshadowed his own limelight. He stared at Jean Hani coldly and said, The Queen is right. My 4th brother is indeed very talented in poetry and songs. But it's a pity that Jin Yunzhao didn't finish his words, but instead looked at Su Maoyang. Although the rest of the words were not spoken, everyone who saw this scene understood the meaning. Jin Yunzhao felt sorry that Jean Hani married a fool, and no matter how brilliant his talent was, it was delayed by his status as a servant. Thinking of this, the guests around him all whispered about it. Some felt sorry for Jean Hani. Some sneered and thought he was spineless and willing to fall into such a situation. And some were even gloating and laughing at the joke. Therefore, Jin Yunzhao's words made Jean Hani a little embarrassed. Su Maoyang heard this and received Jin Yunzhao's disdainful eyes, and couldn't help sneering in his heart. It seems that Jin Yunzhao despised Mu Qingqing from the bottom of his heart, and also despised her 4th brother Jean Hani, because in Jin Yunzhao's eyes, Mu Qingqing was an ignorant waste, and her brother would rather marry such a person, which was no different from a waste. In addition, she is a beast master with strong strength, so it is no wonder that she looks down on Jean Hani. Although Su Maoyang understood the meaning of Jin Yunzhao's words, she did not express anything, and her expression was completely out of the situation. She glanced at Jean Hani inadvertently, and saw that the latter's face was a little blue, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. Jin Yunxiao has been paying attention to the expressions of Su Maoyang and Jin Hani. At this moment, seeing that Mu Qingqing could still laugh, she was speechless to the extreme. Mu Qingqing didn't understand her sarcastic words. It turned out to be a brainless idiot. At this time, Mu Qingwan put away her smile and looked at Jin Yunxiao deeply. What do you want to say is a pity? Oh, what I want to say is that it's a pity that fourth brother is not at home. He can't discuss poetry and songs with me on weekdays, which is a great pleasure in life. Jin Yunxiao knew that Mu Qingwan was protecting Mu Qingqing, so he would not be stupid enough to tell the truth. He immediately changed the subject and made it up. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan did not continue to pursue the matter, but continued to let Yudagu read other people's poems. Yudagu received the order and walked to Duan Xuexin again and read, "Don't show mercy when the rain stops, so let the affectionate magpie fly at night. When will the jade plate and silver bowl fall? The hazy can persuade the flowers to leave." When Mu Qingwan heard this poem, a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes again, and then he smiled and nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha. What a good poem. When will the jade plate and silver bowl fall? The hazy can persuade the flowers to leave. It's another good poem. The others at the table also praised it with emotion when they heard it. Although Duan Xuexin is a little older, she is still very skilled. Although not every line of her poem implies flowers, she has written out the artistic conception of flowers, which is quite charming. She is worthy of being a talented woman with a long reputation in Fengqi Empire. I am not as thoughtful as Sister Yunxiao, who can bring the meaning of flowers in every line, so I have to work hard on the artistic conception. If I want to compare with Sister Yunxiao, my poem is still a little inferior. Duan Xuexin stood up and said modestly, but what she said was the truth. In terms of artistic conception, her poem may be better than Jin Yunxiao's. But in terms of flowers, Jin Yunxiao's poem is more relevant. Strictly speaking, Jin Yunxiao is indeed better. Mu Qingwan nodded in agreement. Although this is true, your poem is already very good. At least I like it very much. Thank you, Queen, for your appreciation. Duan Xuexin bowed gratefully, but when she sat down again, she cast her eyes in the direction of Jin Hani. Su Maoyang took all of this in, and a barely perceptible sneer crossed his lips. Chapter 1711. Why are you staring at her? She originally thought that Duan Xuexin was a low-key and introverted person who lived in harmony with the world, but she didn't expect that she actually liked to show off so much. Unfortunately, she disguised herself well and didn't show it. I don't know how many men she deceived, but Su Maoyang, as a woman, is a woman with a unique vision. She naturally saw the arrogance and competitiveness in Duan Xuexin's bones clearly. Although she was humble and polite on the surface, she was actually provocative. In addition to provoking other women, the more important thing was to provoke Mu Qingqing. Of course, it is understandable that Jin Hani was the man she liked, but now he has become Mu Qingqing's servant. She must feel uncomfortable in her heart, and she has no good impression of Mu Qingqing. So she showed herself in this way. Not only could she show her talent in front of everyone and establish her status, but also could attract Jin Hani's attention and capture Jin Hani's heart. There were really many small moves. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang felt funny in her heart. Suddenly, she was curious about Jin Hani's reaction. She couldn't help but glance at him and glanced at him quietly. However, when she looked over, she found that Jin Hani was staring at her intently. Su Maoyang was startled and felt a little scared by his inexplicable gaze. She quickly retracted her gaze. Even so, she still felt that Jin Hani's gaze was tightly wrapped around her, and she felt puzzled. Is there something wrong with Jin Hani? His old lover looked at this eye from time to time, just to get his response. He didn't flirt with his old lover. Why did he keep staring at her? As far as she knows, Jin Hani and Duan Xuexin rarely have the opportunity to meet, and they can only meet in such a grand occasion. So even if the two can't be alone together, or even say a word, they cherish every opportunity to meet. After all, for lovers who are deeply in love but can't be together, a glance is precious. At least it can temporarily relieve their lovesickness. But Jin Hani actually ignored Duan Xuexin's sight and kept staring at her. Isn't it strange? Did he discover her secret? Although she didn't know Jin Hani's thoughts, Su Maoyang still felt a little amused. She really didn't expect that she, who secretly observed others, would become the object of Jin Hani's observation in the end. However, just as Su Maoyang was thinking, Yudagu walked up to the other women and read their poems one by one. Although the latter poems were good, they were still a little worse than those of Jin Yunxiao and Duan Xuexin. But overall, they still made Mu Qingwan very satisfied. After a round of selection and evaluation, Jin Yunxiao won the first place. Duan Xuexin came in second, followed by Fan Xinyue, Ran Shiying, Ning Maching, Qin Shuya, Lu Yunjiu and others. Because there were too many rankings, the guests present only noticed the top few. However, these people are all young ladies from the 7 major families. They are not only talented, but also very powerful. They have high popularity and status in the Fengqi Empire, so their achievements seem to be expected. Everyone was not surprised, but praised them all the time. But in the eyes of Su Maoyang, a modern person, these sentences are completely different from the ancient Tang and Song poems of the Xia kingdom. They are not at the same level at all. As a result, they are praised to the sky by everyone. It's really ridiculous. However, she is now Mu Qingqing. How can a fool understand poetry? Then she concealed the sarcasm in her eyes, raised her glass and took a sip of wine, and decided to be an outsider. Jin Hani, who was sitting next to her, kept catching Su Maoyang's expression, and became more and more curious about her. Duan Xuexin, who was sitting far away, saw that Jin Hani ignored her gaze and looked at Mu Qingqing from time to time. This scene immediately made her frown, and her expression was so gloomy that she could squeeze out water. Even Ranning, who was sitting next to her, noticed that something was wrong with her. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Ranning saw that she looked bad and thought she was feeling unwell. Duan Xuexin was suddenly asked by him, and a somewhat forced smile suddenly appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's okay. I just feel that the poem just now was not well written, and I'm sorry to disappoint you. Ranning heard this and immediately laughed, patting her hand comfortingly. Ha! You are just too modest. Even the queen praised your poem just now. I was so happy that I couldn't wait to be disappointed. You are too suspicious. Hearing this, Duan Xuexin didn't say anything else, but just bowed her head gently, suppressing the emotions in her eyes. But in her heart, she was extremely angry with Jin Hani. Although they rarely met in these years, every time their eyes met, they knew that the other person had their own heart. What's more, Jin Hani once swore that he would only love her in this life and never change until death. But for some reason, he ignored her tonight, and his eyes followed Mu Qingqing. This was too abnormal. Isn't she more attractive than an idiot? Thinking of this, Duan Xuexin pinched her fingers tightly into her flesh, trying to restrain her anger and unwillingness. However, just when everyone was thinking about their own things, Mu Qingwan announced again, "The first round of the test is over, and the next is the talent show. I believe that I don't need to say much about the test of this round. Just show your best talent. Who among you is willing to be the first?" As soon as Mu Qingwan finished speaking, Ning Maching, the daughter of the Ning family, stood up and volunteered. "Empress, I am willing to be the first to show my ugliness." "Yes. What talent are you going to perform?" Mu Qingwan nodded slightly and asked. "My Empress, I am going to perform the Pipa dance." Mu Qingwan suddenly remembered after hearing this. "Yes, I forgot that you are a master of Pipa. Last year, a song Yangchen Baishua won my heart. I wonder what song you are going to play this time." "My Empress, this time I plan to play a song Genhuawi. I hope the queen likes it." Ning Maching smiled and blessed. Mu Qingwan was looking forward to it, and nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's start." Ning Maching got the queen's approval, and this time, he ordered the maidservant to bring the pipa. At this time, many dancers suddenly came in from one side of the garden, and came to the center of the garden with lotus steps. They were dressed in colorful clothes and dressed up gorgeously. They really looked like flowers, complementing the surrounding flowers, just like 100 flowers blooming, which made people dazzled. Seeing the dancers in place, Ning Maching took the pipa, mixed in with them, and stood in the center. At this time, when the music started, she held the pipa, swayed her waist, and twisted like a spirit snake. The graceful and slender figure, soft and charming, made many men present stare with wide eyes and excited. Chapter 1712 Wonderful Talent. Seeing that many men were staring at her, Ning Maching was proud and smiled. Her pretty face blossomed like a flower, bright and beautiful, as if to attract people's souls. Before everyone could react, Ning Maching had already stepped on the beat. took small lotus steps, and danced. Sometimes she raised her wrist and lowered her eyebrows, and sometimes she stretched out her hands. Her graceful figure and enchanting dance posture immediately made people's blood boil and couldn't take their eyes off her. At this moment, she was like a fairy among flowers, coming slowly from the flowers, and like a bud that was about to bloom and was slowly blooming. Only the pink gauze skirt was seen spinning rapidly among the many dancers, rippling out a delicate and thrilling arc. However, just when everyone was overwhelmed and amazed, Ning Maching stopped spinning, holding the pipa, holding the strings with her slender hands, and plucking them heavily. The bright sound of the piano overflowed from her fingertips like a torn silk, and it was as crisp as jade beads rolling on a plate, echoing in this space, making people's hearts tremble and their eyes widened. At this time, she plucked the strings and danced at the same time. Although her movements were soft, the strength of the plucking was not light. Only a burst of cheerful and slightly hurried piano sound spread around, which quickly infected the guests present, making their moods rise and fall with the notes. They looked at Ning Maching, who was as beautiful as a flower in front of them, and admired her dance that bloomed like a flower. Their ears were still filled with the piano sound that seemed to emit the fragrance of flowers. In their minds, there really appeared a scene of groups of girls rushing to the flower show, and they had the illusion of being there. It can be seen that Ning Maching's skill in playing the pipa is really superb. No wonder Mu Qingwan praised her endlessly. Seeing such a pleasing dance and hearing such a clear and cheerful piano sound, Su Mayan also admired Ning Maching. It is said that the pipa is the king of plucked instruments. It is not easy to play the pipa well, not to mention dancing. Ning Maching's pipa and dance are not inferior, and they are cleverly combined, which shows how difficult it is. Therefore, Su Mayan had to admit that although Ning Maching likes to show off and is a little proud, he is very talented in talent. Thinking of this, Ning Maching's performance was slowly coming to an end. In the end, she plucked the strings quickly and made a heavy stroke, like a sound of tearing silk, shaking everyone's heart, leaving everyone unsatisfied and full of emotion. I am here to show my ugliness. At this time, Ning Maching had already dismissed the dancers and saluted to Mu Qingwan. Mu Qingwan burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha ha ha. Mo Chung girl. You really surprised me. Last time you just played the music. I didn't know you could dance so well. Now you combine the two. It's really shocking. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I just thought that since it is the flower festival, I should perform a program related to flowers. Playing the music alone seems a bit monotonous, so I thought of using dance to liven up the fun. It's just a little trick. I hope the queen doesn't mind it. Although Ning Mo Chung was modest, the curve of her mouth couldn't deceive people. Mu Qingwan was in a good mood and waved her hand. Don't be modest. This is not a little trick. You can perform both the pipa and the dance so well. I don't know how much thought and effort you put in. You are grown up now, not the little girl you were back then. No wonder you have become famous recently. You are really capable. Ning Maching was in the limelight and received such praise from the queen. He was overjoyed and bowed quickly. Thank you, queen, for your appreciation. Well, you must be exhausted from playing the pipa and dancing. Go back and sit down to rest. Who will perform next? Mu Qingwan raised her eyes and glanced at the other women present. At this time, Ran Shuring of the Ran family strode to the middle of the garden and said with a fist, Queen, I am willing to perform a set of spear skills. Mu Qingwan knew that Ran Shuring's skills and spiritual power were amazing, so she nodded in understanding. Well, let's start. Hearing this, Ran Shuring opened her palm and immediately took out a silver spear from the space ring. Then two servants came behind Ran Shuring with a huge red brocade. At this time, she shook her arm, and the spear pierced through the air, bringing a strong gust of wind, which made her white clothes flutter and her black hair surround her. Like a female warrior, heroic and valiant, with a unique flavor. The next second, she only saw her wrist flipping quickly, waving the spear, stabbing several times in the air, advancing sharply and retreating quickly. And her movements were so fast that people could not catch the trajectory. Only a series of blurred afterimages passed in front of her eyes, which showed how perfect Ran Shuring's spear skills were. However, just when everyone was shocked, she suddenly turned around, killed a backhanded shot, and stabbed the red cloth behind her, hitting the red heart. Then she drew out the spear, leaped up, and swung her right hand, and immediately smashed the spear to the ground, splashing a lot of dust. At the same time, she stood up and threw the spear into the air, then quickly took it back. The spear was retracted and released freely in her hand, as flexible as a snake. Every time she stabbed it, it was accompanied by fierce power and powerful strength, so sharp that it seemed to pierce the air. She used this force to pierce the red cloth, and immediately pierced a big hole. Then she moved her wrist and turned it quickly, and saw a flower appear on the red cloth that was not pierced. Seeing this, everyone realized that Ran Shuring was going to use her spear skills to embroider flowers. Such talents are rare, and everyone was interested and full of expectations. However, Ran Shuring's performance was not as simple as they thought. At this time, she waved her spear and stabbed at the red cloth in the eyes of everyone's curiosity. After a while, everyone saw that several more flowers were pierced outside the flower, surrounding the flower in the center. However, before everyone could sigh, Ran Shuring's speed was getting faster and faster. They only saw the long spear flying non-stop. Under its attack, the red cloth turned into countless red rags, falling down like snow, covering Ran Shuring, making her seem to be in a rain of petals, making her even more beautiful and charming. In a moment, everyone saw that Ran Shuring actually used the long spear to pierce a giant flower composed of countless small flowers. At a glance, the densely packed flowers made people amazed. They originally thought that she was simply embroidering, but they didn't expect that there were flowers in the flowers. And the process was so complicated that it was really amazing. Even Su Maoyang was a little surprised when he saw it, and couldn't help but sigh. This woman is different from Ning Maching's sexy charm. She is completely another style. She is soft, but she is as hard as a man. And she is hard, but she is also flexible like a woman. She combined spear skills with tattooing, which undoubtedly blended the feminine gentleness and masculine toughness together. It was very contradictory, but it had a unique charm. Chapter 1713, I want to see Mu Qingqing make a fool of herself. At this time, Ran Shuring put away her gun and clasped her fist towards Mu Qingwan, saying, Empress, this window paper cut is made up of 100 kinds of flowers, so it is called 100 flowers in full bloom. I hope the Empress likes it. Everyone just saw her carve a big flower with countless small flowers, and each flower has a different shape. But they didn't expect that there were 100 varieties of flowers in it. It was really shocking. Hearing this, all the guests gasped in shock and were amazed at Ran Shuring's talent. Ha! Ing, your gun skills are really getting better and better. And you haven't embarrassed the Ran family. I heard that you have been promoted to the middle stage Xiantian Jun Lingshi some time ago. According to your cultivation speed, I believe that even the super geniuses in Yunlu Dark Domain and Finshua Tianqing will be afraid of you. Speaking of strength, Mu Qingwan's eyebrows were full of appreciation, and his tone was full of pride. But it is understandable. Ran Shuring is a genius cultivated by the Ran family, and the Ran family is the family of the Empress's father, and has a blood relationship with Mu Qingwan. So Mu Qingwan has high hopes for Ran Shuring. Now that she sees her getting stronger and stronger, she is naturally proud of her. When Ran Shuring heard Mu Qingwan mention her spiritual power level, she also raised her head and raised her chest. With pride on her face, the Empress has always valued me, and I naturally cannot live up to the Empress's expectations. Ha! Good. I look forward to your performance in the Battle of Yunding. When the time comes, let Yunlu Dark Domain and Finshua Tianqing show that the genius of our Fengqi Empire is no less inferior. Speaking of the Battle of Yunding, Mu Qingwan said with passion and pride. Ran Shuring seemed to be infected by the emotion, and she clasped her fists without hesitation. Yes, I will do my best for the Fengqi Empire. Mu Qingwan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you go back and rest. Ran Shuring got Mu Qingwan's approval before she bowed and returned to her seat. Jin Yunjiao saw that the people in front of him were in the limelight, so he naturally didn't want to fall behind, and hurriedly stood up to perform for the Empress. Unlike the previous Pipa dance and gun skills, Jin Yunjiao's talent was painting. Su Maoyang had heard that Jin Yunjiao's painting skills were great, but when she saw Jin Yunjiao paint the picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix with her own eyes, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Su Maoyang knew very well that painting was not like dancing or gun skills. As long as it was gorgeous, it needed to calm down and work hard. In addition to being beautiful and lifelike, it also tested deeper things, such as charm. artistic conception, and state of mind. Therefore, although painting is not as good as those fancy talents, the difficulty is no less than them. Fortunately, Mu Qingwan is a versatile and connoisseur, so she naturally knows how difficult it is to draw this picture of white bird facing the phoenix. So she did not hesitate to praise Jin Yunjiao, and praised him again. The next person to come on stage was Qin Shuya, the daughter of the Qin family. She wrote well and performed calligraphy, which was a feast for the eyes. So, looking at it from the beginning, the talents of these daughters are all amazing. Duan Xuexin saw that these women younger than her were getting better and better, and their performances were even more likely to surpass her, and her sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. At this time, Duan Xuexin felt as if her fingers were about to bleed when she heard the people around her praising the other daughters. Just when she was extremely jealous, Mu Qingwan happened to look at her. Xuexin, the sisters have already performed their talents, and you, as a sister, can't lose to them. I wonder what talent you have prepared this time. Hearing Mu Qingwan's name, Duan Xuexin stood up and saluted gracefully. I am not talented. The only thing I can show off is playing the piano. And I plan to play a song for the queen today. Haha. Your piano skills are unique in Fengqi. And I am blessed today. Mu Qingwan smiled, with a little expectation on her face, and acted as if she was listening attentively. Seeing this, Duan Xuexin asked the maid beside her to set up the guqin. And she came behind the guqin and slowly sat down. She was born beautiful, and she had a refined temperament. Now she sat behind the guqin, stroking the strings with her slender hands, plucking and playing the ethereal and melodious music, which made her look like a fairy who was beyond the world. As far as Su Maoyang knew, most men like this kind of noble and elegant, fresh and refined women, with a bit of spirituality and fairy spirit. And Duan Xuexin was just this type. No wonder she was popular among men. Even Jin Hani and Raninglu were attracted by her. However, when he heard her clear and jade-like, trembling dragon-like music, Su Maoyang had to admit that this person was not just doing superficial work, and her guqin skills were indeed practiced to perfection. Of course, she had a long-standing reputation in the Fengqi Empire, and it was absolutely impossible that she didn't have two brushes. At this time, Duan Xuexin saw that the guests around her were immersed in this wonderful piano music and couldn't extricate themselves. So she opened her red lips and sang, only to hear a song as melodious and crisp as a lark overflowing from her teeth. Sometimes she sang softly, like a gurgling stream, and sometimes she sang loudly, like the cry of a kite and the cry of a phoenix, which made everyone's mood rise and fall with her singing and piano. Even if she finished a song, everyone couldn't recover from the wonderful music for a long time. However, even Su Maoyang felt his bones softened when he heard such a piano and such a song. Let alone those men. This Duan Xuexin is really attractive. Ha ha ha. Good. Good playing and singing. Xuexin, your piano skills will never disappoint me every time. At this time, Mu Qingwan came back to her senses and applauded excitedly, which showed that she was very satisfied with her talent. Duan Xuexin bowed modestly and smiled. I can only play the guqin well, but I'm afraid that the queen will get tired of it and dislike me for not being creative. How could that be? You're worrying too much. Mu Qingwan waved her hand in disapproval. Duan Xuexin was relieved to see that Mu Qingwan liked it. And then she looked in the direction of Su Maoyang and invited her. I heard that Princess Ninglan has been practicing the guqin for some time, and her guqin skills have improved by leaps and bounds. And she is about to surpass me. I just don't know if I have the honor to appreciate Princess Ninglan's guqin skills. Originally, Duan Xuexin didn't even bother to invite Mu Qingqing to perform. But seeing Jin Hani's attitude tonight made her very unhappy. She still didn't believe that she, the most talented woman, was not as attractive as a fool. So perhaps it was because of her competitive spirit that Duan Xuexin wanted to see Mu Qingqing make a fool of herself. Chapter 1714 Help her out. In Duan Xuexin's opinion, Jin Hani can only have her in his eyes and heart, and no one else. At this time, Su Maoyang did not expect Duan Xuexin to suddenly attack him, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Su Maoyang had heard a little about Mu Qingqing's hard work in practicing the guqin from her mouth. It is said that last year, the envoys of Fenxue Tiancheng came to Fengqi Empire as guests, and it happened to be the flower festival. The women present all performed their talents, but Mu Qingqing did not have any talents to show off. and was humiliated in public by the envoys of Finchua Tianqing. Losing face. In order not to embarrass herself, Mu Qingqing had to make excuses, saying that she disdained to learn these talents. If she studied hard, she would be able to surpass the talented women present in less than a year. It seems that in order to save her face, Mu Qingqing really started to practice the Guqin heart since then. So this matter quickly spread throughout the capital, and became a topic of conversation among the people. And Mu Qingqing was completely reduced to a laughing stock. Now Duan Xuexin brought it up at this time, clearly wanting to laugh at her. It was just that she said it politely, and people couldn't find any fault with it, which would only make people lose face. So, as soon as she finished speaking, everyone present remembered what happened last year, and they all covered their mouths and laughed secretly, expecting Mu Qingqing to make a fool of herself again. Su Maoyang knew Duan Xuexin's hostility towards him, and then he gently curled his lips, glanced at her, and refused without giving her face. Sorry, you don't have this honor. Duan Xuexin thought Mu Qingqing would make an excuse, but she didn't expect to get such a direct and even faceless answer. The hypocritical smile on her face suddenly froze, and she couldn't laugh anymore. Today is the flower festival. Such a grand festival. Doesn't the princess want to help cheer for the banquet? Duan Xuexin is also a person who can keep her composure. In the face of such a faceless rejection, she can swallow her anger, which is also a character. But Su Maoyang is not a soft persimmon. Even if she can't go on stage to perform her talents due to her status as a straw bag, she can't let Duan Xuexin bully her. So, she narrowed her eyes slightly, with a cold light floating in her pupils. And then she scolded sharply, Duan Xuexin, your face is too big. As a princess, I have a noble status. But you actually let me perform talents for you. A concubine? And let me lower my status to cheer for everyone. You are really bold. According to what you said, do you also want the queen to come down and play 2 songs for you later? Su Maoyang's words were very sharp, and even the identity of a concubine was exposed, which immediately made Duan Xuexin speechless and pale. You must know that the identity of a concubine is her pain and her biggest taboo. However, Mu Qingqing mentioned her status as a concubine in front of so many people, which was clearly a mockery of her humble origin. So no matter how good her temper was, it was broken by Su Maoyang, and her beautiful face instantly turned red with anger. Others present did not seem to expect Mu Qingqing to be so sharp, and actually scolded Duan Xuexin in public and embarrassed her, and they all widened their eyes in surprise. However, Mu Qingqing has always been arrogant and unrestrained, and never thought about the consequences of what he said or did. So it is not surprising that he could say such words. In this way, Duan Xuexin was embarrassed by Mu Qingqing, but everyone's hearts were biased towards Duan Xuexin. And now seeing Mu Qingqing angry, everyone just thought that she was angry because she couldn't perform her talents. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Jin Hani could not help but stand up and volunteered. Queen, the princess is not feeling well today, so it is not convenient for her to perform her talent. Let me do it for the princess. Duan Xuexin was shocked when she heard this, and frowned, her pale face even uglier than before. She never thought that Jin Hani would stand up to help Mu Qingqing when she made things difficult for him. There were so many people who humiliated and ridiculed Mu Qingqing before, but he was never so kind. What happened to him tonight? Could it be that he really had feelings for Mu Qingqing? Thinking of this, Duan Xuexin gritted her teeth in anger, and the anger in her heart rose again. But Su Maoyang, who saw the scene, had completely different ideas. She didn't think Jin Hani would help her out. The reason why he stood up was probably because he was reluctant to let his old lover lose face for Duan Xuexin. So he volunteered to perform his talent. This couple is really brazen. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang sneered in his heart and glanced at Jin Hani. I'll trouble you this time. Jin Hani was a little displeased by her cold attitude. He helped her out with good intentions, but she was not grateful and looked unappreciative, which was really annoying. However, he had already spoken, so it was impossible to regret it. He could only walk to the center of the garden, have someone prepare the guqin and start playing. This was the first time Su Maoyang heard Jin Hani play the guqin. Compared with Duan Xuexin, his guqin sound was more soul-stirring and powerful. Of course, the feeling of men and women playing is different. Women focus on expressing their feelings, while men focus more on expressing their ambitions. Different moods lead to different songs and feelings. However, for Su Maoyang, Jin Hani's style of music is more to her liking. so even she can't help but be intoxicated by it. However, at this time, Jin Hani slowly raised his eyes and met Su Maoyang's sight. Seeing that she seemed to be immersed in his piano music, he couldn't help but raise an arc at the corner of his mouth, and even increased the strength of his hands and played hard. Jun Haotsong took the scene in, frowned slightly, and held Su Maoyang's hand under the table, secretly exerted force, then lowered his head to her ear and whispered, "Does he play so well?" I was so engrossed. Su Maoyang was just simply enjoying the piano, but she didn't expect to make Jun Haotsong unhappy again. Suddenly, she wanted to tease him and said, "Well, it sounds good. I play better than him." Jun Haotsong's face became even darker, and he gritted his teeth. Su Maoyang was amused by his jealousy. "You can even break such a solid phone, Lei Xianqin. So forget it. That's because his piano is too bad. Not worthy of me," Jun Haotsong whispered proudly. Su Maoyang gave him a look of disdain, but her eyes were full of love. Jin Hani, who had been paying attention to her expression, was shocked and a little surprised when he saw this. He found that Mu Qingqing seemed to really like the ugly Peng Huan with pockmarks all over his face, because when facing Peng Huan, her expression was obviously much softer and warmer. Originally, he thought that Mu Qingqing took Peng Yuyan's brother into the house because Peng Yuyan saved her life and decided to treat his brother well. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingqing seemed to really have an inexplicable feeling for this man. Chapter 1715 Trouble with Jun Haotsong. With this understanding, Jin Hani didn't know why he was upset, and his breath became a little disordered. It was like a toy that he had been playing with and clapping, but suddenly it was out of control and became someone else's property. That gap, that feeling of loss, was like a hand that tightly grasped his heart, making him feel uneasy. Duan Xuexin was a master of Guqin, so she naturally heard the changes in Jin Hani's mood. But in her impression, Jin Hani was a deep-minded person, and rarely had such a restless situation. So, she was very confused. What exactly made him upset? What exactly affected his mood for playing the piano? Thinking of this, Duan Xuexin frowned more tightly, and couldn't help but look over along Jin Hani's gaze. When she saw Mu Qingqing and the pockmarked male pet talking and laughing, she immediately understood everything. It was because of Mu Qingqing. It was because of the laughing stock of the Fengqi Empire. Mu Qingqing. She never dreamed that Jin Hani would be affected by Mu Qingqing. You have to know that he has been married to the princess's mansion for so many years. Although he seems gentle and considerate to Mu Qingqing, Duan Xuexin can see clearly that every time he looks at Mu Qingqing, his eyes are cold. No matter what happens, he can face it calmly. That's because he doesn't care about this person at all, and doesn't take Mu Qingqing to heart at all. But tonight, he was very abnormal. So abnormal that she was a little flustered. Not only Duan Xuexin, but other people present also saw the love between Mu Qingqing and her male favorite. At this time, Fan Kaishan couldn't stand it and whispered sarcastically, "Mu Qingqing is flirting with a male favorite in public. She is getting more and more shameless." Since Jun Haotsong was unhappy with Su Maoyang and Jin Hani's flirting, in order to declare his ownership, his behavior was not only ambiguous and intimate, but also very domineering, and he would not allow Su Maoyang to refuse. In the eyes of outsiders, this is considered to be unruly and shameless. Fan Yijin, who was sitting next to him, heard this and sneered with disdain. "It's been a long time since we last met. How could Mu Qingqing be so hungry? Even such a thing is so rare?" When he arrived, Mu Qingqing ridiculed him for being rotten inside and out, and he was furious. Now seeing this scene and hearing Fan Kaishan's contempt, he couldn't help but complain. Fan Kaishan nodded repeatedly as if to please him. "Yes, seventh brother. She just mocked you for not being as good as that male favorite. I really don't know if she is blind or has a brain problem. It's getting more and more outrageous and weird." Hearing this, Fan Yijin's face became even more gloomy. He frowned and said, "Humph. A male favorite is worthy of comparing with me. I think this is probably Mu Qingqing's trick. She wants to use that male favorite to anger me." "Seventh brother. Do you mean that Mu Qingqing is playing hard to get?" Fan Kaishan asked back in surprise. "What else? Mu Qingqing is famous for being so arrogant. How could she like a man with that kind of appearance?" Fan Yijin is still very confident in himself. After all, Mu Qingqing used to be around him like a dog, and she almost drooled when she saw him. How could she suddenly change her mind and like a man who is not even as good as her toe cap? So, in his opinion, The closer Mu Qingqing is to that male favorite, the more she wants to attract his attention. However, he has seen countless women, and these little tricks have long been tired of her. So he will not be fooled by her. So in the end, Mu Qingqing still has nothing to do, and is destined to be disappointed. Hearing this, Fan Kaishan was a little confused, and couldn't help reminding. But seventh brother, you didn't come to the last treasure appraisal meeting, so you don't know what happened at the meeting. At that time, we saw with our own eyes that Mu Qingqing used a high-quality elixir to exchange for the Ran family's wind-breaking shadow sword, and then gave the sword to the male favorite named Peng Huan. If you say that Mu Qingqing is playing hard to get, is it necessary to give away such a precious sword? You are stupid. You are really stupid. In front of so many people, she must pretend. Who knows if she really gave it away? Fan Yijin doesn't believe in these tricks. Fan Kaishan listened and nodded, thinking it made sense. Yes, Mu Qingqing couldn't be so stupid as to give away such a precious wind-breaking shadow sword. So, whether it was given away or not is really a question mark. However, seventh brother, don't underestimate that male favorite. Last time at the princess' birthday party, he defeated Lu Lingfeng with swordsmanship and broke Lu Lingfeng's legs. He has been unable to get out of bed until now. Judging from his skills, he should be a very capable person. Then Kaishan continued to report what happened some time ago. Hearing this, Fan Yijin slightly raised his sword eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed across his beautiful eyes. Oh, there is such a thing? Yes, many of us were there, and saw it with our own eyes. Lu Lingfeng was no match for this male favorite, and was knocked down in 2 or 3 moves. But the Lu family lost all their face. Fan Kaishan said this with a gloating look on her face. Upon hearing this, Fan Yijin's beautiful lips slightly grinned with a meaningful smirk. And then he looked up at Jun Haocang opposite him and asked, Mr. Peng, I heard that you are good at swordsmanship. Last time, even Lu Lingfeng was defeated by you. Is this true? Jun Haocang was suddenly stopped by him, and glanced at him coldly. His light tone gave people a gloomy feeling. So what if this is true? Could it be that Mr. Fan also wants to spar with me? Jun Haocang's words were not polite at all. And Fan Yijin was immediately angry, and his face turned black. He spat heavily. Bah! You are worthy of sparring with this young master. Don't you see what you are? Fan Yijin is a genius cultivated by the Fan family. He has been raised in the palm of his hand since he was a child. What's more, he has now reached the strength of an early innate Junlingshi. Such a powerful person will naturally be a little proud and even arrogant. Therefore, facing the provocation of a male favorite whose status was too low to speak, he could not control his anger and roared. In his opinion, this Peng Huan was not even qualified to talk to him, let alone want to spar with him. Moreover, if he, an early-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, sparred with a male favorite, wouldn't it be a joke? Don't be angry, Mr. Fan. It's not Mr. Fan's turn to take action in such a small matter. I heard that Mr. Peng, the new princess, defeated my third brother last time, and I have been very curious. Now that I have seen him today, I would like to learn from Mr. Peng's high skills. At this time, a woman in a yellow skirt stood up from the direction of the Lu family, looked at Jun Haocang, and invited him with a cold face. Chapter 1716, He is Too Shameless. Seeing the yellow-clothed woman stand up, all the guests cast their eyes on her, and of course Su Maoyang was no exception. Su Maoyang knew the people of the Lu family. This woman was the 4th daughter of the Lu family, named Lu Liman. Although she was not as good as Lu Lin, and was not the top genius of the Lu family, she was also the backbone of the Lu family, and had an extraordinary status in the Lu family. I heard that she had advanced to the strength of a late-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritual master some time ago. And now she has the signs of entering the peak post-heavenly monarch spiritual master. So apart from those perverted geniuses, her talent is already very good among the younger generation. She did not attend Mu Qingqing's birthday last time, but she should have heard about Lu Lingfeng's loss of face for the Lu family. After all, this matter has been widely circulated throughout the capital. I think such a shameful thing. How can a proud person like her swallow this bad breath? So, it is not surprising that she challenged Jun Haocang. At this moment, everyone saw that Lu Liman was full of anger and had a strong attitude. It was clear that she wanted to avenge Lu Lingfeng. They all sweated for the male favorite named Peng Huan. Although Lu Lingfeng's swordsmanship was good, it was inevitable that he would be a little rusty after so many years of neglect. Naturally, he could not compare with Lu Lyman, a master who had practiced for a long time. What's more, Lu Lyman's spiritual power had reached the late stage of the acquired Junlingshi, and she was even more handy in the application of swordsmanship. It was definitely not as easy to deal with as Lu Lingfeng. Thinking of this, everyone stared at Jun Haotsong with some gloating, looking forward to a good show. Jun Haotsong had not intended to cause trouble, but who knew that someone would come to him voluntarily? He smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, then lowered his head and drank a sip of the wine. The wine touched his lips, which was stained with a layer of charming honey color, which added a bit of brilliance to his ordinary face. At this moment, he put down his wine glass, glanced at the woman in yellow with a cold look, and there was a murderous intent like a blade in his deep eyes. Since Miss Lu wants to spar with me, then I will obey your order respectfully. Su Maoyong heard his murderous intention, and was so shocked that he grabbed his hand under the table and gave him a warning look. Now that so many people are present, if he really kills Lu Lyman, he will definitely be in a lot of trouble. So, she will never allow him to put herself in danger. Seeing that she was afraid of him making trouble, Jun Haotsong's smile deepened, and then he leaned close to Su Maoyong's ear and whispered innocently, I listened to you and didn't act rashly. She took the initiative to deliver herself to the door. She is like this. I am also troubled. You can't let me sit and wait for death. Su Maoyong glared at him speechlessly and stepped on him hard under the table. He is troubled? What is he troubled about? He probably wanted to cut the people present into pieces, and he pretended to be embarrassed. He is really something. Jun Haotsong groaned in pain and whispered, Don't worry. I won't go too far. I'm just playing with her. Playing? His playing can kill even the strong men of the Supreme Junlingshi. Not to mention Lu Lyman, a postnatal Junlingshi. What he called playing was simply torture. However, before Su Maoyong stopped him, he stood up and slowly came to the center of the garden. Jean Hani, who was playing the piano, saw that the two were going to compete, and it was no longer his business. He immediately stopped and stood up, saluted Mu Qingwan, and prepared to return to his seat. Jun Haotsong saw this and tried to keep him. My lord, don't leave. I think the princess likes your playing. Why don't you play a song to cheer for the competition between me and Miss Lu? Jean Hani frowned unhappily when he heard this request. This Peng Huan is just a male favorite, but he dared to order him around. How could this be possible? Mr. Peng, you are too presumptuous. Why should I play the piano for you? A male favorite? Jean Hani had long disliked Peng Huan, who always provoked him. Now that he was ordering him around in front of so many people, even the best of his self-cultivation could not help but burst into anger. Su Maoyong was stunned when she saw this. She did not expect that Jean Hani, who was so calm and liked to pretend to be gentle and considerate, would tear his face with Jun Haotsong in public. It was really surprising. If it were usual, he would definitely take it lightly and deal with it in a tactful way. But today, his mood seemed a little unstable. Furthermore, Su Maoyong knew how much Jun Haotsong hated Jean Hani. So how could he really let him play the piano to liven up the atmosphere? So, after hearing what he said, he guessed that he was probably going to cheat people. Sure enough, Jun Haotsong saw Jean Hani's gloomy face and unexpected expression, and the smile in his eyes became stronger. He explained calmly, My lord, you misunderstood. I want to invite you to play the piano to liven up the atmosphere. Not for me, but because the princess likes your piano sound. If you don't want to play the piano for the princess, I certainly won't force you. I just crossed the line. I hope my lord will forgive me. Hearing Peng Huan bring up the princess, Jean Hani was immediately blocked by him. If he refused, wouldn't it be equivalent to falling into his trap, indicating that he really didn't want to play the piano for the princess? Thinking of this, Jean Hani's eyes flashed with a cold light, and nodded in agreement. Okay, since the princess likes it, then this marquis will play another song. Seeing that he agreed, Jun Haotsong's deep black eyes flashed with cunning, and he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you very much, lord. Jean Hani looked at him coldly, ignored him, and played by himself. At this time, Lu Lyman also walked to the center of the garden, looked at Jun Haotsong from head to toe, and saw that his face was full of pockmarks, and he looked really unsightly. Disdain obviously jumped on her face, and she sneered contemptuously. I heard that you are a young prostitute from the Golden Phoenix Tower, so in order to avoid people saying that I bully me, I decided not to use spiritual power and weapons, and just fight you like this. Su Maoyong had just taken a sip of wine, and suddenly heard this, and spit it out. Did she hear it wrong? Lu Liman actually planned to fight Jun Haocong without using spiritual power or weapons. Did she get kicked in the head by a donkey? Or was she tired of living? She could actually say such ridiculous words. However, what made Su Maoyong laugh and cry even more was that Jun Haocong actually agreed shamelessly. Okay, then I won't be polite to you. A master. You have to let me go later. Don't let me lose too badly. Hearing such shameless words, not only Su Maoyong, but even she knew next to her couldn't help laughing. If they hadn't forced themselves to hold back, they would have laughed out loud at this moment. However, at this time, Lu Liman snorted with a look of arrogance. Sorry, this is really difficult to deal with, because even if I let you go, you will lose badly. Chapter 1717, he is going to do something bad again. Jun Haocong laughed instead of getting angry, then drew out a sharp sword and made a gesture of invitation. In that case, please come in, Miss Lu. At this time, Fan Kaishan saw Jun Haocong draw out an ordinary sharp sword, and suddenly realized, Seventh brother, you really guessed it right. Mu Qingqing really didn't give him the wind-breaking shadow sword. If Mu Qingqing really gave it to him, how could he only take out an ordinary sharp sword to deal with such a powerful enemy like Lu Liman? So, the wind-breaking shadow sword is probably not on him. Fan Yijin had expected such a result a long time ago, and there was no surprise. He couldn't help but sneer. Mu Qingqing is just pretending outside to attract attention. With her little tricks, she also wants to attract my attention. It's stupid. Fan Kaishan nodded in agreement when she heard it, and despised Mu Qingqing even more. However, they didn't know that Su Maoyong had already given the wind-breaking shadow sword to Shi Newell, because Shi Nuo's skills are very suitable for sword training. With such a good weapon, she will definitely be able to use her fast, accurate and ruthless skills to the extreme. In this way, Su Maoyong will naturally not be stingy to take the sword for himself. Of course, Jun Haocong, a late-stage Supreme Jun Lingsher, will even more disdain to use the wind-breaking shadow sword. But who could have thought that such a precious wind-breaking shadow sword would eventually fall into the hands of a maid? However, Lu Liman didn't pay much attention to so much. She had long wanted to teach Jun Haocong a lesson. Today, she finally got the chance. She must kill this ignorant male favorite. Anyway, this Peng Huan is just a young prostitute who came out of a brothel. Even if she beat him to death, no one dared to hold her responsible. After all, she has the support of the Lu family behind her. No matter how angry Mu Qingqing is, she has to swallow her anger for the sake of the Lu family. Of course, the queen is absolutely not stupid enough to offend the Lu family for a prostitute. Thinking of this, Lu Liman's fist stabbed like a knife, and hit Jun Haocong sharply. Seeing her attack, Jun Haocong curled his lips and swung his sword towards Lu Liman. This stab and swing, there is no fancy moves at all. Just hear a crisp sound of tearing. Everyone actually saw that Lu Liman's skirt was cut a lot, and immediately exposed her white thighs. Seeing such a sexy scene, the men present were all surprised and gasped. Their eyes seemed to be fixed on her thighs. Unable to move away, Lu Liman looked down and saw her thighs exposed. Her expression suddenly changed. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth and yelled, "You bastard! I'll kill you!" Lu Liman never expected that she would have her skirt cut by the opponent in the first fight. How could she endure such humiliation? So, before she finished her roar, she rushed forward and chopped Jun Haocong's neck with more effort. However, she had just promised not to use her spiritual power, so the moves she used were greatly reduced. For Jun Haocong, it was even more useless than tickling. Of course, even if she used her spiritual power and tried her best to fight with Jun Haocong, she still had no ability to fight back. I believe Jun Haocong will make her understand today what it means to try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, to hit a rock with an egg, and to overestimate one's own strength. Su Maoyong was thinking. But Jun Haocong waved the sword in his hand again and stabbed at Lu Liman. Everyone only saw him slash lightly. Although he did not use any spiritual power, it seemed to contain powerful power and actually cut Lu Liman's arm again. This time, not only did it leave a deep blood mark, but her sleeve was also pierced to pieces, instantly revealing her snow-white tender hands, which once again made the men present feel excited. Lu Liman was an unmarried girl, and had never suffered such humiliation. At this time, she received the man's obscene gaze, and her cheeks flushed with anger on the spot. And she was hysterical. You, I will cut you into pieces. After saying that, Lululemon could no longer control herself, and suddenly burst out with spiritual power, rushing up unconvinced, intending to fight to the death with Jun Haotsong. Facing her attack, Jun Haotsong swept his body and rushed behind Lululemon, and swung his sword again, and there were several sounds of rags, and Lululemon's back was actually cut open, and her snow-white jade back was immediately exposed to everyone. Feeling the cold wind pouring into her back, Lululemon was like a lion on the run, almost biting her teeth in anger. Faced with such a crushing attack, Lululemon naturally realized that the opponent was not simple, and she could no longer underestimate the enemy. So she took out her sword, burst out all the spiritual power in her body, and suddenly raised her arm, ready to cut down Jun Haotsong fiercely. Jun Haotsong saw that Lululemon was completely enraged by him and had lost his mind, and he planned to charge and fight him desperately. There was a gleam in his eyes, and then his figure flashed again, and he swept to the direction where Jin Hani was. At this time, Lululemon wanted to kill Jun Haotsong, so she didn't notice Jin Hani behind Jun Haotsong. So when she saw Jun Haotsong change his angle, she turned around and chopped down hard in the direction where he was standing. This time, she almost accumulated enough spiritual power, with the power of crushing with Ring and Rotten, and was bound to split Jun Haotsong in half. Facing such an attack, Jun Haotsong raised a strange sneer, and then he rushed forward. His wrist turned quickly, and the ordinary sword in his hand seemed to be given life, and attacked her chest flexibly and sharply. Lululemon felt the powerful pressure from the sword. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly made a move to resist. But the energy burst out of Jun Haotsong was so fierce that she, a postnatal Jun Lingshi, could not bear it. So as soon as she raised her palm, she was suppressed by the sword energy, and the whole person was knocked out. After she spit out a mouthful of blood, Lululemon found that her clothes were twisted into strips by countless sword lights. Although they were still hanging on her body, they were no different from being naked. At this moment, Lululemon felt that the blood rushed to her head, and she almost bit her tongue to commit suicide. Shame! This is definitely the biggest shame in this life. She is a virgin, and a woman's reputation is so important. Now that so many men have seen her body, how can she live in this world with dignity in the future? Which man will be willing to marry her in the future? Thinking of this, Lululemon even wanted to die. Jin Hani, who was playing the zither, did not expect that the power burst out by Lululemon would hit him. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He raised his hand and threw the guqin out, and he quickly dodged to the side. However, Lululemon's attack speed was too fast, and because it happened suddenly, Jin Hani had no time to dodge, and was hit by the power and blasted away. Chapter 1718 became the scapegoat. Fortunately, Jin Hani was quite strong. After being knocked away, he quickly fought back. Fortunately, even though he was caught off guard, he still managed to dissipate most of the force. So he just rolled to the ground and suffered internal injuries, and was not cut in half by Lululemon's sword light, and lost his life. But suddenly seeing Jin Hani being knocked away and almost dying under the sword, everyone present was still shocked. They all froze, held their breath, and looked horrified. The head of the Jin family was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed towards Jin Hani in horror. Hani! Hani! Are you okay? The head of the Jin family quickly helped Jin Hani up and checked his injuries. Jin Hani coughed twice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shook his head slightly. It's okay. Just a minor injury. Not worth mentioning. The head of the Jin family saw that his face was pale. His breath was weak, and he was even bleeding. How could it be a minor injury? He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and immediately turned his eyes to glare at Lululemon, who was also beaten to the ground, and shouted angrily, Lululemon, you are so bold that you dare to kill my son. He saw the figure clearly just now. If it weren't for Jin Hani's quick reaction, he would have almost died. Although he was lucky and didn't die just now, he was also seriously injured. How could he bear this anger? You should know that although Jin Hani was not born in a high family and was just a bastard, he was deeply loved by him, because he was smart and capable, and his strength was quite good. He was a child he valued very much. The reason why he reluctantly let him marry Princess Ningfu was because Princess Ningfu was the eldest princess at that time and had the greatest hope of ascending the throne of the empress. Once Jinhani married, he would most likely become a royal noble. For the benefit of the family and for Jinhani's future, the head of the Jin family made such a decision. But who knew that the situation would change later, and their Jin family had to adapt to the changes of the times, letting him betray Mu Qingyan, flatter Mu Qingwan and Mu Qingqing, and become Mu Qingqing's servant. But these were all helpless actions. So, whenever the head of the Jin family thought of Jinhani's sacrifice for the Jin family, he felt distressed. Now that he saw him injured, he couldn't control his anger and had to settle accounts with Lu Liman. Lu Liman, who fell to the ground, hadn't recovered yet, and was scolded by the head of the Jin family. It was like a thunder exploded above her head, shaking her on the spot. Although she only suffered minor injuries, her clothes were torn, exposing her naked body. This was a heavy blow to her as an unmarried woman. Who would have thought that she would be accused of murder for inexplicably injuring Jinhani? This was a bolt from the blue for Lu Liman. So, facing the ferocious expression of the head of the Jin family, who seemed to want to eat her alive, Lu Liman was frightened and waved her hands in panic, pointing at Jun Haocong and explaining, "No, I'm not a good person. I did it. It wasn't me. It was that male lover. That Peng Huan. I just killed him. Not the Marquis Xianping." However, Jun Haocong had already fled to another place before her sword fell. At this moment, facing Lu Liman's accusation, he stood in the distance and retorted with an innocent face, "Miss Lu, don't spit blood. I didn't attack the Marquis from beginning to end. I was concentrating on dealing with your aggressive attack. How could I know that you would suddenly turn your spearhead towards the Marquis? You dared to quibble. It was because you flashed in front of Jinhani that I didn't notice he was behind you. So I accidentally hit him. If it weren't for you, how could I have seriously injured him?" Lu Liman was so angry that her face flushed, and she gritted her teeth when she heard that Jun Haocong not only denied it, but also pushed all the faults on herself. At this time, seeing Lu Liman's ragged clothes, her snow-white skin was still exposed, and now she was stimulated to have a hideous expression. The people of the Lu family couldn't bear to look directly at it and covered their eyes, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. The face of the head of the Lu family was even uglier. He avoided his sight with a tangled brow and angrily ordered the lady next to him, "Hurry up and get her a coat." Madame Lu was scared just now. When she heard the master's reminder, she suddenly woke up, took off her coat quickly, ran over and wrapped Lu Liman's body with clothes. Lu Liman wrapped herself in clothes, and then she remembered that she had been exposed just now. At this moment, she received the mocking and contemptuous eyes around her, and her angry face was almost dripping with blood. She was finished. Completely finished. Not only was her reputation ruined, but she also made the Lu family lose face. I'm afraid she won't be able to raise her head in Fengqi Empire in the future. What's more, the Jin family is still holding her accountable, and it's even a question whether she can survive and live. Thinking of this, Lu Liman trembled all over, staring at Jun Haocong with hatred in her eyes. At this time, Jun Haocong looked calm. "Miss Lu, what you said is not right. If you want to kill me, I won't stand there and wait for you to kill me. Of course I have to hide. How could I know that you didn't even see the person clearly? And you hit me so hard. So, whether you really missed or did it on purpose, this is hard to say." Jun Haocong had set up a trap when she proposed to spar with him. Now that the incident had already happened, she had no chance to quibble. Therefore, Lu Liman was speechless on the spot and trembled with anger. After a long time, she could only utter one word. "You?" After all, Peng Huan had his back to Jinhani and had indeed never attacked Jinhani. And the sword just now was indeed chopped down by her own hands. And Jinhani was indeed knocked away by her power. She wanted to quibble. What reason or excuse could she use to quibble? If she really wanted to blame someone, she could only blame herself for being stimulated by this male favorite and losing her mind. She wanted to kill him and attacked him without thinking. But he was so fast that he dodged before she attacked. At that time, even if she wanted to take back her power, it was too late. So she caused such a disaster. The head of the Jin family did not think of the deliberate element just now. But now that Jun Haocong mentioned it, he frowned vigilantly. The relationship between the Lu family and the Jin family has always been bad. If Lu Liman took advantage of the accident to kill Jin Hani, it is not impossible. Because, if she is held responsible, she can say that she did not do it on purpose. And she can completely put all the faults on the mistake. Then the queen will not do anything to her, but just give her a symbolic punishment. Thinking of this, the head of the Jin family's face became even colder, and he angrily scolded, "Lu Liman, whether you accidentally or intentionally, you seriously injured my son. Are you going to let it go like this?" Chapter 1719, Just blame yourself for your bad luck. Seeing that the head of the Jin family refused to give up, and had to make trouble for herself, Lu Liman was frightened and shook her head. "I didn't mean it. I didn't expect to hurt Jin Hani. Father, you have to make the decision for me. I really don't want to hurt Jin Hani." As she said that, Lu Liman looked at the head of the Lu family and begged him to save her. The head of the Lu family saw that things had developed to this point, and he had to speak up to defend her. "Head of the Jin family, although my daughter is willful, she is not so absurd as to assassinate Xianping Ho in public. Besides, why Xianping Ho was injured was because Master Peng suddenly ran in front of him and led my daughter over. So, I believe that without me saying anything, the head of the Jin family should understand what is going on. I hope that the head of the Jin family will not be provoked by others. I have to admit that the old ones are still the best. These old guys like old foxes do look at things more thoroughly, and quickly point out the key points." Of course, the head of the Jin family also thought of this possibility, but he had no evidence and could not convict Peng Huan. So he could only vent his anger on Lu Liman. Because no matter what, Lu Liman's suspicion of intentional homicide cannot be ruled out. Su Maoyong sneered when he heard the words of the head of the Lu family, and said, "Head of the Lu family, you still have to use evidence when you speak. If it weren't for Miss Lu's carelessness, and not seeing the person clearly before taking such a heavy hand, I believe that even if Peng Huan wanted to frame the Marquis, he would not be able to do it. You can't take Peng Huan's life-saving behavior of avoiding the attack as evidence of his framing the Marquis. This doesn't make sense. Everyone says that this princess is ridiculous. But I didn't expect that the head of the Lu family is even more ridiculous than this princess." The head of the Lu family was so angry at Su Maoyong's words that his face turned black, and the anger in his heart almost burst out from his eyes that were as bulging as cow eyes. Seeing that the three parties were unwilling to give in, Mu Qingwan had no choice but to let them continue to fight. So she interrupted them and said, "Okay, I saw it clearly just now. This was purely an accident. Mr. Peng avoided the attack and did not take the initiative to hurt people. It does not constitute the crime of framing. And Lu Liman accidentally hurt someone, which should not be intentional. After all, when two people are sparring, there will always be mistakes of this or that kind. This is also a very normal thing. Of course, no matter what, Xianping Ho was also injured by Lu Liman. Head of the Lu family, do you want to express your intention and compensate him?" Hearing that the queen said this, the heads of the Jin family and the Lu family knew that she was giving them a way out. Because there is no evidence to prove whether it was an accident or a frame-up. There is no point in arguing like this. For the Jin family, Jin Hani was injured, so they just had to admit that they were unlucky. But the queen proposed that the Lu family compensate them, which was already a favor to the Jin family because of Jin Hani's injury. For the Lu family, using material compensation is better than holding Lu Liman responsible, because their Lu family had just lost a genius some time ago. They could not afford to lose another one. Thinking in this way, the head of the Lu family had already made a decision. "Okay, since the Marquis was injured by Liman, the elixir for the Marquis's healing will be provided by my Lu family. In addition, I will give him a top-grade spiritual sword as compensation." Only when he heard that a top-grade spiritual weapon had exploded from the Lu family did the head of the Jin family feel satisfied and stop pursuing the matter. The Lu family was relieved to see that the other party had settled the matter peacefully. The head of the Lu family was furious when he thought about how much face he had lost and how much blood he had shed. He then gritted his teeth and yelled at Lu Liman, "Isn't it embarrassing enough? Why don't you go back?" Of course, even if the head of the Lu family didn't say anything, Lu Liman couldn't continue to attend the dinner in her current state. After being scolded, she left the banquet in disgrace accompanied by her maid. Su Maoyong saw that Lu Liman had left the scene, so he looked at Jin Hani and ordered Jin Hani's servant, "Yuan Bao, your master is injured. You should also help him back to the princess's mansion and serve him well. Understand? Yuan Bao received the order and nodded repeatedly. Then quickly walked to Jin Hani and helped him up. The head of the Jin family had just fed Jin Hani the elixir. Seeing that his heart pulse had stabilized, he was relieved. So he just gave Yuan Bao a few serious instructions and let him go. Seeing the farce over, everyone present was whispering and talking in low voices. And what they talked about the most was this male favorite named Peng Huan. It was really surprising that this person showed such strength. He could even completely crush Lu Liman, who was a postnatal monarch spiritual master, which meant that his strength must be above that of a postnatal monarch spiritual master in the late stage. It was just that it was so strange that such a powerful person was a male favorite. Of course, everyone could think of this problem. And Mu Qingwan naturally thought of it too. She squinted her eyes, looked at this person carefully, and after a moment of silence, she said, I really didn't expect that you are so capable. If you are so powerful, why do you want to enter a brothel as a prostitute? Jun Haocong seemed to have thought of an excuse long ago, and answered with a fist. In fact, I am not a prostitute in the Golden Phoenix Tower. It's just that I and my brother admire Princess Ninglan. When we heard that the princess was selecting a male favorite in the Golden Phoenix Tower, we went in to try our luck. Who are you and where are you from? Hearing this, Mu Qingwan frowned even more. My queen, I came from a remote town. Later, my family fell into poverty, and all my relatives died. Only then did I come to the capital with my brother to make a living. Fortunately, the elders in my family knew that I had good talents, so they spent a lot of money to cultivate me. So I have this martial arts. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. There are talented geniuses all over the country, not just the 7 major families. A child from a small family like him must be very hardworking in cultivation, and it is not impossible for him to have such a skill. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan relaxed his vigilance and nodded slightly. Seeing that Mu Qingwan believed most of it, Su Maoyan also spoke up. Ha! Sister, don't look at his ordinary appearance. He is a martial arts genius. That's why I like him and bring him into the palace. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan smiled with relief. No wonder Mu Qingqing dotes on him so much. If he is a martial arts genius, he deserves Mu Qingqing's favor. Okay, the talent show is over. I believe everyone has a candidate for the saint in their hearts. Let's start voting. Mu Qingwan thought of the boat trip next, so she changed the topic and announced loudly. As soon as Mu Qingwan finished speaking, there was an extra piece of paper on the table of each guest present. They only needed to write the name of the woman they were most satisfied with. At that time, the person with the most votes would be the saint who would be baptized with holy water when offering incense tomorrow. Chapter 1720 Jun Haocong's number 1. Since the saint is related to the national destiny of Fengqi Empire for a year, everyone is more cautious. They made references from the aspects of appearance, talent, morality and strength, and finally selected Ran Shering. Ran Shering used spear skills to pierce 100 kinds of flowers. She has strength, talent, appearance and temperament. She is outstanding in all aspects and can be regarded as the well-deserved first place. However, Ning Maching and Jin Yunzhao are also very popular. It's just that compared with Ran Shering, their performances are not so comprehensive. But in terms of talent and viewing, Pipa Dance and 100 Birds paying homage to the Phoenix are more popular. I believe that if Ran Shuring's spear skills were a little weaker, she would probably be overtaken by the other two. As for Duan Xuexin, she was completely beaten this time, although she plays the piano very well, and her skills and singing voice are very touching. Perhaps everyone has seen and heard too much, and there is no freshness, and there is no such amazing feeling. So everyone voted for other rising stars. People like Ran Shuring, Ning Maching, Jin Yunzhao, Qin Shuya, etc. are younger than Duan Xuexin, and they are just buds waiting to bloom. Now they are becoming more and more beautiful. Duan Xuexin, a woman who is already married, naturally lacks some girlishness and expectations. However, even if she is already married, she still has such a high popularity in Fengqi Empire, which is already very powerful. Of course, this is also inseparable from her own beauty and strength. From this, we can imagine how charming she was before she got married. No wonder Mu Qingwan asked her just now if she still had the confidence to surpass all the beauties. I think few women can compare with her before. Unfortunately, People have to accept old age. Not to mention that the women who grew up later are also quite excellent. I believe they will surpass her in 1 or 2 years. Therefore, Duan Xuexin, who heard the results of the competition, may have realized that her position was no longer secure. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Ran Shuring and Ning Maching, she clenched her fingers unwillingly, secretly exerting force to vent her anger. Su Maoyang was not surprised to hear that Ran Shuring won the championship. Instead, she nodded lightly with deep sympathy. Looking at the whole scene, her talent is indeed the best. Not to mention piercing 100 kinds of flowers. Just the spearmanship is very domineering and free and easy. Su Maoyang didn't do much research on dancing, painting, writing, etc., and she didn't like them much. Perhaps because of her personality. She was more interested in Ran Shuring's spearmanship. Jun Haocong, who was sitting next to him, smiled and stared at Su Maoyang with a deep and hot look. Not as good as someone. Jun Haocong had long been tired of these talents. In his mind, only when he first saw Su Maoyang playing the strange instrument that he couldn't name and singing the song of flattening mountains and rivers and conquering the world in the palace of Southern Sui dynasty. Was it the best song he had ever heard and the best talent he had ever seen in his life? Because he had never seen anyone use such a strange instrument to play out the momentum of thousands of troops galloping. Every word and every sentence in that song was full of heroic spirit that swallowed the mountains and rivers and stood tall. Which was very shocking. It was also at that moment that Jun Haocong developed a strong interest in her. After all, a woman who could resonate with him was very rare. Therefore, the spirit and ambition that even he admired. How could these vulgar women compare to it? At this moment, Su Maoyang met his eyes, receiving the love and appreciation in them, and immediately understood what he meant by not as good as someone. And the corners of her mouth could not help but raise a slight arc. She knew that since Jun Haocong had her, he could no longer tolerate other women in his eyes. Whenever she thought of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but tease. I know I am very charming. You don't have to remind me anytime and anywhere. Jun Haocong was amused by her narcissism, deliberately lowered his voice, and leaned close to her ear to deny. You think too much. I'm talking about Chuyuyin, the #1 beauty in the dark domain of Yunlu. Her piano and singing voice are unique, not comparable to these vulgar women. Su Maoyang laughed out loud after hearing this. Jun Haocong frowned at her strange reaction. What are you laughing at? Haha. I'm laughing. You even got her best talent wrong. And you still have the nerve to praise her. Chuyuyin is best at dancing, not playing the piano. If she knew that she had seduced you for a long time, but you didn't even know her best talent, she would probably be heartbroken. It's so pitiful. Su Maoyang was so amused that she couldn't help but add. Sure enough, in your eyes, there is no one else except me. Jun Haocong was a little depressed by her ridicule. He pinched her thigh hard under the table and cursed with gritted teeth. You just rely on the fact that I like you. Su Maoyang's heart trembled at his words. Blood rushed to his head, and his face suddenly became hot. This damn Jun Haocong is so good at seducing people. If she hadn't had good self-control, she would really want to kill him now. However, just when Su Maoyang was daydreaming, Mu Qingwan above spoke. Okay. The saint who will be baptized tomorrow and pray for the Fengqi Empire has been selected. Next is the boat race. Everyone knows that in this boat race, whoever wins the first place and is the first to light the lantern in the middle of the lake will be blessed by the flower god. Everyone should go all out. Hearing this, everyone present responded excitedly. Yes. Su Maoyang heard about this boat race from Shinua last night. This race is a bit like the ancient dragon boat race in Xia State, to see who can row the fastest. The only difference is that in the boat race, you must row to the center of the lake and light the lantern first. The first person to light the lantern will be blessed by the flower god, and the wish in his heart will be realized. This event is held every year during the flower festival. So the boat race has become a custom and a belief. Well, the boats are ready for everyone. Let's go to Yoshua Lake. Mu Qingwan stood up and took the lead to walk towards Yoshua Lake. Seeing this, the others stood up and followed closely. At this time, Su Maoyang glanced at the wooden table in the corner of the garden, on which were placed the poems of several young ladies. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and she waved to Shinua, whispering in her ear, Go and quietly take the poem that Fan Kaishan just wrote. Shinua heard this and knew that her master had a plan, so she nodded solemnly. When the crowd had almost left, She took Fan Saishan's poem without anyone noticing. Chapter 1721 Fan Yihua's Trick. Su Maoyang and Jun Haosong followed the crowd and arrived at Yoshua Lake. They found that many pleasure boats had been docked at the lake. It seemed that they were celebrating the flower festival. The boats were decorated with lights and colors, making the whole Yoshua Lake bright and lively. Su Maoyang looked around and found that there were many lanterns floating in the middle of the lake. According to the rules of the competition, everyone would get on the boat and row to the middle of the lake to light the lanterns first. The first person to light the lantern will be blessed by the god of flowers. This is the custom of the flower festival in Fengxi Empire, and it is also a belief in everyone's mind. At this time, Mu Qingwan saw that everyone had almost arrived. So he announced loudly, "I have arranged a boat for you, and the boatman will personally lead you on board. When you are ready, I will send a signal to start the boat across the lake. Whoever reaches the center of the lake first and lights the lantern will be rewarded." When everyone present heard that there was a reward, they were all excited and eager to try. And they were obviously very interested in the reward mentioned by Mu Qingwan. And Su Maoyang looked up at the other side of the lake and found a huge cruise ship docked on the other side. The decoration was much more gorgeous than that of an ordinary pleasure boat. You don't have to guess that it was Mu Qingwan's cruise ship, because Mu Qingwan didn't have to participate in the competition. She had to go to the other side in advance to greet the boats that passed by and witness the first place winner lighting the lanterns. While Su Maoyang was thinking, she knew mixed into the crowd from behind and quietly returned to her side, giving her a reassuring look, indicating that the task assigned to her had been completed. Seeing this, Su Maoyang nodded slightly and turned his eyes to Mu Qingwan again. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm at this time, Mu Qingwan smiled and said, "I look forward to your performance." After that, she led a large group of palace maids along the lakeshore and walked to the other side of the lake, because it was a rowing competition. In order to facilitate the recognition of the identity of each boat, these boats were arranged by family, and they could not be selected by themselves. So when the queen left, the boatman who had been waiting on the shore followed the instructions, stepped forward quickly, and invited the owner of the pleasure boat. After a while, everyone got on the boat one after another and prepared for the competition. Su Maoyang stood there for a while before she saw a boatman in brown clothes coming from a distance and bowing to her respectfully. "Princess Ningguan, your boat is over there. Please follow me." Su Maoyang raised her eyes and looked in the direction of the boatman's finger, and found that her boat was the third one on the left, and then nodded gently. "Well, lead the way." After that, the boatman respectfully led the three of them to the designated pleasure boat together. But what Su Maoyang didn't expect was that when he just lifted the curtain and walked into the boat, he actually saw a man who had been stabbed in the neck and fell in a pool of blood. Without a breath, Zino was so frightened when he saw the scene that his face turned pale. He gasped and froze for 2 seconds before recognizing the other party's identity. He sighed in horror. "Isn't this Qin Yufan, the minister of Qin?" When Su Maoyang heard Qin Yufan's name, he was shocked and frowned and asked, "Is he the minister of Qin next to Mu Qingwan?" As far as Su Maoyang knew, there were 4 ministers in the palace who were deeply favored by Mu Qingwan. The reason why they were favored was that their facial features were somewhat similar to Jun Haosong. Among the 4 favored ministers, the one with the highest status and position, besides Fan Yishuan's brother Fan Yihua, is Minister Qin. I just didn't expect him to die here. However, after thinking about everything just now, Su Maoyang quickly understood it, and couldn't help but sneer. That Fan Yihua didn't take action for a long time. It turns out he was waiting for me here. Before entering the palace, Su Maoyang knew that Fan Yihua would probably take action against him. But he sat in the garden for so long just now, and he didn't make any moves. He must be waiting for the opportunity. Sure enough, they were tricked by Fan Yihua as soon as they got on the boat. Looking at this situation, this boat should be Minister Qin's boat, but Fan Yihua had sent assassins to lurk here. So when he saw Minister Qin on the boat, he immediately killed him. Then he asked the boatman to deliberately lead her on board, and she ran into the scene, wanting to frame her for the crime of killing Minister Qin. In this way, he not only eliminated his competitor, but also accused her of killing Minister Qin. And this charge is well founded, because everyone knows that Minister Qin is outstanding in appearance, and Mu Qingqing is a person who covets beauty and is extremely absurd. This incident will definitely be exaggerated by Fan Yihua, as Mu Qingqing wants to flirt with Minister Qin, and Minister Qin swears to die to refuse. which leads to such a tragedy. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but recall the deep eyes of Fan Yihua that he saw at the banquet before, and had to admit that this person is indeed a very resourceful and scheming person. This two birds one arrow strategy was played by him quite well. However, as soon as the idea flashed through Su Maoyang's mind, a servant suddenly rushed in. Seeing the body of Minister Qin, he pretended to be horrified and pointed at Su Maoyang and others, saying angrily, "You actually killed Minister Qin. Come!" As he said this, he raised his voice and prepared to roar. Jun Haotsong had noticed his intention in advance and suddenly pushed out a palm, hitting the servant. Before he could even shout, he fell straight to the ground and died completely. Fortunately, Jun Haotsong acted quickly. Otherwise, the enemy would have rushed over to capture him. Thinking of this, Shi Nua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but still worriedly asked, "Master, Fan Yihua wants to charge you with murder. What should we do now?" Su Maoyang heard this. A trace of coldness flashed across his eyes, and a sarcastic arc rose at the corner of his mouth. "I was originally planning to find an opportunity to kill Fan Kaishan, but I didn't expect Fan Yihua to personally hand the opportunity to me. Speaking of which, I have to thank him." Hearing Fan Kaishan's name, Shi Nua's eyes lit up, and he roughly guessed what she meant. "Master, do you want to? Well, put Fan Kaishan's poem into Qin Shilong's pocket." Su Maoyang nodded slightly and ordered directly. Shi Nua got the order and quickly did it according to the instructions. Su Maoyang saw that she was done, so she took out the teleportation scroll left to her by the head of the Dongfang family, and quickly disappeared in the painting boat with Jun Haotsong and Shi Nua. At this time, Fan Kaishan, who had been waiting for the servant signal and was ready to break into Qin Shilong's pleasure boat to arrest people at any time, did not hear the servant's call for a long time. She was very puzzled and angrily questioned her servant. "Did you really see Mu Qingqing board Qin Yufan's boat just now?" "Yes, I saw them board the boat just now, and there were people arranged outside the boat. Mu Qingqing couldn't just run away like this. Even if he wanted to escape, there would be a fight, and it would never be as quiet as it is now." Chapter 1722 Fan Kaishan was fooled. Fan Kaishan was puzzled when she heard this, and her brows furrowed even more tightly. You know, this was a play carefully planned by her brother. Everything was prepared and arranged. It was basically foolproof. As long as Mu Qingqing and others got on the boat, they would definitely be involved. But who knew that there was no movement until now? Which was really too strange. Thinking of this, Fan Kaishan couldn't sit still, and immediately ordered the servant behind her. "No, I want to go and see for myself what they are doing on the boat." Such a hard-won opportunity. She must not let anyone mess it up. After that, she took the servant and went straight to Qin Shilong's pleasure boat. However, she didn't know that Su Maoyang, whom she wanted to frame, had been teleported to the other side of the lake and got on Mu Qingwan's boat directly. Zino was sent by Su Maoyang to inform the Qin family. Since Fan Yihua wanted to frame her, she would find the most authoritative witness to see what he has to say. But Mu Qingwan was a little surprised to see Su Maoyang suddenly get on her boat, and asked with a smile, "Why don't you fight for the first place today, but come to me? I remember that you liked this competition very much before." In fact, Mu Qingqing didn't like this competition before, but the talent show before. She couldn't do any of them, and was always laughed at. So she was particularly attentive in the rowing competition, because this competition does not test knowledge or talent, but only requires slaves to help row the boat. It is the easiest for Mu Qingqing, a straw bag, to do it. Su Maoyang smiled and waved her hands after hearing this. "I participated in so many rowing competitions. I'm tired of it. Usually, my sister is busy, so I don't have time to drink and talk with her. Today, I finally have such an opportunity. How can I miss it?" Hearing this, Mu Qingwan raised her head and laughed. "Ha ha ha. You have no patience for doing things since you were a child. No matter what you do, you will get tired of it within 3 days. However, it's good for you to talk to me. We two sisters haven't had a long talk for a long time. I heard that you were assassinated and poisoned some time ago. I wonder if you are okay." Su Maoyang hid the darkness in his eyes and nodded slightly. "Well, thank you for your concern. My injury has healed and I'm fine. Has the assassin been caught? Is the investigation clear?" Mu Qingwan asked with concern. Su Maoyang shook his head solemnly. "Not yet. The other party should be a very vigilant person, and did not reveal any clues. The assassins were all dead, leaving no one alive. The clues were cut off. Mu Qingwan narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard the words. Obviously, she had her own ideas. However, before she could speak, a maid in pink palace clothes rushed in and reported. Empress, it's not good. It's not good. How dare you? Don't you see Princess Ninglan is here? How dare you be so reckless? Mu Qingwan scolded with a cold face. The maid turned pale and trembled with fear. I just heard the news of Qin Shilong's death. I was anxious and confused. I hope the queen will forgive me. What? What did you say just now? Say it again. Mu Qingwan was so scared when she heard the news of Qin Shilong's death that she jumped up on the spot, staring at the maid with wide eyes and yelling. The maid was already scared to death by her, and now seeing her expression, she trembled even more, and stammered. Minister Qin was murdered. Suddenly hearing such news was like a bolt from the blue hitting Mu Qingwan's head, and she immediately widened her eyes, her face full of horror, and her calm face instantly turned blue-gray. What's going on? Explain it to me. After being stiff for a few seconds, Mu Qingwan couldn't control her emotions and roared like a volcano erupting. The maid knew that the Empress always favored Minister Qin, and would definitely be hysterical when she heard the news of his death. So facing her anger, the maid was so scared that she knelt on the ground with a plop, and replied with a trembling voice, I don't know the details. I only know that just now, the head of the Qin family went to Minister Qin's pleasure boat, and happened to run into Fan Kaishan in Minister Qin's pleasure boat. But Minister Qin fell in a pool of blood and his neck was cut. So the head of the Qin family is now angry, and wants to kill Fan Kaishan to pay for Minister Qin's life. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan was shocked. She never thought that Fan Kaishan would be so bold as to dare to kill her favorite minister. It was simply unreasonable. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan gnashed her teeth in anger, and the next second she rushed out of the cabin and ran straight to the other side. Su Maoyang heard that the Qin family and the Fan family had started a quarrel, and he couldn't help but smile with an ambiguous meaning. After looking at Jun Haotsong, he followed to watch the fun. When they and Mu Qingwan arrived, they saw that Fan Kaishan had been beaten all over her body and was in a miserable state. At this moment, she was being closely protected by the Fan family and confronted with the Qin family. Judging from Fan Kaishan's current condition, if the Fan family hadn't arrived in time, she would have been chopped into pieces by the Qin family master. It shows how angry the Qin family master was. Of course, it is understandable that the Qin family master could not swallow this bitter breath after seeing his son being killed. At this time, Mrs. Qin saw Mu Qingwan rushing over, and she couldn't control her emotions. She knelt in front of Mu Qingwan in grief and cried loudly, Empress, Fan Kaishan, the daughter of the Fan family, killed Yufan and was caught by my husband. Please do something for Yufan. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan looked in the direction of her finger and saw Qin Yufan's body. She staggered on the spot and took 2 steps back. The blood on her beautiful face instantly faded, and it was obvious that she had suffered a heavy blow. When Master Fan heard Madame Qin's complaint, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained to Mu Qingwan, Empress, everyone knows that Minister Qin is a favorite of the Empress. Even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare to kill the person the Empress likes. Therefore, this matter is definitely not done by me. I hope the Empress will see through everything and give me justice. Master Fan, you dare to quibble at this juncture. It's really abominable. Hurry up and hand over Fan Kaishan. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Master Qin was furious and warned angrily. The head of the Fan family would not be so stupid. It was obvious that Fan Kaishan was framed by someone. If he handed her over, wouldn't he fall into the enemy's trap? Therefore, his attitude was equally tough, and he refuted unconvincingly, Head of the Qin family, calm down. You didn't see my daughter do it with your own eyes. How can you say that my daughter killed your son just because she was on your son's boat? Head of the Fan family, not only did you condone your daughter to kill my son, but you also openly protected her and covered up her evil deeds. Do you really think that my Qin family is easy to bully? Hearing his denial, the head of the Qin family was so stimulated that he trembled all over. Chapter 1723 Alibi. The head of the Fan family was not to be outdone, and he fought back confidently. Head of the Qin family, don't slander me before the matter is investigated clearly. What's more, I know that my daughter was framed, How can I hand her over to you? Are you going to wrongly accuse a good person and let the murderer go unpunished? Then your Qin family is too unreasonable. At this time, Fan Kaishan, who was half scared to death, heard this and nodded repeatedly in excitement. Yes, 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 I was framed. I didn't kill anyone. How dare I kill the favorite of the queen? Originally, she followed Fanny Hua's instructions and rushed to Qin Yufan's boat to catch Mu Qingqing as soon as she heard the servants shout. But she didn't know that after waiting for a while, she still didn't wait for the servant's secret signal. In order to avoid complications, she had to go on the boat to catch people herself and confirm Mu Qingqing's crime. But who knew that as soon as she entered Qin Shilong's pleasure boat, the head of the Qin family rushed in. As soon as he saw Qin Shilong's body, the head of the Qin family killed her without any reason. If the Fan family hadn't arrived in time, she would have been killed by this old guy. Now just thinking about it, she is still scared. The head of the Qin family was extremely angry because of his son's death. How could he believe her sophistry? He roared with anger. Framed? Nonsense. Tell me. Your feet are on your own body. Who has such a big ability to make you run to my son's boat? Because Qin Yufan and Fanny Hua have never been on good terms. The relationship between the two families is not very good. How can Fan Kaishan not be suspicious when she appeared on his son's boat? When asked about framing someone, Fan Kaishan immediately looked up at Mu Qingqing standing next to Mu Qingwan. When she met those amber eyes, she found that there was a hidden smile flowing in them. A chill instantly ran through her spine, and she couldn't help but shudder. She pointed at Su Maoyang and shouted wildly, "It's her! It's Mu Qingqing! She framed me, and she wanted to kill me!" Fan Kaishan was shocked by the sudden change and didn't react for a while. But when she saw Mu Qingqing standing in the crowd, staring at her with a sarcastic look, she understood it no matter how stupid she was. All this was Mu Qingqing's conspiracy. Her trap. Hearing Fan Kaishan's words, everyone present was shocked and cast surprised eyes at Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was quite calm in the face of her accusation, and sneered and said, "Miss Fan, there is no evidence. So don't talk nonsense. This princess knows that Manha embarrassed you just now, and you are upset and have a lot of opinions about this princess. But you can't use human life to wrongly accuse someone. Mu Qingqing, don't try to deny it. All the boatmen on Qin Shilong's boat saw you board Qin Shilong's boat with their own eyes. And these servants on the boat are all evidence. The reason why I appeared on Qin Shilong's boat was that I heard someone was trying to murder Qin Shilang, and I went on the boat to arrest him. Master Qin, if you don't believe it, you can interrogate the servants on the boat. They can all testify." As she said that, Fan Kaishan pointed to a group of servants behind her and said indignantly. Hearing this, Master Qin frowned, glanced at several boatmen of Qin Shilang, and shouted, "Tell me the truth, whether you saw Princess Ninglan board the boat. If you tell a lie, I will kill you now." Several boatmen were frightened by his angry questioning and knelt on the ground with a thud. They replied tremblingly, "Master Qin, I saw Princess Ninglan boarding Minister Qin's pleasure boat just now. I dare not lie to you." "Yes, I also saw Princess Ninglan boarding the boat. I dare not lie to you." Several boatmen nodded in fear, and they spoke seriously, not as if they were lying. Su Maoyang pursed his lips, raised a sarcastic sneer, and stared at her with a look of a fool. "Miss Fan, you were not on Minister Qin's boat at that time. How can you be so sure that the boatmen saw me on Minister Qin's boat? As if you saw it with your own eyes? It seems that you are suspected of doing it deliberately. Or, you have planned it in advance. And you have made good words with these boatmen, and deliberately joined forces to frame me." Su Maoyang's question was so powerful that Fan Kaishan's heart skipped a beat, and her pretty face turned pale as paper. Several boatmen were also frightened by Su Maoyang's questioning and momentum. After being stunned for a few seconds, they cowered in fear. "I dare not tell a single lie. I definitely did not collude with Miss Fan to frame the princess. I just saw Princess Ninglan board the boat with my own eyes." Seeing that they still refused to admit it, Mu Qingwan was filled with anger and shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Princess Ninglan was on my boat just now, drinking and chatting with me. How could she have the time to kill people in Minister Qin's pleasure boat? You bunch of dog slaves! Not only did you fail to protect your master, but you also dared to lie and frame Princess Ninglan. You are so bold. You have to know that Mu Qingwan had just boarded the boat when Mu Qingqing followed. So, How could Mu Qingqing kill people on Qin Yufan's boat in such a short time, and suddenly appear on the other side of the lake and run to her boat? Unless Mu Qingqing can teleport. As for Qin Yufan, he was fine at the banquet just now, and it was obvious that he was killed after boarding the boat. But Fan Kaishan happened to appear on Qin Shilong's boat, and was caught by the head of the Qin family. The time of the murder was very consistent. If we talk about suspicion, I believe that everyone present is not as suspicious as her. When Fan Kaishan heard this, she was shocked and opened her mouth in horror. She really didn't expect that Mu Qingqing would be on Mu Qingwan's boat. And the boatmen who saw Su Maoyang board the boat with their own eyes shook their heads in disbelief when they heard such a weird thing. They clearly saw Mu Qingqing boarding the boat. How could he suddenly end up on Mu Qingwan's boat? This is too incredible. Empress, I really didn't lie. It's all true. Please investigate. Several boatmen found that the matter was too complicated, and the more they explained, the more confusing it became. They couldn't explain it clearly anymore, so they just kept kowtowing. Su Maoyang saw that the boatman insisted, but he didn't get angry. He didn't wait for the Empress to speak and said first, "Sister, I think we should check the body. Although Minister Qin is dead, he can't die in vain. We should at least give an explanation to the Qin family." Hearing this, Mu Qingwan nodded in agreement. "Come on. Ask the coroner to come over. I want to know the cause of his death." The maids around him received the order and quickly went down to summon him. After a while, the coroner trotted to Mu Qingwan and saluted respectfully. "Check it carefully for me. Don't miss any place." Mu Qingwan suppressed her anger and ordered loudly and majestically. Chapter 1724. The two had an improper relationship. The coroner knew that this matter was serious. After answering yes, he leaned over to check. After a long time, he raised his head and replied, "Empress, there are no scars on Qin Shilong's body except his neck, and there is nothing abnormal. So the cause of death is that someone cut his neck with a sword. However, I just found this in Qin Shilong's pocket. Please take a look." As he said, the coroner handed over the white paper he found. Seeing this, Mu Qingwan took the white paper and quickly unfolded it. This look immediately changed her expression. She suddenly raised her head and glared at Fan Kaishan. Her eyes were like sharp knives, shining with a sharp cold light, as sharp as if to pierce people. Fan Kaishan suddenly received such a terrifying look, and her body trembled with fear, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When the head of the Fan family saw that the queen looked wrong, he was puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Queen, what is that?" When he asked, Mu Qingwan's face was gloomy, as if it was going to thunder and rain. And then he threw the paper in front of the head of the Fan family with force. "Humph. What is it? You should ask your precious daughter what it is." The head of the Fan family was scolded, and his heart was shocked. He immediately had a bad premonition. And then he leaned over to pick up the white paper and spread it out quickly. When he saw the poem on it clearly, the head of the Fan family couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his steady face turned pale. At this time, not only the head of the Fan family, but even Fan Yihua, who was standing next to him with a calm attitude, was startled, and a ripple appeared in his deep eyes. Obviously, none of them expected to find Fan Kaishan's poems in Qin Shilong's clothes. Then Kaishan heard the Empress's angry scolding and saw that her father and brother looked wrong. She felt even more uneasy and looked over in confusion. However, this look also shocked her. She sighed in disbelief. "This Aya sent this the poem I just wrote? Humph. You still have the nerve to say that this is your poem. I just want to ask you, why is your poem on Qin Shilong's body?" Mu Qingwan was so angry that she almost bit her silver teeth. Her livid face obviously suppressed great anger. When everyone heard that Fan Kaishan's poems were found on Qin Shilang, they were all surprised and whispered. Qin Yufan, as the Empress's minister, was carrying another woman's poems on his body. What does this mean? Everyone dared not think about it. Fan Kaishan also realized that the matter had gotten out of hand, and waved her hands in panic. "I don't know why my poem was on his body. It was Mu Qingqing who framed me and put my poem on Minister Qin's body. I have already said that Princess Ninglan had been on my boat just now, and had no time to run to Minister Qin's boat. I didn't expect that you would want to frame Princess Ninglan at this critical moment. It's simply a heinous crime. Come on. Drag Fan Kaishan out and behead her." Mu Qingwan learned that Minister Qin and Fan Kaishan might have an improper relationship, and she was extremely angry. She roared and wanted to behead Fan Kaishan. When Fan Kaishan saw that the queen was going to kill her, her legs softened and she knelt on the ground. Queen, spare me. Queen, spare me. It's possible that Minister Qin liked my daughter's poem and took it away secretly. It has nothing to do with me. Now that Mu Qingqing can't be dragged into the water, she can only put all the faults on Minister Qin. Su Maoyang smiled and asked sarcastically, Miss Fan, what you said makes Mrs. Ran, Miss Ning, Miss Jean and Miss Qin feel embarrassed. They are all famous talented women. Which one of them is not better than your poems? Which one is not more talented than you? If Minister Qin really likes these poems, he can take their poems. But he can't take yours. Right? Hearing this, Duan Xuexin, Ning Maching, Jin Yunxiao, Qin Shuya and others all looked gloomy. And their expressions became a little ugly. Fan Caishan's words were too absurd. And she simply didn't take them seriously. And the others present listened to Su Maoyang's words and nodded in agreement. Yes, if Minister Qin really liked poems, he would never steal Fan Caishan's. So there are only two possibilities. One is that Qin Shilang loves Fan Kaishan and secretly took her poems. The other is that Fan Kaishan went to Qin Shilang's ship and gave her poems to him. But no matter which possibility it is, the relationship between the two is not simple. Because only men and women who love each other will give poems to each other. After all, normal men and women can't do such private things. What's more, Qin Shilang is the man of the queen. Realizing this, everyone gasped in shock. And their eyes looking at Fan Kaishan became complicated. They didn't expect Fan Kaishan to dare to touch the queen's people. She is simply tired of living. No wonder Miss Fan appeared on Qin Shilang's ship. It turns out that the two of them had a private affair. Miss Fan, you didn't kill Qin Shilang to cover up your crimes and fear that your affairs would be exposed. Right? Su Maoyang saw that Mu Qingwan was already extremely angry and exaggerated inside. After hearing her point, Mu Qingwan further verified her guess. Qin Shilang is her man, with a special status. Once they are found to have an affair, then Kaishan will be sentenced to death. So in order to protect herself and bury the truth, the most reliable way is to make Qin Yufan shut up completely. Thinking of this, then Kaishan is not only suspected of murder, but also has a motive for murder. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan no longer hesitated, and shouted angrily, Fan Kaishan secretly had an affair with Qin Shilang, and then killed someone to silence her. She committed a capital crime? Drag her out and execute her immediately. After the words fell, the guards around hurried forward, intending to capture Fan Kaishan. At this time, Fan Kaishan was speechless. She didn't know why Qin Shilang had her poems on him. But now she was suddenly accused of having an affair with Qin Shilang. She was confused for a while, and didn't know what to do. She just kept shaking her head to deny it, and struggled hard. I didn't have an affair with him. I didn't. I was framed. I was wronged. When the Fan family saw this, they hurriedly grabbed Fan Kaishan and prevented her from being taken away by the guards. When Mu Qingwan saw that the Fan family dared to obstruct, she was furious and shouted, Asshole! If anyone dares to stop me today, I will kill him too. The head of the Fan family quickly gave Fan Yihua a pleading look, wanting him to help talk for her. But Fan Yihua shook his head slightly, indicating not to resist. Now not only did she cause a death, but she also made Mu Qingwan lose face in public. You can imagine how angry she was. If I beg for mercy at this time, not only will Mu Qingwan not let Fan Kaishan go, but it will also implicate the entire Fan family. Therefore, for the sake of the Fan family, Fan Kaishan has to be sacrificed. Chapter 1725. The Self-Righteous Fan Yijin. The head of the Fan family still had some hope. But after receiving the look in Fan Yihua's eyes, he completely understood that only by sacrificing Fan Kaishan could the queen's anger be appeased. Therefore, for the sake of the entire Fan family, and to protect Fan Yihua, he had to be ruthless and make a choice. Then he shouted, There is no such shameless and rebellious daughter in my Fan family. She caused such a disaster because I did not discipline her strictly. So there is no need for the queen to do anything. I will clean up the mess myself. After he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword and stabbed Fan Kaishan in the chest. At this time, Fan Kaishan had not reacted yet, and was still hoping that her father and brother would plead for her. But she didn't know that she would die at the hands of her father in the next second. At this moment, the pair of eyes filled with tears bulged up. filled with fear, and her mouth opened wide. But she fell straight to the ground without shouting, because for the head of the Fan family, although Qin Shi Lang was not killed by Fan Kaishan herself, it was also designed by Fan Yihui, and the Fan family sent people to kill him. If Fan Kaishan revealed Fan Yihui to save her life, the loss of the Fan family would be even more severe. So he had to kill Fan Kaishan and make her shut up completely to eliminate future troubles. However, everyone present was still shocked to see that the head of the Fan family personally killed his daughter, and they were shocked and silent on the spot. No one expected that the head of the Fan family would have such courage. Fan Yihui glanced at Fan Kaishan, who fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. Although his face was calm, his fingers under his sleeves were tightly pulled. This time, he made a mistake. He didn't expect Mu Qingqing to escape from his control and bite back at the Fan family. However, there was one thing he couldn't figure out. He had someone lead Mu Qingqing onto the boat. Those boatmen would never lie. And no one saw her get off Qin Shi Lang's boat. So how did she end up on Mu Qingwan's boat? This was too unbelievable. Realizing this, Fan Yihui couldn't help but look at Su Maoyang. And then he looked at her seriously. However, he didn't know that Su Maoyang relied on the teleportation scroll given to her by the head of the Dongfang family to make her disappear from Qin Shi Lang's pleasure boat and instantly arrive on the other side of the lake. I believe that if she was a little slower, she would be charged with murder, and she would never be able to wash it off. This time, Fan Yihui's plan not only failed, but also caused a younger generation, making the people of the Fan family extremely depressed, and their expressions were very ugly. Of course, Mu Qingwan was not in a good mood. She waved her hands in confusion. I am not in the mood to hold a boat race today. Let's all go! Although she only regarded these ministers as substitutes for Jun Haocong and did not really like them, it was a big blow to her that he had an affair with other women behind her back. Moreover, so many people were present and saw this with their own eyes. How could she, the queen, put her face down? So how could she be in the mood to watch the race? The guests present knew that the queen must be very angry now. So they all bowed and left, leaving Yoshua Lake and walking towards the palace gate. Su Maoyang saw that everyone had left, and did not plan to stay for long, and immediately prepared to leave with Jun Haocong and Shi Nuo. However, she had just taken a few steps when she was stopped by Fan Yijin. TSK. Mu Qingqing, I really underestimated you. Su Maoyang heard the voice, looked up at Fan Yijin, who was blocking her, and frowned immediately. However, before she could speak, he looked Jun Haocong up and down, curled his lips and sneered. I didn't expect that your male favorite is really good. Even Lu Liman fell into his hands. Su Maoyang originally thought that he was talking about her biting back at the Fan family and killing Fan Kaishan. But from his tone, it was obvious that he didn't know about Fan Yihui's conspiracy to frame him. However, it is understandable that Fan Yijin is a genius of the Fan family. He usually devotes himself to cultivation and basically stays in the sect and rarely goes home. So he should not be involved in this conspiracy. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's expression eased a little, raised her eyebrows and asked, there are many things you didn't expect. Do I need to know? Haha. Mu Qingwan, how long will you play this trick of playing hard to get? Fan Yijin sneered sarcastically. Su Maoyang knew that Fan Yijin had outstanding looks and amazing talents, and was the object of pursuit by many women, which cultivated his self-righteous, arrogant and conceited character. But she really didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him. Mr. Fan, are you thinking too much? This princess doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Please make way, and don't block the road. Su Maoyang glanced at him indifferently, and his tone was even calmer without any ripples. Seeing that she was so cold to him, Fan Yijin was also a little angry, and said with a gloomy face, okay, since there is no time to talk nonsense, then I will get straight to the point. I heard that you got a wind-breaking shadow sword from the Ran family. Coincidentally, I also like that weapon. So you name a price and I will buy it from you? Fan Yijin may be used to bullying Mu Qingqing. Even if he asks for something, he still has a condescending attitude, which makes people very annoying. Su Maoyang sneered in his heart, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked back, Mr. Fan, do you think this princess is the kind of person who lacks money? Although Mu Qingqing is a straw bag, she is still a princess after all. In terms of material conditions, she is better than the children of the family. Superior. And this Fanny Jean actually wanted to use money to exchange the wind-breaking Shadow's sword with her. Did he really think she was a fool? Then tell me, what treasure do you want? I will try my best to satisfy you. Seeing that she didn't give him any face, Fanny Jean frowned even more tightly. Su Maoyong raised a sneer at the corner of his lips and refused unceremoniously. Sorry, I don't need any treasure. I won't sell this sword. After that, Su Maoyong was about to avoid him and prepare to leave. Fanny Jean saw that she was determined to embarrass him this time, and he was furious. But when he thought of the preciousness of the wind-breaking Shadow sword, but he was still unwilling to give up. So he finally gritted his teeth and grabbed her. I agree to your previous request and accompany you for a meal. This is okay, right? Su Maoyong suddenly heard this. Her expression froze, and her expression suddenly surged with surprise. This Fanny Jean actually wanted to use the condition of accompanying her for a meal to exchange for the wind-breaking Shadow's sword? Did she hear it wrong? Jun Haotsong saw Fanny Jean grab Su Maoyong's hand. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a fierce light, and then suddenly stretched out his hand to open it, suppressing his anger, and warned, Master Fan, don't you think it's absurd to exchange a meal for a fairy weapon? Absurd? You know, the princess pestered me for a long time to get me to have dinner with her, gave me many precious treasures, and tried almost every possible way. Is there anything more absurd than this? Fanny Jean obviously didn't take Jun Haotsong's words seriously. He snorted disdainfully, then looked at Su Maoyong and reminded him, Now I finally agreed to have dinner with you. Mu Qingqing, you have to think it over carefully. Chapter 1726 Shameless. Su Maoyong couldn't help laughing when she heard these words. I don't know how shameless Fanny Jean must be to say such a thing. However, she couldn't help but sigh that Mu Qingqing was really obsessed with Fanny Jean in the past. She was really talented to do this just for a meal. It's a pity that Fanny Jean, who was very popular among women, was nothing in Su Maoyong's eyes. Fanny Jean, I don't want to make you lose your appetite, so let's skip the meal. Su Maoyong had no interest in having dinner with such a self-righteous man. Of course, the jealous person next to her would not allow it. Fanny Jean did not expect her to refuse. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. He said unconvincedly, Mu Qingqing, are you mentally ill or deaf? I said I am willing to accompany you for dinner. Did you hear it clearly? I think you are the one with a mental problem. There are a lot of male favorites in the mansion who accompany me for dinner. Who wants you to accompany me for dinner? Su Maoyong glanced at him speechlessly, staring at him with the eyes of a fool. Fanny Jean suffered an unprecedented blow, and his face turned black with anger. He wanted to refute, but Jun Haotsong took over the next sentence. Mr. Fan, if you like to accompany people for dinner, you can go to Jifeng Tower as a waiter. There, you can not only eat with people for free, but also get tips, which is more cost-effective. Jun Haotsong always speaks without mercy, and Fanny Jean was furious as soon as he opened his mouth. You are presumptuous. A lowly male favorite dares to talk to me like this. Su Maoyong was also angry when he saw that he dared to scold Jun Haotsong, and shouted in the same tough way. You are presumptuous, but you are just a descendant of the Fan family, and you actually blocked this princess's way and showed off your power in front of this princess. You are so bold. Besides, this princess has already given the wind-breaking Shadow's sword to Peng Huan. It is up to him whether he is willing to give up the sword. This princess has no right to ask. Fanny Jean snorted in disbelief. Mu Qingqing, don't lie to me. If you really gave him the sword, why didn't he use the wind-breaking Shadow sword when fighting Lu Liman just now? Do you think everyone is like you, using a fairy weapon to fight Lu Liman? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and sneered at him. Hearing such arrogant and humiliating words, Fanny Jean was so angry that his eyebrows were straight and his face was ashen. But thinking that the wind-breaking Shadow sword might really be in his possession, Fanny Jean suppressed the urge to kill him instantly and said in a deep voice, Peng Huan, I know that the reason you stay in the princess's mansion is just to make a living. I can promise you that as long as you hand over the wind-breaking Shadow sword, I will immediately let you enter the Fan family and become a guest of the Fan family. I believe that with your cultivation talent, the Fan family will definitely focus on training you. In this way, you will not only not have to be an embarrassing male concubine in the future, but also have a wider development space. What do you think? In Fanny Jean's view, no man would really like Mu Qingqing. A straw bag. The reason why he stayed with her was all for the sake of profit. And this Peng Huan was naturally no exception. That's why he threw an olive branch to Peng Huan and lured him with such good conditions. He believed that as long as Peng Huan was not stupid, he would choose the Fan family instead of being a male concubine despised by everyone. Zino, who was standing behind Su Maoyang, heard these words and felt very funny in his heart. If Fan Yijin knew that he had invited Yunlu, Emperor of the Yunlu Dark Realm, to be a guest of his Fan family, he would be so ashamed that he would dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. At this moment, Fan Yijin had a proud look on his face, as if he had given Jun Haotsong a great favor. However, Jun Haotsong refused without hesitation. Mr. Fan, you must have misunderstood. I came to the princess's mansion because I liked the princess. I finally won the princess's favor, and was able to be with her. Not to mention being a guest of your Fan family. Even if I were asked to go to the Fan family to be your father, I would not be willing. Hearing such humiliating words, Fan Yijin was choked on the spot and blushed, and immediately roared in anger. Peng Huan, I will kill you. Su Maoyang saw Fan Yijin was so angry that she almost laughed out loud. Although she knew that Jun Haotsong had a poisonous tongue, she couldn't help but admire him when she saw his poisonous tongue again. He even said something like being someone's father. He is really amazing. It would be strange if a proud person like Fan Yijin didn't get angry to death. At this time, facing Fan Yijin's attack, Jun Haotsong coldly curled his lips, raised his hand without dodging, and directly grabbed his wrist. At this moment, Fan Yijin suddenly felt a strong pressure coming towards him, which made him a little breathless. What's going on? He can't break the defense of this male favorite. However, before he could react, Jun Haotsong swung him violently and forced him back several steps. At this moment, Fan Yijin realized that the strength of Peng Huan was far from as simple as he saw. However, he refused the recruitment of his Fan family and was willing to become a male favorite and stay with Mu Qingqing. A straw bag. Does he really like Mu Qingqing? Just when Fan Yijin was full of doubts, Su Maoyang warned, Fan Yijin, Fan Kaishan of your Fan family just killed Qin Shilang and made the queen unhappy. Now you are openly attacking this princess's male favorite. I believe that as long as I make trouble in front of the queen, you and the Fan family will be in big trouble. You have to think about it clearly. Hearing this, Fan Yijin was shocked and looked extremely ugly. Yes, his Fan family had just displeased the Empress. If something happened again, the Empress would definitely punish him severely and vent her anger on the entire Fan family. It would be more trouble than gain. Thinking of this, Fan Yijin tried to suppress his anger and snorted heavily. Humph. You only know how to bring up the Empress to scare people. However, considering that the Empress is in a bad mood today, I am too lazy to bother with you. Mu Qingqing, let's wait and see. After saying this, Fan Yijin left with a wave of his sleeves. Seeing him leave, Su Maoyang ordered, Let's go. We should go back to Princess's mansion. Master, the princess and Mr. Peng are back. At this time, Yuan Bao suddenly ran into Jean Hani's bedroom and reported anxiously. At this time, Jean Hani was lying on the couch to rest. After taking the elixir, his injuries were mostly healed and he was no longer in danger. But he was still a little weak. Now that he heard Mu Qingqing coming back, he opened his eyes and asked, Did you find out what happened at the flower festival? Although he was injured and returned to the princess's mansion to rest, he was always paying attention to the dynamics of the banquet. Yuan Bao nodded solemnly and said in a low voice, I heard that Minister Qin died. Chapter 1727 Spying on her bathing. Suddenly hearing such news, calm Jean Hani was also shocked, opened his eyes wide, and asked, How did he die? He had a premonition that something would happen at the flower festival banquet, but he didn't expect that someone would die. I heard that Minister Qin and Fan Kaishan had an affair. In order to cover up the truth, Fan Kaishan boarded Minister Qin's pleasure boat during the boat race and killed him with her own hands. As a result, she was caught by the head of the Qin family, and the two families were in a mess. Yuan Bao told him the news he had inquired about. Jean Hani didn't expect that Minister Qin and Fan Kaishan were actually in that kind of relationship, and his eyes flashed with surprise. In his impression, these two people didn't seem to have much in common. Thinking of this, Jean Hani frowned. His expression became a little strange. What happened later? Did Fan Kaishan plead guilty? Fan Kaishan didn't plead guilty at first, insisting that Princess Ninglan framed her. But the princess had been on the queen's ship from the beginning, and had no chance to kill. So Fan Saishan's lie was exposed, because her poems were found on Qin Shilang's body, and Qin's master caught her red-handed. Fan Saishan's murder of Qin Shilang could be said to be conclusive evidence, so the queen directly ordered her to be killed. However, Fan's master was faster than the queen, and killed Fan Kaishan with his own hands. When Yuan Bao said this, he couldn't help but sigh at Fan's courage. After hearing this, Jin Hani frowned even deeper, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and murmured in disbelief. Is it really a lie? Why do I feel that this matter is related to Mu Qingqing? Yuan Bao was shocked when he heard this, and immediately realized that there might be a shameful conspiracy. Is the princess with Peng Huan now? Jin Hani asked again. Yuan Bao shook his head. No. The princess has returned to Mingxi Pavilion. I just heard her tell Manha to fetch water, as if she was going to take a bath. As for Peng Huan, he was sent back to Yusuixuan by the princess. Hearing about taking a bath, a dark light flashed across Jin Hani's eyes, and he quickly made a decision, then got up and got off the couch. Yuan Bao was worried about his injury, and was shocked and hurried forward to stop him. Master, you are injured. Don't move. If you need anything, just tell me to do it. The head of the Jin family told him to serve Jin Hani well, and not let him make any mistakes. I'm going to Mingxi Pavilion. Jin Hani ignored his obstruction, put on his clothes and prepared to go out. Master, it's getting darker outside, and the dew is heavy. You're injured again. It's easy to catch a cold if you go out now. If you want to see the princess, I'll go and invite her over. Yuan Bao was worried about his health, and hurriedly advised him. Jin Hani frowned, and waved his hand seriously. No! Don't alarm the princess or anyone else. I'll be back soon. He had to find out the truth tonight. Yuan Bao was still worried, but seeing that he insisted, he had to compromise and said, Then let me accompany you. Jin Hani refused coldly and solemnly instructed. No. You stay here. I'll go alone. After that, Jin Hani walked out of the room without waiting for Yuan Bao to persuade him again, and went straight to Mingxi Pavilion. Although the lights were still on in Mingxi Pavilion at this time, the servants had basically left, so only Manha and Ingrong were guarding the door of Mu Qingqing's room. Jin Hani looked at Mu Qingqing's room from a distance, and did not enter from the main door, but went around to a more secluded place on the side to conceal his presence. At this time, he heard the sound of water splashing inside, and Jin Hani was sure that Mu Qingqing was taking a bath. And then, he could not control his legs and walked towards the window. After so many things, and seeing so many methods of Mu Qingqing, Jin Hani was shocked, confused, and curious. He couldn't help but start to doubt whether the Mu Qingqing in front of him was really Princess Ninglan. So, he wanted to take the opportunity of Mu Qingqing taking a bath to confirm it himself, because he remembered that Mu Qingqing had a red birthmark on her chest. If the one in front of him didn't have it, then it meant that she was a fake. However, what puzzled him was that as long as he thought about peeking at Mu Qingqing taking a bath, Jin Hani didn't know why, and a wave of heat surged in his body, and even his face became hot. You know, he had seen Mu Qingqing's body countless times before, and his heart had long been numb. He had never been as nervous as today. This mood was really too strange. However, just when Jin Hani was hesitating and struggling about whether to peek, Su Maoyang, who was taking a bath, had already noticed his presence. As an alchemist, her perception was naturally much sharper than that of ordinary people. Not to mention that Jin Hani was restless and his breath was unstable at the moment, which was too easy to expose his whereabouts. However, Su Maoyang was still very surprised that someone like Jin Hani, who was gentle on the surface but actually aloof, would actually do something like peeking at someone taking a bath. It was really shocking. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang grinned, raised a sneer, and said sarcastically, Since you have something to ask, why do you have to be so sneaky and hide? Suddenly hearing Mu Qingqing's voice, Jin Hani's body stiffened and his expression was shocked. He didn't expect that he had just arrived here and was discovered by her before he had time to peek. This Mu Qingqing is really not simple. However, since he has been discovered, there is nothing to hide. So he simply walked to the main door and said to Manha, I have something to see the princess. Seeing this, Shi Nua frowned slightly and was about to refuse, but heard Su Maoyang's voice from inside. Let him in. Shi Nua received the order, then opened the door, stepped aside, and let Jin Hani in. At this time, Su Maoyang had already put on her clothes and walked slowly to the hall. Seeing Jin Hani's doubtful and serious expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Prince Consort, you were injured tonight. Why didn't you stay in your room to rest and come to this princess? You did what happened today." Jin Hani was too lazy to beat around the bush with her and asked directly. Seeing his posture, Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What are you talking about? The plan to seriously injure me and kill Qin Shilang and frame Fan Kaishan." Speaking of this, Jin Hani's pupils flashed with cold and sharp light, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Prince Consort, have you lost your mind? I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. How could I have designed to seriously injure you? As for the death of Minister Qin, the queen has already found out the truth. It was Fan Kaishan who did it. Don't talk nonsense. If this gets out, you will be framing the princess for the death penalty." Chapter 1728. Who are you? Seeing that she refused to admit it, Jin Hani's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you think I will believe this?" "Haha. Whether you believe it or not is your business. What does it have to do with me?" Su Maoyang laughed out loud as if he had heard a big joke. At this moment, looking at that exquisite and beautiful face with a smile like a flower, exuding the charm that Mu Qingqing did not have before, Jin Hani was actually amazed, and his heart skipped a beat. After a long time, he calmed down, squinted his eyes, and said firmly, "You are not Mu Qingqing. Who are you? Such spirit and charm do not belong to Mu Qingqing at all. I am not Mu Qingqing. Who is it? You? You stay up late at night just to tell me these things? If so, you are afraid you will be disappointed. I have nothing to say." Su Maoyang's tone was flat, but his voice unconsciously became cold. Jin Hani's breathing was blocked. His painted eyebrows suddenly frowned, and his pupils were obviously more angry. "I am not interested in knowing your identity. I just want to know why you pretend to be Mu Qingqing and what your intention is. Do I need to report my intention to you?" Su Maoyang glanced at him contemptuously, thinking that Jin Hani was too self-righteous. "It seems that you admit that you are not Mu Qingqing." Jin Hani's pupils leaked a cold light, and his voice was involuntarily lowered to the lowest level, revealing a sense of solemnity. Su Maoyang didn't seem to care about his thoughts, and sneered, "Even if I don't admit it, I can't dispel your doubts. So, what's the point of admitting it or not? Yes, even if you don't admit it, it's useless. You better tell me the truth. What do you want to do by sneaking into the princess's mansion? Otherwise, I will have to report you to the queen," Jin Hani said with a serious face. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he heard this, and then stared at him with a look of a fool. "Report me? How can you report me without any evidence? Go to the queen and say that I was the one who designed to seriously injure you and kill Minister Qin." "Haha. Jin Hani, don't forget that I am the person the queen trusts the most. Even the Fan family has not been able to punish me. Do you think you can bring me down with just your mouth? You take yourself too seriously." "You? Do you really think I have no evidence?" Jin Hani was so angry that his face turned black, and he clenched his fist unwillingly. Su Maoyang raised his eyes slightly, and a deep and strange light flowed out of his amber pupils, as if he could see through people at a glance. "If you really have evidence, the queen should send someone to arrest me now. Why did you go to such lengths and take the risk to come and test my opinion?" Jin Hani was immediately speechless. Yes, he admitted that if he had evidence, he would have gone to the queen to report it long ago, and there would be no need to risk his life to test her opinion. In fact, he knew very well that if he reported this to the queen, she would not believe him, and would think that he had colluded with the Fan family to frame Mu Qingqing. However, the most ridiculous thing was that in the face of the enemy's retaliation one after another, he didn't even know the enemy's identity, purpose, and weakness. Of course, it was precisely because he had no bargaining chips in his hands that he could not sit still and came to peek at her bathing, deliberately threatening and intimidating her, wanting to blow up her intentions and get some clues so that he would not be tied up and led by the nose. While Jin Hani was deep in thought, Su Maoyang stood up and slowly came to Jin Hani's side, gently patted the leaves on his shoulders, and then leaned close to his ear, exhaling sweetly. "Prince Consort, you have to think clearly. Even if you are not afraid of taking the crime of framing the princess, can you watch your sweetheart die? You know. Although you have no evidence. I have it. Su Maoyang's voice was very soft. So soft that it was inaudible. But at this moment it exploded in Jin Hani's ears like thunder. And it was like a cold air pouring into his neck, making his whole body stiff and his back cold. At this moment, facing the pair of amber beautiful eyes close at hand, seeing the faint light flashing in them, Jin Hani couldn't help but feel a shock. This is really the first time. The first time someone has made him so confused and uneasy. This woman is so amazing. Thinking of this, Jin Hani took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, not wanting to reveal the slightest clue. My sweetheart has been killed or even replaced by you. What else can you threaten me with? Hee. Really? Then I saw her showing herself in a high-profile manner at the flower festival tonight, constantly trying to attract your attention. Am I wrong? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a chuckle. This word was like a heavy punch, suddenly smashing Jin Hani's disguise to pieces. And the handsome face that was forced to be calm began to show a little crack. How did you know? Jin Hani couldn't believe that the things he had tried to hide for so many years would be easily known by the woman in front of him. Seeing the shock in his pupils, Su Maoyang's smile deepened. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. So, since you have done it, you must be prepared to be discovered. What do you want? Jin Hani was caught by her. His face was gloomy, and there was only bottomless darkness in his eyes. Su Maoyang patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, What do I want? You have to ask yourself. Her life is in your hands. Although she only patted him lightly, Jin Hani felt like a mountain was pressing on his shoulders after hearing her words, making him a little breathless. Okay. I think you should know what to do in your heart. No need for me to say more. It's getting late now, and the prince consort is injured, so it's better to go back and rest. Su Maoyang shouted loudly. Manha, send the prince consort back to Huang Palace. Shinua, who heard the order, immediately pushed the door and walked in, making a gesture to send Jin Hani away. Jin Hani knew that if he continued to stay here, he would not be able to get any information, so he might as well go back and think about how to deal with it. Thinking of this, Jin Hani took a deep look at Su Maoyang and walked away from Mingxi Pavilion. All along the way, he was worried, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead, extremely heavy. It was not until he returned to the gate of his yard and heard Yuan Bao's voice that he came to his senses. Master, why did you take so long? Did the princess make things difficult for you? Yuan Bao knew that since Jin Hani helped Fan Yishuan deceive the princess had been very cold to him, and there was also an inexplicable hostility in her. Now seeing that his master's expression was extremely ugly, Yuan Bao was worried that the princess had made things difficult for him. Jin Hani waved his hand. No! Hearing this, Yuan Bao nodded with relief, and then remembered that there were people waiting inside, and hurriedly reported, Master, go in and take a look. Mr. Ning has been waiting in the hall for a long time, saying that he has something important to discuss with you. Chapter 1729, Why Would You Resist? Mr. Ning? Jin Hani's pupils narrowed slightly, and he asked, Are you talking about Ning Mozhang? Yuan Bao nodded. Yes, he has been waiting for you here for a while, and he has no intention of leaving, as if he really has something very important to say. Hearing this, Jin Hani's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he walked quickly into the yard and came to the hall. Ning Mozhang was sitting on a chair, and suddenly saw Jin Hani coming in, and hurriedly stood up, clasped his fists and saluted. My lord, if there is no outsider here, you don't have to be polite. I heard from Yuan Bao that you have been waiting here for a while. I don't know what it is. Jin Hani raised his hand to let him excuse himself, and he walked to the main seat and sat down. Ning Mozhang showed concern on his face and replied, I heard that the Marquis was seriously injured, so I thought of coming to visit him. I wonder if the Marquis is okay. I'm much better after taking the pills. Thank you for your concern, Brother Mozhang. However, you came here overnight and waited for so long. You must have something to say. So don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly. At this time, Jin Hani was no longer in the mood to chat with him, and got straight to the point. Hearing what he said to this point, Ning Mozhang put away his expression and said seriously, Marquis, I have heard about what happened at the flower festival today. With your intelligence, you should have guessed that Lu Liman seriously injured you because Mu Qingqing deliberately designed it. Although she is a fool, Peng Huan beside her is a smart person. With him giving advice, your future situation will be very difficult. Jean Hani didn't expect him to come to tell him this, and raised his eyebrows in surprise and glanced at him. So, I want to join hands with you to kill Mu Qingqing together. Perhaps this wish has been buried in my heart for too long. Ning Mozhang blurted it out without any worries. Jean Hani suddenly heard this, and his face was surprised as expected. However, when he thought of Ning Moshang's past experience, Jean Hani was soon relieved. These years, I saw that you didn't fight, and lived a peaceful life. I thought you let it go, but I didn't expect you to still be so brooding. Humph. Let it go. How can I let it go? Back then, Renning Xuan was jealous of me because I had more talent for cultivation than him. So he gave Mu Qingqing advice and designed to poison me, and deliberately let Mu Qingqing save my life at a critical moment, so that I mistakenly regarded her as my savior and even fell in love with her. In order to stay with her forever, I even turned against my family and did not hesitate to. I want to marry into the princess's mansion, which completely broke my parents' hearts. But, in the end, I found out that all this was fake. It was all a conspiracy. Mu Qingqing coveted my beauty. Renning Xuan was jealous of my talent. The two of them colluded and deliberately designed to deceive me. They deceived my feelings and ruined my future. How can you let me let it go? However, God opened his eyes. Renning Xuan died, and the next one is Mu Qingqing. Speaking of the past, Ning Moshang's eyes were red with anger, and every sentence, every word was filled with hatred deep in his bones. He used to regard Mu Qingqing as his savior, and loved her with all his heart. For her, he gave up his bright future and turned against his family. But in the end, he realized that he had been deceived. Mu Qingqing was not only not his savior, but the one who set people to assassinate him, just to get his favor. She deliberately dressed herself up as a savior and deliberately acted out this drama. The funny thing is that he actually thanked her and believed her. If he hadn't overheard her conversation with Renning Xuan by chance, he wouldn't have known that he had been deceived so badly. So, how could he let go of such a blow, such a deception, and such a hurt? Feeling the hostility emanating from him, Jean Hani nodded in understanding. He believed that anyone who encountered such a thing would be very angry. Well, Mu Qingqing did do something unforgivable to you before. But she, a fool, definitely couldn't think of these schemes. So the culprit is Renning Xuan. And Renning Xuan has died tragically, which can be regarded as revenge for you. It happened so many years ago, and it has been so long. You should let it go. Ning Mozhang listened to him persuading himself to let it go, and retorted excitedly on the spot. Impossible. Even if these were not Mu Qingqing's schemes. She listened to Renning Xuan's. She is also unforgivable for deceiving my feelings with words. I will never let her off easily. Seeing that Ning Mozhang was too obsessed, Jean Hani sighed helplessly. In fact, you have been claiming to be sick and not seeing people for these years, and Mu Qingqing has never blamed you for anything. Instead, she has been sending good medicinal materials to your yard. It is not unforgivable. Do you really intend to kill her? From the beginning, Ning Mozhang felt that Jean Hani's attitude was a little wrong. Hearing this, he frowned in surprise and looked at him suspiciously. My lord, when did you defend Mu Qingqing like this? You were not like this before. He saw clearly that Jean Hani's gentleness and consideration for Mu Qingqing before were all fake. Just pretending. In fact, his heart was colder and crueler than anyone else. He would never say good things for her behind Mu Qingqing's back. Therefore, Jean Hani's words shocked him greatly. After Ning Moshang's words, Jean Hani suddenly woke up. Even he himself did not notice the change in his attitude, and he did not understand why he had just spoken for Mu Qingqing. It seemed that when he thought of the charming and enchanting face tonight, the amber eyes that sparkled with brilliance, and the extremely seductive voice that seemed to still surround his ears, he actually had a little resistance to the idea of killing her. Why would he resist? He hated Mu Qingqing so much, and he wished she would die. Now Ning Mozhang wanted to form an alliance with him to overthrow him together. Shouldn't he be happy? Why would he resist? No, that's not right. The current Mu Qingqing is not Mu Qingqing at all. She is a strange woman, a mysterious woman, and an enemy who plays with him. He should want to kill such an opponent who threatens his life. But why does he feel a little bit of pity? Is it because they are evenly matched? At this moment, Jean Hani's heart was extremely confused. For a moment, He didn't know what he was thinking. Only Mu Qingqing's smiling face remained in his mind. Thinking that she killed Fan Yishuan, killed Ren Yingxuan, and killed the genius of the Lu family in public. And now she designed to seriously injure him and kill Fan Kaishan. In the end, she was able to retreat unscathed, and no one could catch her. This made Jin Hani feel shocked, and his desire to know who she was became even stronger. Chapter 1730 Preparing to Assassinate Mu Qingqing. Ning Mozhang saw that Jin Hani looked a little strange, and he was puzzled. Frowning, "My lord, are you worried about something?" Only after hearing Ning Mozhang's question did Jin Hani come to his senses, and a stiff and guilty arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head. "No, you worry too much. My lord looks very worried." "It doesn't seem like I'm worrying too much." Ning Mozhang obviously didn't believe his answer. He thought Jin Hani hated Mu Qingqing as much as he did. And tonight, he heard the news that he was almost killed by Mu Qingqing and Peng Huan. Logically, Jin Hani should be the one who wanted to get rid of Mu Qingqing the most. But he was persuading himself to let it go, and had no intention of killing Mu Qingqing. Isn't this very strange? Realizing that Jin Hani was about to back off, Ning Mozhang felt bad, and tried harder to persuade him. "My lord, Mu Qingqing has now fallen in love with someone else, and no longer dotes on you. He is even more absurd to indulge his male lover, and designed to seriously injure you. Think about it. If you hadn't rebelled, you responded quickly, and with great strength. You avoided Lu Liman's attack in time. You will be killed at the flower festival tonight. If you continue like this, there will be no place for you in the princess's mansion. Do you really want to sit here and wait for death to be killed by Mu Qingqing?" Jin Hani was already in a state of confusion. Hearing these words, he became even more irritated and interrupted them with a wave of his hand. "Okay, stop talking. It is no small matter to frame the princess. It is not so easy to do it with the strength of the two of us alone. Don't forget that there is a ghost leopard beside the princess. His strength is quite powerful." At this moment, even he didn't know whether he was really afraid of the ghost leopard or didn't want to kill Mu Qingqing. Ning Mozhang was relieved when he heard this, thinking that he was afraid of taking risks if things didn't work out. So he couldn't help but smile and comfort him. "Don't worry, my lord. Mu Qingqing will go to the temple on the mountain with the empress tomorrow to thank the gods. And my Ning family and Lu family have already agreed that we will send many masters tomorrow night. Killing the ghost leopard and that Peng Huan is no problem. And we are sure that Mu Qingqing can't return to the capital. But in this process, the cooperation of the lord is still needed." Jin Hani was shocked when he heard such an arrangement. He didn't expect that Ning Mozhang would collude with the people of the Lu family. But it is understandable. The Lu family has been hurt badly by Mu Qingqing during this period. First, Lu Lingfeng's legs were crippled. And then Lu Lin was killed in public. Now Lu Liman's reputation has been ruined and has become a laughing stock of the Fengqi Empire. The people of the Lu family must have long wanted to crush Mu Qingqing to ashes. Now that they have the opportunity to assassinate her, how could they miss it? No wonder Ning Mozhang came over in the middle of the night and said he had something important to discuss. He didn't see him and refused to leave. It turned out that he had made all the preparations for the assassination, which was scheduled for tomorrow night. And now he urgently needed his cooperation. However, thinking of this, Jin Hani was not excited at all, but frowned. Ning Mozhang saw that he seemed to still have concerns, and continued to comfort him. "Don't worry, Lord Ho. This matter was done by my Ning family and the Lu family, and it will never implicate you. Your Majesty only needs to put this powder into Mu Qingqing's vegetarian meal. And don't worry about anything. Leave the rest to us, no matter whether it succeeds or fails. Lord Ho has nothing to do with this matter. This is my promise." Ning Mozhang. In fact, Ning Mozhang didn't want to delegate such an important matter to others. But for such an important event as offering sacrifices to the gods, the princess usually only brought her husband to participate, and would not bring other servants. So Ning Mozhang was not qualified to go with him. In addition, he had been claiming to be sick and staying at home. If he suddenly asked to go with him, it would only arouse suspicion. Therefore, he had to form an alliance with Jin Hani and ask him to help. Jin Hani looked at the medicine bag he handed over. His pupils shrank slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed inside. Looking at Ning Mozhang's posture, it seems that he is fully prepared for tomorrow night's event and is determined to win. But for some reason, he couldn't be happy, and he became a little hesitant. Do you really want to assassinate that fox-like woman? But he hasn't figured out her identity and her secrets yet. My lord, keep this medicine powder first. I'll give you 1 night to think about it. Tomorrow morning, if you are willing to cooperate with us, go to the temple with the princess. If you are not willing, please pretend to be sick and stay in the princess's mansion. Ning Mozhang saw that he was hesitant, and he was not in a hurry to let him express his opinion. He immediately stuffed the medicine bag into his hand and gave him a final chance to think about it. Jin Hani looked at the medicine bag in his hand. His face became more solemn. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly. Well, I will think about it carefully. I hope that the Lord will think more about himself and not ruin his life on this idiot. I have said all, so I will not disturb the Lord to rest. Goodbye. After that, Ning Mozhang stood up, saluted Jin Hani with a fist, and then turned around and left Huayin Hall. Seeing Ning Mozhang leave, Yuan Bao immediately ran in. Master, what is the important matter that young Master Ning has to discuss with you in the middle of the night? Yuan Bao is his confidant. Jin Hani is not afraid of him knowing. He has asked the Ning family and the Lu family to prepare experts to kill Mu Qingqing tomorrow night. Hearing such news, Yuan Bao gasped in fear and opened his eyes wide in horror. Then he came to the master. Is he asking the master to help kill the princess? Well, he asked me to put medicine powder in Mu Qingqing's vegetarian meal. Jin Hani stared at the medicine bag with deep eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing this, Yuan Bao also deliberately took a look at the medicine bag in his hand, and swallowed his saliva with mixed feelings. Mu Qingqing is now full of hostility towards his master. If his master does not take action, the situation in the future will become more and more difficult. Although assassinating the princess is a very risky thing, it is indeed the only way to break the dilemma. Master, this might be a good opportunity. You? Jin Hani was upset now. Hearing such words, he couldn't control his anger and growled. Okay, go out. I want to be quiet. Yuan Bao knew that the assassination of the princess was a serious matter and must be carefully considered. He immediately left the hall and closed the door for him. The next morning, when the morning light unveiled the veil of the night and sprinkled gently on the earth, there were carriages passing through the streets in the capital, making waves of wheel rumbling sounds, and drove all the way to the city gate. At this time, the gate of the princess's mansion was also very lively. The servants helped prepare 2 carriages, change of clothes, and some daily necessities early in the morning, because today is the day to go to Qinglian Temple to pay tribute to the flower god. The royal family and the 7 major families will go there. Mu Qingqing, as a princess, is naturally no exception. Chapter 1731 Go to Qinglian Temple to pay tribute to the gods. This Qinglian Temple is located on Qingning Mountain outside the city. According to custom, everyone will stay in Qinglian Temple for 3 days, eat vegetarian food and worship Buddha in it to show piety. So, although the distance is not far, it takes 3 days to leave, and the servants still have to help the princess prepare properly. Su Maoyong packed up early under the service of Xinul and came to the door of the princess's mansion. At this time, seeing Jun Haotsong's figure, Su Maoyong smiled and shook her head. She had long expected that Jun Haotsong would not be able to bear to be separated from her for 3 days. So it was not surprising to see him appear here. You can't wait for 3 days. You are so anxious. Su Maoyong glared at him unhappily. I can't wait for a moment. You might as well not go. Jun Haotsong didn't want her to be tired from traveling and running up and down. Su Maoyong pretended to be angry and glared at him. Such an important event. How can you not go? Besides, I took you, a male concubine, to pay tribute to the gods, which has already caused controversy. So you should be content. Jun Haotsong thought that as long as he could be with her, he could even tolerate the identity of a male concubine. So what else could he not tolerate? He immediately nodded in compromise. Okay, but doing that kind of thing in front of the Buddha always feels a little awkward. Su Maoyong didn't expect that he actually wanted to do that kind of thing in the temple. The blood rushed to his head, and he stepped on him hard in anger. Can you be serious? What's wrong with me? Jun Haotsong frowned, looking innocent. You are not serious at all. Get on your carriage quickly. And don't talk to me. Su Maoyong pushed him away and asked him to sit in the carriage behind. Seeing that she actually wanted to separate from him, Jun Haotsong was so angry that he pulled her into his arms, lowered his voice, and gritted his teeth and said, I haven't kept you from getting out of bed for a long time. And you are getting more and more daring. Su Maoyang saw so many servants around here, all staring at her, and her face turned red. In order to prevent Jun Haotsong from doing something more outrageous, she had no choice but to compromise and said, Okay. Okay. You sit with me. Isn't it okay to sit together? Let me go quickly. So many people are watching. After hearing this, Jun Haotsong curled his lips slightly and gradually let go of her. That's better. However, the scene of the two hugging each other tightly fell into the eyes of Jinhani, who was walking out. For some reason, seeing the two flirting so intimately, Jinhani actually felt particularly eye-catching. Although he had some thoughts, he still walked quickly to Mu Qingqing and bowed respectfully. Princess. Su Maoyang didn't expect him to come, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. You are seriously injured. Just stay in bed and rest. You don't have to accompany me to Qinglian Temple. It's important to take care of your body. Thank you for your concern, Princess. It's just that I took the elixir and I'm fine now. There's no problem with traveling. How can I be absent from such an important event of offering sacrifices to the gods, as the Xianping Marquis personally appointed by the Queen? So, let me accompany you. Jinhani clasped his fists respectfully. Su Maoyang saw that he insisted, so he nodded. Okay. In that case, let's get in the car quickly. After that, Su Maoyang got on the carriage with Shi Nua's help. Jun Haotsong glanced at Jinhani, and said with a slight smile, Then I'll have to trouble you to sit in the back carriage. After saying that, Jun Haotsong also got on Su Maoyang's carriage. When Jinhani saw that Mu Qingqing would rather sit with a lowly male favorite than with him, he suddenly felt angry, and then walked towards the back carriage angrily. Sitting on the carriage, Yuan Bao saw that his master's expression was dark and smelly, and he was confused. He didn't know what had offended him, so he could only serve carefully on the side, since Qinglian Temple was not far away. After leaving the city gate and passing through a forest, he arrived at the foot of Qingling Mountain. Qinglian Temple was not built high, but only halfway up the mountain, and it was a short walk from the foot of the mountain. When they walked into the temple, the abbot came forward to greet them. At this time, an old man in a cassock put his hands together and bowed slightly with a respectful expression. I am here to see the queen. No need to be polite. Abbot. Mu Qingwan seemed to respect this monk very much and was very polite. Queen, the auspicious time for praying has arrived. Please follow me. As he said this, the abbot turned around and led everyone into the flower god hall and came to the statue of the flower god. At this time, the monk who had been waiting by the side immediately handed the incense to Mu Qingwan and the selected saint. Mu Qingwan and Ran Shuring took the incense, lit the incense one by one, and then prayed devoutly, and bowed 3 times to the statue of the flower god. The people standing behind him also closed their eyes and followed suit. When the ceremony was over, the abbot stepped forward and said, Queen, please bring the saint girl with me to the holy water pool to be baptized. The rest of you go to the Buddhist temple next door to chant sutras and pray for the Fengqi Empire. Mu Qingwan nodded, gave a few simple instructions, and went to the backyard with Ran Shuring. The rest of the people were led by another monk to chant the sutras in the Buddhist chanting hall. They sat there for a whole day, and soon it was night. Seeing that it was late at night, the monk stood up and announced loudly, The abbot has arranged rooms for you. You can go back to your room to rest later. The kitchen is preparing vegetarian meals now. When the meals are ready, I will send someone to deliver them to you. Hearing this, those who had been tortured by the scriptures for a long time breathed a sigh of relief, and got up and left the Buddhist chanting hall and returned to their rooms. Su Maoyang, Jun Haotsong and Jinhani also came to their rooms under the guidance of the monks. Seeing that Jun Haotsong was planning to live in the same room with Mu Qingqing, Jinhani was so annoyed that he reminded him, Princess, Master Peng, it's better to live separately in the holy land of Buddhism. If you offend the flower god and ruin the fate of Fengqi Empire, the queen will probably blame you. Jun Haotsong sneered when he heard this. My lord, you dragged your sick body and ran to the Bodhisattva with bad luck. You'd better take care of yourself and don't ruin the fate of Fengqi Empire. Jinhani was immediately blocked and his face turned pale and his expression was embarrassed. My lord, calm down. You are already seriously injured. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. Jun Haotsong's sinister reminder made Jinhani grit his teeth and burn with anger. Yuan Bao saw this and was afraid that he would get angry and hurt himself. So he hurriedly advised, "Master, you are tired all day. You should go into the house and rest. Your health is important." Hearing this, Jin Hani ignored Jun Haotsong and walked into his own house. After arriving at the house, Yuan Bao asked carefully, "Master, the monk just said that the kitchen is preparing vegetarian food. I think now is the best opportunity. Do you want me to go now?" Chapter 1732, Is the Master in Love with Her? Although Jin Hani agreed to go to Qinglian Temple with Ning Mo's Hang and Mu Qingqing to pay tribute to the gods, he still has not made up his mind until now. He didn't know why he was so indecisive. He knew that the woman had caught him and discovered the relationship between him and Duan Xuexin, and tried every means to kill him. He also knew that getting rid of her was the only way to survive. Moreover, the best opportunity to kill Mu Qingqing was now in front of him. But he hesitated, thinking of this period of time. He fought wits and courage with this unidentified woman, and every time he was embarrassed by her sharp means and deep scheming. But although he hated her to the bone, he could not help but feel a trace of appreciation and admiration in his heart that he didn't even notice. I think it was a kind of appreciation of a chess match, because a woman, who replaced Mu Qingqing without anyone noticing, killed the princess's maid, framed Fan Yishuan, and directly killed him. And there was a reason, so that people could not say anything wrong. Later, she deliberately angered Lu Lin, the genius of the Lu family, and killed the daughter that the Lu family valued the most on the spot. But the Lu family could not hold her responsible, so they could only swallow their anger and keep the peace. Then she used a trick to frame him and Ran Ningxuan, wanting them to fight each other. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and called his father in time. Otherwise, he would end up like Ran Ningxuan. Later, she joined hands with Peng Huan, trying to kill herself by mistake with Lu Liman's hand. Fortunately, he had some foundation and reacted quickly, and survived again. But he was seriously injured and spent a lot of elixirs. And Lu Liman's reputation was ruined and she became a laughing stock. Even so, the queen and the Lu family could not blame Mu Qingqing and Peng Huan. This strategy of killing two birds with one stone was perfect. And even he was secretly shocked. But what he didn't expect was that Mu Qingqing could get away with Fan Yi's frame up, and even bite back at the Fan family, causing the Fan family to suffer heavy losses. He knew too well what kind of ruthless character Fan Yi was. Even Fan Yi was in her hands, which showed how powerful she was. So, such a powerful and mysterious woman shocked him while arousing his curiosity. He wanted to know more and more uncontrollably. In this way, she attracted his attention and earned his attention. Perhaps, they were all smart people. Both of them were deep-minded and scheming people. And Jin Hani actually felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Unfortunately, such a woman is his enemy. An enemy who wants to put him to death. Thinking of this, Jin Hani frowned. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out. Yuan Bao saw that his master was silent and could not figure out his thoughts. So he immediately lowered his voice and advised, "Master, make a decision quickly. It will be too late if you are late." The Lu family and the Ning family have already arranged assassins, waiting for Jin Hani to take action. If he delays things, I am afraid it will be difficult to explain to Ning Mo's Hang. Jin Hani shook his head slightly. This matter is too risky. Or, Yuan Bao did not expect him to change his mind at the last minute, and was shocked. "Master, you have come here. Didn't you agree to Mr. Ning? If you change your mind suddenly like this, the Ning family and the Lu family will definitely have opinions about you. Even if they have objections, they can't do anything to me. I will just say that the princess has found clues." Jin Hani didn't seem to take the Ning family and the Lu family too seriously. But Yuan Bao was extremely anxious. "Master, you have to think clearly. This time you don't rely on the power of the Jin family. You only need to put some medicine powder, and you can get rid of Princess Ninglan with the help of the Ning family and the Lu family. This is simply the best opportunity. If you miss it, there will never be such an opportunity again in the future, no matter whether this matter succeeds or not. He does not have to bear the responsibility, and it will not implicate the Jin family. For him, it is definitely beneficial and has no disadvantages." Yuan Bao really couldn't understand why he felt it was too risky. You have to know that his master had betrayed Princess Ningfu and pulled her down from the altar before. He had done such a risky thing, let alone such a small thing that could be done with just a little effort. Thinking of this, Yuan Bao was full of doubts in his heart. He frowned and asked tentatively, Master, are you really in love with Princess Ninglan? Being asked so directly by Yuan Bao. Jin Hani was shocked and glared at him angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? My heart. The master has always been Duan Xuexin. How could he have feelings for Mu Qingqing? Is this servant talking nonsense? I have been with the master for so long. And I know that the master has always been a decisive person. I have never seen the master so hesitant as now. And the object of your hesitation is Princess Ninglan. If it were usual, if someone wanted to harm you, you would have fought back long ago. Not to mention that this time you can kill someone with a borrowed knife. And you don't need to show up in person at all. In my opinion, there is really no reason to refuse. The only reason is that you can't bear it. Yuan Bao pointed out Jin Hani's thoughts, which shocked him and made him look a little stiff. At this moment, even he was a little shocked that he could not bear to see his enemy. He is really crazy. Seeing Jin Hani's face change, Yuan Bao knew that he had guessed it right. And he felt even more helpless. Master, you are really confused. You can be emotional at any other time. But you have to be emotional at this time. After so many things, let alone you. I can see clearly that Princess Ninglan is no longer reliable. She is trying every means to kill you. Although I don't understand why she suddenly changed her heart. It is common for a cruel, cold-blooded, and insensitive person like her to kill someone. It is not surprising. Everyone says that being with the king is like being with a tiger. Master, it is better to make plans early. After all, the master can't always come to save you on time. I said. I didn't fall in love with her. I just didn't reconcile. I didn't figure out her identity and purpose. And let her die like this. It's really too easy for her. Jin Hani always felt that this woman had some special hostility towards him. Otherwise she would not target him as soon as she came. So there must be an unknown secret hidden in it. Master, no matter what the truth is, she has endangered your life. You must kill her. If the master is not moved, then give the medicine bag to the servant. And the servant will go and do it now. If it is a little later, it will be too late. Master, please think more about yourself, Miss Duan, and the Jin family. And don't make the master and Miss Duan sad. Yuan Bao knelt down with his fists clasped, and advised earnestly. Hearing this, Jin Hani looked down at the medicine bag in his hand, thinking that Mu Qingqing had threatened his and Duan Xuexin's lives, and finally had to give the medicine bag to Yuan Bao. Closed his eyes, waved his hand. Go. Chapter 1733 Princess Sudden Illness. Yuan Bao was delighted to see that he had finally figured it out. He quickly took the medicine bag, turned around and left the room, and went straight to the kitchen. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and everything was silent, because it was on the mountain. The air was filled with a mixture of vegetation and soil, as if it had just rained, giving people a damp and cold feeling. After Jin Hani asked Yuan Bao to put the medicine powder in Mu Qingqing's vegetarian meal, he waited quietly in the room for the result. Sure enough, within 2 hours, Jin Hani heard hurried footsteps and Man He's voice coming from outside the room. Dr. Liu, please check on my princess quickly. Not long after the princess fell asleep, she began to have a fever, headache, and body pain. I don't know what happened. At this time, Jin Hani only saw 2 figures flashing outside and quickly walked towards the next room. Knowing that Mu Qingqing's body had reacted, Jin Hani could no longer sit still. He quickly got up, put on his clothes, walked out of the room with Yuan Bao, and followed into Mu Qingqing's room. When he walked into the bedroom, he saw Mu Qingqing lying on the bed, sleeping with her eyes closed, her forehead covered with sweat, her whole body steaming, and coughing from time to time. One could tell from the sound that she was seriously ill, and Peng Huan was by her side, constantly wiping the sweat from her forehead, looking considerate. Seeing this scene, Jin Hani frowned slightly, and a feeling of annoyance surged in his heart. Then he suppressed his inner unhappiness, walked over, and asked with pretended concern, Manha, what's wrong with the princess? When Shi Nua saw Jin Hani coming, the cold light in his eyes flashed, and he shook his head anxiously. I don't know. The princess was fine before, but she kept coughing after falling asleep, and her body gradually became hot, and it was getting more and more wrong. Jin Hani frowned when he heard this, and then he told Dr. Liu seriously, Dr. Liu, The princess's health is very serious. You have to check it carefully. Dr. Liu was a doctor who came with him in case of emergency. Now that the princess was sick, he certainly did not dare to neglect it. My lord, please rest assured. I will do my best to treat the princess's illness. Hearing the doctor's promise, Jean Hani nodded with satisfaction and stood aside to let him check. At this time, Mu Qingwan also got the news and walked in quickly from outside. Seeing that Dr. Liu had arrived, he hurriedly asked, Dr. Liu, I heard that Princess Ninglan suddenly felt unwell. What's going on? Dr. Liu saw the Empress coming and bowed and saluted. This old minister greets the Empress. Oh, it's already so late. And there are so many formalities. It's more important to see the princess quickly. Mu Qingwan saw Mu Qingqing lying on the bed, looking weak, and waved anxiously. Dr. Liu has a certain amount of experience in the palace. He just made a rough examination and came to a conclusion. He immediately clasped his fists and replying to the queen. The princess has a fever, body aches, a pale red tongue with thin white fur, and a floating and tight pulse. These are symptoms of infection with the wind and cold. I think it's because the climate is humid, cold, and windy on the mountain. The princess is thin and can't stand the wind, so she suddenly caught a cold. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan nodded in understanding, and then ordered, Then you quickly prescribe some medicine for her and give her some conditioning. Well, conditioning is for sure, but the humidity is heavy and the temperature is low on the mountain. If she stays in this environment, her condition will worsen. So, this old minister suggests that the princess should go down the mountain and return home first, and then slowly adjust it. Dr. Liu gave a heartfelt suggestion. Yes, 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 yes. Dr. Liu is right. In her condition, she can't stay here to chant sutras and pray for blessings. It's better to send her down the mountain early and take care of her body first. Mu Qingwan nodded repeatedly in agreement, and then ordered Manha, Hurry up and pack your master's things. I will let the guards escort you back later. Manha nodded immediately after receiving the order and began to pack. Prince Consort, I'll ask you to take care of the princess along the way. As he said that, Mu Qingwan looked at Jean Hani and instructed. Jean Hani bowed. Taking care of the princess is my job. Please rest assured. Queen. The queen heard the words and nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered the maid beside her to arrange the guards. Zino moved quickly, packed up in 2 or 3 steps, and wanted to help Su Maoyang get up. At this time, Jean Hani took a step forward and said, She is very ill and probably has no strength to walk. I will carry her down the mountain. Jun Haotsong, who was standing by, saw that he still wanted to carry his woman, and his face suddenly darkened. He retorted, The Marquis is of noble status. How can he do such rough work? Let me do it. After that, Jun Haotsong took the lead and picked up Su Maoyang without waiting for Jean Hani to refuse, and strode out of the room. Jean Hani's pupil shrank slightly when he saw this, and there was anger flowing inside. After taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and followed him out. Even if Jun Haotsong was holding Su Maoyang, his steps were very fast. He arrived at the foot of the mountain in a short while and carried Su Maoyang to the carriage in advance. Jean Hani was determined to sit with Mu Qingqing this time, so he got on the carriage where Su Maoyang was without saying hello. Seeing him following him, Jun Haotsong frowned unconsciously, and his voice was even colder than the night wind. My lord, you are delicate and seriously injured, so it's better not to stay here. If the old injury hasn't healed, and you get infected with a cold, it will be troublesome. Mr. Peng, you don't need to worry about my health. The queen just told me to take good care of the princess. I won't disobey her. Right? Jean Hani sneered and retorted sharply. Jun Haotsong narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light leaked out. If he hadn't promised Su Maoyang that he would not act easily, he would have wanted to slap the man in front of him to death. And Jean Hani also felt the murderous intent emanating from Jun Haotsong, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He didn't expect that this male favorite named Peng Huan would actually want to kill him. Although he admitted that Peng Huan was indeed a good man, he didn't think he would pose a threat to him, because although he married into the princess's mansion these years, he has been practicing in secret and has never neglected his martial arts. Now his strength has reached the level of a mid-stage Xiantian Jun Lingshi, and he is not weaker than those geniuses who are held in the palm of everyone's hand. The last time he was injured was because it was too sudden, so he was not mentally prepared at all. But if they really fight, this Concubine may not be his opponent. And he still has this confidence. What's more, the Ning family and the Lu family have arranged masters to ambush nearby and have made all preparations. So, let alone killing people, whether he can save his own life is a big problem. Chapter 1734 Easier than crushing an ant. Thinking of this, Jean Hani glanced at Concubine with disdain, then retracted his gaze, seemingly not intending to say anything more to him, and then ordered the driver outside. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay the princess's illness. In his opinion, Concubine was already a dying man, and there was really no need for him to bother with a dead person. The driver outside, hearing the order, did not dare to delay, and immediately waved his hand and whipped, driving the carriage quickly into the grove ahead. It was just that not long after the carriage entered the grove, Su Maoyong noticed a murderous aura spreading from all directions, which immediately made the already solemn atmosphere even more solemn. In fact, as early as when she found out that Jean Hani had drugged her food, she had expected that they would take action tonight. I didn't expect them to come so soon. They planned to kill her in the wilderness, without waiting for her to enter the city. But it's okay. There are not many people in the wilderness. She doesn't need to hide, which saves her a lot of trouble. Just thinking about it, the carriage stopped as expected, and only heard the sharp neighing of the horse outside. Then a fierce gust of wind broke through the air, smashing the door with a bang, and the powerful pressure came directly to the face of Su Maoyong and others. Although Jean Hani had been prepared, he was still shocked when he felt such power, and his face turned pale. It seems that it is really as Ning Mozhang said. This time, the Ning family and the Lu family sent very powerful masters. Just thinking of this, facing such a fierce killing intention, he not only failed to feel at ease, but became a little nervous. In fact, his mood was very complicated along the way, because although he acquiesced to Yuan about poisoning Su Maoyong's vegetarian meal, he still struggled in his heart. But he has always been a rational person, even if he was reluctant, even if he was unwilling. For the Jin family and Duan Xuexin, he had to force himself to do so. However, just as Jean Hani was pondering, a fierce roar broke out outside. Mu Qingqing, come out and die. At this time, Su Maoyong, who was sleeping in Jun Haotsong's arms, heard such a big noise. But he was not panicked at all. Instead, he stretched and muttered sleepily, I wanted to sleep more, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. It seems that I can only sleep well after I get rid of you first. Jean Hani saw that Mu Qingqing actually stood up from Penghuen's arms and yawned. He didn't look seriously ill at all, and his expression froze. At this moment, apart from being disturbed and a little unhappy, there was not a trace of pain and weakness on her face. Jean Hani seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue, and his eyes widened uncontrollably. Are you not sick? As steady as Jean Hani was, he was shocked by this scene and stuttered. Su Maoyong smiled and glanced at him. I'm sorry to trouble you, my lord. This princess is in good health, and it's not easy to get sick. Hearing this, Jean Hani was shocked and her face suddenly pulled down, as if it was covered with a layer of paste, which was particularly ugly. It was obvious that Mu Qingqing was not poisoned at all, and the weakness just now was all pretended. But she knew that someone was trying to frame her. So why did she come down the mountain? Isn't this courting death? But Su Maoyong didn't even wait for him to figure it out, and he got out of the carriage with Jun Haotsong and she knew all. Jean Hani was shocked and stunned for several seconds before he came to his senses. Then he got out of the carriage with a lot of doubts. When he got out of the carriage, he found that the driver had died, and the guards who escorted Mu Qingqing were also dead. There were many people in black around. Looking around, there were about 20 people, and they were all at the peak of the post-heavenly monarch spirit master. At first glance, they were the elite troops carefully cultivated by the Ning family and the Lu family. He didn't expect that the Ning family and the Lu family really spent a lot of money this time and sent so many masters. But this scene fell into Su Maoyong's eyes. But it caused a sneer. A group of post-heavenly monarch spirit masters at the peak level actually wanted to assassinate this princess. Isn't it too whimsical? Su Maoyong has now cultivated to the late stage of the innate monarch spirit master, which is 3 levels higher than the peak post-heavenly monarch spirit master. Moreover, according to her fierce fighting power, she doesn't even take the peak Xiantian Jun Lingshi seriously, let alone a group of acquired Jun Lingshi. Therefore, The group of people in front of Su Maoyang are not worth looking at all. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a sarcastic voice came from the front. Humph. What a big tone. If you don't have a powerful secret guard, let alone a group, just one of them can cut you into pieces. What is there to be proud of? At this time, Su Maoyang suddenly saw 4 figures coming in front of him, with a fierce aura floating around them, obviously much stronger than the surrounding black-clothed people. Speaking of which, Su Maoyang is not unfamiliar with these 4 people, because she has seen them at Mu Qingqing's birthday and yesterday's Huaqiao banquet, and knows their identities. The middle-aged man in black robe, tall and with a high nose bridge, is the 3rd uncle of the Lu family, named Lu Huntao. It is said that he is a peak Xiantian Junlingshi, and has the potential to become a supreme Junlingshi. His strength is quite good, and he has a pivotal position in the Lu family. The middle-aged man standing next to him, wearing a brown robe, thin and dark-skinned, is the 5th uncle of the Lu family, named Lu Junyu. Compared with Lu Huntao, his spiritual power is slightly inferior, and he is only a late Xiantian Junlingshi. But it is said that his fighting power is very strong, and he is also a tough character that should not be underestimated. The 2 middle-aged men standing on their left-hand side are also not weak. The one wearing gray clothes and slightly hunched is Ning Maoshang's 2nd uncle, named Ning Lifeng, whose strength is also at the level of a peak Xiantian Junlingshi. As for the one wearing blue clothes and relatively short, it is Ning Maoshang's 4th uncle, named Ning Libin, whose strength is the same as Lu Junyu, and he is a late Xiantian Junlingshi. Seeing 2 peak Xiantian Junling masters and 2 late Xiantian Junling masters coming together, Jinhani, who had been prepared, was stunned and froze. He really didn't expect that in order to kill Mu Qingqing. The uncles of the Lu family and the Ning family actually went out in person. It seems that they are really determined to kill Mu Qingqing. After all, Mu Qingqing's most powerful bargaining chip is the Dark Guard named Ghost Leopard. It is said that the Dark Guard has reached the strength of a peak Xiantian Junling master and is an extremely terrifying figure. But there are 2 peak Xiantian Junling masters in front of him. In this case, how can he have any chance of winning? What's more, the other side has 2 late Xiantian Junling masters. If the 2 of them besiege Peng Huan will have almost no power to resist. As for the other 20 late-stage Junling masters, if they want to kill Mu Qingqing, isn't it easier than crushing an ant? Chapter 1735, Kill in One Move. It must be said that even Su Maoyang was moved when he saw such a lineup, and shook his head with a smile. The Lu family and the Ning family really think highly of me. They actually sent masters like you to deal with a junior like me. I am really honored. 2 peak and 8 Junling masters and 2 late and 8 Junling masters, plus a large group of acquired Junling masters. Such a terrible lineup. Against a Mu Qingqing, there is really no suspense. Mu Qingqing will definitely die. But unfortunately, they met her Su Maoyang, not Mu Qingqing. However, after hearing this, Lu Huntao snorted disdainfully. Humph. You think too much. To deal with a waste like you. Why do we need to take action ourselves? They are enough. The reason why they came in person was to kill the Ghost Leopard just in case. And they didn't take Mu Qingqing seriously at all. After saying that, he glanced at the black-clothed men around him and ordered sternly, "Come on!" At this time, the 20 postnatal Junlingshi surrounding him received the order and rushed towards Su Maoyang, intending to kill him directly with the most powerful attitude. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was calm and reminded Jun Haotsong calmly, "You step back, so as not to dirty your clothes." Jun Haotsong had a cold, and Su Maoyang did not intend to let him use his spiritual power. Moreover, she could handle these people in front of her, so there was no need for Jun Haotsong to take action. When she heard this, she knew that her master was going to kill. However, her master pretended to be sick and used a trick to lure the snake out of the hole. But he was waiting for this moment, so there was no reason to let this group of people go. Seeing that these minions in front of him did not pose any threat to her, Jun Haotsong did not object. He stood back a few steps obediently, looking like he was going to stand by and watch, which made Jinhani frown in fear. He thought that Peng Huan would definitely help Mu Qingqing when she fell into this predicament. But he didn't expect that he didn't even plan to help, and actually watched Mu Qingqing die. What is this man thinking? Did he think that if he didn't take action, these people would let him go? It's stupid. However, Just when Jin Hani was surprised by Peng Huan's decision, Su Maoyang ignored the attacks around him and walked towards the direction of the four old guys. Jin Hani didn't expect that she really planned to face such a powerful enemy alone. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He immediately reached out and grabbed her wrist to stop her, saying, "Mu Qingqing, are you crazy? The other party is a peak Xiantian Jun Lingshi and a late Xiantian Jun Lingshi. He can kill you with just a flick of his finger." Although he knew that the Mu Qingqing in front of him was not the real Mu Qingqing, and must be more powerful than the real Mu Qingqing. But the four strong men in front of him were very important elders of the Lu family and the Ning family. Even if they were the top geniuses of their Fengqi Empire, they would not have the slightest chance of winning against any of them. Not to mention that she had to face four such strong men. Isn't this courting death? Therefore, apart from going crazy, Jin Hani really couldn't find a word to describe her current behavior. Su Maoyang was pulled by him, frowned suddenly, glanced at him sarcastically, and then broke free of his hand, sneered, and said, "Isn't this exactly what you want to see? Why are you pretending to be a good person now?" Jin Hani colluded with the Ning family and the Lu family to design this, just to wipe her out. But now he pretends to care about her, which is really disgusting. Jin Hani was stunned by her sharp question, and then he withdrew his hand tremblingly, looking a little embarrassed. Yes, he helped these two families to design Mu Qingqing and put her in such a predicament. What qualifications does he have to pretend to be a good person? But from the heart, he still didn't want to watch this rare woman, who was not inferior to him in tactics and means, die in front of him. However, Su Maoyang didn't know what he was thinking. He broke free from his restraints and raised his hand. The knife light flashed in his hand. Before Jin Hani could react, he saw the two knives being sacrificed, and instantly two dazzling golden lights passed on the left and right sides of Su Maoyang, sweeping towards the surroundings with a hot and terrifying force. The next second, the 5 peak-level post-heavenly monarch spiritual masters, who rushed to the front, were killed by a knife and fell instantly. They didn't even get close to Mu Qingqing, and they were killed in one move. Suddenly seeing such a horrifying scene, the black-clothed man who rushed over from behind dared not move forward. He was so frightened that he stood still, staring at the dead body on the ground with horror. And it took him a while to recover. Although the strength of the postnatal monarch spiritual master is not very good in Fengqi Empire, the person who made the move is Mu Qingqing, who is despised by everyone. She can kill 5 postnatal monarch spiritual masters in 1 second. How can it not be surprising? Even Jin Hani, the only one who knew her secret, looked at Su Maoyang in shock when he saw this. Although he guessed that this person's strength was not simple, he did not expect that she could kill 5 peak postnatal monarch spiritual masters in seconds, with just a pair of swords, without using any spiritual power. It seems that her strength must be above that of a postnatal monarch spiritual master. However, even if she is a congenital monarch spiritual master, it is not enough to face 2 super strong men who are about to step into the supreme monarch spiritual master. Sure enough, the 4 old men who saw this scene were a little surprised by Mu Qingqing's strength, but still did not take her seriously. Haha, Mu Qingqing, I didn't expect you to be a pig in disguise. But it's a pity. No matter how talented you are, you can't go back alive if you meet us. Ning Li Feng sneered contemptuously, and his deep eye sockets burst out with a sinister cold light. Then he ordered Ning Li Bin beside him. Kill her, and make a quick decision. Ning Li Bin raised his eyebrows and stared at Su Maoyang with bright pupils. Before he made a move, his eyes were so sharp that people couldn't resist. He just laughed. Mu Qingqing, you can let me kill you personally. This should be the most proud thing in your life. It's not unfair to die. After that, the short middle-aged man in blue rushed towards Mu Qingqing like a tiger descending from the mountain. He seemed to disdain to use fancy moves. Just a simple punch was wrapped with spiritual power and pressure that suppressed everything, sweeping up the wind and bombarding Su Maoyang. At this moment, feeling the level suppression from the late Xiantian Jun Lingshi, even Jin Hani, who was standing behind Su Maoyang, was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Strong. Too strong. Worthy of being an elder of the Ning family. Such power is definitely not comparable to those geniuses. I believe that if this punch falls on Mu Qingqing, even if she doesn't die, she will be seriously injured. Chapter 1736, Terrifying Combat Power. Thinking of this, Jin Hani took a deep breath. His frowning brows twisted into a knot. And he was really worried about Su Maoyang. It seemed that everything in front of him was about to end. However, just when he thought Mu Qingqing would be blown away, he suddenly saw that thin and powerless figure. Ignoring the pressure of the late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, quickly flashed to the side, and turned directly into a residual image. At the same time, she only saw her sleeves raised, her wrists turned, and the scimitar in her hand spun rapidly at her fingertips. And the mirror-like blade flashed with cold light, drawing a gorgeous arc in the air. At this time, she not only did not avoid Ning Libin's attack, but instead stepped forward, waving her arms, and the two swords seemed to turn into sharp cold light, silently slashing at Ning Libin. Because her speed was too fast, the cold light arrived in front of Ning Libin in the blink of an eye, which caught the latter off guard. However, Ning Libin was at least a late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, and he was also an elder of the Ning family, so his combat experience was much richer than that of the young people. Therefore, facing such a sharp move, he turned his body quickly and quickly retreated to the side. While dodging, his hands were not inferior, and he immediately blasted out a palm. Su Maoyang saw the palm print mixed with strong spiritual power coming, bent down, fell back, and just passed by the palm print, and was not hurt at all. Ning Libin was shocked to see Su Maoyang dodge his attack so easily, and kicked him unwillingly again. But Su Maoyang turned back flexibly, and the double swords in his hands were like two crescent moons, strangling his lower body. Ning Libin was so frightened by this that his face turned pale. He quickly retracted his feet, jumped into the air, and quickly left her attack range. But Su Maoyang's skills were not only fast, but also extremely sharp. Seeing that he was about to retreat, he swung his hands and quickly sacrificed his two swords. The rapidly rotating scimitars were like two silver lotuses blooming, and a cold air suddenly spread out, cutting towards Ning Libin like a vortex. Ning Libin felt the pressure that was beyond his tolerance, and his heart was shocked. He did not dare to stay for a moment, and retreated like crazy. However, even so, he was still a step slower, and his arm was severely cut several times. Blood splattered, and every cut was bone-piercing. However, this was already a blessing in disguise. I believe that if he was a little slower, his arm would be minced into mincemeat. Thinking of this, Ning Libin took a breath of cold air with lingering fear, and looked at Su Maoyang with unprecedented horror. When did this Mu Qingqing have such lightning-fast skills? Of course, not only Ning Libin, the person involved, was shocked, but the others present were also shocked and stared at Su Maoyang in astonishment. Especially Jin Hani. He really didn't expect that Mu Qingqing could force Ning Libin, a late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, to this extent with just a pair of swords without using any spiritual power. Such skills are too terrible. However, before Jin Hani recovered from the shock, Su Maoyang flew up again, with the two swords following him like a shadow, and the blood-stained blades seemed to have blood flowing, exuding a cold murderous aura. She only saw her wrist turn, holding the scimitar and sweeping it horizontally, like a whirlwind, swiftly scraping towards Ning Libin, forcing the latter to quickly use his palm to resist. While he was distracted by defense, Su Maoyang jumped into the air with his toes, and slashed down with another scimitar, as if it was smashed from the sky. With a devastating force, there was a loud bang, and blood splashed wherever the knife passed, directly splitting Ning Libin's body in half and falling to both sides. The scene was bloody and cruel. Shocking. Except for Shinua and Jun Haotsong. Everyone present was frightened and froze. They couldn't believe that Ning Libin, who had a high status in the Ning family and had quite good combat power, would be killed by Mu Qingqing. What's more ridiculous is that he didn't even use spiritual power, just relying on ordinary double knives and sharp skills. If this were to spread, who would believe that the elders of their Ning family would die under such an attack? Who would believe that their Ning family's late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi was crushed by Mu Qingqing and had no power to fight back? Not to mention outsiders. Even those who saw this scene with their own eyes still don't believe that Ning Libin, a late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, died like this? When did a late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi become so vulnerable? No. It's not that late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi are vulnerable. It's that Mu Qingqing in front of her is too simple. She clearly hid her strength. Realizing this, seeing Ning Libin's body, Ning Lifeng was stimulated to have bloodshot eyes, and roared angrily, "Mu Qingqing, you dared to kill my brother! I'll kill you!" Before the roar fell, Ning Lifeng rushed over madly. His hands became claws, and he grabbed Su Maoyang fiercely like an eagle hunting. It must be said that Ning Lifeng is indeed stronger than Ning Libin. After all, he is a peak Xiantian Junling Shi. Whether in spiritual power or momentum, he has the domineering intention of crushing everything. At this moment, Su Maoyang actually saw that his demonic aura was surging, and his curved claws seemed to be like a beast, so sharp that it seemed to tear the void and leave 10 frightening black claw marks in the air. Facing such a sharp move, Su Maoyang did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Although she could crush people of the same realm without using spiritual power, it did not mean that she could kill a strong person of a higher level than herself in seconds without using spiritual power. What's more, Ning Lifeng is an elder with rich combat experience. Su Maoyang is not so arrogant as to fight with only agility. However, even so, in Su Maoyang's view, it is not difficult to kill this old guy. Thinking of this, she immediately brewed spiritual power in her palm, which quickly covered the scimitar. At this time, the blade was like ice, with cold air surging on it, accompanied by the dazzling spiritual light. She was cut down from the sky. The fierce power seemed to cut through the void, and immediately cut off the black claw mark with one knife. At this moment, feeling the strong and powerful spiritual power vibrating, everyone present was shocked and dumbfounded. First, Xiantian Junling Shi. Jin Hani was shocked so much that his eyes widened. His face turned pale, and he stuttered when he spoke. He never thought that this mysterious woman was actually a late Xiantian Junling Shi, one level higher than him. However, what shocked him even more was that her spiritual power level was the same as Ning Libin's. But she could kill people of the same level without using spiritual power. So how terrifying was her fighting power? Chapter 1737. It's her. Even if Jin Hani was standing far away and watching, he could feel such a terrifying power. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrible power Ning Lifeng was suffering in the face of Mu Qingqing. Thinking of this, Jin Hani was shocked and had a deeper understanding of this mysterious woman. At this time, Su Maoyang did not give Ning Lifeng any time to breathe. His footsteps trembled, and his body turned into a stream of light, rushing up, forming seals with both hands, and slapping out, directly approaching Ning Lifeng's face. Ning Lifeng was surrounded by the sword light, and before he could resist the power of killing all around, he had to face Su Maoyang's spiritual attack again. He was a little flustered for a while, but no matter what, he was one of the most powerful people in the Ning family. Although he was flustered, his heart was not confused. He could always avoid it in time and fight back. However, Su Maoyang's attack was not only powerful, but also very tricky and vicious. Moreover, she practiced the secret art of ice sacrifice to the 9 heavens, and each attack was accompanied by a piercing cold. A strong person might be able to resist such cold, but after many fights, the invasion of cold would still cause more or less damage to the body. You should know that this potential continuous damage, although silent, is the most deadly. Moreover, Su Maoyang's own combat power is very strong. So even Ning Lifeng felt a little tired. Why are you still standing there? Come and help! Ning Lifeng was forced by Su Maoyang to grit his teeth, and finally yelled at Lu Huntao and Lu Junyu. Mu Qingqing's strength has completely exceeded his expectations, because only when he fought her in person did he find out how terrible her spiritual power and attack were. If they continue to waste time like this, the consequences will be disastrous. When Lu Huntao and Lu Junyu heard Ning Lifeng's request for help, their expressions were shocked, and they looked at each other in surprise. They knew too well what level Ning Lifeng's strength was at. It was already a great demotion for him to deal with a young girl in her early 20s. Not to mention that he was asked to ask for support in front of so many people. This was quite embarrassing for a strong man of his age and level. However, it can be seen from this that Mu Qingqing was so powerful that she actually forced Ning Lifeng to this point, which was really shocking. At this time, Jin Hani was shocked to see that Mu Qingqing actually relied on the strength of a late-stage Xiantian Junling Shi to beat back the strong men who were one level higher than her, and even shamelessly asked for support. This woman is really not simple. Lu Huntao and Lu Junyu saw that the situation was not right, and they could not stand by and watch, because they were desperate to assassinate Mu Qingqing this time. They were determined to kill her. After all, they knew very well that assassinating the princess was not a trivial matter. Once there was a mistake, and the matter was exposed, the Ning family and the Lu family would be in a catastrophe. So, this action can only succeed not fail. Thinking of the seriousness of the matter, Lu Huntao and Lu Junyi burst out with spiritual power, rushed towards Su Maoyang, and quickly joined the battle, relieving Ning Lifeng's pressure. At this time, Su Maoyang was surrounded by 3 family elders and trapped in them. He raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth and sneered. 3 elders, whose spiritual power level is higher than mine, actually bully the weak with the big, the few with the many, and join forces to besiege a junior like me. If this gets out, the Ning family and the Lu family will be laughed at. Humph. Don't worry. This matter will never be spread, because this is where you are buried. Lu Huntao snorted with a sinister look on his face. And then he shouted to the remaining black-clothed men. Kill Peng Yuan and that maid. The black-clothed men were stunned by Su Maoyang's fighting power, and suddenly heard the order. And then, they reacted and rushed toward Xinhuo and Jun Haotsong. Facing the attack of the late-stage acquired Jun Lingshi, Xinhuo was not afraid, and said to Jun Haotsong on the side, Mr. Peng, you are injured. Leave this to me. Xinhuo knew that Jun Haotsong was suffering from a cold disease, and was not suitable for action. So he planned to deal with these late-stage acquired Jun Lingshi alone. Fortunately, after such a long period of recovery and training, and taking pills on a regular basis, her strength has recovered to that of a mid-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritualist, and her combat power has returned to its peak. Although she is 1 level lower than this group of black-clothed men, she still has a chance to fight. Besides, she hasn't tried her combat power for 4 years, so it's not bad to practice with them. Thinking of this, Xinhuo went straight up to them, stretched out her hand to summon the wind-breaking shadow sword. And the surging spiritual power was quickly injected into it, and then swung the sword fiercely, slashing at the black-clothed men. And a suffocating sword power spread, which actually made the black-clothed men who rushed up feel a strong pressure. But after all, they were strong men of a higher level, and they soon calmed down and launched a series of attacks on her. Jin Hani saw this scene and widened his eyes in shock again. He didn't expect that not only Mu Qingqing was not simple, but even the maids around her were actually mid-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritualists. Although such strength is not considered a top talent, it is also considered a medium level among the younger generation of Fengqi Empire. However, he did not know that the mid-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritual master was only the strength of Xinhuo 4 years ago. If she had not been betrayed and framed, and her martial arts had not been abolished, she would have made amazing achievements after 4 years of practice. Unfortunately, she became a useless person in these 4 years, and everything had to start all over again, wasting so much time in vain. However, for her, it is God's blessing that she can recover as before. It turns out that Mu Qingqing gave her the wind-breaking shadow sword. Jin Hani sighed in his heart when he saw the sharp sword waving in Xinhuo's hand. It seems that these 2 people are clearly in the same group. The princess is fake, and even the maid is fake. He remembered that this man, he was not Mu Qingqing's personal maid at all. It was only after Jiro was killed by Peng Yuyan that the princess brought her up to serve. Thinking of this, Jin Hani suddenly had an idea, and his mind immediately recalled the fire, and Peng Yuyan, and his servant Peng Nuo who died in the fire. Then, he was shocked, and suddenly turned his eyes to look at Su Maoyang, who was besieged by 3 family elders. And a terrible idea suddenly popped up in his mind. The petite and somewhat pretty brothel girl. It was her. It turned out that it was Peng Yuyan, who pretended to be Mu Qingqing. At the beginning, he felt that this person was a bit feminine, like a woman. I didn't expect that she was a woman disguised as a man to sneak into the princess's mansion. No wonder she wanted to kill Jiro at the beginning. It seems that in addition to framing Fanny Xuan, she also wanted to get rid of the person who knew Mu Qingqing best. Only by getting rid of Jiro, she would not be exposed for pretending to be Mu Qingqing. And the fire was probably her intentional act in order to replace Mu Qingqing. The 2 charred bodies were not Peng Yuyan and Peng Nu at all, but Mu Qingqing and Manhe. Chapter 1738, she is actually a beast master. Thinking that all these conspiracies were planned perfectly by her, Jin Hani was horrified, and a chill instantly ran down his spine. This woman's scheming and methods are really terrible. He had never thought about Peng Yuyan before, so he couldn't figure out how this person replaced Mu Qingqing without anyone noticing. Until today, when he saw the scene, he suddenly remembered that Manhe was not the princess's personal maid at first. But in order to become the princess's personal maid, he must first kill Jiro. And the one who killed Jiro was Peng Yuyan. who had competed with him as soon as he entered the mansion. At that time, this male favorite left a deep impression on him, because this person was also a person with deep scheming and great means. He and Fan Yishuan framed him again and again, but he cleverly resolved them all. In the end, he used him and Fan Yishuan to kill Mu Qingqing's personal maid and frame Fan Yishuan. In the end, not only did he kill Fan Yishuan, but he was also implicated, which made the princess unhappy. Thinking of all this, Jin Hani suddenly realized that Peng Yuyan and the woman pretending to be Mu Qingqing were very similar in means and scheming. Obviously, they are the same person. So, she killed Jiro for two purposes. On the surface, it seemed that she was trying to frame Fan Yishuan, but the deeper purpose was to replace Mu Qingqing. This woman didn't make a move. But once she made a move, she killed two birds with one stone. Even he was willing to admit defeat with such a strategy. And he couldn't catch up. It seems that if he wants to know the identity of this person, he must start from Jifeng Tower and investigate Peng Yuyan. While Jin Hani was thinking, the three elders who besieged Su Maoyang were also frightened when they saw that even the maid was so powerful and killed 3 or 4 men in black with the strength of a mid-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritualist. At this moment, they suddenly realized that if they continued to waste time like this, the Ning family and the Lu family would suffer heavy losses. So, Lu Huntao immediately called out loudly, Thunder Wind Demon Tiger, Violent Dragon Sky Wolf, come out! At this time, the wind was blowing violently, and the sand and stones were flying. Only 2 huge and majestic figures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Huntao. What came into view was a black tiger with lightning flashing all over its body, and a fierce wolf with 2 dragon horns on its head. Both spirit beasts were at the strength of the 7th level monarch beast. And at this moment, they exuded a fierce aura. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang had to sigh that Lu Huntao was indeed an important figure in the Lu family. In addition to being a peak Xiantian Junling master with impressive strength, he also has 2 7th level king beasts that are comparable to the early Xiantian Junling master. Moreover, judging from the aura of these 2 spirit beasts, their combat power should be even higher, and they may even be able to fight against the mid-stage Xiantian Junling master. At this time, Lu Junyu saw that his third brother had already released the spirit beasts, and he no longer had any reservations. He needed to fight quickly and evacuate the battlefield as soon as possible. Then he waved his hand and shouted, Blood Flame Poison Python, Earth Rakshasa Lizard, come out! As soon as the words fell, Su Maoyang saw 2 figures appearing beside Lu Junyu. One was a 3-meter-long, blood-red giant python, and the other was a giant lizard that was earth-colored and seemed to merge with the earth. They are all at the level of the 6th-order monarch beasts, and their strength is comparable to that of the peak-level postnatal monarch spiritual masters. Although they are 1 level weaker than Lu Huntao's 7th-order monarch beast, they are more than enough to deal with Shinua, a mid-stage postnatal monarch spiritual master. No wonder the Lu family is so arrogant and takes huge risks to kill Mu Qingqing. They really have some tricks. When Jin Hani saw 4 such powerful spirit beasts attacking the maid named Manhe, his face turned pale. It seems that no matter how powerful this woman and her maid are, they can't escape death. Lu Huntao, Lu Junyu and Ning Lifeng are the elders of the family after all, with rich background and many tricks, even if they are not as talented as them in spiritual power and skills. The Lu family has an absolute advantage in spirit beasts. No matter how good the maid is, she is only a mid-stage post-heavenly monarch spiritual master. Even if she can fight across levels, can she defeat a spiritual beast that is 2 or 3 levels higher than her? After all, everyone knows that the defense and speed of spiritual beasts are not comparable to humans. They have more combat advantages than humans. How can Manhe's small body withstand the attack of spiritual beasts? Thinking of this, Jin Hani sighed regretfully. It seems that Mu Qingqing's appearance here has already doomed the ending. Mu Qingqing, it's about to end. I advise you not to resist fearlessly. Stop now. We can still keep your body intact. Otherwise, you will end up with your bones crushed and ashes scattered. You have to think clearly. Lu Huntao saw the 4 spiritual beasts rushing to kill Manhe, knowing that the battle was about to end, and warned sinisterly. Su Maoyang sneered when he heard this, and nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. It's about to end. However, at this moment, she changed the subject and called out loudly with a solemn face. Diar. Red hair, yellow hair, black hair, Little Blue. Go help Xinhua. Just now. It was just a group of late-stage post-heavenly monarch spirit masters. And she was relieved to let Xinhua practice. Now that there are suddenly so many powerful spirit beasts, she naturally doesn't feel relieved to let Xinhua face it alone. At this time, everyone heard her loud voice shaking. And the next second, they saw 5 powerful spirit beasts appearing beside Su Maoyang. Looking around, they were a Snow White, fat snow ferret, a big bird with a red body like flames, a giant demon lion with golden hair, a 5-meter-tall, sturdy black giant ape, and a blue python. Seeing this scene, all the black-clad men who besieged Xinhua were stunned as if they were running out of time. After being stunned for several seconds, someone couldn't help but sigh. My god, isn't that the blue scale swallowing sky python ranked first on the fierce beast list, and the sky-reaching flamingo ranked 5th on the fierce beast list? The ferocious beasts on the fierce beast list are too famous. So they naturally know that they were shocked when they suddenly saw their figures. There are more than 2 ferocious beasts. There are also the Black Thunder Explosion Ape, which is famous for its violent power, and the Golden Flame Demon Lion, which is famous for its cruelty. They are all very powerful spirit beasts. When did Mu Qingqing become so powerful that he actually contracted so many spirit beasts? Others also murmured in shock, unable to accept this fact at all. Yes, not only have so many spirit beasts been contracted, but the levels of the spirit beasts are not low. The Golden Flame Demon Lion and the Sky-Reaching Flamingo have actually reached the level of the 6th level Monarch Beast. And the Black Thunder Explosion Ape and the Blue-Scaled Sky-Swallowing Python have even reached the level of the 7th level Monarch Beast. Such a lineup is too terrifying. Chapter 1739, So Many Powerful Spirit Beasts. Speaking of which, after this period of training, with the help of the concentrated spirit liquid, Su Maoyang's several spirit beasts have successfully advanced, and have made great progress. Of course, the ones who have made the greatest progress are the blue-scale swallowing sky python and the sky-reaching flamingo. They are worthy of being the fierce beasts on the fierce beast list, and their talents can be described as abnormal. When in the Maple Forest Empire, the sky-reaching flamingo was only a 4th level monarch beast, and now it has become a 6th level monarch beast in the blink of an eye. Its combat power is estimated to be stronger than that of the Golden Flame Demon Lion, which is also a 6th level monarch beast. However, in terms of talent, it is still not as good as the blue-scale swallowing sky python. The blue-scale swallowing sky python became a 6th level monarch beast when it was promoted for the first time in the Yellow Spring Road. Now, after drinking the concentrated spirit liquid and practicing for a period of time, it has already been promoted to a 7th level monarch beast. Such a starting point and such a speed are definitely beyond the reach of other spirit beasts. What's more, listening to its babyish voice, it is clearly still in its infancy. It is hard to imagine how powerful it will be when it grows up. As for the Black Thunder Explosion Ape, it is a violent guy with thick skin and flesh, and its physical fitness is so good that it makes people jealous. Eating beast cores is like eating candy beans, and there is no fear of getting a stomachache. So according to his eating method, it is difficult not to advance, and reaching the level of the 7th level monarch beast is also expected. However, just when everyone was shocked, the Sky Demon Martin, who was ignored by everyone, was on the back of the Tantillon Flamingo, laughing and rolling. Ha ha ha. Red hair, yellow hair, black hair. Good names. Good names. It really suits you. For convenience, his woman actually called out such a weird name. She is really good. Hearing the ridicule of the Heavenly Demon Martin, the Sky High Flamingo, the Golden Flame Demon Lion, and the Black Thunder Explosion Ape all looked at Su Maoyang with a grudge. It was obvious that they were very dissatisfied with such a name. Master, it's so unfair. Why don't you call the Heavenly Demon Martin White Hair? The Black Thunder Explosion Ape grumbled, unconvinced. Because his black hair was the ugliest. After all, they are also relatively famous spirit beasts in the spirit beast world. But they are called yellow hair, red hair, and black hair. Where will these beast faces be placed in the future? However, the other people present did not pay much attention to Su Maoyang's name for them. At this time, they heard the Heavenly Demon Martin and the Black Thunder Explosion Ape talking, and they were shocked. Their faces instantly surged with horror, and they suddenly shot their eyes at the Heavenly Demon Martin. Tian Demon Martin? Did I hear it wrong? Jean Hani suddenly heard such a name. He tried his best to stay calm, but he was shocked and shrank his body. With an expression of excessive fear, he grabbed Yuanbao's arm and asked stutteringly. Yuanbao was also shocked and shook his head stiffly. No. I heard it right. It seems to be called the Heavenly Demon Marten. They had all heard of the name of the Heavenly Demon Marten. It was a pervert on the ancient beast list, and it was definitely not comparable to the beasts on the general beast list. But they didn't expect that they would see the ancient beast in their lifetime. This was too unbelievable. No wonder his master was so excited. Of course, not only Jinhani, but others were also scared by the identity of the Heavenly Demon Marten. They never thought that this chubby, non-lethal snow marten was actually the ancient beast Heavenly Demon Marten. In this case, wouldn't its combat power be able to easily kill them in seconds? Realizing this, the men in black and the 4 spirit beasts sent out by the elders of the Lu family began to feel timid. Lu Huntao obviously did not believe the nonsense uttered by the spirit beast. At this time, he noticed that his people began to retreat a little, and gnashed his teeth and yelled, "A bunch of idiots! Don't use your brains to think about it. How could the ancient beast appear here? Why don't you kill it quickly? Things have evolved to this point. They have no way out." Lu Huntao's words were like a wake-up call, which immediately woke up the men in black and the spirit beasts. They have never seen the Heavenly Demon Marten, and the beast is likely to scare them. Thinking of this, the men in black and the spirit beasts launched a crazy attack on Shinua without any scruples. Su Maoyang saw that Shinua was in danger, and he was anxious. He shouted, "Hurry up and help Shinua. If Shinua gets hurt, don't mention red hair, yellow hair, black hair. I will make sure you don't have any hair at all." Hearing Su Maoyang's warning, Tontian Flamingo, Jinyan Demon Lion and Xianlei Explosion Ape shuddered in fear and rushed toward Shinua's battle circle. Although red hair, yellow hair, and black hair are not very nice, it is better than no hair. Thinking of this, Tontian Flamingo quickly arranged the tactics and said, "Yellow hair, the 2 of us will deal with the 2 6th level monarch beasts, and the remaining 7th level monarch beasts will be left to black hair and little blue." Jinyan Demon Lion heard it and said unhappily, "You are the yellow-haired one. Your whole family is yellow-haired." But despite the scolding, the body still cooperated and rushed towards the 2 6th level monarch beasts. Although the Black Thunder Explosion Ape was hot and uncomfortable, but thinking of Su Maoyang's anger, it had no choice but to tuck its tail between its legs and behave like an ape. Then, together with the blue-scaled sky-swallowing python, it pounced on the 2 7th level king beasts. As the saying goes, if you take something from someone, you will be grateful. He ate so many beast cores and concentration fluids from Su Maoyang that he might not be able to repay them in this lifetime. How could he have the right to protest? The people who heard their conversation were once again upset. They didn't expect that not only the snow ferret and the black thunder ape had developed intelligence and could speak, but other spirit beasts could also speak. How could Mu Qingqing suddenly become so powerful? Not only did she contract 5 powerful spirit beasts, but they were all intelligent spirit beasts. I believe that such a talent for contracting beasts is rarely achieved by the elders in the Sex Beast Hall, let alone the top talent of contracting beasts in Fengqi Empire. It is hard to imagine that Mu Qingqing is not only not a waste, but also has super abnormal combat power and a good spiritual power level. She has contracted so many intelligent spirit beasts. How did she do it? No matter which of her strengths is taken out, she is a top talent in Fengqi Empire. Thinking of this, everyone present was shocked beyond words, shaking their heads in disbelief, and looking at Su Maoyang with a little fear. After all, young people with amazing talents in both spiritual power and contracting beasts are too rare. At this moment, Jinhani was so shocked that he stood still, his expression frozen. Although his face was calm, his heart had already set off a huge wave. Staring at Su Maoyang, his eyes were even flashing with a brilliance that he himself did not notice, because the shock this woman brought to him was too great. However, he didn't know that Su Maoyang had more than just these spirit beasts, and there were 3 more in the space, in addition to the Xianyan Silver Snake. The other 2 also reached the level of the 6th level monarch beast. They were looted from the disciples of several academies that Su Maoyang met on Huangquan Road last time. However, they had eaten the beast core and the concentration liquid, and were still in seclusion, so it was not convenient for them to come out. Of course, these minions in front of her were not enough for her to send out so many spirit beasts. Chapter 1740 Shameless Old Man. As for the sky-high flamingo, the golden flame demon lion, and the black thunder explosion ape, they were able to develop intelligence and speak because they had eaten the concentration liquid. It can be seen how precious and rare this concentration liquid is. No wonder it can nourish so many corpse puppets. And the sky demon Martin has been feeling sleepy and wanting to sleep recently because of drinking the concentration liquid. It seems that it has reached the critical point of a breakthrough. Now that it sees a group of minions that are not worthy of its attack, it yawns without interest. These scums don't even have the qualifications for your uncle to move a finger. I won't get involved. I'll leave it to you here. In his opinion, it is no problem for Su Maoyang to deal with these three old guys now. Not to mention that there are several spirit beasts, such as the Black Thunder Explosion Ape, to protect Shinua. So it doesn't need to take action at all. After saying that, the Sky Demon Martin jumped back into Su Maoyang's space and continued to sleep. The three elders were furious when they heard such arrogant words, and they urged their spiritual power to hit several palms. At this time, the claws of the ferocious bird and the palms of the mountain came at the same time. And suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound in the air. In an instant, a strong wind blew and rushed directly to Su Maoyang. The momentum was terrifying, as if it was going to tear the void and directly beat people into powder. Su Maoyang felt the pressure coming from three sides, and he did a backflip with agility, retreated 5 meters away, and threw out the two swords quickly, instantly blocking most of the power. Ning Lifeng was suppressed by Su Maoyang just now, but now he has helpers, so he is full of confidence. Now seeing her dodge backwards, he snorted disdainfully. Now you want to escape? There is no way. Mu Qingqing, die! As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body was covered with blood. His 5 fingers were like hooks, and his arms whistled out. At this time, only a blood mark fell in the void, with a devastating force, and went to kill Su Maoyang. At the same time, Lu Huntao and Lu Junyu also quickly chased up, and they all took action, intending to trap Su Maoyang in it, waiting for the judgment of the blood mark. Seeing this, Su Maoyang was not panicked at all. He snorted coldly and suddenly jumped up, suspended in the void, and then waved his hand to summon the dragon piano. At this time, a piercing cold air permeated, instantly enveloping Maoyang, and immediately made her whole person look cold and murderous, like a sword inserted on an ice peak, revealing a sharp edge. Seeing that she suddenly had a silver long harp in her hand, and feeling the biting cold air emanating from the long harp, Lu Huntao, Lu Junyu and Ning Lifeng were all shocked, frowned slightly, and felt more solemn in their hearts. However, before they could react, Su Maoyang held the strings with both hands and started playing. The sound of the piano whistled out from her slender jade fingers, condensed into ice, and sprinkled on the three old guys like raindrops. Uncle Lu and Ning Lifeng saw the dense ice spikes attacking them, and they were frightened and turned pale, and hurried to resist. But they didn't expect that their palms had just broken an ice spike, and the next second they felt the cold air invading, and their palms quickly froze. No, don't touch the ice spikes. You will be frozen into ice. Lu Huntao saw the ice quickly spread from the back of his hand. His face was shocked, and he immediately warned loudly. At the same time, he didn't dare to delay, and immediately slapped the frozen arm, and heard a crisp sound, and the ice broke, revealing his original arm. However, even though he saved his arm from being frozen, his tendons and veins were damaged, causing Lu Huntao to frown in pain. At this moment, he realized how terrifying the power released by the silver Guqin was, and immediately reminded his comrades next to him. That weapon is not simple. Don't resist it. Originally, they thought that it would be no problem for the three of them to join forces to besiege Mu Qingqing, which led to them being in high positions and not wanting to use weapons to fight a little girl. However, the opponent's burst of strength and endless means were too amazing, which was completely beyond their tolerance. They had to use weapons to encircle and suppress them. Thinking of this, the three old men summoned their weapons one after another. After all, they were well-known figures in the 7 major families, so their weapons were all above the fairy level. Seeing this scene, Jean Hani couldn't help but sigh. It seems that she is the only one who can force the elders of the Lu and Ning families to this extent. However, before he finished speaking, the three old guys who had abandoned their face, shame, and dignity had already waved their weapons and attacked, faced with their determination to kill. Su Maoyang just looked at a joke, with a faint arc of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. And then he flicked his hands. The sound of the piano sounded, and there was a silver stream of light floating between his fingers. And then it shot out like a beam of light, and soon turned into a silver sword, rushing towards the three old men. Feeling such a sharp sword power, the uncles of the Lu family and Ning Lifeng were trembling slightly, and their bodies turned sharply, and quickly moved their bodies to avoid the swords one by one. As expected of a strong man who has stepped half a step into the Supreme Lord's spiritual master, facing Su Maoyang's net-like killing, they can dodge all of them, which does not disgrace their reputation in the Fengqi Empire. However, only they themselves know how dangerous it is to face these overwhelming, omnipresent ice swords that can break through the air at any time. Because the sound of the piano is everywhere. The ice swords formed by the cold air condensed by the piano sound are naturally everywhere. How difficult it is to defend against such ubiquitous attacks. If you are not careful, you may be stabbed in the vitals and die on the spot. As expected, Lu Junyu is the weakest among the three. He was stabbed in the arm with a little distraction, and a stream of blood spurted out. However, at this time, he had no time to take care of his wounds. He was wholeheartedly dealing with the sharp sword stabbing from all directions, because he knew very well that if he was distracted again, it would not be as simple as stabbing his arm. After all, Lu Huntao is a strong man of the peak Xiantian Junlingshi, and he has a fairy weapon to protect his body, so he will not be stabbed. So after cutting off the surrounding swords, he urged his spiritual power and broke through with Ning Lifeng. At this moment, everyone only saw Lu Huntao and Ning Lifeng using their ultimate moves, bursting out all the spiritual power in their bodies, and crushing towards Su Maoyang. That kind of power covered the sky and the sun, and the might was shaking the sky, and it was about to fall on Su Maoyang. At this moment, Jin Hani opened his mouth in shock, with a flash of fear in his pupils, and he couldn't help but yelled, "Mu Qingqing!" The two peak Xiantian Junlingshi used their most powerful moves, urging all their spiritual power without any reservation, and fell on Mu Qingqing. Jin Hani couldn't imagine what her fate would be. Chapter 1741 Feeling ashamed of oneself. Kill! The killing sound descended, and in an instant, an endless brilliant light burst out, and with a loud rumbling sound, it suppressed from the top of Su Maoyang's head. The terrifying power was centered on Su Maoyang, and it shook the entire space trembling, and the ground was blasted with countless cracks. Such a powerful attack, hitting Mu Qingqing, who was only a late-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, seemed to have no suspense. And there was only one end, ashes and smoke. After all, this was a killing move jointly exploded by Lu Huntao and Ning Lifeng. Even if facing the supreme Junlingshi of the initial stage, there was a great chance of winning, not to mention dealing with a junior who was one level lower than them. So, this time, they killed Mu Qingqing with the belief that they would win. Although it was a very shameful and shameless thing for outsiders to see that the strong men of their level tried their best to deal with a junior who was one level lower than themselves. But for the survival of the family, they can no longer worry about so much. At this time, Jin Hani, who was standing far away, felt the violent power sweeping over him. He was overwhelmed and was blasted back several steps. He spit out a mouthful of blood and quickly swallowed the pill to stabilize his heart. So, he couldn't imagine that he couldn't bear such a perverted bombardment outside the battle circle. What kind of terrible destruction was Mu Qingqing, who was shrouded by power, suffering at this time? However, he didn't have time to feel sorry for the fall of such a genius. He saw Mu Qingqing, who was in the center of the storm, facing such an attack. Without even frowning, his slender hand dropped the string. The spiritual power floated on his fingertips, and he pushed hard. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and soon they were shrouded by cold murderous intent. A fierce and domineering dragon roar roared out, echoing in this space, as if to shatter the sky and the earth. As soon as the deep dragon roar came out, it rushed straight towards the three old guys with the whistling wind, the galloping iron cavalry, and the thunder and lightning. Lu Junyu, the weakest of the three, could not withstand the power of the dragon roar. He was blown away on the spot without even a chance to struggle, and died directly. As for Lu Huntao and Ning Lifeng, they were both peak Xiantian Junlingshi after all. Although they were not killed on the spot, they were still blown away from a long distance. They tried their best to stabilize their bodies, but they still couldn't bear it and spurted blood. looking particularly embarrassed. At this time, feeling the injuries in their bodies, their hearts and lungs were about to rupture, and they were so scared that they immediately swallowed the healing pills. And then they breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw that Lu Junyu had been blown to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices and died tragically on the spot, the two of them couldn't help but shiver, and a layer of goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They only felt the surrounding cold air entering their bodies, making them cold from head to toe. At this time, Lu Junyu, who had already died, still had a look of fear in his eyes. It was obvious that he did not expect that he would die in that moment, and he did not even have a chance to resist. They probably never dreamed that the assassination of Mu Qingqing tonight would be so difficult and so tragic. Realizing the horror of Mu Qingqing, Lu Huntao and Ning Lifeng looked at each other, and the murderous intent in their eyes quickly climbed to the peak, because they knew that this person was too terrible and must be eradicated. If Mu Qingqing was not killed today, there would be endless troubles, and even their family would be affected. Thinking of this, the two reached a consensus. Lu Huntao threw a pill directly to Ning Lifeng, and then they both swallowed the pill and forcibly upgraded to a higher level. 2 figures suddenly shot out, like 2 lightning bolts, and attacked Su Maoyang frantically. Jean Hani felt their expanding power and rising aura, and took a deep breath in shock. She sighed with a shock in her heart. 2 Supreme Lord spiritual masters in the initial stage. Such an attack is quite terrible. Can she still handle it? At this time, Su Maoyang saw that they were still attacking and snorted with disdain. Don't struggle in vain. Since you have decided to assassinate me, don't think about going back alive. Die! As soon as the word die fell, a torrent of power burst out from the fingertips of Su Maoyang's plucking, and a dragon roar sounded again in the space. Everyone only saw that a huge silver dragon afterimage flew out from Su Maoyang's fingertips and rushed straight to Ning Lifeng. At the same time, Su Maoyang's plucking speed did not slow down, and even got faster and faster, and the spiritual power injected became more and more, and stronger. At this moment, the sound of the piano was so powerful that it echoed in all directions, shocking the black-clothed people to spit blood and their eyes turned white. Finally, Su Maoyang used all his strength to play, and the murderous silver dragon afterimage seemed to be injected with infinite power. It suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out a stream of cold air, directly freezing Ning Lifeng into ice. Su Maoyang plucked the string and shot out the ice sword. The ice sword pierced Ning Lifeng. There was a loud bang, and Ning Lifeng, who was frozen into ice, exploded and turned into ashes in an instant. Seeing the appearance of the dragon, and witnessing Ning Lifeng being killed by the dragon, Lu Huntao was so scared that his eyes were broken. His buttocks were urinating, and he no longer had any fighting spirit, and immediately turned around and wanted to escape. Su Maoyang saw that he wanted to leave, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. And then he played with both hands, and the dragon roared, and the silver dragon circling in the air swooped down, and a dragon swung its tail, knocking Lu Huntao out. Although Su Maoyang only released the afterimage of the dragon, that kind of power was beyond the ability of ordinary people to bear. Therefore, Lu Huntao was blasted into powder by the overbearing power and scattered in the air. At this time, Jean Hani, whose soul was shocked out of his body, saw the 2 elder-level strong men being killed and turned into ashes. He saw the murderous silver dragon afterimage in front of him, which seemed to be galloping in the clouds, bearing its fangs and claws and releasing the terrifying dragon power. At this moment, Jean Hani felt like he was dreaming. Too unreal. He didn't dare to think about what it was like to be able to summon the afterimage of the dragon. Of course, what shocked and moved him the most was the beautiful woman sitting in the center of the spiritual power storm, with her clothes flying and her black hair flying in the wind. She stroked the strings of the zither with her hands, sitting there, surrounded by a chill, so calm, so indifferent, like a fairy who didn't eat fireworks in the world. Touching his heart. Jean Hani was originally a proud man. For him, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. In fact, he never thought that he was worse than those geniuses. But at this moment, standing in front of this woman, thinking of her strength and talent, and witnessing her stunning and brilliant demeanor, he felt ashamed and couldn't raise his head. This was the first time that someone humbled him. A proud man? To the dust. But he didn't feel disgusted, because she was so outstanding, so dazzling, and so shocking. Chapter 1742, Count him in. Su Maoyang, who had just killed 3 old guys, didn't care about Jean Hani's thoughts. At this time, she waved her hand and immediately cleaned up the bodies of Lu Junyu, Ning Libin and the spirit beasts, along with the dead Lu Huntao and Ning Lifeng. They turned into ashes and disappeared in the air, leaving only the body of the man in black. Those 4 old guys all had a certain status in Fengqi Empire. If it was found that they died in her hands, it would definitely arouse suspicion. After all, the reason why she chose to do it here was to do it secretly, which could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, after dealing with these bodies, there is still one person who needs to be dealt with. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang put away the dragon harp, recalled the spirit beast, and looked at Jean Hani with murderous intent in his eyes. Do you want me to do it? Or do you do it yourself? Her voice was a few points colder than the cold wind, which frightened Jean Hani's heart and slightly changed color. Before, he didn't understand why she pretended to be sick and took the risk to go down the mountain. Now that he had seen her strength, he completely understood that she was deliberately luring the snake out of its hole, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. You must know that the 4 elders are powerful and have a pivotal position in Fengqi Empire. Ning family and Lu family. Their death is definitely a heavy blow and a huge loss to Ning family and Lu family. Now that she has cleaned up the bodies and destroyed the evidence, who would have thought that the respected elders would die in the hands of Mu Qingqing? A fool. But he witnessed all this with his own eyes, and Mu Qingqing naturally wanted to kill him to silence him. Thinking of this, Jean Hani felt a chill in his heart, and tried to remain calm and threatened. Mu Qingqing, you can't kill me. If I die inexplicably, the Jean family will not let you go, and will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly. By then, you will definitely not be able to get away with it. Su Maoyang heard this, but he smiled softly as if he heard a joke, then walked over slowly, pointed at the black-clothed people on the ground, and asked faintly, who said you died inexplicably? This princess encountered an assassination tonight. As the most considerate son-in-law of this princess, shouldn't you stand up to protect this princess? Unfortunately, you are not good at martial arts. In the process of protecting this princess, you were stabbed by the enemy and died. This should be called a heroic death. How can it be called an inexplicable death? Hearing that Mu Qingqing had already thought of his ending, Jean Han, he was even more shocked. This woman was too scheming. She not only plotted against the Ning family and the Lu family, but also against him. She wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill him and prevent the Jean family from holding Mu Qingqing responsible. After all, as the son-in-law, he did have the responsibility to protect the princess. Moreover, when he went down the mountain, Mu Qingwan personally handed Mu Qingqing to him for care. Now that he encountered such an assassination, it was normal for him to die to save the princess. Who could say it was not right? So, this woman had been plotting against him from the beginning. She was so vicious. It seems that the son-in-law wants me to do it. Well, in that case, I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Su Maoyang's eyes were sharp, and he raised his hand slightly, preparing to do it. Who knew that there was a sound of wheels rumbling from behind? Su Maoyang looked up and saw several carriages and a large group of guards rushing towards this side. It was clear from the carriage that it was the convoy of Mu Qingwan and the 7 major families. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's eyes condensed, and he immediately stared at Jean Hani, narrowed his eyes, and whispered sinisterly, I underestimated you. It turns out that you were prepared. It is impossible for Mu Qingwan and the people of the 7 major families to get the news so quickly and appear here. It must be that Jean Hani has a backup plan and informed them in advance. I never do risky things. Since I want to do it, I must prepare a retreat. Jean Hani grinned and said coldly, although he had agreed to help Ning Mozhang assassinate the princess before, and he had enough confidence in him. In order to be on the safe side, he still ordered his secret guards to hide in the dark and observe the direction of things. If the Lu family and the Ning family failed to assassinate successfully, or the situation was not right, let him go back and report to the queen immediately, so that the queen can come to rescue. In this way, whether the assassination was successful or not, he would not put himself in trouble, and he could also benefit from both sides. If the assassination succeeds, he will get rid of Mu Qingqing, the enemy. If it fails, he can also get the reputation of calling people to rescue the princess in time. Jean Hani is indeed a very smart person. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang glared at him sinisterly. She almost killed him to avenge Shi Nuo. But unfortunately, it was just a little short. Just when Su Maoyang was regretful, Mu Qingwan and other family members got off the carriage and ran over quickly. At this moment, seeing the bodies of the men in black all over the ground, Mu Qingwan was shocked. He walked quickly to Su Maoyang and asked worriedly, "Qingqing, I heard that you were assassinated. Are you injured? Come and take a look." Su Maoyang waved her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, Queen. With the protection of the prince consort, Peng Huan and the ghost leopard, how could I get hurt?" Hearing this, Mu Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jin Hani and Peng Huan with satisfaction. She has always known Jin Hani's strength, and she has also seen Peng Huan's swordsmanship at the banquet before. She knows that this person's kung fu is not simple. In addition, with the protection of the ghost leopard, it is normal that Mu Qingqing was not injured. Thinking of this, she began to praise. "Thanks to you this time. You have made great contributions to protecting the princess. When you go back, I will reward you heavily." "Thank you, Queen, for the reward." Jun Haotsong heard this and clasped his fists in a formal manner. Su Maoyang couldn't help laughing when he saw this. He didn't move a finger and had the face to accept the reward. His face is really getting thicker and thicker. Jin Hani listened, stunned for a few seconds, and quickly clasped his fists to suppress the emotions in his eyes. After Mu Qingwan finished talking about the reward, he turned his head and looked at the corpses on the ground, and ordered sternly, "Come here. Check these corpses for me to see who they are. How dare they be so bold as to assassinate the princess?" Hearing the order, the chief guard clasped his fists and accepted the order, strode forward, and began to search the clothes of the men in black. Then, he stood up and clasped his fists and replied, "Queen, these people have nothing with them. No characteristics, and some unfamiliar faces. They should be some forces, and the dead warriors who have never shown their faces. Now that they are dead, the clues are broken. It will be difficult to find out which force they are. How can this be absurd? No matter how difficult it is, investigate carefully for me. Someone dared to bully my royal family. How can I let him go?" Mu Qingwan shouted angrily, frightening the chief guard and shaking his body. He quickly clasped his fists. "Yes, I obey your order." Chapter 1743 Jin Hani's Jealousy. Hearing this, the elders of the Lu family and the Ning family looked at each other nervously. "You know," they said, 4 powerful elders, Lu Huntao, Lu Junyu, Ning Lifeng and Ning Libin, to assassinate Mu Qingqing, with them in charge. How could so many assassins be wiped out? Isn't this too strange? But they didn't dare to show their suspicion. After all, assassinating the princess is a capital crime, and their Ning family and Lu family can't afford such a crime. Thinking of this, they all kept silent with guilt, and didn't dare to say anything casually, for fear of being implicated. After Mu Qingwan explained the matter of investigating the assassin, she said to Mu Qingqing, "I'm sorry that you got scared this time. You're not feeling well. I'll let Captain Fan escort you back to the palace." Su Maoyang was flattered. Captain Fan is responsible for the safety of the imperial sister. How can I trouble someone around the imperial sister? You're so sick. Don't be polite to me. Besides, how can I let you go back alone after something like this happened? It's a pity that the cold on the mountain is too strong. You can't stand it, and can't go back with us. So I can only be completely relieved if Captain Fan escorts you back. Mu Qingwan patted the back of her hand and comforted her. Seeing that she insisted, Su Maoyang could not refuse, and immediately nodded to Captain Fan beside him. "Then I'll have to trouble Captain Fan." Captain Fan immediately clasped his fists and said, "Princess, you are too polite. It is my duty to protect the queen and the princess. Well, it's getting late. You can take my carriage back." Seeing that Mu Qingwan's carriage had been destroyed, Mu Qingwan immediately waved to her driver. "Royal sister, this is not allowed. We are sitting in your carriage. What do you want to sit on?" Su Maoyang pretended to be considerate and refused. Mu Qingwan smiled and shook her head. "I and Minister Ran can just make do with each other. You don't have to worry about this." Su Maoyang showed gratitude and looked sincere. "It's all my fault that I'm not doing well. I caused trouble to my sister. You and I are sisters. Why should we be so formal? Besides, you were poisoned and injured last time, and you caught a cold this time. Your body must be very weak. After you go back, Let the imperial physician take a good look at you. Don't delay your illness. Hearing Mu Qingwan's concern, Su Maoyang sneered in her heart, but still pretended to nod docilely. As far as she knew, Mu Qingqing was obedient to this imperial sister. After all, she was her biggest supporter. Mu Qingwan also happened to like this kind of person, who was humble and pleasing to the eye and posed no threat to her. Seeing her well-behaved, she smiled a little more. Okay. It's windy at night. You should get on the carriage quickly. Su Maoyang bowed and got on the carriage with Jun Haocong, Jin Hani and Shi Nuo, and left under the escort of Captain Fan. With the escort of a large army, they had no trouble along the way and returned to the princess's mansion soon. This time, Su Maoyang killed 4 big figures and a large group of dead men, causing heavy losses to the Ning family and the Lu family. So it was worth the trip. Besides, she had just fought with a few old guys who were Pekine Junlingshi, and she had some insights into the ice sacrifice 9 days. I think now she can try to practice the 6th level of the ice sacrifice 9 days. I believe that as long as you successfully cultivate to the 6th level and summon 3 dragon afterimages, you should have a great chance of winning against someone at the level of a midterm Supreme Junlingshi. So, as soon as Su Maoyang returned to the princess's mansion, he thanked Captain Fan and headed towards Mingxi Pavilion. Jin Hani had seen such a fierce battle today and had a lot of questions to ask, so he immediately followed. But he had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by Jun Haocong. My lord, you are injured, so you should go back and rest. I will take care of the princess here, so you don't have to worry about it. Jun Haocong said polite words, but his eyes flashed with coldness, and his attitude was extremely overbearing. Hearing such impudent words, Jin Hani immediately frowned and could no longer hold back his temper and shouted, Who do you think you are? How dare you block my way? Jin Hani is a steady person. Although he is arrogant, he never conflicts with others in public. Even if he wants to teach someone a lesson, he will only do it in secret, making the person miserable. This is his usual style. But now, he suddenly burst into anger, which shows that he is extremely dissatisfied with Peng Huan. Of course, he has met many arrogant people before, but for some reason, this Peng Huan is the most annoying one among them. Because if Mu Qingqing is really pretended by Peng Yuyan, then her brother Peng Huan must be in the same group with her. But during this period, he saw the 2 of them kissing and lingering, and they were obviously a couple at first glance, not siblings at all. So, when he thought of this relationship, Jin Hani couldn't help but feel irritated. Jun Haocong's eyes turned colder in the face of his anger. He patted his shoulder with his hand, lowered his voice, and warned, I have tolerated you for a long time. If I hadn't promised her not to take action, you would have died countless times. So, you should cherish the few days you have left. He could endure until now. All for Su Maoyang's sake. He didn't want to cause trouble and make her worry. You know, in this world, except Su Maoyang, who can make him submissive. Who dares to scold him like this? Even an old guy like Yushu Tianzuan has to coax him. What kind of person is this Jin Hani? And Jin Hani was furious when he heard such arrogant words, and he opened his hand unconvinced and punched him fiercely. Jun Haocong didn't take his attack seriously at all. He just stretched out his hand and grabbed his fist. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice seemed to float from hell, revealing a whistling cold air. With your strength, you are not worthy of me to fight. After that, Jun Haocong stretched out his hand and threw Jin Hani to the ground. Master! Are you okay? Yuan Bao didn't expect that his master, a mid-stage Xiantian Junlingshi, was easily knocked to the ground. He was immediately frightened and hurried forward to help Jin Hani up. Jin Hani himself was also shocked, because at the moment of the fight just now, the opponent clearly didn't even use spiritual power, and directly suppressed him without any ability to fight back. Such strength was clearly above him. Realizing this, Jin Hani was even more hit, and his unwillingness and jealousy made his face dark. Jun Haocong glanced at him coldly, then turned and walked towards Mingxi Pavilion, obviously not taking Jin Hani seriously. Master, Princess Ninglan and that Peng Huan are too powerful. Let's not provoke them. Yuan Bao saw Jun Haocong leaving, and then whispered in Jin Hani's ear. Today he witnessed Mu Qingqing's fighting ability with his own eyes. Such a terrifying person, who even dared to kill the elders of the Lu and Ning families. How could his master be her opponent? Chapter 1744. Start with Duan Xuexin. Jin Hani's face was gloomy, and he stared angrily at the direction where Jun Haocong went away, and shook his head solemnly. Even if we don't provoke them, they will provoke us. After so many things today, Jin Hani was almost certain that one of the purposes of that woman pretending to be Mu Qingqing was to come after him. Besides, he now knew so many of her secrets. How could such a cruel person let him go, and let him live, and become a threat to her? So, next, his situation should be even more difficult. As he expected, Shinua, who returned to Mingxi Pavilion, couldn't wait to ask about the plan to deal with Jin Hani. Master, Jin Hani now knows so many of our secrets. He is really a threat. We must get rid of him quickly, Shinua reminded worriedly. Now there is still a month before entering the Imperial Mausoleum to worship the ancestors. If Su Maoyang's identity is discovered before entering the Imperial Mausoleum, her plan to sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum and steal the strange fire will be ruined. Su Maoyang nodded in agreement. I made a mistake today. I thought I could kill him together. But who knew that this person had so many tricks and actually had a backup plan? No wonder you were deceived by him before and fell into his evil plan. This person is indeed quite cunning. Then what should I do? Will he tell the queen about what happened tonight? Shinua frowned worriedly. No. If he wanted to, he would have just done it. After all, he has no evidence to report me. Based on his one-sided words, who would have thought that Mu Qingqing, a fool, killed the elders of the Lu and Ning families? Su Maoyang shook his head, not very worried about this. After all, what happened tonight is too bizarre and unreliable to many people, and it is hard to convince them. Yeah, that's right. However, the master has been exposed in front of him, and he is also on guard. It may not be easy for the master to kill him. Zino thought of the difficulty and sighed worriedly. Su Maoyang smiled lightly after hearing this, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Actually, it's not difficult. Have you forgotten his weakness? Duan Xuexin? That woman is his lifelong love. Even though he has been married to the princess's mansion for so many years, he has never forgotten her, which shows that he is deeply in love with her. So, next, we can start with Duan Xuexin and lure Jin Hani into the trap. However, as soon as Su Maoyang finished speaking, he heard a question from the door. Really? I don't think so. At this time, Jun Haocong walked in from outside. Hearing these remarks, he couldn't help but question them. Su Maoyang heard that his tone was not right, thinking that he knew something, and raised her eyebrows in confusion and asked, What do you mean by this? Jun Haocong glared at her unhappily and snorted. I think that boy's eyes are about to grow on you. How can he like Duan Xuexin? He obviously likes you. Su Maoyang wanted to know the reason seriously, but he actually said this. No wonder he came in with a stinky face and a bad tone. It turned out that he was jealous again. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's serious face was immediately broken by him, and he laughed all of a sudden. You are jealous again. You are not happy if you are not jealous for a day. Right? And, if you are jealous, can you be jealous with a basis? I am Jin Hani's enemy, and I am trying every means to kill him. Do you think he will be perverted enough to like someone who wants to kill him? Su Maoyang felt that Jun Haocong's jealousy was becoming more and more inexplicable, even a little ridiculous. Faced with such a question, Jun Haocong said firmly, Yes. Seeing that he was so serious, Su Maoyang had no choice but to smile and shake his head. Although Jun Haocong was unhappy, he saw that she didn't seem to take Jin Hani to heart. So he eased his expression, walked over, grabbed her waist, pulled her close to him, and then leaned close to her ear and gently bit her earlobe. Don't you know that you are a woman that people love and hate? Su Maoyang's cheeks flushed at his intimate behavior, and she pushed him away with her hand. Shinua is still here. You should restrain yourself. Jun Haocong refused to let go, and reminded in a deep voice, Don't you see that your master is tired? Is he going to rest? Shinua was immediately reacted by his reminder, and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I won't disturb the master's rest. I'll leave first. After saying that, Shinua was about to leave the room. Seeing this, Su Maoyang hurriedly called her. Don't be in a hurry. I have something to give you. As he said that, Su Maoyang pinched Jun Haocong's waist hard, and then he broke free from his restraints. You be honest. Jun Haocong looked aggrieved. If you pinch my waist, you have to move yourself in the future. Su Mayan was not a virgin after all. When she heard this, she immediately understood it and pushed him away in anger. You wish. After that, Su Mayan went into the study next door, wrote a letter, handed it to Shinua, and seriously instructed, 3 days later, when the people from the Ran family come back, you will send this letter to Ranning Lu. Whether you can kill Jin Hani depends on this letter. Shinua's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded in understanding. Then she took the letter and quickly left the room, because if she didn't leave, the emperor would probably have to peel off her skin. 3 days passed quickly. Mu Qingwan and the people of the 7 major families had returned home from Qinglian Temple. Shinua followed Su Maoyang's instructions and sneaked into the Ran family compound in the dark night, and quietly delivered the letter to Ranning Lu's room. Ranning Lu, who was being affectionate with Duan Xuexin on the bed, suddenly heard a bang and raised his head in surprise. At this time, he actually found that there was a dagger stuck on the pillar in the middle of the room, and there seemed to be a piece of paper stuck on the dagger. Seeing this, Ranning Lu and Duan Xuexin were both shocked. Husband, what is that? Duan Xuexin asked nervously. I don't know. I'll go and take a look first. Ranning Lu let go of Duan Xuexin, got off the couch, walked over, then took off the white paper on the dagger and unfolded it to read. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. When he looked at it, Ranning Lu's face suddenly changed drastically, and his tiger eyes suddenly widened. Seeing that Ranning Lu looked wrong, Duan Xuexin was worried, and she also got up from the couch and walked over. Husband, what's wrong? What happened? At this time, Ranning Lu learned that his woman had an affair with another man, and he couldn't control his anger on the spot. Before he could say anything, he raised his arm and slapped her hard on the cheek, knocking Duan Xuexin to the ground. Chapter 1745 Ranning Lu goes berserk. Duan Xuexin never expected to be slapped by him. She was immediately dizzy, with red and swollen cheeks and blood at the corners of her mouth, looking extremely embarrassed. But at this time, she no longer cared about the injuries on her face. She suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Ranning Lu in shock. She asked in disbelief, Husband, what did I do wrong? Why did you hit me? Over the years, Ranning Lu has been obsessed with her beauty and doted on her. When has he ever hit her like this? You know best what you did wrong. You even have the nerve to ask me. Ranning Lu was furious when he thought of it. He kicked her again, kicking her hard in the chest, and even kicked her to spit blood. Duan Xuexin appears to be an elegant and gentle woman, but she is a bit arrogant in her bones. Being humiliated by Ranning Lu, she was furious and said angrily, Ranning Lu, I am the most favored daughter of the Duan family after all. How dare you hit me like this? The most favored? I think it should be the most shameless. What's more, you have been married to me for a long time. You are a member of the Ran family. The most favored daughter of the Duan family has been replaced by someone else. Don't be so self-indulgent, Ranning Lu said viciously. Duan Xuexin didn't understand why he suddenly turned against her. She was beaten for no reason and said angrily, No matter what, I am also the daughter of the Duan family. If my father knows that you beat me without any reason, he will not sit idly by. Without any reason? You cheated on me behind my back. Is this called without any reason? I believe that if your father knew, he would help me and beat you to death. You bitch. As he said that, Ranning Lu slapped her face again, and Duan Xuexin saw stars and fell to the ground. Although Duan Xuexin is a genius, she is an alchemy genius. She is not very good at martial arts, so she cannot compete with Ranning Lu in brute force. However, after hearing these words, she was no longer angry and was frightened to death. Cheating on him. Did he find out about her affair with Jin Hani? Realizing this, Duan Xuexin's heart skipped a beat, and her heart was so nervous that it was raised to her throat. However, the matter between her and Jin Hani was very serious. Once she admitted it, both her and Jin Hani would be in danger of their lives. So she had to grit her teeth no matter what. Thinking about it, Duan Xuexin tried to keep herself calm and pretended to be innocent and cried. Husband, what are you talking about? When did I cheat on you? All these years, I have been serving you wholeheartedly. But you misunderstood me like this. I am really wronged. Misunderstood you? If I misunderstood you, why would someone send this to me? As he said that, Ranning Lu threw the letter in his hand at Duan Xuexin's face. Duan Xuexin knew that he suddenly got so angry. It must be related to the letter. and immediately unfolded it and read it. She was surprised to find that the letter actually described her past and feelings with Jinhani, and even how she was forced to separate from Jinhani, how she became Raninglu's woman, and the process of marrying into the Ran family. It was written clearly and in great detail, exactly the same as her original situation, without a single false word. Although Raninglu didn't know about her past with Jinhani, he should have noticed it during the time he pursued her. But he didn't know the specific truth. Now the letter described the past events so clearly and so truthfully that it was hard for Raninglu not to believe it. No wonder he became suspicious and got so angry. No, husband, you have to believe me. Someone must have framed me. He deliberately wrote this letter to slander me and ruin my reputation. Husband, don't fall for it. Duan Shuexin shook her head in panic, then crawled over and grabbed Raninglu's clothes, asking for his trust. Raninglu felt sick when he saw this beautiful woman who had another man in her heart, and kicked her away. Ruin your reputation? You are already married. Do you think you are a virgin? I am the one who ruined your reputation by marrying a bitch like you. Husband, you have to believe me. Jinhani and I are really not in that kind of relationship. Duan Shuexin still refused to give in and argued. At the flower festival last year, there were so many ladies performing their talents, but he didn't pay attention to anyone. When you went on stage to play the piano, he took the initiative to play the flute to accompany you. At that time, the two of you played in harmony and had a tacit understanding. I felt something was wrong, but I was stupid at that time and actually believed that you would not do such a despicable thing. I just thought that he admired your piano skills as the most talented woman, and he couldn't help but show off his skills. Now it seems that you two were flirting with each other right under my nose. Raninglu is not a fool. He has eyes and feelings, but he didn't think about it in this way most of the time. After all, he married the most talented woman in Fengxi Empire. Many men coveted her, and it was normal to admire her talent and beauty. But he didn't expect that this bitch's heart would fall on that Jinhani. Seeing that Raninglu refused to believe her, Duan Shuexin burst into tears. I didn't. My husband misunderstood me. I was wrong. How could I like the princess's man? Wronged? This letter says where you two have been having secret meetings all year round. I just need to send someone to investigate, and I will know whose house it is and what you did in it. If this is true, I will go to the princess's mansion tonight to ask for someone and kill Jinhani with my own hands. Raninglu snorted angrily, and then waved his hand to summon the sword, and was about to go out aggressively. Duan Shuexin was scared to death when she saw this scene, and rushed forward to hug Raninglu's thigh, begging bitterly, Please, don't, please, I am really wronged. If Raninglu really went to the princess's mansion to ask for someone and killed Jinhani, it would definitely be known to the whole city. By then, she would not only lose face, but also be in danger of her life. Because once the matter is known to everyone, there will be no room for maneuver. So, this matter must not be made a big deal. Now you come crying and begging for mercy? When you were having an affair with Jinhani, did you ever think about the consequences? Did you ever take me seriously? Get out of here. Raninglu was the son of the Ren family with a noble status, but he was actually cuckolded by a servant. It was simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. So no matter what, he had to peel off a layer of skin from Jinhani with his own hands. Thinking of this, Raninglu couldn't control his anger and kicked Duan Shuexin away. Duan Shuexin didn't care about the ups and downs in her body, and rushed to hug him again. Husband, please, don't go. Don't kill him. Okay, you bitch. At this juncture, you are still begging for him. You dare to say that you are wronged. Raninglu was still suspicious, but now it is basically certain that these two people must have an affair. Chapter 1746, Entrapment and Murder of Jinhani. Even though Duan Shuexin was like this, she kept shaking her head and argued, My husband? Although I liked him before, since I married into the Ran family and became your woman, there is only you in my eyes and heart, and there is no place for him anymore. I stopped you not to plead for him, but because I care about your reputation and for your sake. No matter what, I am still your woman. If you go to the princess's mansion to kill someone, things will definitely get out of hand. By then, everyone will know about this matter. Where will you put your face? You also know that I am now a member of the Ran family. If something like this happens, it will be the Ran family's face that will be lost. Who knows how they will point fingers at you behind your back? Besides, before the matter is clarified, you have made the misunderstanding known to the whole city. Isn't it the enemy's conspiracy? It must be said that Duan Xuexin is a very smart woman. In a few words, she analyzed the interests of this matter to Ranning Lu. Ranning Lu was not a fool. He was so angry that he wanted to rush to the princess's mansion and kill Jin Hani. But after being persuaded by her, he gradually calmed down. Yes, even if this matter was true, he couldn't let the whole city know about it. Otherwise, he would become a laughing stock. In this way, how would he gain a foothold in Fengqi Empire in the future? Thinking of this, Ranning Lu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, with a dark face and a sharp gaze, he stared at Duan Xuexin. Okay, I won't go to the princess's mansion to ask for someone. I'll give you a chance to prove your innocence. Hearing this, Duan Xuexin felt the cold light from his pupils, and her heart trembled. A chill ran down her spine in an instant. What chance? Didn't you say that after you married into the Ran family, you no longer had a place for him in your heart? Well, write a letter tomorrow to invite him to meet at Nongyu Shaofu, and then kill him. Ranning Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, and immediately revealed a murderous intent. Hearing this, Duan Xuexin's expression changed drastically, and she opened her eyes wide in shock. She didn't expect that Ranning Lu actually wanted her to kill Jin Hani with her own hands. My husband? No matter what. Jin Hani is the Marquis of Xianping, and the son that the head of the Jin family loves very much. If you kill him like this, the Jin family and the princess will definitely cause trouble for the Ran family. Duan Xuexin couldn't bear to do that. Are you afraid that the Jin family will cause trouble? Or are you reluctant to let him go? Ranning Lu squatted down, hooked her chin, and looked straight into the slightly flustered beautiful eyes. How could Duan Xuexin be so stupid as to admit? Husband, what are you talking about? Of course, I am afraid that the Jin family will cause trouble. Humph. Don't fool me. Since you are not reluctant, then do it. I will cover the rest for you. Ranning Lu didn't take the Jin family seriously. Duan Xuexin was still a little hesitant and wanted to persuade Ranning Lu to give up this idea. Husband, I am just an alchemist. How can my spiritual power be a match for Jin Hani? There is no way to kill him. Who asked you to kill him with your own hands? You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. I have a pill here that can bewitch the soul and arouse passion. Tomorrow you just need to crush the pill and put the powder into Jin Hani's wine glass. After drinking the powder, Jin Hani will be unconscious, hot all over, and crazy to do something illegal with you. At this time, I will inform the princess and let the princess come to catch Jin Hani in person. As long as you shout for help, the princess will definitely bring people in. At that time, he would have no way to defend himself. After all, as a son-in-law, he flirted with the daughter-in-law of the Ran family. This crime alone was enough to make Jin Hani die without a burial place. Ranning Lu smiled evilly, snorted sinisterly, and then took out a pill and handed it to Duan Xuexin. My husband actually used me as bait. Don't you care about my reputation? Duan Xuexin was shocked when she heard this plan, and pretended to cry sadly. Humph. What reputation do you have? A bitch. Now someone has brought the scandal between you to me, and it will surely spread throughout the capital soon. Rather than making my Ran family a joke, it is better to let Jin Hani flirt with you. At least I can save my reputation and your life, and let everyone think that he has bad intentions towards you. And it is not that you two are in love and have an affair with the princess behind my back. Ranning Lu snorted angrily, chose a compromise to remedy the situation. For Ranning Lu, if it was revealed that Duan Xuexin and Jin Hani had an affair behind his back, he would definitely become a joke, and he would never be able to raise his head again. If it was just Jin Hani who wanted to do something bad to Duan Xuexin unilaterally, it would be much easier to deal with. Duan Xuexin was the most talented woman after all, and many men admired her. It was normal for a man to have such bad intentions towards her. Besides, this was all a show, not really letting Jin Hani succeed. As soon as Duan Xuexin shouted, someone rushed in to stop her, so it didn't tarnish her reputation. You decide for yourself. Do you want to die with Jin Hani and let the Duan family be ashamed with you? Or kill Jin Hani and let yourself survive? I believe this is not a difficult choice. Moreover, you have to be clear that you are an alchemist, and only my Ran family, I, Ranning Lu, can provide you with a lot of precious medicinal materials for your cultivation and growth. And Jin Hani will never be able to do it. Hearing these words, Duan Xuexin would be lying if she said she was not shocked. She is a smart person. Of course she knows the interests involved. And she knows that the life she wants can only be given by Ranning Lu. And Jin Hani will never be able to do it in his lifetime. Although she and Jin Hani are in love. After so many years, she is no longer the innocent little girl who puts love first. She enjoys a comfortable life and accepts the resources of the Ran family. Even if she doesn't want to admit it. She has to face the fact that she has been corrupted by interests. Now she not only wants love, but also a wealthy life, a high status and endless medicinal materials and alchemy furnaces. But, except for love, Jin Hani can't give her anything. In fact, she is not as noble as Jin Hani thinks. She is also a superficial and vulgar woman. And she also has the desires that ordinary people should have. So, sacrificing Jin Hani seems to be the only way for her to save herself. Because she doesn't want to die. She hasn't lived enough. And there are still many things to do. If she is asked to give everything for love. Sorry. She can't do it. Just thinking about killing Jin Hani. Duan Xuexin's heart is still like being filed back and forth by a sharp file. And she surges with pain. But in order to show that she doesn't care in front of Ranning Lu, she actually endured the heartache and nodded slowly. Okay. I promise you. Kill Jin Hani. Chapter 1747 Duan Xuexin's invitation. Ranning Lu saw that she agreed, and then nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Life or death is in your own hands. I hope you don't let me down. After that, Ranning Lu left her room with a wave of his sleeves, as if he felt sick to stay for a second longer. Seeing him leave, Duan Xuexin, who pretended to be strong, sat down on the ground dejectedly, holding back tears all the time, and finally burst out. In fact, it's not that she has no feelings for Jin Hani, but feelings are too cheap for her, not worth her life for it. So, in front of her life, she had to sacrifice Jin Hani to save everything she is now. The next day, Princess Mansion, Wayne Hall. Jin Hani was accidentally injured by Lu Liman at the Flower Festival last time, and was injured by the residual power released by the super strong men of the Lu family and the Ning family last night. The injury was compounded, which was very tragic. So, even with the protection of the elixir, he still spent a night to slowly adjust his breath. Fortunately, his body's recovery ability is amazing, and now he is fine. However, he saw Mu Qingqing's fighting power last night, and was suppressed by Peng Yuan without any ability to fight back. He realized that there was a big gap between him and the two people, which gave rise to many unwillingness and also stimulated his rare competitive spirit. Therefore, from last night to now, in addition to recuperating from his injuries, he has been practicing without sleep and forgetting to eat. He even canceled the greetings this morning, stayed indoors, and tempered his body like crazy, wanting to improve his realm, because that woman is one realm higher than him, reaching the level of the late Xiantian Jun Lingshi. Although he may find it difficult to catch up with her in terms of talent, but in terms of spiritual power level, he must not be weaker than her. However, just when he was immersed in his cultivation, there was a knock on the door. Being interrupted suddenly, Jin Hani was upset. He opened his eyes suddenly. His pupils were full of anger, and his voice was mixed with impatience. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? Yuan Bao rarely saw his master angry, and he was shocked by his angry scolding at this time, and his expression jumped into a bit of surprise. But thinking that this matter was not trivial, he had to risk being punished and continue to speak. Master, there is a letter for you, sent from over there. Yuan Bao was not convenient to reveal Duan Xuexin's identity, but the word over there had already hinted at Jin Hani. Usually, he helped the two to exchange letters, and Jin Hani naturally knew these code words. So, upon hearing this, Jin Hani's expression froze, his eyes slightly fixed, and then he restrained his breath and ordered, "Come in." After hearing the order, Yuan Bao pushed open the door and walked in, quickly came to Jin Hani, and presented the letter with both hands. Jin Hani took the letter, glanced at the content on it, and couldn't help frowning. Yuan Bao had been observing his expression, and seeing that his expression was not right, he asked nervously, "Master, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" "Nothing," she said. She missed me, and wanted to invite me to Nongyu Xiaoju tonight. Jin Hani explained lightly. Yuan Bao was a little worried and guessed. Could this be the princess's conspiracy? After seeing Mu Qingqing's scheming and means, as well as the terrifying fighting power, even Yuan Bao, who had a relatively simple mind, was a little wary and alert. After all, the other party's several moves were too amazing, so they had to be on guard. Of course, even Yuan Bao could think of this question, so Jin Hani naturally thought of it too. But he was sure that the letter was indeed from Duan Xuexin. And then he shook his head slightly. This letter was indeed given to me by her, because there is a phoenix fragrance on the letter, and this kind of fragrance can only be refined by her. Duan Xuexin is a mid-stage Danzong alchemist. Although her level is not the top one, she has obtained a set of alchemy secrets with the help of the Ren family. The elixir she refines will be accompanied by a special fragrance. That fragrance has a strong enhancement effect on the elixir, and even some dancing alchemists cannot do it. I believe that if it is not for the super perverted alchemist, almost no one can refine this fragrance. So this fragrance is the representative of Duan Xuexin's identity, and it is absolutely impossible to forge her letter. In addition, although he admitted that the mysterious woman who pretended to be Mu Qingqing was extremely talented, not only a late-stage Xiantian Junling master, but also a powerful and perverted contract beast master, he never thought that this person would be a powerful alchemist. Because spiritual power talent and mental power talent are two different cultivation paths. If you choose one of them, you can't take care of the other. After all, dual cultivation consumes too much energy and time, and requires huge resources. So even those extremely abnormal super strong people must give up one and focus on one. Because in the early stage of cultivation, there are many means, and you may be able to occupy a great advantage in the battle. But later, you will find that no matter how many means there are, it is not as effective as specializing in one. Yuan Bao heard that it was indeed the letter sent by Duan Xuexin, so he was relieved. Since it is her letter, why is the master worried? Hearing this, Jin Hani looked up in surprise. Is there? Well, the master usually looks forward to her letter. Every time he receives her letter, he is very happy. But this time, the master is frowning. Yuan Bao is very observant, and has already taken in his expression. Jin Hani was obviously stunned when he heard this, as if he didn't notice the change. Is there? I guess Mu Qingqing found out about my relationship with her, so she has more concerns. Yeah, that's right. According to the master, is he going to reject her invitation this time? Yuan Bao nodded in understanding and asked Jin Hani what he meant. Jin Hani shook his head and said solemnly, No. For her safety, I have to go. Their affairs have been known by Mu Qingqing. If they continue to communicate like this in the future, they will definitely be caught by someone. At that time, both of them will be in danger of their lives. Mu Qingqing was originally targeting him alone, and he didn't want to involve Duan Xuexin and lose his life in vain. So he must make it clear to Duan Xuexin in person, cut off all contact, and stop any correspondence. Yuan Bao nodded slightly when he heard this. He knew that this matter was too complicated and could not be explained clearly in a letter. It might even lead to misunderstandings. If one is not careful, the letter will fall into the hands of others and become evidence of their affair. It is too risky, so it is better to make it clear in person. Just in case, I will not go to Nongyu Xiaoju. Send someone to inform her to meet at Fei Hongju tonight. Jin Hani is also an extremely cautious person, and does not plan to go to the place where Duan Xuexin agreed. Yuan Bao was a little surprised and asked in confusion. Master, there are so many people in Fei Hongju. It is not convenient to talk at all. Chapter 1748 Choosing Fei Hongju for a tryst. Jin Hani had his own considerations. More people and more gossip. It is easier to conceal the truth. After all, who would have thought that the two would blatantly go to Fei Hongju for a tryst? If they were caught by someone, they could just say that they met by chance and had a meal together. I believe that others would not say anything. But if they went to Nongyu Xiaoju, it would seem too deliberate and would arouse suspicion. Nongyu Xiaoju is the house where they usually have a tryst. If it is exposed, there will be a lot of trouble. So, going to such a noisy place is safer. I believe that even if Mu Qingqing really sent someone to Fei Hongju to catch the adulterer, he would definitely be helpless. Because it was just a meal. There was no substantial evidence, so it was difficult to convict him. Yuan Bao heard this and nodded in agreement. Master is still thoughtful. I will send someone to arrange it now. Time passed quickly, and it was almost evening before I knew it. Jin Hani and Duan Xuexin agreed to meet at Faihangju. So they got on a carriage and went to Dongmen Street early. Faihangju is located on Dongmen Street. It is the most luxurious and lively restaurant in Fengqi Empire, because you can hear the noise inside just by standing at the door. And Jin Hani is a popular person around Mu Qingqing. He often accompanies Mu Qingqing and often goes to such occasions. So the waiter recognized him at a glance and immediately stepped forward to greet him. Marquis Xianping, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Jin Hani glanced at the waiter and asked directly, Is the Narcissus Jew that I reserved before reserved for me? Haha. How dare I not do what the Marquis ordered? Narcissus Jew is vacant for the Marquis. The Marquis. Please follow me. The waiter flattered with a flattering face, and then extended his hand to lead the way, taking him to the private room on the second floor. As soon as Jin Hani sat down, the waiter asked with a smile, My lord, what dishes and wine would you like to order tonight? Just your signature dishes and any wine will do. Jin Hani waved his hand casually. The waiter nodded in understanding. Okay, my lord. Please wait a moment. I will ask the kitchen to prepare it. After saying that, the waiter respectfully left Shuixianju and returned to the first floor hall. However, just as he was about to go to the kitchen, he saw Duan Xuexin walking in with her maid. Duan Xuexin is the most talented woman in Fengqi Empire and a genius alchemist. She is very famous in Fengqi Empire. Such a big shot should never be neglected. So, the waiter hurriedly trotted to Duan Xuexin, bowed and greeted her. Madame Ran, you are such a rare guest. Duan Xuexin turned a blind eye to his flattery, and was so cold that she didn't even look at him, and walked to the second floor. This is the pride of being a genius alchemist. However, even if she is so arrogant, it seems to be normal in the eyes of outsiders. After all, alchemists do have the capital to be proud. Not to mention a genius like Duan Xuexin, who is the focus of the world. The waiter saw her going upstairs and immediately reminded her, Madame Ran, the private rooms on the second floor are already full of distinguished guests, and there is really no room available. Do you want to make do downstairs? Duan Xuexin was not surprised to hear that it was full. The reason why Jin Hani chose Faihangju was because Faihangju had many distinguished guests, and the private rooms were basically occupied at night. In this way, she could naturally sit in a private room with him, creating a coincidence of encounter. It must be said that Jin Hani was as cautious as ever, and never let anyone get away with anything. Of course, it was precisely because of his cleverness that the things between the two of them could be concealed for so many years. I believe that if it weren't for their relationship for so many years, it would be difficult for her to trick him out. Thinking of this, Duan Xuexin directly reported the name of the private room. Narcissus' house has the best scenery. Go up and discuss with the guests inside, and ask him to give up Narcissus' house. He can set any price. This is not good. The waiter was embarrassed when he heard this. Seeing him question her proposal, Duan Xuexin raised her eyebrows and asked, Why? Are you afraid that I can't afford it? The waiter saw some anger on her face, and waved his hands immediately. No. That's not what I meant. Madame Ran is an alchemist of Danzong. Any pill she makes is a priceless treasure. Even if you can't afford it, I can't pay for it. It's good to know. If you don't know how to speak up, take me to discuss it with him in person. Duan Xuexin nodded and ordered. Upon hearing this, the waiter extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation, leading her to the door of Narcissus' house. Then pushed open the door and said to Jin Hani in a flattering manner, My lord, Madame Ran wants Narcissus' house, and is willing to pay any amount of money. I wonder if you can give me a favor and give me Narcissus' house. Jin Hani took a deep look at Duan Xuexin, then smiled and said, So it's Madame Ran. Since Madame Ran wants to eat at Narcissus' house, can you please do me a favor and sit down with me? When the waiter heard this, he looked at Duan Xuexin expectantly, waiting for her approval. Duan Xuexin would certainly not refuse, but she had to put on a full show. It's a rare honor to meet the Marquis here. Jin Hani smiled and told the waiter, Ask the kitchen to make a few more dishes and bring some good wine. The waiter nodded repeatedly and stepped out quickly. In a moment, he asked the maid to bring all the good wine and food, filling the table. Seeing the waiter leave, Yuan Mao and Duan Xuexin's maids were also very tactful and automatically retreated outside the room, leaving the space for them. Duan Xuexin looked at Jin Hani after seeing the people leave, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion, "Why are you so careful this time?" Jin Hani poured a glass of wine, handed it to Duan Xuexin, and slowly said, "Today I want to talk about this matter. The relationship between us has been discovered by the princess." Hearing this, Duan Xuexin widened her eyes in shock, and said in disbelief, "Mu Qingqing? How could she, a fool, find out about our relationship? Things are too complicated, and it will take a while to explain. Just remember, if she knows about our relationship, she will definitely attack you. So you have to be especially careful of her." Jin Hani looked at her deeply and solemnly instructed. Duan Xuexin had another idea after hearing this. Reninglu received a letter last night, and I think Mu Qingqing also received it. It seems that their relationship is no longer a secret. Regarding Nongyu Cottage, you can't go there anymore. I will sell it immediately. In order to avoid being caught, we should not exchange letters. Let's not contact each other in the future," Jin Hani said seriously. Chapter 1749, completely severing relationship. Duan Xuexin didn't expect Jin Hani to say this. Surprise flashed across her pupils. She frowned and asked, "Do you mean that you want to completely sever ties with me?" Although she had already planned to abandon Jin Hani, she still felt a needle-like pain in her heart when she heard him say that he wanted to sever ties with her. God knows how much she was reluctant to leave. Jin Hani was embarrassed when he heard her question. He didn't know whether it was because he felt guilty or something else, but he couldn't face those slightly hurt eyes. Then he lowered his head, avoided her sight, and said in a deep voice, "I'm doing this for your own good. Once this matter is exposed, your life will be in danger." Duan Xuexin was a sensitive woman after all. Seeing that his eyes were a little evasive, she realized that something was wrong. "Really? Are you really thinking about me? We have been in contact for so many years, and every time we meet, we risk our lives to meet. Why didn't you meet before? Because you were afraid that I would be in danger. You are making up excuses. Before, our affairs were not discovered, and we could meet by chance. But now, our affairs have been exposed, and there is a huge danger. If you and I commit crimes again, aren't we courting death?" Jin Hani frowned and refuted speechlessly. Although what he said was not without reason, his attitude was not as good as before, and his eyes revealed a bit of alienation, which made Duan Xuexin doubt his intentions. "Before, you always said that you would take me far away and live a life with only the two of us. Even if we were discovered, you would be willing to die with me. Are you scared now?" In the first 1 or 2 years when she married into the Ran family, Jin Hani always wanted to elope with her in anger. In order to be with her, he would do anything, even his life. But the man who held her in his hands and risked his life for her suddenly regretted it, and even wanted to break off relations with her and become strangers. How could Duan Xuexin accept such a big contrast? Although she couldn't give up her current status and resources, Jin Hani was her obsession, and the most beautiful love in her heart. So even if she wanted to kill him, she wanted to know how important she was in this man's mind, and what position he put her in. When Jin Hani heard this, a cold color appeared in his deep eyes, and then he sneered sarcastically. "Yes, in the past, ghosts know how much I hoped you could put everything aside and leave with me. But you always couldn't let go of the Duan family. Afraid of implicating your family. Every time I said leaving, you said it was not the time, and let me wait and wait. So I waited for 4 years. Do you know how I spent these 4 years? Do you know how painful and tormented I was in these 4 years?" Speaking of this, Duan Xuexin was also angry when she talked about some old things. "Didn't you marry Mu Qingyan to get revenge on me? You can marry a man who raped you for the Duan family. Why can't I marry the princess for the Jin family? Duan Xuexin, you should know that you were the first one to give up our relationship. Not me. What qualifications do you have to blame me? If you can't do it yourself, why do you ask me to belong to you alone? Don't you think you are too selfish? Seeing his beloved woman marry such a scumbag, it is needless to think about what kind of blow Jin Hani suffered, and what kind of pain he endured. In addition, the Jin family at that time wholeheartedly supported Mu Qingyan, and wanted to push her to the throne of the empress. In order to show their loyalty, they had to get closer through marriage. For Jin Hani, who had lost his beloved and lived like a walking corpse, it was no longer important who to marry. Therefore, being able to contribute to the Jin family had become the only value of his survival. So he married Mu Qingyan without hesitation. Of course, at that time, He also had the idea of retaliating against Duan Xuexin. But although he had been in the princess's mansion for these years, his heart had always been with her. Although he was resentful in his heart, in order to see her and talk to her, he had to compromise and meet her privately. But he was like a dog waiting for his master to come home to visit at any time. Looking left and right, waiting right and left. Her coming to see him seemed to be a charity to him. As long as she coaxed him and comforted him, she could continue to let him wait. In order to wait for her, Jean Hani endured year after year. But in the end, he waited for nothing but her complaints. At this moment, he was really tired and couldn't wait any longer. But facing Jean Hani's anger, Duan Xuexin also had a lot of bitterness in her heart. You are in pain. You are suffering. But I am not in pain. Am I not suffering? I also want to be with you. But can I decide all this? Yes. We can't decide our own destiny. If we continue to entangle in this, it will only be more painful. So let each other go. From now on, you will be your wife Ran, and I will be my husband, and we will have no intersection. I don't know why. Saying this made Jean Hani feel relieved. You know, it was so painful and so depressing before, and he refused to let go, even at the risk of his life. But today he could let go so easily, which surprised him. Duan Xuexin felt as if she had been stabbed in the heart when she heard such heartless words, and a pain instantly spread to her limbs, making her clench her fingers. Jean Hani. Jean Hani. This time you pushed me away. Since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. At this time, facing Jean Hani's indifference, Duan Xuexin seemed to have made up her mind. Her eyes flashed coldly, and then she lingered on Jean Hani's handsome face, as if she wanted to deeply engrave his appearance in her heart. After a long time, she said, Okay, I respect your decision. But since we are going to separate, can you agree to my last request? Jean Hani saw that her eyes were red and her expression was sad, and he couldn't bear it. What request? Hold me and kiss me hard, just as the last farewell. This is also my last request. Duan Xuexin stood up and slowly came to Jean Hani, looking at him affectionately, and then leaned down, hooked his chin, and prepared to kiss his lips. However, just when Jean Hani was blocked by her sight, Duan Xuexin quickly put the powder hidden in her sleeves into his wine glass without anyone noticing. Jean Hani didn't expect such a request, and was obviously stunned for a moment. At this time, seeing Duan Xuexin about to kiss him, he slowly closed his eyes and planned to make a final confession. However, at this moment, another face flashed in his mind, and he was shocked and shuddered. He stood up suddenly, pushed Duan Xuexin away, and stepped back several steps. Chapter 1750 Calling out Mu Qingqing's name. Duan Xuexin didn't expect that he would reject her, and his reaction was so intense. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with surprise. After a moment of stunned silence, she calmed down and said firmly, Jean Hani, you have changed. At the last flower festival, she found that he didn't pay as much attention to her as before, and he looked worried the whole time. She gave him many glances and many hints, but he turned a blind eye. Of course, what she couldn't accept the most was that she deliberately humiliated Mu Qingqing, and he actually took the initiative to help her out. Such a change made Duan Xuexin very unhappy. Is it Mu Qingqing? Did she threaten you to say these words to me? This was the only possibility Duan Xuexin could think of, and the only reason to explain his change of attitude, because she knew that Mu Qingqing had always been obsessed with Jean Hani, and now that she knew about their relationship, she would definitely force Jean Hani to break up with her. Otherwise, Jean Hani would not be so cold and heartless to her. Jean Hani avoided her sharp and even angry gaze and replied indifferently. You think too much. Really? Am I thinking too much? Then why don't you look into my eyes? As a woman, Duan Xuexin's sixth sense is so sharp that she noticed from the beginning that Jean Hani was worried. It's not just because their relationship was exposed. There should be other things. But she didn't know. I only ask you one question. Do you still love me? Duan Xuexin frowned, staring at him intently, looking forward to his answer. Hearing such a question, Jean Hani's heart was shocked, and he suddenly remembered the face that flashed in his mind just now. And for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. He didn't know why Mu Qingqing's face appeared in his mind. But speaking of love, he really loved Duan Xuexin before, and loved her enough to die for her. But over the years, Duan Xuexin has been wearing away his feelings. which has gradually faded his love. In addition, the appearance of the woman pretending to be Mu Qingqing aroused his curiosity and attracted his attention. It made him rack his brains to study her and spend all his energy to deal with her various methods. So these days, his attention and energy have been all on that woman. Every time he saw her strength and methods, he was amazed. And invisibly, he actually developed some undeserved admiration for that woman. Perhaps he really changed, and his eyes no longer belonged to Duan Xuexin alone. Seeing Jin Hani's hesitation, Duan Xuexin's pupils shrank sharply, and her head seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. She took 2 steps back with a wounded face, and a sad arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. It seems that you don't love me anymore. There is no need to say more. Just from his hesitation, Duan Xuexin knew his answer. What's the point of talking about love now? Jin Hani raised his head and stared at her, with grief flowing in his pupils. The fate between them may have been broken the moment Duan Xuexin married Ranning. However, they were unwilling to let go, and they forcibly continued this relationship that was not accepted by the world, and this painful relationship to the present. In fact, they had been hurt a lot, but it was only the obsession that made them entangled with each other. Let go. Our fate ends here. You are a genius alchemist, and the Ran family can give you the best resources and help you grow. It should be the best choice to sever ties with me and be your wife Ran peacefully. Jin Hani's voice was a little low, revealing a lot of helplessness, a lot of emotion, and a lot of regret. Duan Xuexin heard the words. Tears floated in her eyes, as if she had been holding back. And then she actually smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. You are right. The tragedy has already happened, and there is no room for redemption. Indeed, Mrs. Rant's identity is more suitable for me. Duan Xuexin said this, as if to convince herself of the last bit of attachment and reluctance in her heart, and then took a deep breath, as if she had made a big decision. Her sad expression was restrained a lot, and she smiled sincerely. Since we are going to say goodbye to the past and start a new life, we have to drink a glass anyway. Seeing that she was relieved, as if she had really given up, Jin Hani also breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he would not refuse her request, and then raised the glass and sincerely wished, I wish you happiness. After that, Jin Hani raised his head and drank it all, without a drop of wine left. Duan Xuexin saw that he really drank it, and there was a dark look in her eyes. And then she drank it all with confidence. Jin Hani felt that the matter had been made clear and the relationship had been cut off. There was really no need to stay any longer. So he immediately clasped his fists and said, I have something else to do, so I'll go first. However, just as he was about to turn around, a dizziness suddenly hit his mind, causing him to stagger a few steps. However, before he could react, Jin Hani felt a burst of heat all over his body, as if his blood was boiling, and it was violently rushing in his body. His vision became blurred, and his consciousness slowly began to be out of his control. Duan Xuexin saw that he was poisoned by the charming soul pill and began to gradually attack. The corners of her mouth could not help but pull up a cold arc, and then she slowly walked towards him, seducing him with an extremely charming voice. Hani, haven't you always wanted to give me? I'm standing in front of you now. Do you want it? Jin Hani was poisoned by the aphrodisiac pill and gradually lost his mind. Now that he heard such a tempting voice, how could he control himself? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. The desire in his body seemed to be about to explode at any time. Seeing Jin Hani panting, his eyes were scarlet, and there was terrible desire and emotion surging in them. Duan Xuexin's smile deepened, and she immediately stepped forward, gently stroked his cheek, and tempted, since we are going to separate, don't you want to hug me and kiss me? Seeing that she was about to be separated from Jin Hani, Duan Xuexin still felt very reluctant in her heart. So she wanted to take this opportunity to have a good tenderness with him to commemorate her dying love. After all, this was their last meeting. Jin Hani seemed to be really confused by her, and couldn't help but lean over and wanted to kiss her red lips. Seeing this, Duan Xuexin did not stop him, but closed her eyes, looking forward to this last tenderness. However, when Jin Hani came closer, she actually heard a name from his mouth, Mu Qingqing. This low moan of passion exploded in Duan Xuexin's ears like thunder, making her open her eyes wide and push Jin Hani away. She couldn't believe that Jin Hani called Mu Qingqing's name when he was poisoned by the soul-enchanting drug. As an alchemist, she knew the effect of the soul-enchanting drug best. As long as he was poisoned by this drug, no matter who he faced, he would imagine the other person as his favorite person and be full of desire for her. But Jinhani called Mu Qingqing's name at this time, which meant something obvious. Chapter 1751 Jinhani is back. After being pushed by Duan Xuexin, Jinhani regained consciousness a little. He suddenly found that the face that was Mu Qingqing just now had turned into Duan Xuexin in the blink of an eye. This startled him, and he took 2 steps back. Duan Xuexin was shocked. Her eyes were wide open like walnuts. She stared at Jinhani. Her beautiful face was twisted with anger. Jinhani, are you mistaken? You actually mistook me for Mu Qingqing. Don't tell me that you like Mu Qingqing. Last time at the flower festival, she felt that Jinhani's attitude towards Mu Qingqing was a little different. She didn't expect it to be like this. Could it be that he has been with Mu Qingqing for many years and has fallen in love with her? But Mu Qingqing is a useless waste. A vulgar, superficial, bad-tempered, and annoying idiot. What on earth is this? Jinhani was so likable. And he would actually fall in love with such a person. Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? The funny thing is that she thought Jinhani said so many heartless words because he was forced by Mu Qingqing. Now it seems that these are all his true feelings. If Duan Xuexin hadn't heard him call out Mu Qingqing's name in a state of fascination, she would never believe that Jinhani would like Mu Qingqing. Of course, what she couldn't accept the most was that he was willing to give up her, the first talented woman and alchemy genius, for Mu Qingqing, and cut off their relationship for so many years. This move was undoubtedly a slap in her face and embarrassed her. How could a proud Duan Xuexin bear such a blow? Thinking that she was actually compared to a straw bag, Duan Xuexin was furious and almost bit her silver teeth. Jinhani was shocked to realize that he had recognized the wrong person. He really didn't understand why he mistook Duan Xuexin for Mu Qingqing. Just now, he even had the idea of kissing Mu Qingqing. This is really weird. However, the drug of the soul-charming pill was too strong. Although he regained his consciousness for a short time, he was soon confused and dizzy again. Duan Xuexin knew the domineering nature of this pill. Once she took it, even the willpower of a peak Xiantian Jun Lingshi would not be able to stay awake. Therefore, Jinhani will definitely die today. Watching Jinhani shaking his head constantly, trying to get rid of this control, Duan Xuexin couldn't help but sneer. The only reluctance left in her heart had disappeared, and her tone was cold without any emotion. Jinhani, I just want you to kiss me and hug me. Is it so difficult? You have to force me to drug you to confuse you. When has my charm not been able to catch up with that idiot? Xuexin, what do you want to do? Jinhani was dizzy and asked with his remaining consciousness. Don't you understand? I just want to be gentle with you one last time. We are going to separate, and you won't even give me such a chance? Duan Xuexin approached him step by step, tempting him with an extremely charming voice. Jinhani's breathing became more and more rapid, and the desire in his body seemed to swallow him whole like a flood. But for some reason, when he learned that the person in front of him was Duan Xuexin, he actually had a rejection mentality and did not have the desire to kiss and hug Duan Xuexin. However, the effect of the pill was causing him to move uncontrollably closer to Duan Xuexin. No, he couldn't. He had completely severed his relationship with Duan Xuexin, and could not do such an outrageous thing again. Thinking of this, Jinhani suddenly raised his palm and hit his chest hard, and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. This palm was quite powerful, and if it was a little wrong, it might have killed him. Therefore, Duan Xuexin never expected that he would stay awake by seriously injuring himself, and was immediately shocked by his desperate behavior. Of course, in addition to shock, there was also a heavy blow. She didn't expect Jinhani to reject her like this. In order to reject her, he even gave up his life. You know, she is a beauty that countless men covet. Even without the love potion, she can make men fascinated. Not to mention that Jinhani was also hit by the charm pill. How strong is his willpower to control himself? However, just when Duan Xuexin was shocked, Jinhani, who had recovered his consciousness, did not wait for her to react, and quickly turned around and rushed out of the door. Jinhani is such a smart man. From the moment he found out that he was drugged, he knew that Duan Xuexin definitely didn't just want to be intimate with him. She might be trying to frame him under the guise of being intimate. Perhaps her initiative to invite him to meet this time was a trap. She put aphrodisiac in the wine glass to seduce him. It seems that she wants to be intimate with him. But the guards of the Ran family are probably waiting outside. I believe that if Duan Xuexin calls for help, they will definitely break in and arrest her. If he is caught in front of so many people, his life will be completely over. As a son-in-law, he flirts with a married woman. Not to mention that the other party is the daughter-in-law of the Ran family. How could the Ran family let him go? They would definitely detain him on the spot and ask Mu Qingqing to come over. Mu Qingqing had been waiting to frame him and kill him. Last time, it was his father who intervened forcefully, making it difficult for Mu Qingqing to force his way in. This time, if the Ran family was implicated, even if his father wanted to save him, he would be powerless. He really didn't expect that Mu Qingqing would use the hand of his beloved to get rid of him. What a vicious method. But what surprised him even more was that Mu Qingqing wanted his life. And even Duan Xuexin wanted to put him to death. That was the woman he had loved for so many years. But in the end, the person who wanted to kill him personally was the woman he had loved. At this moment, Jin Hani felt unprecedented failure and regret. At the beginning, he was really blind to fall in love with such a cruel, ruthless and ungrateful woman. Thinking of this, Jin Hani was furious, and a fishy sweetness surged in his throat again. At this time, Yuan Bao, who was waiting at the door, saw his master suddenly rush out. Staggering and pale, he was shocked and hurried forward to support him. Master? What's wrong with you? His master was fine just now, dining with Duan Xuexin. But he didn't know that he was so weak in less than an instant's stick of time. How could it not be shocking? Jin Hani was out of breath and didn't have the energy to explain too much. He waved his hand and ordered, "Go back to the mansion." Yuan Bao knew that there were many people here, and it was inconvenient to ask more questions. He nodded repeatedly and immediately supported him to leave Faihangju. At this time, Su Maoyang, who was dining with Jun Haocong in Mingxi Pavilion, saw Shinua walking in quickly. So he put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. He seemed to know what Shinua had reported. The people from the Ran family are coming to invite him. According to this time, Jin Hani should have been captured. Shinua shook his head with a serious expression. No. Jin Hani is back. Chapter 1752 Mysterious Tomb. Hearing this, Su Maoyang frowned suddenly. As steady as she was, her face was full of surprise. Back? How is that possible? Although Jin Hani was very scheming and behaved very cautiously, it was indeed difficult for ordinary people to frame him. But Duan Xuexin was the woman he loved deeply. If anyone could give him a fatal blow, I believe only Duan Xuexin had this ability. But he was able to escape from Duan Xuexin's beauty trap. This man is too powerful. Or is he simply heartless and a person without feelings? Jun Haocong seemed to have anticipated such an outcome a long time ago. He raised his eyebrows without any surprise. I said that Jin Hani would not be fooled by using Duan Xuexin as bait. He had long seen that Jin Hani had feelings for Su Maoyang. In this case, a woman like Duan Xuexin was not worth looking at. You know, even he, the dignified emperor of Yunlu, fell into Su Maoyang's hands. Let alone Jin Hani. Why? Su Maoyang didn't quite understand, and looked at Jun Haocong in confusion. With a little curiosity in her heart, Jun Haocong said at the beginning that Jin Hani would not take the bait. And she didn't quite believe it. But she didn't expect that he was right. So, she wanted to know what Jun Haocong's basis was for being so sure. Jun Haocong slightly side-glanced, looked at her deeply. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and then retracted his gaze. No comment. Go figure it out yourself. Since she didn't have those thoughts between men and women about Jin Hani, he was too lazy to remind her, lest she be proud and laugh at him for being jealous. Jun Haocong had experienced Su Maoyang's slowness in the love between men and women before. But he took great efforts to chase her. But at this moment, he was actually a little glad for her slowness. At least, when others have a crush on her, she is still in the dark and knows nothing, which makes him feel more at ease than if she knows what they are thinking. Thinking of this, Jun Haocong was in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a playful arc. Su Maoyang saw that he was deliberately teasing her appetite, and glared at him angrily. It's better not to ask you. At this time, Shinua also didn't quite understand what Jun Haocong meant. But seeing that he didn't want to say much, she didn't ask more. So she could only say to Su Maoyang, Master. This time even Duan Xuexin didn't knock him down. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with it next. They thought they had caught Jin Hani's handle, and used Duan Xuexin's hand to frame him. But they didn't know that even Duan Xuexin didn't work. Now that the matter has been exposed, Jin Hani is afraid that he will never care about Duan Xuexin again, let alone be fooled. Therefore, it will not be so easy for them to frame Jin Hani again. Su Maoyang naturally knew this truth, and his face became solemn. It is unlikely to bring down Jin Hani in a short time. In addition, it will be dangerous to enter the Imperial Mausoleum soon, worship the ancestors, and steal the strange fire. So we can only put Jin Hani's matter aside for now. It is dangerous to sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum, not to mention that she has to steal the strange fire. It is conceivable how difficult it is. Therefore, she must be fully prepared to be able to escape unscathed when her identity is exposed or when she encounters danger. Of course, the only way to escape unscathed is to improve her strength. Therefore, during this period of time, retreat and cultivation are imminent. As the former eldest princess, she knew and naturally understands the dangers in the Imperial Mausoleum, and nodded in agreement. Well, not to mention that there are many formations outside the Imperial Mausoleum. There are also formations inside the Imperial Mausoleum. If you are not careful, you will die on the spot. It is indeed full of dangers. Besides, I have entered the Imperial Mausoleum so many times before, but I didn't know there was a strange fire inside. I think the strange fire is hidden in the tomb of the underground palace. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's eyes flickered, and she raised her eyebrows and asked, "The tomb of the underground palace?" She knew that Su Maoyang came to Fengqi Empire for the first time, and didn't know much about the Imperial Mausoleum ancestor worship. So she patiently explained, "The Imperial Mausoleum is located in the west of Fengqi Empire, and the territory is vast, comparable to the entire capital. It is divided into above ground and underground. Above ground is the Fengqi Temple, which is specially used for ancestor worship ceremonies. Underground is the Imperial Mausoleum underground palace, and the deepest part is the tomb. It is said that the ancestors of Fengqi Empire are buried there. Have you been to the tomb? If the strange fire is really hidden there, she needs to know more about the situation inside." Shinua shook her head solemnly. "No, because there is a formation outside the tomb. You must break the formation before you can enter. In the past, there were also people from the royal family who tried to enter, but they never came back. They must have died in the passage leading to the tomb. Therefore, only a few ancestors of the royal family of Fengqi Empire successfully entered the tomb. But even so, they still returned empty-handed in the end. However, in the entire Fengqi Empire, only they knew what was inside." Hearing this, Su Maoyang's pupils flashed with surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that this imperial tomb was so mysterious. Except for a few ancestors of the royal family, no one had ever entered it in person. From this point of view, it is extremely difficult to enter the tomb. Didn't your ancestors mention the situation inside? After hearing this news, Su Maoyang was even more curious. They never revealed the situation inside, but they did mention that if anyone in the Fengqi royal family could enter the tomb, there would be a huge reward. So many people in the royal family tried to enter, but they all ended up badly. The people who came after them didn't dare to try it easily. Shinua shook his head and replied. Su Maoyang heard this, and his eyes were a little rippled. It seems that this tomb does have some tricks. Master, on the day of ancestor worship, although Mu Qingwan will bring civil and military officials with him, only the royal family can enter the Imperial Mausoleum, and the rest will complete the sacrificial ceremony outside the Imperial Mausoleum. So I can't go in with you. However, I drew the terrain inside the Imperial Mausoleum, which may be helpful to you. As he said, Shinua took out the map he had prepared long ago and handed it to her. Su Maoyang was worried about not knowing the route, and now that she had a map, it was naturally the best thing. At least it could save time and a lot of trouble. So she accepted it without hesitation. Thank you for your trouble. Master, what are you talking about? You saved Shinua's life, and ran to Fengqi Empire, risking your life to help me get revenge. You are the one who is worried. So, compared with the master's kindness, this little thing is really insignificant. Shinua clasped his fists gratefully. Okay, let's not say these polite words between you and me. I will be in seclusion recently to practice, and other things will be left to you. Don't bother me if it's not an important matter. Su Maoyang waved her hand and ordered seriously. Shinua immediately accepted the order. Yes, Shinua understands. After that, She left the room tactfully. After she left, Su Maoyang looked at Jun Haotsong. Didn't you hear that I was going to practice in seclusion? I will stay here and guide you in your practice. Most people don't have this honor. Jun Haotsong had no intention of leaving. Chapter 1753 Abnormally Hard Training. Who needs your guidance? Hurry up and leave. Su Maoyang glared at him speechlessly and ordered him to leave without any hesitation. Others begged me for guidance, but I didn't care. You chased me away. Jun Haotsong snorted coldly. I think only Su Maoyang dared to dislike him like this. Su Maoyang knew what he was thinking. You want guidance? I'm afraid you'll guide me to bed. Jun Haotsong curled his lips and smiled lightly. There was a strange light in his eyes. He joked. Wouldn't it be better to practice together? Can you be serious? If you don't want me to leave Fengqi Empire safely, you can stay here. As he said that, Su Maoyang stood up and walked towards the inner room. Jun Haotsong had a cold disease, and she was determined not to let him take action. Therefore, this time she planned to steal the strange fire alone and didn't want Jun Haotsong to get involved. Therefore, in order to escape unscathed, she must become stronger. Jun Haotsong knew that she fought so hard because of him, and sighed helplessly. Unexpectedly, he would become a burden to others one day. But, even so, he still wanted to look at her, accompany her, and was reluctant to leave for a moment. He didn't know how long he could last. He just wanted to see her more, and stay with her for a while in his limited life. However, such a wish seemed to become a bit extravagant. Thinking of it, Jun Haotsong's eyes dimmed slightly, and he called softly, Black Owl. Black Owl received the order and immediately walked in from outside. Master, what do you want? I will also be in seclusion during this period. Pay more attention to the things in the princess's mansion, especially that Jin Hani. Jun Haotsong said lightly. Black Owl understood what he meant, clasped his fists and nodded. Yes, I obey your command. After saying that, Jun Haotsong stood up and walked out of the room. Recently, he has also shown signs of a breakthrough, and it seems that he should not be far from becoming a peak supreme Junlingshi. At this time, Su Maoyang, who had locked herself in the room, did not dare to delay for a moment, and directly took out the inheritance she got from Huangquan Road, the ancient divine pattern atlas. Last time, she heard from the old man Jinjuan that this divine pattern atlas is a top-level treasure, and even the peak strong men in the Sanluo realm will fight for it when they see it, which shows how precious this divine pattern atlas is. Furthermore, it is regarded as the national treasure of the Xiantian Empire, which can also be seen as an extremely powerful technique. Just because of her curiosity, she carefully browsed it last time, and found that there was not a single word on it, which can be said to be a completely worthless book. However, as long as you put your mental power into it, you can find that there are many divine patterns engraved on this divine pattern atlas. Therefore, Su Maoyang was somewhat thankful. Fortunately, she had good mental strength and learned about the divine runes from the old man Jinjuan. Although she only learned a little bit, it was precisely because of this foundation that she was able to easily get started and use her mental strength to sense the divine runes. But her current strength was too low, and she had just come into contact with the divine runes for a short time. So she didn't have a deep understanding of the divine runes. So she could only see the divine runes on the first page. But even on the first page, the complex pattern was so profound that it was daunting. Not to mention that she had to comprehend the meaning. But Su Maoyang has never been someone who gives up so easily. In her opinion, there is no real difficulty in this world. As long as you persist, no matter how much, you can always gain something. Besides, she had already learned how to engrave divine patterns. And now she was able to learn the divine pattern atlas, which was a natural advantage. Why should she retreat? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was determined and devoted all her mental energy to the complex pattern that could dazzle her eyes. 5 days and 5 nights passed like this, and Su Maoyang finally had a subtle connection with the divine pattern. The old man Jinjuan in her body felt the changes in her body and nodded with relief. But he still had to sigh that even someone with such a strong understanding as Su Maoyang had studied for 5 days and 5 nights before he had a slight connection with the divine pattern. It was hard to imagine how long it would take for someone without such a strong understanding to study. Perhaps a month, a year, or even a lifetime. As far as he knew, some people could not fully understand the ancient divine pattern atlas in their entire lives. I just don't know if this little girl who he watched grow up and placed high hopes on, has this understanding and this opportunity. If there is, she will definitely be able to dominate the world, or at least become a giant in the Silua realm. If there really is such a day, maybe his revenge can really be avenged. Just as the old man Jinjuan was lost in his memories, Su Maoyang's mental powers suddenly trembled violently, and then a fierce force rushed straight to her forehead, raging in her mind. The intense pain seemed to burst her head, and she immediately fell to the ground, holding her head and rolling. The pain this time was the same as the severe pain she encountered last time when she accepted the inheritance and contracted the ancient divine rune atlas. Does it mean that every time she practices the divine rune atlas, she will be in such pain? This technique is too abnormal. Old Jinjuan knew her doubts, nodded slightly, and replied, "Yes, you guessed right. The practice method of this ancient divine pattern atlas is extremely abnormal. Those who practice it need to constantly destroy themselves and then constantly reshape themselves. Only by tempering themselves over and over again can they communicate with these divine patterns. Otherwise, how do you think the iceberg test of Huangquan Road, the test of the ancient blood ghost dragon, and the test of the corpse puppet came from? These tests require very firm beliefs and extremely abnormal willpower to complete. And you passed the test, which means that your willpower is suitable for practicing this arduous and extraordinary technique. Otherwise, the king of the Xiantian Empire would not give it to you." Hearing these words and feeling the power that was enough to tear her into pieces, Su Maoyang truly understood the properties of this ancient divine pattern atlas for the first time. This is definitely a difficult technique that makes people collapse and drive people crazy. At this moment, she really didn't know whether to be happy or helpless. Of course I should be happy. It is said that this ancient divine rune atlas is a set of divine rune treasures that include fist, palm, sword, knife, whip, spear, leg, stick, formation, elixir, and all body techniques. In simple terms, if you understand these divine runes, you can fight with the help of divine runes, set up formations with the help of divine runes, and record divine runes to make elixirs. In this way, you can have 3 identities: spiritual power master, formation master, and alchemist, and you will become the top in all 3 fields. At the end, the old man Jinjuan was shocked, and his tone was full of awe. Su Maoyang accepted the ancient divine rune atlas without knowing it clearly, and did not understand it carefully. Now, after listening to him, he realized how terrible this set of skills was. Chapter 1754. The pain grows exponentially. No wonder even the strong men in the upper planes would fight for it. I didn't expect that this divine pattern atlas is not only powerful, but also applicable to everyone, because it contains various combat skills, can also practice formations, and burn divine pattern pills. No matter what identity you have, it is very useful. It is indeed a very popular treasure. Thinking about it this way, its value seems to be worthy of the difficulty of practicing it. Upon learning of her thoughts, the old man Jinjuan shook his head seriously and said in a solemn tone, "You are wrong. It is not suitable for everyone. If you want to practice this technique, hard training is only the first step to get started. If you can't bear this hardship, you don't even have the qualifications to get started. The second step is to look at the realm of strength. Only when you reach the realm that meets the requirements can you communicate with these divine patterns. But if you want to successfully practice the above body skills, it depends on talent and understanding, which is also the most important step. If you don't have such understanding, you can't do anything except having a slight connection with these divine patterns." Although he had never come into contact with the divine pattern atlas, he had heard of its reputation to some extent. Moreover, as an alchemist, he majored in spiritual power, so he read its introduction in books about spiritual cultivation, and only then did he understand it a little. But now Su Maoyang, who was suffering from severe pain, had no time to think about the second step. Just the first step of getting started had tortured her to death. It was hard to imagine that she would suffer such torture every day in the future. What kind of concept was it? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang dug his hands into the ground in pain, bleeding, but the pain did not ease in the slightest. That kind of pain, in addition to physical, also mental torture. Even if she was strong-willed, she fainted several times. This kind of pain was several times more abnormal than when she accepted the inheritance. The abominable thing is that every time she fainted, she had to reconnect with the divine pattern and torture herself again from the beginning. This technique can really drive people crazy. Seeing her being tortured horribly, the old man Jinjuan couldn't bear it and reminded her solemnly. Young master, if it doesn't work, don't force it. This ancient divine pattern atlas is difficult for even the strong men in the upper plane to practice. Let alone you. No. No! If I can't even bear this little bit of suffering, how can I avenge the blood battle group? My spirit beasts? And you? The old man Jinjuan. Su Maoyang's tightly clenched teeth had already seeped blood, but the words spit out from inside were extremely firm. Hearing this, the old man Jinjuan's eyes were red and tears flashed. Being able to follow such a master, regardless of whether he can get revenge or not, he is satisfied. However, seeing her in pain, the old man Jinjuan still felt distressed and reminded her, Young master, you have to be mentally prepared to practice this divine pattern atlas. The more divine patterns you learn, the more difficult and painful it will be to practice later. The difficulty of this divine pattern atlas is not constant, but increases exponentially. This means that if Su Maoyang successfully practices a body method this time, the difficulty and pain of practicing the next body method will be several times that of this time. Therefore, she not only has to endure such torture every time she practices, but also has to endure double the torture every time she practices. Even though Su Maoyang was in so much pain that she was barely able to breathe, she still snorted stubbornly. Really? Then I have to see how powerful this ancient divine pattern atlas is. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gritted her teeth and endured wave after wave of impact. Just like this, over and over again. The continuous tempering. Su Maoyang's body has undergone obvious changes, and runes are floating around her body, although it is just a phantom. The power contained in it cannot be underestimated, and the aura she exudes also gives people a very mysterious feeling. Time flies, and another 20 days have passed. The runes that have been floating around her body hummed and burst into a bright golden light, and then all rushed into her body, and quickly condensed into several lines in her mind. Just when she was wondering what these lines were, they jumped wildly again, running around irregularly, completely confusing people. No wonder the old man Jinjuan said that if you want to practice successfully, you must test your talent and understanding. I believe that if you don't have a high level of understanding of the divine pattern, it is difficult to understand these messy and irregular patterns. What made her speechless was that just looking at these patterns had exhausted her mental power, causing her to black out after only seeing a small part. But even if she only saw a small part, she was already sweating profusely and exhausted. It can be seen that if you want to communicate with this divine pattern, you really need a very strong or even abnormal mental talent. However, Su Maoyang was not discouraged. She rested quietly for another day, and after recovering some mental power, she continued to observe. Fortunately, hard work pays off. She used her mental power to perceive a little bit of mysterious things. At this moment, Su Maoyang suddenly became enlightened. It's the hand lines. Those lines are the lines on the palm. It seems that this first page should be a set of palm techniques. It's just that she is not strong enough now, and her mental power is limited, so she can only see a small part of the lines and can't condense them into a palm print. But I believe that such lines are enough to make her slap with the power of divine lines. Although it is only a power increase, it should be quite terrifying. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang didn't want to miss any opportunity, so she quickly raised her palm and pressed it towards the void. At first, she seemed to be unable to get the point, but after repeatedly hitting it thousands of times, runes finally shone on her palm, bringing a fierce divine power. Feeling the vibration of this force, Su Maoyang opened his eyes in surprise, looked at the golden runes flashing in the palm of his hand, and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It's a pity that the divine runes were not condensed into a palm print. Young master, you are too discouraging. It took you more than 20 days to learn the first page of divine runes. Although it did not condense into a palm print, you have successfully entered the door. You should know that such talent is beyond the reach of even some super strong people. What else do you want? At this moment, I understand why the evil blood cauldron chose you as its master. The spiritual talent is really terrible. The old man Jinjuan sighed with a sour tone. Obviously jealous. So you are just getting started. This divine rune illustration is really abnormal. When did Su Maoyang practice a technique for more than 20 days? What's more, it's only an entry point in so many days. Compared with her previous practice speed, it is indeed much slower. No wonder she feels a little disappointed. Furthermore, from what old man Jinjuan said, getting started is the easiest. and it will become increasingly difficult and take more and more time later on. So Su Maoyang didn't dare to imagine how long it would take to successfully practice the later body techniques. Chapter 1755 Take him away overnight. But what comes next is not what she should consider now. Now there is still some time before entering the Imperial Mausoleum. She can still practice the ice sacrifice 9 days, and strive to summon 3 dragons. In this way, whether it is stealing the strange fire or facing the enemies of the Fengqi Empire, there is a chance of winning. What's more, she had a faint sign of breakthrough when she fought with the ice sacrifice 9 days last time. And it should not be a problem to practice to the 6th level. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang began to enter meditation again and study the content of the 6th level of the ice sacrifice 9 days. Unknowingly, another 10 days passed, and her body once again underwent earth-shaking changes. A stream of cold air permeated from her body, and ice formed from her position, quickly sweeping towards the entire room. But in the blink of an eye, I saw that the whole room was completely frozen, as if it was trapped in ice and snow. At a glance, it was a vast expanse of white, without any sign of life. Even Su Maoyang, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, seemed to have lost his breath. His white clothes blended into the white surroundings. He seemed to have melted into the vast ice and snow, giving people a holy and cold feeling. At this time, the pair of dark eyes suddenly opened, and a silver cold light shot out, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, with its sharp edge exposed. Just one glance would make people feel cold and chilled to the bone. At this moment, her pupils flashed with a strange silver light, and the cold air that burst out was extremely overbearing and terrifying, blowing her 3,000 black hair into a frenzy in the wind, making her look like the king of ice and snow. But the silver light only stayed for a few breaths, and then quickly dissipated, and soon her pupils returned to normal. This silver light was so fast that it was impossible to catch it. Even Su Maoyang herself did not notice it. At this time, she felt the spiritual power expanding in her body, and the throbbing of the dragon's ether, and exhaled a breath of turbid air with relief. I finally cultivated the ice sacrifice 9 days to the 6th level, and my spiritual power successfully entered the ranks of the peak Xiantian Junlingshi, and I am only 1 step away from the supreme Junlingshi. Although Su Maoyang sighed, she knew in her heart that the later she cultivated, the more difficult it would be, and the longer it would take. Even if she had amazing talent, she would gradually experience it. Moreover, although there is only 1 level between the peak Xiantian Junlingshi and the early supreme Junlingshi, the actual gap is a gap that ordinary people cannot cross. Therefore, every time you reach the peak and break through a high realm, it is a bottleneck in cultivation. It is very difficult to cross this gap. Therefore, without talent, no matter how hard you try, it is difficult to continue. This is why talent is particularly important in the world of martial arts. For example, the top masters of the Joyo continent, the most powerful ones, are only the top supreme monarch spiritual masters, and few people can reach the level of the emperor spiritual master. It is because of the lack of talent that it is difficult to break through the bottleneck. Of course, it is not ruled out that the ancients who have long fallen on this continent have reached this level. But they are all ancient people after all. At least it is difficult for people nowadays to break through the bottleneck. Young master, congratulations. With your current strength, facing the initial supreme monarch spiritual master is no problem. Even facing the middle stage supreme monarch spiritual master is possible. In addition, you have many means, so it should not be a big problem to deal with the strong people of the supreme monarch spiritual master. The old man stroked his beard and said with relief, although he was not sure of defeating a powerful peak warrior, at least he would be able to save his life. Su Maoyang nodded, his pupils emitting a bloodthirsty cold light, and his voice was as cold as ice chips. It has been almost 2 years since I left Burning Blood City. It is time to go back and take revenge. But those old guys should have improved a lot. In order to be on the safe side, we still need to prepare more during this period. Although Su Maoyang was confident, he was not a blindly confident person. After all, when she was trying her best to repair her injuries and recover her body, others were seizing the time to practice hard. When she could practice again, others were also making rapid progress. She started later than others, and she wasted more time than others. So it was inevitable that she would be left behind. In addition, those old guys were already very important figures with great status, and they had no shortage of skills, weapons, and elixirs. After this period of practice, even if their spiritual power level was difficult to improve. Their combat effectiveness must be much stronger than before. Of course, not only them. It is estimated that even the younger generation of Finchua Tiancheng should have made a qualitative leap. Therefore, if you want to kill back to Finchua Tiancheng for revenge, it is better to be cautious. Just as Su Maoyan was thinking, there was a knock on the door outside. Master, tomorrow is the day to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. I wonder if you are ready. Shinua was worried that she was still immersed in cultivation and didn't know the time. So she reminded her outside the door. Su Maoyan didn't expect that his retreat would be directly on the day of ancestor worship. Hearing Shinua's reminder, he reacted and asked, "What time is it now?" "It's the hour of you now," Shinua answered. Su Maoyan nodded slowly after hearing this. Then he gathered his breath, stood up, and ordered, "Come in." Shinua got the order, then pushed open the door and walked in quickly. Su Maoyan asked while tidying up his clothes, "How is the Emperor doing recently?" The Emperor was also in seclusion some time ago, but he came out of seclusion yesterday. "Do you want me to invite the Emperor over?" Shinua asked. Su Maoyan seemed to have his own plans, and waved his hand. "No, I'll go see him later. You leave first." Shinua turned around and left the room after hearing this. Seeing her leave, Su Maoyan called again. "Black Owl." "Emperor, what do you want?" Black Owl, who had been protecting her safety, heard the voice and walked in quickly. Su Maoyan looked at him solemnly and said in a deep voice, "You should know that your master will definitely help me if he sees me in danger. You should also know that your master's physical condition is definitely not allowed to be casually rescued. So I want to ask you for a favor." Hearing this, He Zhao's heart was shocked, and he roughly guessed what she meant. He immediately clasped his fist and rejected it. "Empress, the Emperor will never leave, and leave you alone here to take risks. I know. That's why I need your help in this matter." Su Maoyan nodded slightly. "Empress, the Emperor loves you deeply, and I am really powerless. He Zhao has been with Jun Haocong for many years. It can be said that he has witnessed the relationship between the two of them with his own eyes, and knows the position of the concubine in the Emperor's mind. Therefore, it is impossible to persuade the Emperor not to intervene. Not only is it impossible, he probably will be scolded." Su Maoyan comforted him. "Don't worry. I will refine a pill and trick him into eating it. After an hour, he will fall into a coma. You can take him back to the Cloud Tower Dark Domain overnight." Chapter 1756, A Talent That Makes People Jealous. When He Zhao heard this, his usually cold, expressionless face jumped into surprise, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "This is not good. He Zhao, your master is suffering from a cold disease. Once he takes action, the consequences will be disastrous. I believe you know it without me saying it. So, I can't let him get into trouble. And I can't lose him. Do you understand?" Su Maoyan frowned. His tone was heavy, and he suppressed endless worries. What she didn't want to see the most was Jun Haocong getting hurt and suffering from a cold disease. And he had already risked his life for her, and had been injured for her countless times. And every time he endured great pain for her. How could Su Maoyan bear to let him risk his life for her again? So, in order to ensure his safety, he must be sent away this time. He Zhao naturally understood her feelings, and knew that letting Emperor Zun leave was indeed the best way to protect him. But when Emperor Zun woke up, if he knew that he and Emperor Concubine had joined forces to deceive him, he would definitely be furious. How could he bear the Emperor's anger? Emperor's Concubine. You know the Emperor's character. If he knew that his subordinates took him away without telling him, and left you alone here, he would definitely cut you into pieces. Black Owl felt a little scared when he thought of the Emperor's angry look. The Emperor's concubine is the lifeblood of the Emperor. He left her here. I'm afraid he doesn't want to live. Su Maoyan smiled and said, "Don't worry. You have been with him for so many years. He can't do this. Besides, I have your back. He dare not touch you. However, if you don't do what I say, if something really happens to him, I will be the one to cut you into pieces." At the end, Su Maoyan couldn't help but lower his voice. The cold air emanating from his body frightened Black Owl's heart, and a chill ran through his spine. It seems that the strength of the Imperial Concubine has improved a lot. Just this aura is a bit scary. After being warned by her, He Zhao could only nod his head in compromise. "Okay, I will follow the orders of the imperial concubine. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want the emperor to stay here, since the imperial concubine has a way to stun the emperor and keep him away from danger. It is naturally the best thing. Okay, I want to make the elixir. You leave first. Su Maoyang saw that he understood, so he waved his hand and let him leave. He Xiao clasped his fists and accepted the order, turned around and walked out. At this time, Su Maoyang directly released the evil blood cauldron, quickly peeled off the medicinal materials, and planned to refine the fire silkworm elixir. Last time, Jun Haocong ate the fire silkworm elixir engraved with the divine pattern to relieve the symptoms of cold disease. So using this elixir to deceive him is the least likely to be discovered by him. But this time she will add something to it. Su Maoyang's mental power is now incomparable. When refining the divine pattern pill, it is also smooth and flowing. It will be completed in less than an instant stick of time. She put on her clothes, packed up, and pushed the door and walked out of the room, and told Shinua, "Accompany me to Yu Sui Xian." Shinua nodded and followed her all the way to Jun Haocong's yard. At this time, Jun Haocong was meditating and regulating his breath. Feeling Su Maoyang's breath, he suddenly opened his eyes, seeing Su Maoyang coming in. His cold and sharp eyes rarely became much gentler. "Are you out of retreat so soon?" Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Well, I'm going to the Imperial Mausoleum tomorrow, so of course I have to come out of retreat before that. What about you? Judging from your breath, you should have a breakthrough." "Yeah, I just broke through a few days ago." Jun Haocong restrained his breath, stood up, and replied lightly. Su Maoyang was hit, but she was still happy for him. "You are indeed a super genius standing at the top of the 9 Nether Realm. Even I have to admire your cultivation speed. You must know that it is extremely difficult to advance to the Supreme Jun Lingshi after practicing to the Supreme Jun Lingshi. Therefore, no matter how good your talent is, it will take a lot of time. Besides, Jun Haocong is also suffering from cold disease, and his physical condition has not been very good. Now he can break through so quickly. He is indeed a rare and peerless genius." Moreover, she heard before that Jun Haocong had successfully entered the level of Supreme Jun Lingshi at the age of 18. He was the youngest Supreme Jun Lingshi in the 9 Nether Realm. Then Finch and Jun also joined this ranks. So, the two of them are famous in the 9 Nether. No matter their talent or strength, they are difficult to surpass. But later, Feng Emosia cheated and attacked Jun Haocong, causing Jun Haocong's physical body to fall, and he had to attach to the extremely lean body to reshape his true body. In order to make the soul and the body fit better, he made a lot of efforts and endured inhuman torture. Just when he was about to succeed, he broke through the seal early because of saving her, and was completely afflicted with cold. But even though the process was full of twists and turns, he still completed the transformation under such harsh conditions, and caught up with Feng Emosia's pace. His strength level was not weaker than him. I have to sigh that such a talent is really terrible. Jun Haocong heard her admiration, curled his lips, and stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms. "Madam is still more powerful. I haven't been promoted to the Supreme Jun Lingshi yet. I'm far worse than you. How can I be so great?" Su Maoyang just thought he was flattering her. Jun Haocong lowered his head slightly, kissed her forehead. A cunning flashed across his eyes, and whispered, "You have a great vision." Upon hearing this, Su Maoyang suddenly realized that he meant that she had a great vision, and fell in love with such a great man as him. "Can you have some shame?" Su Maoyang was amused by his narcissism, and glared at him unhappily. Jun Haocong hugged her tighter, as if he was afraid of losing her, and then buried his head in her neck, took a deep breath of the fragrance that belonged to Su Maoyang, and whispered softly, "Shameless, I just want you." Hearing his hoarse and magnetic voice, Su Maoyang felt as if an electric current ran through her body, and her whole body was numb. Just thinking of the danger tomorrow, Su Maoyang had to suppress the reluctance in his heart and said, "Tomorrow, you don't go. I hope you leave Fengqi Empire, and don't interfere in this matter." Hearing this, Jun Haocong immediately raised his head, and frowned and refused. "No, I can't let you go alone. You said you would listen to me." Su Maoyang was displeased. "I will listen to you in everything else, except this matter." Jun Haocong rejected it without thinking. Su Maoyang retorted with a tough attitude, "Your cold disease was caused by saving me. If you are in trouble, I can't shirk my responsibility. If you insist on intervening, then I can only sever ties with you and leave you completely. Jun Haotsong didn't expect that she actually wanted to leave him. Anger surged in his pupils, and he growled with gritted teeth. What did you say just now? Say it again. Chapter 1757 Going to the Imperial Mausoleum. I said if you insist on staying here, I will divorce you. Su Maoyong met his murderous gaze without showing any weakness. Hearing this, Jun Haotsong's anger rushed up all of a sudden, gritting his teeth and growling. You dare! I said. You will never escape from my palm in this life. Then give it a try. Su Maoyong was also stubborn, and she fought back unyieldingly, so tough that it made Jun Haotsong crazy. But he was obviously furious. But he couldn't do anything about her, and finally had to compromise and negotiate. I promise that I will never interfere, never use spiritual power, and just wait for you outside the Imperial Mausoleum. This is okay. Your promise has never been fulfilled. Su Maoyong didn't believe his cheap promise. This is my biggest concession. If you want me to leave Fengqi Empire, there is no way. Jun Haotsong originally wanted to sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum with her, but now that he agreed to wait outside, he was already very worried. Not to mention asking him to leave Fengqi Empire, which was absolutely impossible. Su Maoyong had actually expected his attitude a long time ago. He deliberately stalemate for a long time, and then pretended that he couldn't do anything about it. He took out the pill and handed it to him. You can stay here, but remember what you promised me, and don't do it casually. Also, this is the fire silkworm spirit pill I refined, which can effectively suppress the coldness in the body. Only after you eat it, I can enter the Imperial Mausoleum with confidence. This is also the biggest concession I have made. Otherwise, you leave Fengqi Empire and don't interfere in this matter. Su Maoyong knew that Jun Haotsong was a very shrewd person. If she coaxed him to eat the fire silkworm spirit pill at the beginning and acted too calmly, he would be suspicious and would not be fooled. However, if she forced him to choose by forcing him to drive him away, he would not be easy to doubt her intentions, and would even be grateful for her concession. As expected, Jun Haotsong was relieved when he saw Su Maoyong finally softened his attitude. Now he was willing to choose the pill, and he took the pill and swallowed it decisively. Be careful tomorrow. I will wait for you outside, Jun Haotsong said seriously. Su Maoyong saw that he had taken the pill, and her expression eased a little. Then she touched his cheek and said with relief, Good boy. Jun Haotsong grabbed her hand and said dissatisfiedly, So you send me away like this? What else do you want? His strength was too great, and Su Maoyong struggled for a few times but couldn't break free. Jun Haotsong stretched out his hand and picked her up horizontally. I want you. She had been practicing in seclusion all this time, and he hadn't touched her for too long. He thought that being with her every day would relieve her pain of missing her. But now, he realized that even if he looked at her and accompanied her every day, he still felt it was not enough and wanted more. The night was getting darker and darker, like a piece of black cloth covering the sky, with only a few stars twinkling, and the night wind blowing from time to time. It was actually a bit desolate, seeing that Jun Haotsong beside him had fallen asleep. Su Maoyong gently called Black Owl. Black Owl took the order, quickly carried Jun Haotsong on his back, and left the place soon. After watching Jun Haotsong leave, Su Maoyong returned to the room and meditated to prepare for tomorrow's battle. The next morning, Su Maoyong was still immersed in practice when he heard Shi Nua knocking on the door. Master, the carriage is waiting outside. It's time to go to the Imperial Mausoleum. Hearing the voice, Su Maoyong drew his hands, sank his chi into his dantian, quickly ended his practice, packed up casually, and went to the gate with Shi Nua. When she arrived at the door, she found that several servants in the mansion were already in place, waiting for her alone. At this time, they saw Su Maoyong coming out, and all bowed respectfully. Su Maoyong saw that they were all there, but she was not surprised at all, and raised her hand slightly. It's getting late. Everyone get in the car. Don't let the queen wait too long. Because she heard from Shi Nua that the Fengqi Empire's ancestral worship ceremony was a very grand ceremony. Although only members of the royal family could enter the Imperial Mausoleum, others had to go together and hold a sacrificial ceremony outside the Imperial Mausoleum. So, in addition to Muqingqing, the servants with some status in the mansion also had to go together. After hearing the order, several servants nodded and got on the carriage with the help of the servants. Jin Hani saw Su Maoyang coming out alone, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Su Maoyang suspiciously. This time, the ancestor worship will take 10 days. He thought that Peng Huan would accompany Mu Qingqing, but he didn't see him. It was really strange. Su Maoyang saw Jin Hani still standing there, and didn't get on the car. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at him. Any questions? Jin Hani smiled and answered when she asked. Mr. Peng always likes to join in the fun. But I didn't see Mr. Peng today. I'm just a little curious. He is not feeling well. This princess asked him to rest at home. Su Maoyang knew that Jin Hani was cunning, so he replied coldly. Jin Hani was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded in understanding. I see. Su Maoyang didn't bother to pay attention to him. He just glanced at him coldly and retracted his gaze and got on the carriage. As for Jin Hani's matter, we can only wait until she comes back from the Imperial Mausoleum and then find a way to solve it. Watching Su Maoyang get on the carriage, Jin Hani frowned slightly, and his pupils revealed a hidden cold light. Peng Huan was a strong and powerful guy. He didn't believe that he would stay at home obediently because he was not feeling well. So, there must be something fishy about this matter. However, he couldn't see through what this woman wanted to do. However, one thing is certain. This woman has other purposes besides wanting to kill him. What is her purpose? Master, get on the car quickly. Yuan Bao saw that everyone else was ready and reminded him in a low voice. Hearing this, Jin Hani nodded slightly and got on the carriage. Then the convoy drove quickly to the city gate and joined the carriages of the queen and other family forces. Su Maoyang lifted the curtain and took a look at the situation of the motorcade outside. She sighed with some surprise. I didn't expect the team to be so large. She knew and nodded and explained. Well, the ancestor worship ceremony is very grand. Even the princesses and princes who were exiled to the border by Mu Qingwan will all come back to worship their ancestors. So in addition to some family forces, there are also the princesses and princes motorcades. The team is naturally very large. Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. No wonder she saw many unfamiliar carriages and faces. I think these people are all coming back from the border or other cities. After all, the princesses and princes are both members of the royal family. This time they should enter the Imperial Mausoleum to worship their ancestors. With such a large number of troops, it seems that they really attach great importance to this ancestor worship ceremony. Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. She knew, snorted sarcastically. The reason why they went to such great lengths to run back is not because they attach importance to it, but for the rewards in the tomb and the spiritual power array left by their ancestors. Chapter 1758, Ceremony of Ancestor Worship. Su Maoyang heard this, and immediately understood that there were benefits they wanted in the Imperial Mausoleum. No wonder they were so active, and even wanted to stay in the Imperial Mausoleum for 10 days. It seems that this trip to the Imperial Mausoleum was fake to worship the ancestors, but it was real to comprehend the secrets left by the ancestors. And the spiritual power formation mentioned by Shinua must be a very tempting good thing. Master, if you want to enter the tomb, you must pass through the tomb passage first. But there are many formations around the tomb passage, so you have to be especially careful. However, this time Mu Qingwan should also go to the tomb passage and try to enter the tomb. Then you just need to follow her. Shinua solemnly instructed. Su Maoyang was a little surprised and asked in confusion. Didn't you say before that many people died in the tomb passage? And now few people dare to try it? Indeed, many people have died, especially those who have reached the level of Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. Shinua nodded solemnly. Why? Isn't the strength of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master more powerful? Aren't those ancestors of your Fengxi Empire who have entered the tomb the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master? Su Maoyang didn't quite understand. Shinua shook his head seriously and explained. I heard from the elders that the higher the level of spiritual power, the more terrifying the test will be. So it is easier for people below the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master to pass through the tomb passage. I think the reason why the ancestor set it up like this is to select the young generation with potential. You also know that talent is particularly important for whether you can go further in the future. And the ancestors of the Fengxi Empire are not ordinary people. Their combat power and defense power are quite terrible. In addition, they have accumulated many years of experience. So passing through the tomb passage is naturally a piece of cake. However, they still can't understand the secrets. It is conceivable that this requires a great talent. Although there are quite a few capable young people in the royal family, None of them succeeded in passing through, and even a large number of them died. However, we have to admit that Mu Qingwan is indeed a very talented and capable person. She once entered the tomb passage. Although she was seriously injured, she saved her life. Later, she tried every year and seemed to have found some tricks. Unfortunately, even so, she still failed. She knew or recalled the past, and her expression became a little lonely. Su Maoyang saw her regret and couldn't help asking, "You were stronger than Mu Qingwan at that time, so you should have tried to pass through the tomb passage, right?" She knew and nodded slightly. "Well, I tried it before, but after entering the tomb passage, I clearly felt the fluctuation of mental power. But I am good at spiritual power, not mental power. On the contrary, my talent in mental power is not as good as Mu Qingwan. So I didn't feel anything and almost lost my life. Later, I never got involved again. So that's it." Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. She has been with Xinhua for such a long time, and she knows Xinua's situation to some extent. Her spiritual power, talent, and skills are indeed amazing. Every time she attacks, she is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Moreover, like me, she also has the ability to fight across levels, and has very strong fighting power. She has lived up to the name of the female war god of Fengqi Empire. However, her talent in spiritual power is too high, which will inevitably lower her talents in other aspects. So it is understandable that she knows very little about the field of mental power. However, according to what she said, if the tomb passage is a test of mental power, then the possibility of there being strange fire in the tomb is indeed very high, because only people with strong mental power can contract strange fire. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang made up his mind to go to the tomb. Just as Su Maoyang was pondering, the team outside had almost arrived. The general who was leading the way in front shouted and set off, and the team headed towards the Imperial Mausoleum. The Imperial Mausoleum is located west of Fengqi Empire. The place is a bit desolate and a distance from the capital. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at their destination. Coming out of the carriage, Su Maoyang looked at the Imperial Mausoleum in front of him, and found that the Imperial Mausoleum was located in an extremely vast square. There was a huge altar in front of the square. On the altar were 100-step staircase, and on the staircase was a palace that was more magnificent than Mu Qingwan's palace. Although it was not as magnificent as the palace, and was built with only ordinary stones, it was carved with many complex patterns, giving people a sense of simplicity and solemnity, which immediately made Su Maoyang feel awe. At this time, Mu Qingwan and all the people present got off the car, straightened their clothes, and came to the altar. Seeing that everyone was ready, the priest who presided over the ancestral worship ceremony announced loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived. Offer sacrifices." As soon as the roar fell, the servants carried all the sacrifices such as livestock, food, flowers, and wine to the table in front of the altar. The sacrifices were in place. The music started, and everyone saluted respectfully, burned incense devoutly, read and burned the prayers, and completed a series of sacrificial ceremonies according to the order of the high priest. After everyone finished the ceremony, Mu Qingwan ordered loudly, "Next, I will enter the Imperial Mausoleum to worship the ancestors. People other than the royal family can go to the palace opposite to rest first. For the next 9 days, you just need to go to the altar every day at noon and perform this sacrificial ceremony." Hearing the palace opposite, Su Maoyang looked back and realized that the palace was opposite the Imperial Mausoleum. However, it is understandable that the Imperial Mausoleum is so remote that Mu Qingwan must have built a palace to stay in for the convenience of everyone's sacrifice. After hearing the instructions, everyone saluted respectfully and sent the empress away. Mu Qingwan glanced at Su Maoyang, stretched out his hand to her, and smiled. "Let's go. Follow me in." Su Maoyang nodded slightly when he saw this, and after giving Xinhua a look, he quickly stepped forward and supported her. Mu Qingwan called her because only the royal family could enter the Imperial Mausoleum, and the palace maids and servants could not follow in. So she called her over to serve. This Mu Qingwan seemed to be very close to Mu Qingqing. In the final analysis, she just treated Mu Qingqing as a palace maid. At this time, the other princesses following behind Mu Qingwan saw that Mu Qingqing still liked to please Mu Qingwan as before, and they all grinned with disdain. Mu Qingqing, as a straw bag, was already despised by people. Not to mention that this straw bag was so flattering and lowly, enjoying the treatment they had never enjoyed. which was even more annoying. Therefore, except for Mu Qingwan, other princesses and princes were very disgusted with her. Look, no wonder she can stay in the capital and enjoy a comfortable life. Just this shameless face is not comparable to us. Among them, a woman in a pink dress whispered to the woman in a blue dress next to her. Chapter 1759. She actually wants to walk through the tomb passage? The blue-skirted woman also had a sarcastic look on her face and sneered. You and I can't learn her shameless skills, so don't envy her. Envy? The queen treats her as a maid. What's there to envy? Besides, if I were such a waste, so lowly, I would have hit my head and died long ago. Ashamed to live in this matter. The pink-dressed woman seemed to disagree with the blue-dressed woman's statement, and snorted disdainfully. Ha. If you say that? If she knew, she would probably complain to the queen and punish you. Walking next to them, a county prince in a black brocade robe heard their conversation and couldn't help teasing. The blue-dressed woman snorted coldly, and the sarcasm in her eyes became even stronger. She only relies on the queen's support. But she is a waste. With that little skill, she should not be able to hear it. However, at this time, Su Maoyong heard their conversation clearly, and a subtle arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although these princesses and dukes were only whispering in private and were some distance away from her, Su Maoyong had excellent hearing and naturally heard everything clearly. Of course, I believe Mu Qingwan beside her also heard it. However, she had a blank expression on her face, as if she didn't hear it. She indulged the group of people behind her to laugh at Mu Qingqing, and had no intention of making decisions for Mu Qingqing. It can be seen that she has no sisterly feelings for Mu Qingqing at all. Perhaps she was quite happy to hear these words. To be precise, she even hoped that Mu Qingqing would hear these words. In this way, Mu Qingqing would be more aware of her status, and know that everything she has now was given by her. In the future, she will rely on her more, regard her as her only supporter, listen to her, and work hard for her. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong sneered in her heart, and couldn't help but sigh that Mu Qingwan was really cunning. Thinking of this, she had already entered the imperial mausoleum with Mu Qingwan. According to Xinhua, above the imperial mausoleum is the Fengqi temple, where they will complete the ancestor worship ceremony. Sure enough, when she entered the hall, she saw an altar in front of her, with a huge stone tablet standing in the middle. The stone tablet seemed to be engraved with the names of the ancestors of the Fengqi Empire. Fortunately, Xinhua told her the process of sacrifice, so she didn't get flustered. In the end, she completed the ancestor worship ceremony according to the rules without revealing any flaws. After the ceremony, Mu Qingwan led everyone to the underground palace. Su Maoyong followed Mu Qingwan to the underground, passed through countless corridors, and found that this place was indeed as Xinhua said, with formations and many traps. I believe that if she hadn't followed Mu Qingwan, she would have stepped on several traps and fallen into the formation. In this way, they didn't know how many steps they went down and how many corridors they passed before finally arriving at the edge of a cliff. There was a spacious open space on the cliff. A vertical beam of light poured down from above, covering the open space on the cliff, forming a circular light circle, releasing powerful power. As long as you get closer, you can sense the fierce spiritual power fluctuations. I think this is the spiritual power formation mentioned by Xinhua. On the opposite side of the cliff, there is an ancient palace. Its door is tightly closed. Although it looks nothing special, it gives people a gloomy and weird feeling. As a dancing alchemist, Su Maoyong has extraordinary perception. He immediately realized that there should be some mysterious thing inside that is releasing unknown energy. However, before Su Maoyong could continue to extend his perception, Mu Qingwan beside him had already walked to the edge of the cliff, pointed at the only road on the cliff leading to the other side, and asked, "Who is willing to challenge the tomb passage this time?" Hearing about challenging the tomb passage, several princesses and princes waved their hands. Forget about the tomb passage. With our strength, if we take the tomb passage, we probably won't be able to come back. I'll just absorb the power in the spiritual power array. The woman in blue smiled awkwardly. The pink-dressed woman also nodded repeatedly. Yes, we will just practice in the spiritual power array. For a test as difficult as the tomb passage, I believe only a genius like the queen can pass it. With our level, we should not take risks and humiliate ourselves. Another orange-dressed woman also smiled and agreed. Yes, for so many years, among the younger generation, Only the queen has walked into the tomb passage without losing her life. I guess only a genius like the queen can solve the secret left by the ancestors. Let's not join in the fun. The several princes next to him, as men, are not good at speaking, but their attitude is very obvious, and they keep nodding in agreement. Su Maoyang sneered in her heart when she heard these words. Just now, these women were still mocking her for being humble and flattering Mu Qingwan behind her back. Now it seems that they are more flattering and hypocritical. Every one of them praised Mu Qingwan to the sky, while the words that humiliated her just now were really embarrassing. However, Su Maoyang did not show his thoughts, but only glanced at Mu Qingwan beside him. At this moment, Mu Qingwan seemed to be very pleased with their flattery. Although he did not say it, there was obviously a bit of arrogance in his eyes. Su Maoyang suddenly understood why Mu Qingwan killed Xinua ruthlessly, but did not kill all these princesses and princes. Because she likes the feeling of superiority of being held in the palm of someone's hand. And these princesses and princes are of average strength and pose no threat to her. She can keep them at ease, enjoy their flattery, and let them witness her strength. This Mu Qingwan is really a competitive person with pride in his bones. Well, since no one challenges me, I will do it. Seeing that they did not dare to step forward, Mu Qingwan raised his eyebrows slightly. A trace of contempt flashed in his eyes, and turned around and prepared to walk to the tomb path. Seeing this, Su Maoyang took a few steps forward and said, Imperial sister, I also want to try this tomb path. Suddenly hearing Mu Qingqing's request, the princesses and princes present were stunned, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds before reacting. And then, they couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Mu Qingqing, did I hear wrong or are you still asleep? You actually want to walk through the tomb passage? The pink-dressed woman scratched her ears in disbelief and asked with a joking face. Speaking of which, the pink-dressed woman is called Mu Qingyan, who is 1 year older than Mu Qingqing and is considered her sister. They are both princesses, and they usually call each other by their first names when they talk, without too many taboos. Of course, it was also because Mu Qingqing's behavior was too absurd that she couldn't help but speak with sarcasm. The orange-dressed woman also smiled and shook her head, as if she had heard a big joke. Princess Ningguan, the danger of the tomb passage is beyond your imagination. I don't know how many geniuses have been buried on this road. Do you think you are qualified to try it with your level? Chapter 1760 Stupid enough to die. Yeah. Even we don't dare to try it easily. Not to mention your little strength. You will probably be blown to pieces once you go up. It's really fearless. The blue-clothed woman also thought it was very ridiculous, staring at Su Maoyang with a look of looking at a fool. At this time, Mu Qingwan also didn't expect Mu Qingqing to suddenly make this request. She looked at her with some surprise, and then advised earnestly, Qingqing, I can follow your will at ordinary times, but this tomb passage is not for fun. With your current strength, there is no possibility of survival. I'm not trying to scare you. Su Maoyang nodded. I know, but you have all tried it. I want to try it too. The black-clothed prince heard this, and felt it was ridiculous. Laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Princess Ningguan. You? Isn't that too ignorant? If the queen can try, can you try too? You have to know what strength the queen has, and what strength you have. Can you get your hands on the treasures left by the ancestors? Yes. Even a genius like the queen is in danger of getting hurt when she goes up to the tomb passage. Let alone you. Besides, it's a question whether you can withstand the power of this spiritual array. So don't think about anything unrealistic. Another prince seemed to be deliberately trying to please Mu Qingwan, deliberately stepping on Mu Qingqing to praise Mu Qingwan. Su Maoyang ignored the sarcasm of these people, and his attitude was still firm. Imperial sister, I still want to try. You've really been spoiled by me. I have to be extra careful when walking in this tomb passage. My life is in danger at any time. Let alone you. Although Mu Qingwan's tone seemed to be worried about Mu Qingqing, Su Maoyang could see clearly that there was contempt in her pupils. Obviously, Mu Qingwan also felt that she was overestimating her own abilities, and was stupid enough to die. Just wait here for me to come back. Don't do anything stupid. Understand? Mu Qingwan said, not wanting to talk nonsense with her at all, and turned around and walked onto the tomb passage. But in the blink of an eye, her figure suddenly disappeared in this space. Shocking Su Maoyang slightly changed color. She found that this tomb passage was very long, extending from the cliff on this side to the cliff on the opposite side. Under the cliff was a deep abyss. Pitch black. And you couldn't see the bottom at all. Therefore, to get to the tomb chamber on the opposite side, you can only go through this tomb passage. But seeing that Mu Qingwan disappeared out of thin air after walking onto the tomb passage, Su Maoyang could conclude that this tomb passage was not a tomb passage at all, but a formation. Mu Qingwan disappeared because she was trapped in the formation. Realizing this, Su Maoyang also followed and walked onto the tomb passage. The princesses and princes behind him were all shocked to see this scene, and their eyes widened. They thought that the sarcasm just now had dispelled Mu Qingqing's idea of committing suicide. But they didn't expect that Mu Qingqing was so stupid that she actually walked onto the tomb path. She was really going to die. Haha. This Mu Qingqing is really getting stupider and stupider. I've really opened my eyes today. Mu Qingyan sneered and shook her head, suddenly not knowing what words to use to describe this desperate behavior. The blue-clothed woman Mu Qingyu raised her eyebrows slightly, gloating. It's good for this waste to die, so that it won't be an eyesore. Yes, with such a fool like her around. The royal family is ashamed, and it's better for her to die. The black-clothed prince Mu Rongquan smiled and nodded, also looking like he was watching a joke. They hated Mu Qingqing, but unfortunately, she was the empress's biological sister, so they didn't dare to do anything to her. Now, seeing that she was looking for death, everyone was naturally happy to see it happen. Okay, don't worry about that waste. This spiritual power formation can only last for 10 days. Let's hurry up and practice. The orange-clothed woman seemed to be not interested in whether Mu Qingqing was alive or dead, and reminded her, because in her opinion, the life and death of that idiot was not enough for her to worry about. After hearing this, the others ended their conversation and began to meditate and practice in the spiritual power formation. At this time, Su Maoyang was trapped in a strange space. There are 2 tomb passages in this space, both of which can lead to the tomb chamber opposite. Judging from this posture, Su Maoyang was asked to choose one of the tomb passages. Su Maoyang looked at the 2 roads, then closed his eyes and used his mental power to sense. At this time, she clearly noticed that the road on the left had mental power fluctuations. So, she chose the one on the left without hesitation and walked straight up. Then, she saw that another road beside her suddenly collapsed, turned into rubble, and fell into the abyss. And there seemed to be some kind of terrifying power in the abyss, which instantly turned the rubble into dust. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang swallowed her saliva with lingering fear. It was really a close call. I believe that if she chose the wrong tomb passage, she would also fall into the abyss. The power in the abyss is definitely not something she can contend with now. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was a little frightened and walked forward more carefully. But when she was halfway there, the picture changed again, and 4 more roads leading to the tomb appeared in front of her. Su Maoyang didn't dare to make a hasty decision this time. She closed her eyes again and tried to sense it more carefully. This time, the fluctuation of mental power was obviously much weaker. So Su Maoyang spent a lot of time before finally choosing the second one on the right and walked up. When she stepped on the tomb passage, all the other tomb passages around her were shattered and turned into nothingness in the abyss. Su Maoyang cheered up, tightened her nerves, and continued to move forward. Then 8 tomb passages, 12 tomb passages, 16 tomb passages, and 20 tomb passages appeared behind her. The difficulty will double each time, and the time and mental power used will also increase. At this moment, Su Maoyang suddenly sighed. As she knew said, this place is really thrilling and murderous. No wonder so many geniuses have fallen here. I believe that if you don't have a particularly strong mental talent, it will be difficult to pass the 2 levels. Once you make a wrong choice, it will be the price of being shattered and doomed. What's even more abnormal is that there seems to be no way out here, and you have to keep going forward. If you can't tell the direction and want to leave here, you should be attacked by a terrifying force. This should be the reason why Mu Qingwan was seriously injured after leaving. Their ancestors need not only talented and potential successors, but also successors who are brave and fearless. Therefore, once you embark on this road, you are not allowed to turn back. Once you turn back, you will be punished accordingly. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang strengthened her faith and focused on sensing every road, using all her mental power to communicate and distinguish. It took her a whole day to realize this. Finally, she opened her eyes and chose the 3rd tomb passage on the left from the 20 roads. Chapter 1761 3 Corpses. When she stepped onto the tomb passage, She saw other tomb passages exploded and disappeared into this space. Feeling the real touch under her feet, Su Maoyong breathed a sigh of relief. She had to sigh that this tomb passage was really amazing. Even a person with spiritual talent like her felt frightened, which showed how difficult it was. But even the road leading to the tomb passage was so dangerous. She couldn't imagine what more terrible challenges were waiting for her in the tomb. Thinking of this, she raised her eyes slightly and glanced at the door of the tomb chamber in front of her. Then she stepped forward cautiously and pushed the door open with her hand. At this time, Su Maoyong suddenly felt a torrent of power coming at her, which forced her back a few steps. When she looked at the scene in front of her again, she found that there were 3 sarcophagi in the tomb chamber. Each sarcophagus was engraved with various complex patterns, which were somewhat similar to the patterns outside, giving people a heavy and ancient feeling. Su Maoyong heard from Shi Newell that the ancestors of Fengqi Empire were buried here. I think these 3 stone coffins should be the ancestors she mentioned. It is said that Fengqi Empire has a much longer history than Fenglin Empire. I think these ancestors are ancient people from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong put his hands together and respectfully saluted to the 3 stone coffins. Senior, excuse me, for these ancestors, Su Maoyong still has awe. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the stone lids of the 3 stone coffins slid open, and 3 corpses were seen rising from the stone coffins. They were wearing gorgeous imperial robes. Their bodies were intact, and their appearances were clearly visible. The fierce aura emanating from them was like a black storm entwined around them, looking extremely terrifying. At this time, the 3 pairs of dry and sunken eyes stared at Su Maoyong, releasing a strange light. Just one glance would make people feel like being thorned and shudder. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyong was shocked. He really didn't expect that the corpse in the sarcophagus would wake up. You must know that these 3 women are all ancestors of the Fengqi Empire, although the bodies are not easy to rot under the protection of the tomb. It is a miracle that they have not become mummies after such a long time, and they are still like living people. However, before Su Maoyong could react, the 3 corpses spoke in unison, roaring loudly and echoing throughout the tomb, as if to shatter this space. Those who trespass into the tomb will be killed. As the roar fell, 3 fierce black storms swept towards Su Maoyong. Even if Su Maoyong had reached the peak strength of a congenital Junlingshi, she was no match for these ancestors. At this moment, she could feel 3 overbearing forces crushing her. Even if Su Maoyong tried her best to resist, she still couldn't withstand such a perverted attack and was blasted back several meters. Seeing that the black storm was about to hit her, she immediately released the dragon harp, plucked the strings quickly, and suddenly shot out countless ice swords towards the storm. However, when the ice sword pierced the black storm, Su Maoyong actually saw with her naked eyes that the ice spikes in the sky were melted into a pool of black water. Be careful. The black storm has a corrosive effect. Once it is touched, it will be corroded into a pool of blood. The old man Jinjuan in the space saw this scene and warned loudly with fear. Su Maoyong heard this. Her heart skipped a beat, and she looked at the black storm with a serious face, and then quickly dodged to the side, trying to keep a distance from it. Although she has good combat power, her defense is not very good. Not to mention that these are the powers burst out by the ancients, and her mortal body can't withstand such destruction. However, the 3 black storms are too fast and soon gathered towards her again. Su Maoyong saw this and cursed in a low voice, and exerted the speed of her body to the extreme, and quickly flew in another direction. Of course, facing such a perverted attack, she didn't dare to idle with her hands. Her fingertips moved quickly, and her hands turned into a series of afterimages. The sound of the piano kept playing, getting more and more intense, echoing in the entire tomb, shaking the air violently. This time, she was not stupid enough to use ice spikes to resist the storm, but directly attacked the 3 corpses. However, Su Maoyong's strength was obviously not enough in front of the 3 ancestors. They just raised their hands, turned the ice sword into nothingness, and slapped Su Maoyong again. Looking at the 3 directions, 3 black palm prints broke through the air. Su Maoyong was shocked and jumped into the air. However, just as she avoided the palm prints, the black storm swept over again, leaving her with no way to avoid or escape, forcing Su Maoyong to be in a panic and had to bite the bullet to fight. At this moment, she turned back, gritted her teeth, accumulated enough spiritual power, and played the dragon harp with all her strength. A dragon roar resounded through the world and fiercely hit the black storm. The two violent forces collided with each other, and a violent roar broke out instantly. At this time, the terrifying aftermath spread out, and Su Maoyang was blown back under the load, fell heavily to the ground, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the injuries in her body were horrible. I believe that if it weren't for the power of Long Qin to resist, she would have been a dead person now. At this moment, Su Maoyang truly realized that the power of the ancients was indeed not something that people today could contend with. This aftermath alone can kill many super strong people in seconds, not to mention such a perverted attack. However, it is fortunate that longing is a sound attack, without a physical body, and exists in the invisible, so it will not be corroded by the black storm. Just now, although longing did not completely shatter the storm, it at least resisted the power brought by the storm. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang quickly swallowed a healing pill, and once again used all his spiritual power, plucked the strings heavily, and burst out one after another longing, flying towards the three storms. At the same time, she trembled with her feet, nimbly and agilely avoided the place where the storm swept, and the spiritual power in her body spun wildly. After reaching a critical point, she poured all her strength into her arms, pushed hard, and roared, "Dragon Shadow, come out!" Roar! The dragon roared again, and Su Maoyang's fingertips suddenly shot out a dragon afterimage, opening its bloody mouth towards one of the corpses, as if to swallow it into its stomach. The corpse felt the dragon power released by the dragon afterimage, and its breath seemed to be suppressed a little. In addition, she seemed unable to move, so she could only stand there and resist, and her situation gradually became passive. But when she raised her hand, the black palm print she blasted still carried a terrifying force, as if to tear the void and shatter the afterimage, which should not be underestimated. Chapter 1762, Summoning Three Dragons. However, the dragon afterimage has the power of a dragon, and it is a secret technique left over from ancient times, so it is not so easy to be corroded. So it suddenly opened its mouth, swallowed the palm print, and swooped down towards the corpse of the ancestor. Faced with such pressure, the corpse of the ancestor also burst out with more fierce power to resist with all its strength, forcing Su Maoyang to pluck the strings faster and faster, pouring more and more spiritual power. At this time, the sound of the piano was bursting. The dragon roared, and the power released by the dragon also expanded, becoming very terrifying. Unfortunately, Su Maoyang's strength is limited, and the strength of her spiritual power is still not as high as the power of the ancestor. Even with the help of the dragon power of the dragon afterimage, it is still very difficult. After all, she is controlling the attack of the dragon afterimage. The stronger her power is, the greater the power of the dragon afterimage will be. If her strength is not good enough, the dragon afterimage will not be able to release the power it should have. Although Su Maoyang has cultivated the ice sacrifice to the 6th level, her own spiritual power level is not enough, and the dragon power she releases will be greatly reduced. Therefore, she can use the dragon shadow to deal with ordinary super strong people. But it is a bit difficult to deal with this kind of ancestor. What's more, there are 3 such ancestors in front of her. Even if they fight in a round-robin battle, they will have to wear her out here. As expected, while she was thinking, the other 2 ancestors blasted 2 palm prints at her, with amazing power, as if they were going to beat her into mincemeat. But she was fighting with one of the ancestors, and she had no way to distract herself, let alone dodge in time. Now she felt the danger approaching, so she had to activate her mental power and perform stealth. However, such a top-grade divine skill as stealth and hiding consumes too much mental power. Just using it once can quickly exhaust her mental power. Fortunately, her mental power has increased a lot now. Although it will not be exhausted immediately, it can also consume more than half of it. However, facing such dangers, Su Maoyang had no choice but to hide, disappear from the spot, and quickly avoid the palm print. But in a few seconds of invisibility, her speed of plucking the strings did not decrease at all, and her spiritual power was output crazily. And she did not dare to stop for a moment, because she knew that once she stopped, the power of the ancestor figure would shatter her attack of the dragon afterimage. What was frustrating was that such a high-intensity spiritual power output alone was already difficult for her to bear. Now, with the addition of the activation of mental power, the 2 were output crazily at the same time, and the intensity was even more abnormal. The energy in the body was rapidly consumed, but in a moment, Su Maoyang was sweating all over. Her face was pale. And finally she couldn't bear it, and spit out a mouthful of blood. The spirit beasts in the space saw that she was injured and her breath was extremely weak. And they all cried out with pity. Master, please let us out to help. 3 such powerful opponents. How can you deal with them alone? Tontian Flamingo advised distressfully. Lonlin Swallowing Sky Python also nodded in agreement. And said in a baby voice, Yes, Mother. Please let me out. I will help you teach them a lesson. Yes, Master. Although we can't defeat the corpse, we can at least buy you some time, so that you don't have to be so flustered. She and Lei Explosion Ape saw that Su Maoyang was seriously injured, and was still fighting hard, and spoke anxiously. Su Maoyang frowned when he heard this and refused. No, these 3 ancestors are too powerful, and the power they burst out has a corrosive effect. Once contaminated, they will turn into a pool of blood. I can't let you take this risk. Hearing this, the spirit beasts were quite touched. You know, once they are contracted by people, they are tools for people to work for. Just like the battle in front of him. Humans usually let spirit beasts fight, and will not take risks themselves. But Su Maoyang would rather get hurt than let them take risks. How can they not be moved by such a move? This also shows that Su Maoyang never regarded them as tools for fighting from beginning to end, but regarded them as partners. They are really lucky to have such a master. At this time, Su Maoyang had no time to communicate with him. After saying that, she accumulated enough spiritual power again. And with a sudden stroke, the sound of the piano roared, shaking the world. At this time, another dragon afterimage flew out from her fingertips, soaring in the sky, and making a deafening dragon roar. At the same time, the dragon shadow immediately flew towards another ancestor figure, blocking the palm print that was about to fall on Su Maoyang, temporarily relieving Su Maoyang's pressure. But the last remaining ancestor figure was not discouraged and attacked her. Each attack was with overwhelming force. Su Maoyang had just summoned the dragon shadow, and her spiritual power was consumed greatly. She had not recovered yet, and could not summon it again. So she could only push her mental power to the extreme, and use Stealth Shadow to dodge the attack. However, when she used Stealth Shadow for the 3rd time, her mental power had been completely emptied, and she could not bear the load and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. The injuries in her body were very serious. The only thing to be thankful for was that these 3 corpses could not come out of the sarcophagus, and could only attack on the spot, and their flexibility was not high. But even so, the power they blasted out was enough to kill people hundreds of times. It is hard to imagine how terrible it would be if they could move around at will. At this moment, Su Maoyang finally understood why several ancestors of Fengqi Empire had not gained any benefits after entering here. After all, it was too difficult to defeat the 3 ancestors. Young master, these 3 corpses are too powerful. You cannot contend with them with your current strength. You are also seriously injured. There is no need to fight desperately. Just give up and leave. Even though Su Maoyang has amazing talent and strong fighting power, she is only a peak Xiantianjun spiritual master after all. Her realm is still a little low. The old Jinjuan still doesn't want to see her take such a risk. Su Maoyang frowned in disapproval, with a stubborn cold light flashing in her eyes. No. I feel the fluctuation of spiritual power inside. The strange fire must be here. This time I finally had the opportunity to enter the Imperial Mausoleum and the tomb. How can I give up so easily? Did I suffer such a serious injury in vain? It is not easy to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. She has been lurking in Fengqi Empire for so long. Just for today. If she gives up now, all her previous efforts and plans will be in vain. Almost. Now almost. As long as she can resist the power of these 3 ancestors, she will have the opportunity to contract the strange fire and help Jun Haotsang's master to refine the elixir. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang swallowed a few pills filled with spiritual power, and her fingertips accumulated spiritual power again. With a heavy flick, she summoned another dragon shadow. Fortunately, she has successfully cultivated the 6th level of Ice Sacrifice 9 days, and can summon 3 dragon afterimages, which can help her temporarily resist the attacks of the 3 ancestors. Chapter 1763, The Pure World Green Lotus Platform. However, summoning 3 dragons at the same time also consumed her spiritual power extremely terribly. However, in the blink of an eye, Su Maoyang could not bear it and spurted blood again. But she did not dare to relax at all. Her hands were as fast as lightning, and her spiritual power was output crazily. Although her hands were tired and numb from playing the zither, she was still speeding up. Because these three enemies were too special. They were corpses, not living people, and had no thoughts. So there was no way to use mental attacks to hinder them from attacking. Only stealth and shadow could be used. But stealth and shadow had exhausted her mental power, and it was difficult to use it again. As for the sun and moon demon slash, her double swords were just ordinary weapons. Once they were stained with black aura, they would be corroded instantly, and would not work at all. So there was no way to use them. So now she could only rely on the dragon zither and eyes sacrificed to the 9 heavens. Because sound attack and the dragon afterimage were not easily corroded. And they were the most promising moves to defeat the corpses. No, that's not right. She has one more. Divine Rune Atlas. She had never used divine runes in battle before. So she would practice with these ancestors this time. She didn't know what kind of luck she had. She had just learned a little bit of divine runes, and hadn't even condensed her palm prints yet. But there were 3 ancestors as sparring partners for her. She didn't know whether she should be happy or sad. However, thinking that other people hadn't had this experience, and were not qualified to meet such powerful sparring partners, to consolidate their own practice, Su Maoyong felt relieved. Just think of it as God's way of training her. Although the process was so cruel that it made people vomit blood. Not daring to retreat, Su Maoyong quickly sank into her dantian, closed her eyes, and tried her best to communicate with the power of the divine runes she had sensed before. In this way, she brewed for a long time. And then a golden light burst out from her body, and circles of mysterious golden runes emerged. At this time, Su Maoyong suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife. And then she gathered all her strength and flicked hard, and golden runes burst out from her fingertips. Even the dragon piano was shaken by the power of the runes, which showed its power. At this time, Su Maoyong only saw the golden runes covering the residual shadow of the dragon, as if the dragon was coated with a layer of golden armor, which made the 3 dragons invincible, and attacked the 3 ancestors more fiercely, with the help of the power of the divine runes. The attack power of the 3 dragon shadows was obviously several times stronger than before, which slightly relieved Su Maoyong's pressure and let her breathe. However, the 3 corpses were too strong. Although they were gradually at a disadvantage due to the suppression of the dragon shadow and the divine pattern, Su Maoyong did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately took advantage of the victory and poured more strength into attacking the 3 people. It must be said that the power of the divine pattern was really powerful. The battle was deadlocked for only a moment, and the 3 powerful ancestors were unable to resist and were defeated. You know, she has not yet condensed the palm print, but has only learned the divine pattern, and can use the power of the divine pattern to enhance her attack power. It is hard to imagine how powerful it would be if it could be condensed into a move. Just as Su Maoyong was sighing, 3 shadows of women suddenly appeared in the 3 corpses. They looked at Su Maoyong and shook their heads regretfully. It's a pity that the one who passed the assessment is not the descendant of my Fengqi Empire. Although she is not a descendant of our Fengqi Empire, she is a rare genius. If she gets the treasure, it will not be considered a disgrace to the treasure. Another woman stared at Su Maoyong, although her tone was disappointed. Her eyes were full of appreciation. Alas, forget it. It's because our descendants of the Fengqi Empire are incompetent. So far, we have not been able to contract the treasure. Now it has been snatched away by an outsider. We have no choice but to accept it. Su Maoyong saw these 3 figures, which looked like the 3 corpses. He immediately understood that these 3 phantoms should be the only spiritual consciousness of the 3 ancestors in this world. Listening to their conversation, it seems that they want to test the descendants of the Fengqi Empire and find the best heir to contract the treasure of the Fengqi Empire. But who knew that she, an outsider, passed the test, which made them a little regretful. Child, you have good talent and strength. You are the first person to pass our test. So you are qualified to take away the national treasure that we have guarded for many years. I hope you can successfully contract it and make good use of it, the relatively tall ancestor said earnestly. In fact, they are all ancient people who have fallen for many years, and the development of Fengqi Empire has nothing to do with them. The only thing they value is the treasure. Now that there is a capable person to inherit the treasure, it is naturally the best thing. Su Maoyong saw that although the 3 ancestors were regretful, they were open-minded and did not intend to embarrass her. So she immediately clasped her fists in gratitude. Thank you 3 elders for your help. I will do my best, and will never disgrace the treasure that the predecessors have guarded for so many years. The 3 ancestors nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and then waved their hands. The 3 forces gathered together, and the empty space in front of them shattered with a sound, gradually revealing the appearance inside. Seeing this scene, she realized that she had been in the formation all along. Now that she passed the test, the 3 ancestors helped her break the formation and showed her original appearance. At this time, what came into view was a deep pool, and a beautiful and holy green lotus floated on the water. The green lotus was in bud, delicate and beautiful, exuding bursts of fragrance. Just one sniff would make people feel refreshed. However, what was surprising was that this was not an ordinary green lotus. It was surrounded by dazzling green light. At this time, it shone on Su Maoyang's body, and an inexplicable force invaded her body, making her feel cool, as if it could purify and cleanse her mind, making her somewhat impetuous mood become particularly peaceful and peaceful. Feeling such a change, Su Maoyang couldn't help wondering what kind of power this was that actually had such an effect. However, just when Su Maoyang was puzzled, the old Jinjuan in the space shouted excitedly, Pure World Green Lotus Platform. Oh my god! It's the Pure World Green Lotus Platform, he exclaimed, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and repeatedly confirmed whether he was dazzled. After all, the Pure World Green Lotus Platform is too rare. Su Maoyang didn't expect the old Jinjuan to be so excited. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked curiously, Pure World Green Lotus Platform? What is that? Pooh! What is it? That's a Chaos Spirit treasure. Very precious and very rare. Seeing that she didn't understand the value of this treasure, the old Jinjuan was so excited that his face turned red. Is it a weapon? Su Maoyang saw that it was a flower and doubted its combat effectiveness. The old man Jinjuan really wanted to knock her head off. Nonsense. Of course it is a weapon. And it is a defensive weapon. As long as you contract it and sit on this lotus platform, you will have a very powerful defensive ability. If you practice sitting on this lotus platform, you can also generate the power of creation. No matter what kind of skills and inheritance you have, your understanding will become very high, greatly shortening the time of practice. This is a very rare treasure. Chapter 1764. It's not the pond water. After hearing this explanation, Su Maoyang, who was calm, couldn't help but open her eyes wide, and her expression was full of shock. She didn't expect that this thing was actually a chaotic spiritual treasure. Although she didn't know the full ranking of weapon levels, she at least knew that after the spiritual weapon was the immortal weapon, the divine weapon, the holy weapon, the acquired spiritual treasure, the innate spiritual treasure, the innate treasure, and then the chaotic spiritual treasure. You know, in the 9 netherworld, it is already very powerful to have an immortal weapon. Even a few people can have a divine weapon, let alone a chaotic spiritual treasure. However, the old man Jinjuan now told her that this blue lotus was actually a chaotic spiritual treasure. Such a quality is too amazing. Moreover, according to what he meant, sitting on this blue lotus platform will also have very terrible defensive capabilities, and the power of creation to enhance comprehension. And these 2 things are exactly what she lacks. Because although her attack is strong, her body is too weak, and she doesn't have a weapon with defensive capabilities. If she met an ordinary super strong man, she might be able to deal with him. But if she met a strong man who was much stronger than herself, she would be in trouble. However, if she contracted a defensive chaos spirit treasure, she believed that even if she could not kill the opponent, at least she would not lose her life. It was a rare life-saving weapon. No wonder the old man Jinjuan was so excited. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was also a little moved and could not help but walk towards the green lotus. However, when she approached the deep pool, she felt a burning breath coming towards her. The calm water surface seemed to have sensed her intention and suddenly boiled, splashing terrible sparks in an instant, scaring Su Maoyang to retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, her heart skipped a beat, her face changed drastically, and she murmured in shock, Magma. It's all magma. It turned out that the deep pool was not water at all, but magma, because it was too quiet and appeared green. It looked like a deep pool from a distance, which gave people an illusion. If it hadn't suddenly erupted, Su Maoyang would not have noticed it. Realizing this, she suddenly felt fortunate that she hadn't attacked the green lotus yet. If she had been more impulsive, she would probably have been burned to ashes by the magma. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang exhaled with a shudder, and looked solemnly at the magma that had calmed down again because of her retreat, which was like a pool of water. She found that the magma would automatically be in a state of alert when people approached, and would return to its original state when it sensed people leaving, as if to protect the green lotus growing in the center. I just didn't expect that this green lotus didn't grow in water, but in fire. It's really strange. Young master. Congratulations. I heard that the Pure World Green Lotus platform can survive in the world, all thanks to the nourishment of the Pure Lotus Holy Fire. So I'm sure that there must be a fire of the Pure Lotus Holy Fire under this magma. You know, this Pure Lotus Holy Fire is the 4th-ranked flame on the list of strange fires. If you contract it, your mental power will be even better. As an alchemist, the old man Jinjuan is very familiar with the strange fires on the list, although he has not seen many of them with his own eyes. He has read their introductions to some extent. Now that the Pure World Green Lotus platform has appeared, he can immediately conclude that there must be a Pure Lotus Holy Fire under the magma. In fact, when Su Maoyang felt the familiar and suffocating heat, he had already guessed it. Now that he was mentioned by the old man Jinjuan, he was suddenly filled with joy and said excitedly, "Haha. Ranked 4th? That's really good. It seems that I am indeed very lucky. Not only did I find the strange fire, but I also encountered the Chaos Spirit treasure." Old Jinjuan heard her brisk tone, but smiled and shook his head. Is it just luck? If it is luck, the descendants of the Fengqi Empire have unique conditions when they come here. Wouldn't they be luckier? They have the opportunity to comprehend every year, and they have the hope of encountering such a good treasure every year. If it is just luck, this treasure would have been taken away by them long ago. So how could you have a share? Old Jinjuan is a person who has watched Su Maoyang grow up all the way. He knows that the efforts and courage she has put in are many times more than the luck she has received. If it weren't for her persistence every time, her courage every time, and her desperate efforts every time, would she have such good luck? You have to know that she just faced 3 ancestors who were impossible to defeat. She just tried her best, even though she was not able to withstand such a fierce attack and such a suffocating pressure. She was still bruised and horrified, and she almost lost her life. This shows how dangerous it was. But even under such a dangerous attack and such a suffocating pressure, she knew that her strength could not compete with it, and she would lose her life if she made a mistake. But she still did not retreat. Instead, she endured the injuries and carried it with all her might. This courage and will alone are not comparable to ordinary people. So, if she was lucky, it was the luck she earned at the cost of her life. Who else in the world dares to gamble with his life on this luck? At least he doesn't have such courage. Su Maoyang heard the praise from the old man Jinjuan, and just chuckled twice, without blind confidence. If you want to take this treasure, it's probably not easy. At least, you have to contract the strange fire first. Elder Jinjuan nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not just the difficulty of contracting the strange fire. I heard that once the Pure World Green Lotus platform leaves the strange fire, it will quickly wither within an hour. So, after you subdue the strange fire and let it leave the Pure World Green Lotus platform, you must successfully contract the Pure World Green Lotus platform within an hour. Otherwise its petals will wither and disappear from this world. Hearing this news, Su Maoyang was suddenly shocked. She didn't expect there would be such a weird saying. You know, the Pure World Green Lotus platform is a chaotic spiritual treasure. You don't need to think about how difficult it is to contract it. But now she is asked to comprehend it within an hour. Isn't this request too abnormal? No wonder no one has contracted it for so many years. With this difficulty, I'm afraid no one can contract it. Su Maoyang laughed. She felt that she had a good talent and a strong comprehension ability, but she was really not sure that she could comprehend it within an hour. Well, it is indeed very difficult to contract the Pure World Blue Lotus platform, but it is not easy to come across it. If you don't give it a try, it will definitely be the biggest regret in your life, sighed the old man Jinjuan. Su Maoyang frowned, looked solemn, and nodded slightly. Yes, I have to try it anyway. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang swallowed a healing pill, sat cross-legged, and adjusted her breathing. She had just fought with the 3 ancestors and suffered severe internal injuries. Now she has to accept a new round of challenges. So she must adjust her body. Chapter 1765 Oops. Backlash. Su Maoyang spent 2 days on this breath adjustment, which can be said to be fully prepared. Fortunately, the elixir she refined was effective and quickly repaired her injuries. In addition, her own recovery ability was amazing, so she was no longer in danger. But even so, it was still not easy to contract the strange fire and the pure world green lotus platform. However, Su Maoyang still mustered up the courage and walked towards the magma. At this time, the magma sensed Su Maoyang's approach, as if a bomb was thrown into it, and it boiled wildly, several times more powerful than before, and it made a rumbling sound, as if it was going to smash all the surrounding rock walls. Then, a terrifying heat gushed out, instantly filling the entire space, as if it had drained the air here, suffocating people and making them unable to breathe. At the same time, the green magma splashed out from the deep pool and rushed towards Su Maoyang, startling her and quickly dodging to the side. You have to know that this is a wild fire that has not been contracted. Unlike the contracted flames, they are aggressive in themselves. Once hit by it, it means death, so she has to be careful to deal with it. However, she dodged quickly, and the splashing magma was even faster, and even turned into a bunch of blue lotus-shaped flames in the air, one after another, attacking with fangs and claws, containing a torrent of power, which immediately suppressed Su Maoyang's blood and almost spurted out blood again, facing such a terrifying blue lotus flame, which pounced on him like raindrops. Su Maoyang did not dare to relax at all. He immediately summoned the dragon piano, plucked the strings with both hands, and quickly shot out the ice sword, piercing the flying flames directly. It was just that the power of the pure lotus holy fire was too strong. The ice sword melted in the blink of an eye, and there was no threat at all. At this moment, she personally felt the power of the pure lotus holy fire, which was indeed quite terrifying. Realizing this, Su Maoyang knew that if she resisted like this, she would probably not get any benefits. So she had to think of other ways, and immediately asked, "Old Master Jinjuan, do you know any contract method for this strange fire?" Old Master Jinjuan shook his head with a smile. "I have only heard of its introduction, never seen it with my own eyes, and never tried to contract it. How can I know any method?" Su Maoyang was quite helpless after hearing this, and smiled bitterly. "Do I have to keep wasting time with it like this? You can use the 3 strange fires you contracted before to devour it. But the levels of your 3 strange fires are all below it. It is probably not easy to devour it. And there is also the risk of being backfired. So you'd better tame and refine it with your own strength." Old Master Jinjuan analyzed in a deep voice. But he couldn't tell exactly how to tame it. Su Maoyang frowned and sighed in distress. This flame is so wild. How can it be tamed so easily? Besides, it doesn't look like a spiritual beast. We can't use iron-blooded means to beat it half to death, and threaten it with life to make it surrender. Yes, it's really hard to deal with strange fire. The old man Jinjuan also sighed in difficulty. If Su Maoyang had contracted a strange fire higher than the pure lotus holy fire, she could have directly devoured it. But her strange fires were weaker than the pure lotus holy fire, so it was hard to say who would devour whom. No matter what, it's not a good idea to keep consuming like this, even if there is a risk of backlash. I have to let my 3 kinds of strange fires try. I still don't believe that the power of the 3 kinds of strange fires combined is not as good as the power of 1 kind of strange fire. Su Maoyang refused to believe this. She had already contracted 3 kinds of strange fires, so there was really no reason to retreat. If it really backfired, the worst that could happen would be the loss of 3 kinds of strange fire, which was no big deal. When the old man Jinjuan learned of her thoughts, he was speechless. What a precious and rare treasure the strange fire was. Some alchemists spent their entire lives trying to find it, but it became so insignificant to her. I wonder how many alchemists would be pissed off by her mentality. However, for Su Maoyang, who had lived a new life, she had even lost her life. So what else was there to be afraid of losing? Except for Jun Haotsong. She didn't care about these things outside of her body. At most, she could start over again. As a person, you can only gain if you give up. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately urged her mental power, and 3 kinds of intertwined strange fire suddenly gushed out from her fingertips, and threw them towards the gushing green flames. Although her 3 kinds of strange fire could not be used as a means of attacking people after being contracted, they could be used to deal with strange fire, because this was a contest between flames. The strong survive, Whoever is stronger can devour the other's power. Sure enough, when the pure lotus holy fire and Su Maoyang's 3 kinds of fire collided, brilliant sparks exploded, and a fierce energy vibrated, which actually forced Su Maoyang back several meters. However, at this time, she had no time to worry about her injuries, and stared at the 4 kinds of flames colliding and fighting in the air. It must be said that the pure lotus holy fire is really powerful. It defeated the 10th ranked red blood sea flame in just a few rounds, and directly devoured it to become a part of it. Now with the addition of the red blood sea flame, the power of the pure lotus holy fire has become much stronger. It burst out several waves of fierce attacks again, and soon suppressed the fantasy earth cold flame and the blue cloud sky spirit fire. And they retreated step by step, and were in a weak position. Seeing this situation, Su Maoyang knew that the remaining 2 kinds of strange fires would not last too long. It's bad. Young master. All your strange fires will be swallowed by the pure lotus holy fire. When the old man Jinjuan saw that the fantasy earth cold flame and the blue cloud sky spirit fire were being quickly merged by it, his heart surged to his throat, and was about to jump out at any time. Those were the strange fires that she had finally contracted with her life. There were 3 kinds in total. 3 kinds? If she lost it this time, there would be no such opportunity in the future. After all, where would she find 3 more strange fires in the future? Not to mention that it's not always so lucky that it can be swallowed and the contract is successful. Thinking of this, the old man Jinjuan was about to spit out blood. It's over. It's over. It really swallowed it all. The spirit beasts in the space were also watching this scene with bated breath. Seeing that the remaining 2 kinds of strange fires were all swallowed by the pure lotus holy fire and became part of it, they were all anxiously exclaiming. It was a pity that they didn't know how to deal with the strange fires. Otherwise, they really wanted to rush out to help. Although Su Maoyang was very angry at this time, he remained calm on the surface. His eyes flashed with cold light. Like a ferocious wolf, he stared fiercely at the pure lotus holy fire that was intertwined with 4 kinds of flames, and growled with gnashing teeth. Damn it! If you dare to swallow my strange fire, I will swallow you. This time, Su Maoyang was completely enraged. He jumped suddenly and pounced on the pure lotus holy fire that was floating in the air and digesting the other 3 kinds of strange fire. Old Jinjuan did not expect Su Maoyang to do this, and was immediately shocked. Young master, what are you doing? Chapter 1766 really swallowed it in one gulp. Woman, are you crazy? Are you going to fight with a strange fire? The demon Martin saw Su Maoyang actually rushing directly towards the pure lotus holy fire, and screamed in fear. However, Su Maoyang ignored their attempts to stop him, opened his mouth suddenly, and swallowed the pure lotus holy fire into his stomach without hesitation. At this moment, the Jinjuan old man and the spirit beasts in the space were all shocked. They didn't expect Su Maoyang to really swallow the pure lotus holy fire in one gulp. This is too fierce. Sure enough, Su Maoyang is not an ordinary person, and it is impossible to understand it with ordinary people's thinking. She can even do such a thing. What else can she not do? Just when everyone was trembling with fear, the pure lotus holy fire did not seem to expect to be swallowed by humans, and there was no time to consume the power of the other 3 kinds of strange fire, and it rushed and raged in Su Maoyang's body, as if it wanted to break through the restraints and break out. The power of wildfire is quite abnormal. Su Maoyang was hit by it, and spurted blood from her mouth. She was shaky, and didn't hold on for long before she fell to the ground. Because wildfire not only has strong attack power, but also has amazing heat. Su Maoyang felt that the flame was like a branding iron, branding every corner of her body, as if her whole body was on fire. She could even hear the crackling sound of burning inside her body, causing her nostrils, mouth, ears, and even pores to emit terrible hot air. That kind of fierce collision, terrifying heat, and devastating burning feeling, as if being cut into pieces by someone, and being in a sea of fire, while enduring severe pain, and watching her body being burned and swallowed by the flames bit by bit. This kind of despair, this kind of pain, is enough to torture people crazy. So, in a moment, Su Maoyang was sweating all over. Her breath was weak, and she rolled on the ground unable to bear it, making low roars. In fact, she has been able to come this far because her willpower has been trained to be very strong. So with her current willpower, she can bear most of the pain. Now that she can roll around in a mess and roar in pain, it can be seen how much pain she is in. just aware of the intention of the holy fire of pure lotus. Su Maoyang was forced into a state of embarrassment and was almost out of breath. But she still gritted her teeth and cursed. You actually want to devour me? Dream on. Even if you swallow it, you have to spit it out. After that, she urged her mental power to suppress it forcefully. She didn't expect that the holy fire of pure lotus was so arrogant that it not only swallowed her strange fire, but also wanted to devour her people. In this case, let's see who will devour who first. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang no longer had any scruples, and frantically mobilized her mental power to attack the strange fire, even at the cost of hurting her body, in order to successfully contract the holy fire of pure lotus. After a while, Su Maoyang's body was attacked by her own mental power and was horrible, with blood gushing out. But even so, she still did not show mercy and did not take her body seriously at all. In this way, she fought with the holy fire of pure lotus for a full 6 days. At this time, Su Maoyang was lying in a pool of blood, already dying, and he didn't even have the strength to move his fingers. But his mental power continued to attack the flames in his body without stopping, and he didn't relax at all. Such willpower was simply shocking. The pure lotus holy fire seemed to be tired by Su Maoyang's mental attack. It was fierce at the beginning, but now it has been worn out and has completely lost its previous ferocity. Elder Jinjuan felt the decline of the holy fire of pure lotus, opened his eyes wide in surprise, and reminded, Young master, take advantage of this moment to contract it. Su Maoyang heard this, and knew that the opportunity had come. He quickly cheered up, and used all his mental strength to start contracting the holy fire of pure lotus. At this time, the holy fire of pure lotus was already at the end of its strength, and had no strength to struggle anymore. So it didn't take Su Maoyang long to successfully contract it, and then collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing that she had finally contracted the holy fire of pure lotus, Elder Jinjuan stroked his beard and laughed. Ha ha ha! What is a blessing in disguise? And wealth and honor are sought in danger. I have learned from it. Even the holy fire of pure lotus has been exhausted by you. I have to admire you. Now that Su Maoyang has contracted the holy fire of pure lotus, it is equivalent to directly owning 4 kinds of strange fires. And there is no need to spend time to fuse them, because the holy fire of pure lotus has helped her fuse them, which saves the trouble and buys her a lot of time for the next contract of the Pure World Green Lotus platform. At this moment, he sighed that if you don't try your best, you really don't know whether the result will be good or bad. Just like now, Su Maoyang has obtained blessings. From contract to refining to fusion, it is simply a one-step process without any delay. Originally, he was worried that even if Su Maoyang successfully contracted the pure lotus holy fire, she would have to spend time refining it and fusion it with other kinds of strange fires. In this way, she would have less time to comprehend the Pure World Green Lotus platform. But now, he has high hopes for Su Maoyang, because this girl never disappoints. Su Maoyang heard the excited praise of the old man Jinjuan, but laughed helplessly. Don't admire me. I just want to survive. The strange fire wanted to attack her, so she had to risk her life to contract it. Although it didn't matter if she died, she couldn't leave Junhaocan alone, because she promised him that she couldn't die. However, if she didn't swallow the strange fire with all her might and cut off all her escape routes, it would be impossible for her to successfully contract it. So, sometimes people don't know where their limits are if they don't push themselves. Haha. Young master, the pure lotus holy fire has been contracted by you, which means that the Pure World Green Lotus platform has completely disconnected from the strange fire. You must comprehend the contract within an hour. Time is running out, so hurry up. The old man Jinjuan looked at the Pure World Green Lotus platform that had lost the nourishment of the strange fire, and kindly reminded him. Su Maoyang nodded slightly after hearing this, and then swallowed the healing pill again, began to regulate her breath, and slowly healed her wounds. At this moment, she was also very glad that she was an alchemist. If she didn't have enough powerful pills, it would be difficult for her to complete the challenge. Seeing that she had recovered more than half, Su Maoyang exhaled heavily and invested her mental power into the Pure World Green Lotus platform without delay. After a while, she found that the Pure World Green Lotus platform was indeed a defensive treasure. No matter how hard she tried, her spiritual consciousness was blocked by it and could not penetrate it. Knowing that it was impossible to break its defense with mental power alone, Su Maoyang had to pour out the strange fire and put it in. Since the Pure World Green Lotus platform grew in the strange fire, it should be the closest to the strange fire. So she guessed that the strange fire was the key to open its heart. Chapter 1767 Praising Mu Qingwan. As expected, under the burning of the Pure Lotus Holy Fire, the Pure World Green Lotus platform really weakened its defense, allowing Su Maoyang's consciousness to invade it, and began to feel the power inside, and established a connection with it with her spiritual power. Perhaps it was because of the successful appointment of the Pure Lotus Holy Fire, and Su Maoyang's spiritual talent was already very high, so she quickly discovered some clues. It turned out that there were many complex and mysterious patterns hidden on the petals of the green lotus. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would probably just treat it as an ordinary pattern. But when Su Maoyang saw it, she was shocked and recognized its identity at a glance: divine pattern. All divine patterns. She didn't expect to find divine patterns on the petals of this green lotus. It seems that the reason why the Pure World Green Lotus platform has such a strong defensive ability is also closely related to the divine pattern. However, if she is allowed to comprehend the divine pattern, it will be much easier. After all, for Su Maoyang, who has already learned the divine pattern, it is not difficult to comprehend these divine patterns within an hour. So, this Pure World Green Lotus platform must be in her pocket. When the old man Jinjuan learned that it was a divine pattern, he was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No wonder no descendants of the Fengqi Empire have been able to pass the test and take away the treasure. The conditions are indeed too harsh. You must have a very strong spiritual talent at the beginning and pass through the tomb passage to enter the tomb chamber. The next step is to possess super strong combat power and defeat the 3 ancestral figures. Then, one must successfully contract the strange fire to get close to the Pure World Green Lotus platform. But even if one has passed all the previous steps, one must successfully comprehend the divine pattern in the end before one can contract the Pure World Green Lotus platform. Mental power, spiritual power, combat power, elixir, and divine patterns are all indispensable. So, after all these layers of screening, except for a perverted genius like Su Maoyang, who can meet such harsh conditions? At this time, watching Su Maoyang immerse himself in the divine patterns and begin to comprehend, the old man Jinjuan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling relieved and distressed at the same time, she has to cultivate mental power and spiritual power, and she has to do her best in everything. The hardships must be countless times more than others, but she has never complained, never got tired, and never gave up. With such talent and such a mentality, maybe she can really stand at the peak of the Sunluo realm. At least, he has begun to look forward to it. Time passed unknowingly, and under Su Maoyang's perception, the budding blue lotus petals finally bloomed and turned into a blooming blue lotus. In the petals, there is a round throne, and the throne is surrounded by a green light, and there seems to be a mysterious power fluctuation faintly transmitted. Elder Jinjuan said before that as long as people sit on the green lotus platform, they can enhance their defense and generate the power of creation. I think it means sitting on the throne. Young master, the Pure World Green Lotus platform has recognized you. You should quickly contract it. Seeing the green lotus in full bloom, Elder Jinjuan was very happy and reminded excitedly. Su Maoyang heard it and nodded slightly, then strode forward, came to the Pure World Green Lotus platform, bit her finger, and dripped blood on the throne. At this time, only to see the Pure World Green Lotus platform suddenly blooming a brilliant green light, instantly enveloping Su Maoyang. And then the green light condensed into a green lotus, imprinted on Su Maoyang's forehead, instantly making her look as dazzling and beautiful as the green lotus fairy. However, the green lotus mark on the forehead only flashed a few times. Then it disappeared into the skin. I think that if the Pure World Green Lotus platform is not activated, the green lotus mark will not appear. Young master, congratulations. You have successfully contracted the Pure World Green Lotus platform. Did you see the lotus seeds on the throne? They are very effective in breaking through bottlenecks and breaking through the Great Realm. You can pick them and keep them. When you want to break through the Xiantian Junling Shi and advance to the Supreme Junling Shi, you can take them. This is also a very rare treasure. Su Maoyang heard the words. Her eyes flashed, and she immediately looked at the throne, and found that there were indeed 20 lotus seeds on it. She knew very well that every time you break through a great realm, you have to spend a lot of energy and time, and even need a strong understanding. Take Jun Haocong's master for example. He has reached the strength of the peak Supreme Junling Shi, But he has never been able to break through the bottleneck. He has spent so many years, and has not been able to advance to the Emperor Lingsher. So he asked her to help find the strange fire, and refine the elixir. But if he has the help of this lotus seed, then it will be absolutely no problem for him to advance to the Imperial Spiritual Master. Therefore, the value of this lotus seed is also somewhat terrifying. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately reached out and took them all out, put them into the space, and said with relief, "This trip to the Imperial Mausoleum of the Fengqi Empire was not in vain." Ha ha ha. It's not just in vain. You took away all the national treasures of others, which undoubtedly emptied the Fengqi Empire. If Mu Qingwan and the forces protecting the Fengqi Empire knew about it, I'm afraid they would vomit blood. The old man Jinjuan couldn't help laughing when he thought of the treasure she had obtained. Su Maoyang raised the corners of his lips and snorted coldly. The Fengqi Empire dared to kill Jun Haocong and his subordinates. I must get some interest back. Not to mention that they hurt Xinhua so badly. I don't just want their treasures. I also want their lives. Well, if you want to help Xinhua to avenge and kill those forces, it's probably not the right time yet. You have just contracted the treasure and are seriously injured. It's really not suitable for you to fight. You should go back and recuperate slowly. You should be fully prepared before you start. The old man Jinjuan suggested thoughtfully. Su Maoyang nodded in agreement. She knew that she was exhausted after so many tests. Although she took healing pills, her injuries were too severe, and she couldn't recover completely. She really needed to prepare again. Well, the time should be about right. I should go out to avoid suspicion. After saying that, Su Maoyang stood up and returned to the original path. At this time, Mu Qingwan, who had been trying to enter the tomb, was once again blasted out of the tomb passage, fell to the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the princesses behind him all stepped forward and helped Mu Qingwan up. "Queen, you have tried 3 times. If you continue like this, I'm afraid your body can't stand it." Mu Qingyu pretended to be happy and advised, "Go away. This injury is nothing. I must go into this tomb." Mu Qingwan was not convinced when she heard this, and she broke away from Mu Qingyu's support and struggled to stand up again. However, she was seriously injured and was shaky. As soon as she stood up, she was about to fall down, which frightened others to support her again. "Queen, you are already very powerful. Among the young generation of the royal family, only you can enter the tomb passage and get out safely. If it were someone else, they would have died in it long ago." Mu Qingyan comforted with a flattering face. Mu Qingyu hurriedly nodded in agreement when he heard this. "Yes, except for several ancestors of the royal family. You are the first one to enter the tomb passage and come out alive. This achievement alone is enough to make countless geniuses look up to you." Chapter 1768 Princess Ninglan is dead. Mu Qingwan's frustration eased a little after hearing this flattery, and pride returned to her face. "Yes, except for a few ancestors of Fengqi Empire, no one has been able to successfully enter the tomb passage and escape unscathed. Even Mu Qingyan, who was stronger than her at the time, could not surpass her, let alone these trash now. So, they are right. She is indeed the first among the younger generation." Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan seemed to be comforted, and sighed with regret. "Oh, forget it. Even the ancestors couldn't solve the secret of the tomb. I was too impatient." She tried 3 times and suffered serious internal injuries. It is indeed not suitable for continuing the challenge. I believe that even if she continues to challenge, she can't feel anything with her current strength. It is better to go back and practice well to prepare for the next ancestor worship. "Yes, Queen, you are still so young. There is plenty of time to slowly comprehend in the future. Why rush now?" The black-clothed prince agreed flatteringly. Mu Qingyu reminded from the side, "Queen, today is the 10th day of the ancestor worship. The main force should be waiting outside. Let's go out quickly. Now that the spiritual power array is closed, they can't continue to practice. So there is really no need to stay in this gloomy and damp underground palace. In addition, the time for ancestor worship has passed, so they can go home. Mu Qingqing hasn't come out yet. How can I leave her here alone?" Mu Qingwan frowned slightly, not feeling at ease. Hearing this, Mu Qingyan laughed and shook her head. "Queen, how could Mu Qingqing come back alive after walking into the tomb passage with her strength? She must have died 10 days ago. And it's useless for us to wait here. Yes, not to mention Mu Qingqing, a Jun Lingsher, Even many powerful Xiantian Junlingshi were killed in it. Mu Qingqing might have died long ago. Queen, don't waste your time. Mu Qingyu seemed to be concerned about persuading. But her tone was a little contemptuous. Mu Qingwan heard this, and glared at them angrily. Humph. You still have the nerve to say that. She is going to do something stupid. You don't persuade her. How can you watch her die? Mu Qingyu looked innocent, and hurriedly explained. Queen, it's unfair. We kept persuading her at the time, analyzing the pros and cons for her. But Mu Qingqing was willful, and she didn't listen to the advice. If you don't believe it, ask others. Yes, Queen, you also know Mu Qingqing's character. Among so many brothers and sisters, she only listens to you. No matter how much we say, it's useless. We can't do anything to her. After all, she is your sister. How can we have the courage? Mu Qingyan hurriedly helped and testified. Mu Qingwan snorted coldly. You don't have the courage to attack her, but you have the courage to watch her die. You are really amazing. Mu Qingyan and Mu Qingyu knelt down immediately when they saw her angry. Queen, we really can't persuade her. We didn't mean to watch her die. Seeing that they were scared, Mu Qingwan raised her hand unhappily. Forget it. This should be her fate. To be honest, she didn't have any real feelings for Mu Qingqing. Usually, she used her to balance the power of other families. Because there are many things that she, as the queen, can't do it herself. And Mu Qingqing has always been absurd. It is normal for her to cause trouble. So using her as a cover. Several families will not suspect her. Mu Qingwan. And even if they suspect, it is not easy to trace her. To put it bluntly, Mu Qingqing's arrogance and some outrageous things in the past were all instructed by Mu Qingwan. Otherwise, how could she support that fool Mu Qingqing? If she hadn't been controlling behind the scenes, Mu Qingqing, that waste, would have caused so many troubles and died so many times. How could he have lived until now? Of course, this is also the main reason why she and Mu Qingqing seemed to be close. So, she was so angry because Mu Qingqing died. And she had no one to use as a gun. And it would be much more troublesome to do things. However, even if she was very unhappy, she couldn't blame these people. Although she knew that this group of people were watching the joke with a gloating mentality. Her legs were on Mu Qingqing's body. And she was so stupid that she wanted to die. What could she do? So, she could only blame Mu Qingqing for being too stupid. She was so stupid that she wanted to die. It was really a hopeless case. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan hated Mu Qingqing to the extreme, and waved her hand to Presley. Let's go. Don't make everyone wait anxiously. Hearing that they were going back home, several princesses and princes nodded and followed her out of the imperial mausoleum. At this time, outside the imperial mausoleum, all the civil and military officials were in place, waiting for Mu Qingwan to return to the palace. Now seeing Mu Qingwan coming out, the palace maids hurried forward to serve her. The general who led the team saw that everyone was present, so he jumped on his horse and commanded the team. Let's go back to the palace. Jean Hani, who had been waiting outside for Mu Qingqing to come out, did not see Mu Qingqing for a long time, but saw that the team was about to leave. He was anxious and immediately asked loudly, Queen, where is Princess Ninglan? Why didn't I see her come out? Qin Jian and Lu Ziyu, the servants around him, were also confused. In the past, Mu Qingqing could not bear the power of the spiritual array and was always the first to come out of the imperial mausoleum. But now even the queen has come out, and there is no trace of her. Isn't it very strange? However, Jean Hani and Qin Jian knew that the current Mu Qingqing was fake, so they did not guess her according to the degree of Mu Qingqing's waist. But it was still suspicious that she had not come out for so long. Don't expect it. Your princess has died in the tomb passage. Mu Qingyan saw that the servants of Mu Qingqing looked anxious, sneered in his heart, and replied lightly, suddenly getting such news. Everyone present was in an uproar. They didn't expect Mu Qingqing to go to the tomb passage. And the servants were even more shocked. They were shocked on the spot, and couldn't recover for a long time. Princess Ninglan died? Or did she die in the tomb passage? Did they hear it right? Jean Hani and Qin Jian opened their eyes wide in shock, each with their own thoughts. Shinu, who was waiting on the side, also frowned, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Because she was a maid, she could not follow into the imperial mausoleum, so she didn't know what happened inside. Now, from Mu Qingyan's tone, her master should have walked into the tomb passage and has not returned yet. There are only two possibilities. One is that Su Maoyang has died, and the other is that she has entered the tomb and is trying to crack the secret of the tomb. Of course, she knows Su Maoyang's strength, so she naturally prefers the latter possibility. However, while she was thinking, Lu Ziyu couldn't accept it and shouted, "How is this possible? How could Princess Ninglan die in the tomb passage?" She saw the Empress going through the tomb passage and thought she could do it too, so she insisted on giving it a try. No matter how we tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. It's her fault for overestimating her own abilities. Mu Qingyu sighed with pretended regret, but her words were full of sarcasm. Chapter 1769 Her True Intentions. Hearing these words, Jin Hani was startled, and a terrible idea flashed through his mind. This woman pretended to be Mu Qingqing, not only to kill him, but also to sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum to steal the treasures of the Fengqi Empire. This is her ultimate goal. No wonder she pretended to be Mu Qingqing, because Mu Qingqing was a member of the royal family, and was qualified to enter the Imperial Mausoleum. And Mu Qingqing was a useless idiot, with no strength and no brain. Killing her and replacing her was the easiest. But I didn't expect that she was actually coming for the national treasure of the Fengqi Empire. What a courage! Thinking of this, Jin Hani was shocked. His back was instantly covered with chills, and even his hair stood up. At this moment, he was even more curious about the identity of this woman. He urgently wanted to know who was so bold that he dared to touch the national treasure of the Fengqi Empire. Qin Jian beside him was also a smart man, and naturally understood it. In fact, he was the first person to discover that Su Maoyang was pretending to be Mu Qingqing. But when he saw this woman attacking Jin Hani and the Lu family at the beginning, he thought she just wanted to kill people, and never expected that she had intentions for the national treasure of Fengqi Empire. You know, if the national treasure of Fengqi Empire is stolen, once the old guys of Fengqi Empire know about it, the consequences will be disastrous. She is simply digging her own grave. Too crazy. At this time, Mu Qingyan didn't know what Jin Hani and Qin Jian thought. Seeing that several servants of Mu Qingqing were frightened by the news and their faces were pale and embarrassed, she was in a good mood and teased. "So, you don't have to waste time waiting. Just remarry. If you can't find a good person, I can consider accepting you." In fact, Mu Qingyan has always been jealous of Mu Qingqing. She is jealous that she not only has the blessing of the Empress, but also marries several outstanding handsome men. For example, Jin Hani, the Lu brothers, Ran Yingxuan, etc. all have outstanding looks. As a noble princess, she is much stronger than Mu Qingqing in both strength and brains. But she was exiled to a remote town without even a decent consort. Therefore, such differential treatment has always made Mu Qingyan resentful. Now that Mu Qingqing has finally died, she is eager to marry her male favorites. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a sarcastic voice came from behind, which immediately broke her dream. "Mu Qingyan, I haven't died yet, and you have already started to think about my serving the king. If I really die, will you force me to marry?" Suddenly hearing this, everyone present was startled and looked towards the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. At this time, Su Maoyang walked out slowly, staring at Mu Qingyan with a gloomy look on his face, which frightened Mu Qingyan's heart and changed her expression. She never expected that Mu Qingqing, who entered the tomb passage, would come out alive. Of course, let alone her. The other princesses and princes present, even Mu Qingwan, were all shocked and stared with their eyes wide open, and their expressions froze. After all, among so many geniuses, except for the dead Mu Qingyan, only Mu Qingwan had the strength to escape from the tomb passage. So, they really couldn't figure out how Mu Qingqing, a waste, survived. This was too incredible. Mu Qingwan was also frightened. After a while, she frowned and asked everyone's doubts. "Qingqing, you entered the tomb passage. Didn't you get attacked?" Su Maoyang had already thought of an excuse, and shook her head in confusion. "I don't know. As soon as I entered the tomb passage, I fainted before I figured out the situation. When I opened my eyes, I was already at the entrance of the tomb passage. I saw that you were not there, so I thought you had left. So I came out." "Did you faint as soon as you entered the tomb passage? Didn't see anything?" Mu Qingwan was shocked and looked at her suspiciously, obviously not quite believing her words. Su Maoyang nodded in confusion. "Well, as soon as I stepped into the tomb passage, my eyes were dark and I didn't see anything. I don't know what happened afterwards. When I woke up, I was already outside. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan frowned in confusion. Mu Qingyin, who had just been ridiculed, was upset to see that she was still alive. She sneered twice in a bad tone. Queen. In my opinion, Mu Qingqing couldn't even resist the most basic power. So she fainted as soon as she stepped into the tomb passage. I think it was because of this that she was lucky to save her life. Yes. I heard that the tomb passage tests mental strength. Once you enter, you will be attacked mentally. People with a little mental strength will naturally be unable to resist. But Mu Qingqing is different. She has no mental strength. The test should have ended before it even started. No wonder she was able to come out alive. Mu Qingyu curled her lips and agreed with a smile. After being said by Mu Qingyu and Mu Qingyin, everyone felt that there was some truth in it, and they all covered their mouths and laughed. To put it bluntly, Mu Qingqing was able to come back alive because she was too useless, and the ancestors of the Fengqi Empire didn't bother to test her. Furthermore, except for a few geniuses of the royal family who had entered the tomb passage, no one else had ever tried it and had no idea what was going on inside. So when they saw Mu Qingqing was able to walk out, they were more willing to believe that she was really expelled from the tomb passage and saved her life because she had no mental strength and was not even qualified to withstand the test. After hearing this, Mu Qingwan gradually dispelled her doubts. Because she had heard from her ancestors that the stronger the strength, the more terrifying the attack. In the past, those who entered the tomb passage to challenge were all powerful geniuses. So once they were attacked, they would easily die if they were not careful. However, Mu Qingqing was different. She had no strength to begin with. As they said, she probably didn't even have the qualifications for the assessment. So she fainted and was not teleported out until the formation was closed. This possibility still exists. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwan gradually eased her expression, nodded slightly, and patted Su Maoyang's hand pretending to be concerned. It's good to come back alive. Don't do such stupid things again in the future. Su Maoyang nodded obediently. I made my sister worried. I was just curious and wanted to see it with my own eyes. But I didn't know that. You are just a child who has not grown up. You think everything is fun and want to try everything. I really don't know when you will be sensible. Forget it. Since you are back, let's set off to return to the palace. Mu Qingwan was in no mood to scold her slowly, and greeted everyone and prepared to get on the car. Seeing this, Shi Nua quickly stepped forward to serve and supported Su Maoyang. At the same time, Su Maoyang gave Shi Nua a reassuring look, indicating that the mission had been completed. Seeing this, Shi Nua was completely relieved and helped her walk towards the carriage. However, at this moment, a loud roar sounded in the distance, exploding like thunder, shaking the entire space. You bold lunatic. You actually dared to steal the treasure of my Fengqi Empire. You are courting death. Chapter 1770 Caught in the Act. After the roar, everyone saw several figures suddenly coming from a distance. A fierce aura seemed to fall from the sky. Everyone was immediately oppressed and turned pale. It was difficult to breathe, as if someone was strangling their throats. Some of them couldn't breathe, feeling such a strong momentum. Even Su Maoyang was startled and looked up at the sky. At this time, several white-haired women were standing on the birds. They were wearing gorgeous imperial robes. The patterns on their clothes were similar to the clothes of the ancestors in the tomb. Therefore, Su Maoyang immediately recognized the identities of these strong men. They should be the ancestors of the royal family of Fengqi Empire. But she didn't expect that she had just come out of the imperial mausoleum and had no time to return to the palace. And these old guys got the news and rushed over. This speed is too fast. The old man Jinjuan in the space knew her doubts and analyzed in a deep voice. It should be that you took the treasure and destroyed the formation in the tomb. Which alarmed them. When Su Maoyang just came out of the tomb, he found that all the formations inside were invalid, and he walked out without any effort. But the failure of the formation inside the imperial mausoleum is a big deal for the royal family. And these old guys naturally noticed it. So, they rushed over to arrest people so quickly. It's just a pity that Su Maoyang wanted to continue to lurk in Fengqi Empire to help Shi Nua take revenge. But who knew that his identity would be exposed today? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's heart sank, and his whole body was on alert, ready to take action at any time. The others present were terrified, staring blankly at the figure in the air, not knowing what had happened to alarm the ancestors of the royal family. You know, These ancestors rarely show up. Unless something major happened in Fengqi Empire. And what do they mean by stealing the national treasure of Fengqi Empire? Could it be that a thief just ran into the imperial mausoleum to steal the treasure? Thinking of this, everyone present looked at each other in shock. Now, among so many people, except Su Maoyang and Shi Nuo, only Jin Hani and Qin Jian, who knew a little bit of the inside story, were not so confused, because they had guessed just now that this woman came for the treasure of Fengqi Empire. And now in just a blink of an eye, the ancestors of Fengqi Empire rushed over to arrest her, which undoubtedly verified their guess. So, it is basically a fact that this woman stole the national treasure. Mu Qingwan was also frightened when he saw all the ancestors were out, and he saluted quickly with his fists. Junior has met several royal ancestors. I wonder why the royal ancestors mobilized so many troops this time. Humph. You still have the nerve to ask. You actually brought thieves into the royal mausoleum of my Fengqi Empire and stole the treasures left by our ancestors. You deserve to die. One of the royal ancestors with fair skin and relatively thin figure angrily scolded. As soon as Mu Qingwan opened his mouth, he was scolded all over. And he was a little confused at the moment. Junior doesn't understand what the royal ancestors mean. From the beginning to the end, the royal mausoleum only allowed people from the royal family to enter. How could I bring thieves in? Did the royal ancestors misunderstand me? Humph. Misunderstanding? Someone pretended to be Mu Qingqing and sneaked in, stealing our national treasure. You don't even know. You are too stupid as an empress. Another short but extremely majestic ancestor snorted coldly, extremely disappointed with Mu Qingwan. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan was shocked and stood still, then turned her head stiffly and looked at Su Maoyang, with unprecedented fear on her face. She never thought that Mu Qingqing was fake. Perhaps, from the beginning, she didn't think about it in this way. Of course, the Mu Qingqing in front of her was also well disguised, without revealing any flaws. Just as stupid, just as willful, and just as troublemaking. Even when she entered the tomb passage and walked out safely, she thought she was expelled from the tomb passage because of her lack of strength. After all, who could have thought that someone would be more powerful than their royal ancestors, successfully enter the tomb, and successfully steal the treasures of the Fengqi Empire? This is too incredible. No. Impossible. How could she steal the treasure? I don't believe it. Even several ancestors with high strength and talent could not comprehend the mystery. So how could this woman in front of him do it? So Mu Qingwan shook his head in disbelief, and could not accept this fact at all. When the other people present heard the news, they were also stunned. Looking at Su Maoyang's expression, it was like a layer of paste, and he was completely frozen. As for Jin Hani and Qin Jian, although they knew some inside information, they also did not expect that this woman actually succeeded in comprehending the secret of the tomb and stealing the national treasure. Such strength and talent are too terrible. Several ancestors of the royal family have been comprehending the secret for so many years, but she actually comprehended it in 10 days. This efficiency, this strength, is really embarrassing. Su Maoyang saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, and knew that it would be very disadvantageous to start a war now. So he smiled and tried to smooth things over. Royal ancestor, you are joking. I am not Mu Qingqing. Who else can I be? As for the national treasure you are talking about, I have never even seen it. How can I have the strength to steal it? You think too highly of me. Humph. Bastard. Dare to quibble. The short and majestic woman saw that she was still quibbling, and slapped her face immediately. Su Maoyang was shocked when she saw this, and quickly dodged to the side. But the strength of this royal ancestor was strong, and it was a sudden attack. Su Maoyang's figure was still a step slower, and when she leaned back, the sharp palm blade still cut across her cheek like a knife, and a stream of blood splashed immediately. At this time, everyone only saw that enchanting face gradually disappearing, and what came into view was a peerless beauty like a fairy. Skin as soft as ice and snow, delicate and fragile, cherry lips, red without any makeup, like a red plum standing proudly in the snow, eye-catching at a glance. The slightly upturned beautiful eyes, shining with the deep luster of obsidian, revealing an unfathomable mysterious beauty. Just one glance, as if you are about to fall into her thick vortex. This is a kind of beauty different from Mu Qingqing's enchanting and vulgar beauty. She is beautiful but not delicate, gorgeous but not vulgar, stunning but not blasphemous. And her eyebrows are even more heroic, which makes her whole temperament unique and beautiful. Seeing this scene, everyone present opened their eyes in amazement. As for Jinhani, he was completely stunned. His eyes seemed to be rusted and could no longer move. Chapter 1771. He actually likes the imperial concubine. Jinhani had guessed and imagined her countless times. But he never thought she would be like this, because he had seen her before. She was scheming and ruthless, playing with the elders of the family. And he thought she was an old woman with rich experience. Who knew she would be so young and beautiful? Not much inferior to Mu Qingwan. And Duan Xuexin was even worse. There was no comparison at all. So, he was very curious. Who was she with such a stunning appearance and such abnormal fighting power? Duan Xuexin, who was not far away, was also shocked when she saw this scene, staring at Su Maoyang, wishing she could see a hole in her face. At this moment, she finally understood why Jinhani fell in love with Mu Qingqing. Because Mu Qingqing was fake. And it was this woman who pretended to be her. He didn't fall in love with Mu Qingqing, the idiot, but this strange woman who was so beautiful that she made people jealous. Now, seeing that overly beautiful face, Duan Xuexin felt a strong sense of frustration and clenched her fingers in dissatisfaction. Did Jinhani fall in love with someone else just because this woman was prettier than her? When did Jinhani become so superficial? Compared to the shock of others, Mu Qingwan widened her eyes and shouted in disbelief. Su Maoyang, it's you? If we talk about shock, the most shocked person in the audience is of course Mu Qingwan, because many people in Fengqi Empire have never seen Su Maoyang, and don't know her identity and her origin. But Mu Qingwan has seen her, and is extremely impressed. After all, that was her #1 enemy. At the beginning, she was invited by Jun Haocong's sister to go to the dark area of Yunlu, intending to join forces with the eldest princess to kill Su Maoyang and take back Jun Haocong. But she didn't know that she not only failed, but also fell down and ran back to Fengqi Empire in disgrace. This matter has always been her shame, making her hate Su Maoyang to the extreme, and she wanted to strangle her to death in her dreams. But she never thought that this bitch was actually right under her nose, pretending to be a snake with her for so long, which was simply unreasonable. When the other people present heard Su Maoyang's name, they were all shocked, and they reacted after a moment of shock. Su Maoyang? Is it the Su Maoyang from the Yunlu Dark Domain? It seems so. I heard that the Yunlu Imperial Concubine is called Su Maoyang. I heard that the queen had a very unhappy quarrel with the Yunlu Imperial Concubine when she went to the Yunlu Dark Domain last time. It should be this person. Now, hearing the same name as the Yunlu Imperial Concubine and seeing the queen's angry expression, everyone has basically guessed Su Maoyang's identity. Not surprisingly, this person is the beloved of the Yunlu Emperor, the Yunlu Imperial Concubine. Realizing this, everyone present gasped in shock, and looked at Su Maoyang with some envy, because they had heard about her relationship with the Yunlu Emperor. After all, the Emperor, who had always been aloof from women, would disobey the eldest princess for this woman, and even insisted on marrying her and canonizing her as the Yunlu Imperial Concubine despite the opposition of the civil and military officials. It caused an uproar at the time and shocked countless people. Therefore, Su Maoyang has already become famous, and has become the object of envy of many women. At this time, Jinhani learned her identity, and it was as if a thunder exploded above his head, and his eyes filled with shock seemed to fall out of his eye sockets. Yunlu Emperor's concubine. She turned out to be Yunlu Emperor's concubine. The Yunlu Emperor's concubine, who was doted on by Yunlu Emperor to the bone. Although Jinhani was far away in Fengqi Empire, he had heard of her and knew more or less about her. It is said that she came from the lower plane, with a humble status, and was never liked by the eldest princess. The power of Yunlu Dark Domain could not tolerate her, but she could make Yunlu Emperor overcome all difficulties and marry her, which shows that she is somewhat unique. Seeing her today, it is indeed well deserved. Whether it is appearance, strength or scheming, she is not comparable to ordinary women. No wonder even Yunlu Emperor is in love with her. But I didn't expect that he actually fell in love with Yunlu Emperor's woman, which is really absurd. Thinking of this, Jinhani took a deep breath in shock, and his mood was very complicated. Qin Jian, who was standing next to him, was also greatly shocked, but he was much calmer than Jinhani. He had expected that this person was not simple, but he did not expect that it would be so extraordinary, that she was actually the concubine of Yunlu Emperor. There are really all kinds of things in this world. Duan Xuexin, who was still a little unconvinced, was even more shocked when she learned the truth. She also did not expect that it was the concubine of Yunlu Emperor who made Jin Hani fall in love with someone else. She originally thought that this woman seduced Jin Hani with her beauty. But now it seems that she does not like Jin Hani at all. With the outstanding Yunlu Emperor, a super strong man standing at the top of the 9 Netherworld as her husband, Jin Hani's identity and strength are too insignificant. But she didn't expect that Jin Hani abandoned her just because of her unrequited love. It was really ironic. Mu Qingwan didn't have so many thoughts at this time. She thought of the previous grievances and humiliations, and she just wanted to kill Su Maoyang. Then she gritted her teeth and yelled, "Su Maoyang, I was looking for you. But I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative." Su Maoyang raised the corner of his lips, and his beautiful lips raised a beautiful arc. His eyes as bright as obsidian flashed a hint of irony. And he said jokingly, "Looking for me? I thought the queen was embarrassed to see me again, because she suffered a loss and humiliation in the dark area of Yunlu last time. I didn't expect the queen to be so thick-skinned that she would take the initiative to find me. Humph. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long. You are still as sharp-tongued as before. What's funny is that you don't even look at whose territory you are standing on. And you dare to be so presumptuous. You know, you have to pay a price for being good at talking." Mu Qingwan was hit in the sore spot by her, and her anger rose a lot. After saying that, she shouted, "Come on. Catch this bitch for me. I want to cut her into pieces." As soon as the roar fell, all the guards around went out to surround Su Maoyang. The several ancestors in the sky didn't know Su Maoyang's identity at first. After hearing the conversation between Mu Qingwan and everyone, they learned that this person was actually the imperial concubine of Yunlu. The pale-skinned, frail old ancestor saw a large group of guards about to attack Su Maoyang, and immediately stopped them. "Wait, little girl. Are you really the imperial concubine of Yunlu?" Su Maoyang nodded slightly, sneered and threatened. "Your queen has already recognized me. Is it fake? So, if you want to kill me, you have to weigh your weight, and whether you have the courage to bear the wrath of the Emperor of Yunlu." Speaking of which, she was seriously injured. Her spiritual power and mental power were exhausted, and she urgently needed to replenish her energy. Now was not the time to kill. So, she planned to use the name of the Emperor to threaten them, so that they would not dare to act rashly. Chapter 1772. Mu Qingwan is frightened. As expected, upon hearing the name of Emperor Yunlu, several ancestors looked at each other with some fear, because in addition to Emperor Yunlu's own perversion, he also has a perverted master who they cannot afford to offend. If that lunatic comes to trouble them, Qingqi Empire will definitely be in a disaster. So, if you can avoid it, try not to provoke it. Thinking of this, an ancestor with sharp features softened his attitude and said, "Since you are the Emperor Yunlu, I will give Yunlu Dark Domain a face. As long as you hand over the national treasure of my Qingqi Empire, we can spare your life and let you go." Speaking of which, such a decision is actually the most beneficial to Qingqi Empire, because no one in their royal family can comprehend the secret of the tomb, let alone take away the treasure left by their ancestors. But this woman did it. So as long as she handed over the treasure, they would save themselves from spending decades, or even hundreds of years to comprehend it. In this way, they saved a lot of trouble and fulfilled their wishes. Because of the treasures left by their ancestors, they can revive the Qingqi Empire, and no longer have to be afraid of the top powers of other countries. Moreover, releasing the Yunlu Emperor's concubine can also be regarded as giving face to the Yunlu Emperor. It does not completely offend him, and maintains the relationship between the two countries in disguise, which is killing two birds with one stone. Their wishful thinking is clanging. But Mu Qingwan heard it and shouted, "Royal ancestor, this Su Maoyang must not be released. Although she is the Emperor's concubine of the Yunlu Dark Domain, she was expelled from the Yunlu Dark Domain because she killed the eldest princess and angered the Yunlu Emperor. So she is just a vain name and has no status in the Yunlu Dark Domain. You don't have to worry about the face of the Emperor at all." Hearing this, several ancestors showed surprised expressions, and they couldn't tell the truth from the false. She knew it couldn't help laughing when she heard it. Kicked out of the Yunlu Dark Domain? Mu Qingwan, your ability to make up stories is getting better and better. Yunlu Emperor, you have always been by my master's side, and you performed sword dancing for you last time. Have you forgotten? Hearing this, Mu Qingwan's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but recall that the male favorite named Peng Huan who often followed Mu Qingqing, did perform sword dancing twice at the banquet. At that time, he didn't use any spiritual power at all, and he beat his opponent to pieces. And even she was amazed by his swordsmanship, although she also doubted his identity. She didn't doubt Yunlu Emperor. After all, who would have thought that Yunlu Emperor would come to her Fengqi Empire to be the male favorite of the princess? Such an incredible thing. Even if she was told it in person, she would not be able to accept it, let alone without knowing it. No! Impossible. He can't do such a ridiculous thing. Mu Qingwan has loved Jun Haocong for so many years, and knows his character too well. Even if he dies, he will not bow to others, let alone pretend to be a lowly and despised male concubine. This is not Jun Haocong's character, and it is not what Emperor Yunlu would do. He. If it is for you, the Emperor certainly can't do it. But for the Emperor's concubine, the Emperor is not afraid of death. So why is he afraid of being a male concubine? Shi Nua laughed sarcastically. She especially liked to see Mu Qingwan's frustrated expression. Sure enough, Mu Qingwan was hit, and the anger in her heart suddenly rose. And she shouted at Shi Nua, "You are a maid. Who do you think you are? And you dare to humiliate this emperor? Ha. No matter what I am better than you. A beast who colluded with family forces, framed my eldest sister, and took away the throne of the empress." Shi Nua snorted coldly and retorted sharply. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan was shocked, and her face was suddenly filled with fear. You? What did you say? Don't you know what I said best? Shi Nua asked back lightly, which frightened Mu Qingwan's face and made her roar in anger. Who are you? You should know that these things were all operated by her in secret, except for a few trusted forces. No one knew the conspiracy to kill Mu Qingyan. Therefore, the people of Fengqi Empire thought that the eldest princess died of illness, and she succeeded to the throne smoothly. But it stands to reason that these secrets are impossible for outsiders to know. Now it comes out of the mouth of a maid. How can it not be shocking? Seeing that Mu Qingwan was frightened by him, Shi Nua's sneer became more intense, and his sinister voice seemed to float out from hell. My dear sister, who am I? Have you forgotten? I am the Mu Qingyan who was dragged down from the throne by you, imprisoned in the dungeon by you, and endured all kinds of torture from you. When these words came out, Mu Qingwan's head seemed to be hit by a thunderbolt, and there was a loud bang, which made her whole body numb. Mu Qingyan. She is Mu Qingyan, Princess Ningfu, the most qualified to inherit the throne of Fengqi Empire. Mu Qingyan, the elder sister who is stronger than her, has a higher spiritual power talent than her, is known as the goddess of war, and always suppresses her. Mu Qingyan. Realizing this, Mu Qingwan was so scared that her legs softened and staggered back a step. If it weren't for the palace maid beside her, who hurriedly supported her, she would have almost fallen to the ground. Impossible. Mu Qingyan died a long time ago. It's impossible for her to be alive. You are lying. You are not Mu Qingyan at all. Mu Qingwan was shocked and pale. She took a deep breath and shook her head in disbelief. Seeing that she couldn't accept the truth, Shi Nua swallowed an antidote and restored her original appearance. Really? Sister, do you still remember this face? Seeing that delicate and beautiful face that couldn't be more familiar, Mu Qingwan's heart was shocked, and her face turned blue-gray. Your face? How could it be? You want to ask why my face has become better, right? This is all thanks to my master. She cured my face and healed my injuries, which gave me the opportunity to come to you again. Isn't it a surprise? Shi Nua raised his eyebrows slightly, and a piercing cold light leaked out of his pupils. His tone was full of undisguised hatred, which frightened Mu Qingwan's heart and made her heart skip a beat, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Of course, apart from Mu Qingwan's shock, the others were not much better. After all, it was hard not to cause a sensation when a person who had long been dead suddenly appeared here. As for Qingjian, he was shocked to the point of being stunned when he heard such explosive news. His pupils were wide open, and he stared at the face that haunted him. Unconsciously, his eyes were red with excitement, and tears gradually flowed out. He thought she was dead and had left completely, but he never dreamed that he would see her again in this life. Is this true? Is she really back? Chapter 1773 Shameless Traitors. Qingjian was in a state of surprise, but Jin Hani was scared to death. You have to know that it was he and Lu Lingfeng who betrayed Mu Qingyan in collusion with his family. which made her a prisoner of Mu Qingqing and tortured. But now, a person who had been dead for 4 years suddenly appeared here. How could Jin Hani, as an accomplice, not be scared? At this moment, he gradually understood that it was no wonder that the imperial concubine pretended to be Mu Qingqing and wanted to kill him and Lu Lingfeng and make things difficult for the Lu family. It turned out that it was to avenge Mu Qingyan. Thinking of this relationship, Jin Hani suddenly realized that all his previous doubts were solved. As for the other people present, they didn't care much about the relationship between the two. Instead, they were scared by the conversation between Mu Qingyan and Mu Qingwan. Not only did they see Princess Ningfu alive, but they also learned that she was not dead but was framed by Mu Qingwan. They were shocked. At this moment, Mu Qingwan received everyone's shocked gazes, knew that something was wrong, and hurriedly argued, Mu Qingyan, all this is a lie you made up to frame me. I have never imprisoned or tortured you. You have no evidence. Don't slander me. At the beginning, you had so many supporters and so many subordinates. If I framed you, would they not know? Could they have concealed it until now? Hearing such a question, the people who were still in doubt slowly came to their senses. Yes, at the beginning, Mu Qingyan was the legitimate heir to the throne. She had the highest voice and many supporters. And the forces below were also intertwined. If Mu Qingwan really wanted to frame Mu Qingyan, how could her subordinates not react? How could there be no news at all? Yes, they did know. But before they could expose your conspiracy, you uprooted them and wiped them out completely. You are so good at quibbling now. Shinua was so angry at her shamelessness that her face turned blue and she growled in disdain. Mu Qingwan might have been frightened by her appearance at first. But after all, she had experienced so many things and was not defeated. So she quickly calmed down and refuted with confidence. Mu Qingyan, what do you mean by being wiped out completely by me? Don't frame them randomly. There are so many families present, including your former supporters, such as the Jin family and the Lu family. They are your closest people. If I want to frame you, I must wipe them out completely. But they are still standing here. Not one less. Do you think I would be stupid enough to keep your confidence until now after I seize power? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. If Mu Qingwan really did so many dirty things, she would definitely kill off the other party's forces, so as not to leave a handle and be criticized. But Mu Qingwan not only did not do so, but also valued the Jin family and the Lu family, and did not alienate them because they were Mu Qingyan's subordinates before. It can be seen that Mu Qingwan is an open-minded person. Thinking of this, everyone gradually began to doubt the intention of Mu Qingyan's sudden appearance and saying this. The head of the Lu family and the head of the Jin family saw that public opinion was slowly leaning towards Mu Qingwan, and they immediately stood up to help. Princess Ningfu, although I don't know what happened to you at the beginning and why you are still alive, you have indeed wronged the queen. She has never done anything shameful. Otherwise we would not be willing to submit to her after you died of illness. Yes, all these years, the queen has been treating our two families well for your sake. You really misunderstood the queen. Hearing these words, Shinua saw the ugly faces of the Jin and Lu families, and sneered speechlessly, with mockery in her eyes. Awesome. You are really awesome. I didn't expect you to feel superior when you are a traitor. It's rare to be so shameless like you. It's true that if you hang out with Mu Qingwan for a long time, you will inevitably become a beast. Shinua was not good at speaking, and now she was too lazy to explain after hearing this sophistry, because she really had no evidence in her hand. After all, for years had passed, and the loyal subordinates had been killed, and the remaining supporters had also rebelled, and had a close relationship of interest with Mu Qingwan. They had helped Mu Qingwan do so many dirty things before. How could they stand up and slap themselves in the face? Therefore, in order to protect their own lives and interests, they had no choice but to refuse to admit it and stand firmly behind Mu Qingwan. In fact, Shinua had expected this result a long time ago. So she came here not to listen to these people's confession, but to take their lives. As for other people who didn't know, it didn't matter to her whether they believed it or not. The royal ancestors on the birds also didn't expect Mu Qingyan to be alive. They have been practicing in seclusion for these years, not asking about the world, and never asking about the court and the fights between the younger generations. In their view, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Since they failed, they must accept the fate of the loser. Only the winner is qualified to sit on the throne of the Fengqi Empire. Therefore, they did not want to intervene in the struggle between Mu Qingyan and Mu Qingwan. And now they only wanted to take back the national treasure of Fengqi Empire. Emperor Yunlu, I don't care what grudges you have with Mu Qingwan, but the national treasure of Fengqi Empire is not something you can covet. Before we regret it, hand over the treasure quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. An old ancestor with a tall stature and sharp eyes roared with a calm face. Before he made a move, he was already very imposing and terrifying. Su Maoyang heard such a threat, stared at the ancestors with a look of idiot, and sneered speechlessly. I risked my life to get the treasure. You said to hand it over? Who do you think you are? Although the old women didn't understand what she said later, they could tell from her tone that she was humiliating them. So they were furious and shouted, You are looking for death. After that, the short, majestic-looking ancestor slapped Su Maoyang hard. The overwhelming power came suddenly, and was about to fall on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was also ready for the battle and decided to sacrifice the pure world Green Lotus platform to defend against the power of the Supreme Lord Spiritual Master. She was now exhausted of her spiritual power and mental power, and could not take the initiative to attack. The only thing that seemed to be useful was the pure world Green Lotus platform. However, just as she raised her hand, and before she could summon it, a force came from her side, and immediately intercepted the palm force attacking her. Then, a vicissitudes of life and heavy voice resounded through the world. Ha! Are the ancestors of Fengqi Empire so shameless that they actually teamed up to bully a little girl? Chapter 1774 The Mysterious Old Man in Black. After the voice fell, everyone saw a man standing on the Black Eagle, wearing a black cloak, whose face could not be seen, rushing over from a distance. He was tall, but slightly hunched, although his face could not be seen clearly. From his appearance, he should be an old man. In addition, his low and hoarse voice, with endless vicissitudes, Su Maoyang guessed that this man should be about the same age as several ancestors of the royal family. The ancestors of the royal family saw someone suddenly intervene, and they all looked sideways in surprise and asked loudly, Who is coming? Tell me your name. The old man in black sneered when he heard this, and his low voice gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression. You are really forgetful. Even I don't remember. Hearing this, several old women frowned and looked at each other in confusion. Judging from his tone, they seemed to know each other. However, they didn't have this person in their impression. After racking their brains to recall, the 6 old women shook their heads solemnly, indicating that they didn't know this person. The tall woman with sharp eyes seemed to have no patience and replied directly, We don't know you. You may have recognized the wrong person. As for this little girl, she stole the treasure of my Fengqi Empire and caused a big disaster. I hope you won't interfere. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Although she had a cold face and was very dissatisfied with the black-clothed old man's intervention, she still used a more tactful tone and negotiated, which was considered to give the black-clothed old man enough face. Because from the moment he cut off their power, they saw that this person was quite powerful and must not be a simple person. So it was better to avoid provoking him as much as possible. Hee. Don't want me to intervene? Dream on. You killed my disciples back then, and now I've finally come out of retreat, just to make you pay with blood. So you may not be able to enjoy that treasure. Watch out. The old man in black snorted coldly, and before he finished speaking, he burst out with a fierce breath and slammed the palm towards the old women. The old ancestors were shocked when they heard this. They themselves didn't know when they had killed a disciple. However, this old man in black suddenly appeared and wanted to kill them to avenge his disciples, and even took action without allowing them to explain, which immediately confused them. However, this old man in black was very powerful, and they did not dare to take it lightly. Even if they didn't understand what was going on, they had to resist immediately. At this time, Su Maoyang was surprised to see that the ancestors in the sky and the old man in black actually started fighting. It seemed that the enemies of the ancestors had come to visit. Shinua, who was standing next to him, saw the situation reversed and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice, Master, those old women were restrained by the old man in black. Let's leave here quickly. Since her master had successfully stolen the treasure, it was obvious that he must have suffered a lot of tests and spent a lot of energy in the Imperial Mausoleum. Now that the war had started, he would definitely suffer a loss when facing so many ancestors alone. So leaving this place was the best strategy. Su Maoyang knew her physical condition best. She glanced at the two sides fighting fiercely in the sky, and the people who were attracted by the battle, and nodded decisively. Retreat. After saying that, Su Maoyang and Shi Nua turned around quickly and fled to the distance. At the same time, she waved her hand, summoned the Tontian Flamingo, pulled Shi Nua up, and quickly retreated to the distance. At this time, Mu Qingwan was also attracted by the fierce battle in the sky. When she noticed that Su Maoyang had escaped, she completely came to her senses and shouted with her eyes wide open. Quick! Catch her! Don't let her run away! Hearing Mu Qingwan's order, her death warriors immediately went out in full force and chased after Su Maoyang. As for other family forces, they kept their troops in place and did not act rashly. After all, that was the concubine of the Emperor of Yunlu. If the Emperor of Yunlu knew that they were chasing his woman, they would be in a lot of trouble. There was really no need for them to offend Emperor Yunlu for the sake of the royal treasure. I believe that even if they really killed the imperial concubine, they would not have a share of the treasure. So they did not need to take the risk. Mu Qingwan saw that several families were unwilling to take action, and immediately guessed their thoughts. She suppressed her anger and promised, whoever kills Su Maoyang, I promise that the royal treasure can be shared with him. With these words, the people of several families looked at each other with excitement, and finally could not resist the temptation of the treasure. So they sent out masters to chase. To be honest, they only heard that Emperor Yunlu loved the imperial concubine very much, but they had not seen it with their own eyes. So it was hard to say whether it was true or not. So they really did not need to give up the national treasure of Fengqi Empire for a rumor. Fortunately, the flamingo was extremely fast, and it flew a long distance in the blink of an eye, leaving the people chasing Su Maoyang far behind. Humph! The Jin family, the Lu family, the Ran family, and the Fan family are really persistent. They still refuse to give up chasing us. After flying for a distance, Shi Nua looked back and saw that the strong men from these four families were still chasing them. They really wanted to kill them all. Su Maoyang knew that flying like this was not a solution. So he said solemnly, we have to think of a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. Zino frowned, glanced at the sky below, and then suggested, Master, there is a mountain area in front of the left, where the terrain is complex and rugged. It is not easy to be discovered after flying in. If you circle them a few more times, you will probably be able to get rid of them. Su Maoyang heard the words and looked in the direction of her finger. Sure enough, he saw layers of mountains in front of the left, which was indeed a good hiding place. He immediately patted the Tontian Flamingo. Fly to the left. Tontian Flamingo received the order and immediately turned around and flew down in the direction directed by Su Maoyang. As expected, they quickly got rid of the pursuers of several families by shuttling through various mountains and valleys. Master, I see that you are weak and must have been seriously injured. It is not a good idea to keep traveling like this. It just so happens that if we go around this way, there is a desolate and remote city not far away. Few big figures usually go there, so we can stop there to rest and heal our wounds. After all, Shi Nua is from Fengqi Empire and is quite familiar with the cities of Fengqi Empire. Su Maoyang was exhausted in the imperial mausoleum and really needed to rest. He nodded slightly and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Su Maoyang and Shi Nua landed safely in a remote place called Anlin City, and the old man in black who was fighting with several ancestors tried his best to blast away one of the ancestors, and quickly turned around to escape from here. Chapter 1775 is painstaking efforts. One of the ancestors was furious when he saw him trying to escape, and chased him with curses. Want to run? No way. The woman with fair skin and sharp features, who was more stable in character, immediately noticed something was wrong, and immediately frowned and called her. Don't chase me. Be careful of explosions. The old man in black was quite powerful. He was not weak in the face of the siege of several of them just now. But now, he suddenly turned around and left. It is very likely that he had some ulterior motives, and planned to lead them away. So, they should be careful. Yes, be careful of explosions. The man in black was inexplicably old and fought inexplicably. It always felt a little weird. Another ancestor nodded in agreement, and also felt a little strange. Forget it. Forget it. The people have run away, and we can't catch them. Now it's more important to find the little girl. The treasure of my Fengqi Empire must not fall into the hands of outsiders, let alone the hands of the Yunlu Emperor and Concubine. The tall old woman felt annoyed when she thought that the incompetent people in the Fengqi royal family got the treasure. But it was taken by the people of the Yunlu Dark Domain. They had planned to rely on the treasure to strengthen their strength to fight against the Yunlu Dark Domain and Fengqi Tianqing. But they didn't know that they would make wedding dresses for others. No wonder they were so depressed. At this time, the Fengqi Empire, under the command of several ancestors, began to search for the traces of Su Maoyang, and she knew on a large scale. As for the black-clothed man who fled, he flew a long distance and fell to the ground without being able to bear it, spitting out blood. At this moment, the man hidden in the dark rushed up and quickly helped him up, asking with a worried face, "Master, are you okay?" The man who was so worried that his expression was tangled together. He could be recognized at a glance. He was the secret guard He Xiao beside Jun Haotsong. At this time, the man under the black cloak gradually restored his original appearance, revealing his charming ice blue eyes and pale but bloodless handsome face. Who else could have such a peerless face except Jun Haotsong? "No. It's okay. Just take a rest. It's fine." Jun Haotsong leaned on He Xiao's body with a weak breath, even having difficulty speaking, pretending to be indifferent, and comforted him. He Xiao saw that he was still bleeding, and was so weak that he was about to faint at any time. His heart was broken, his eyes were red, and his voice was choked with sobs and roared. "What do you mean it's okay? You are like this. How can I believe you are okay?" He Xiao has been with Jun Haotsong for so many years, and he knows his master's endurance too well. Even if the sky falls, he can bear it with his super strong willpower. But now, he was lying on his body like a useless person, with blood gushing out like a fountain. If he was not still breathing, He Xiao really couldn't tell the difference between him and a dead person. Seeing him in such a tragic state, He Xiao felt extremely distressed. He felt that the pain in his chest seemed to explode. He couldn't help but sighed. "Master, why are you doing this? You knew that the Imperial Concubine designed you to leave because she didn't want you to take action. But you pretended to know nothing and played a trick with her. Now, in order to help the Imperial Concubine escape, you even broke the taboo and forcibly used your soul power to restrain several peak-level Supreme Monarch Spirit Masters. You already have a cold and are in danger of death at any time. You are simply courting death by forcibly using your soul power. If the Imperial Concubine knew that you abused yourself like this for her, I wonder how sad she would be." His master's physical condition was so severe that he could hardly protect himself. But in order to protect the Imperial Concubine and not let her worry, he went to great lengths to disguise himself as an old man, using the excuse of his disciples' revenge to use his soul power to forcibly increase his strength and fight against several powerful masters. Just thinking of all this and his painstaking efforts, He Xiao's heart felt like being filed back and forth by a sharp file, and the pain was unbearable. Jun Haotsong was dying and didn't even have the strength to speak. But when he heard that Su Maoyang knew this, he didn't know where he got the strength from. But he grabbed He Xiao's wrist and pinched it, leaving a deep mark. He squeezed out a low voice from between his teeth. Can't let her know." He deliberately swallowed the pills prepared by Su Maoyang, left according to her wishes, and pretended to be someone else to intervene, just because he didn't want her to worry and didn't want her to be sad. If Su Maoyang knew about this plan he had carefully planned, she might get angry and blame him again. Therefore, this matter must be kept secret from her. When He Xiao heard this, he felt sad. His master was so pitiful. He wanted to protect the Emperor's concubine, but he had to hide and not let the other party know. He couldn't bear to let the Emperor's concubine worry a little bit. The Emperor's concubine might spend her whole life to repay such deep love. The hateful thing was that his strength was too low, and he couldn't fight against the peak Supreme Jun Lingshi. Once he took action, he would only cause trouble for the Emperor and couldn't really help him. So he could only watch him get hurt. Thinking of this, He Xiao was so angry that he clenched his fingers tightly. His nails dug into the flesh, leaving a blood mark, and soon blood dripped from between his fingers. "Master, let's go back to the dark area of Yunlu. You need to heal your wounds." He Xiao suppressed his heartache and choked with sobs. No. Go back to Fengqi Empire. She should go back." Jun Haotsong knew Su Maoyang's character. She was determined to help. She knew it get revenge, and would not let go of the people of Fengqi Empire so easily. He Xiao suddenly didn't know what to say when he heard this. He knew that his master stayed to protect the imperial concubine. He was worried that the imperial concubine would come back to trouble these people and fall into danger again. So he simply stayed here to prepare for emergencies. However, although he understood, He Xiao was still very angry and couldn't help shouting, "Master, can you think about yourself? Even just once. I beg you. Go back." Jun Haozong's decision was not to be questioned. But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't bear it and fainted. When He Xiao saw that he had fainted, his face changed greatly. He didn't care about any orders. He carried him on his back and flew towards the dark area of Yunlu, Anlin City. At this time, Su Maoyang and Shi Nuo landed in a remote town called Anlin City in the south of Fengqi Empire, because the two of them were too good-looking. In order to avoid exposing their identities, they took the disguise pill and changed their clothes to become ordinary people again. At this moment, they walked on the street, looking around, and found that the shops and restaurants here were obviously much more dilapidated. Of course, this is a border city of Fengqi Empire, and the prosperity is naturally not as good as Fengqi capital. However, it is precisely because of its remoteness that it is most suitable for Su Maoyang to hide and recuperate. Chapter 1776. Settling in Anlin City. Zino knew about this place, but had never been there in person. Seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Anlin City to be so dilapidated. No wonder Mu Qingyu wanted to go back to the capital. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. Mu Qingyu lives here? Su Maoyang still had some impression of Mu Qingyu. She had mocked him before in the Imperial Mausoleum, with a sarcastic face that made it hard for people to ignore her. Shi Nuo shook her head and explained. No, she doesn't live here. She lives in the relatively prosperous Qianpu City. However, Anlin City, Qianpu City, and Coming City south of Fengqi Empire are all under her jurisdiction. It's just that I heard that Anlin City is short of resources, and is the most desolate and remote city among the 3 cities. So she basically doesn't set foot here. Wouldn't this place become an abandoned city with no one to take care of it? Su Maoyang had indeed heard that several princesses were driven to border cities by Mu Qingwan and lived a miserable life. Now it seems that this is true. No wonder they are so jealous of Mu Qingqing being able to stay in the capital. This differential treatment is really unbalanced. Zino shook her head. Although she had been away from Fengqi Empire for 4 years, she still had some impressions in her mind. Although this Anlin City is a bit rundown, it is not a deserted city. I heard that it is managed by a city lord. This city lord seems to be Mu Qingyu's confidant and is deeply trusted by Mu Qingyu. Hearing this explanation, Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. So that's it. Master, it's getting late. Let's find a place to rest. She knew that Su Mo Liang was very tired, so she suggested considerately. Su Mo Liang looked at the sky and nodded slightly. Well, but before that, I have to go to the trading house and buy some spiritual stones. Her spiritual power has been drained, and she urgently needs to use spiritual stones to replenish it. Otherwise, if she encounters danger again, they will not even have the power to resist. You know, not every time will be as lucky as today. She knew and nodded in understanding, then pulled a passerby and asked politely, "Hello, where is your trading house?" The passerby saw that the 2 girls were unfamiliar faces and couldn't find the trading house. He immediately understood that they were from other places, and immediately pointed in the direction enthusiastically. "Go to the end of this road, turn right, and go past it." Su Mo Liang nodded slightly, then took out a piece of black crystal and put it in the passerby's hand, gratefully saying, "Thank you." After that, she and Shi Nuo walked quickly forward. When they arrived at the gate of the trading house, they found that the trading house here was not as big as the capital. It looked like a restaurant with only 2 floors. There were few people coming in and out, and there were only about 10 people in the whole hall, which seemed to be unpopular. At this time, a servant came over quickly, bowed to Su Maoyang and Shi Nuo, and greeted them warmly. "Guess, are you going to trade any treasures?" Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Well, I want to buy some spiritual stones." "Okay, sir, follow me to the counter to register." As he said, the servant led the way and came to the counter in front of the hall. The person in charge of the counter was a middle-aged man. He looked up at Su Maoyang and Shi Nuo and asked directly, "What do you want to trade?" "I want to trade spiritual power stones," Su Maoyang replied. Upon hearing this, The person in charge wrote the 3 big words spiritual power stones on the registration book, and then continued to ask without raising his head. How many do you want? Su Maoyang answered without thinking. How many do you have here? I want as many as you have. Hearing such a loud tone, the person in charge was shocked. And then he looked up and looked at Su Maoyang seriously. How many do you want? Haha. You are so arrogant. Can you afford so much money? Su Maoyang directly took out a high-grade spiritual pill and put it on the table. High-grade Ronlinking pill. Is it enough? Speaking of which, Su Maoyang also has more noble holy pills. But she is afraid that taking them out will cause a sensation. So it is better to keep a low profile. Besides, this border city is not as prosperous as the capital, and the value of spiritual pills must be relatively high. Sure enough, when the person in charge heard that it was a high-grade spiritual pill, he was immediately startled, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Ronlinking pill carefully. This was the first time in his life that he saw someone exchange spiritual pills for spiritual stones. This was simply a waste of resources. Is this woman crazy? However, for Su Maoyang, there were a lot of spiritual pills, and she couldn't finish them. Using a spiritual pill to exchange a large number of spiritual stones was a great value for money. After all, she had already entered the ranks of the middle stage alchemy master. As long as there were enough medicinal materials, it was just a matter of moving her fingers to refine a middle-level holy pill. Not to mention a spiritual pill. But for a remote town like Anlin City, with a depressed economy and a shortage of materials, although there were spiritual pills, they were very rare, and even the city lord treasured them very much. But the little girl in front of him took out such a precious elixir to exchange for spiritual power stones. How could the middle-aged man not be shocked? This is really a top-grade spiritual elixir. Ronlinking pill? Are you kidding me? The middle-aged man asked back with some disbelief after being shocked. After all, such a precious elixir is not so easy to take out. Not to mention that it is used to trade spiritual power stones. Such a crazy move is simply unreasonable. So, he had to suspect that there was something wrong with this matter. Su Maoyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly threatened. If you don't believe it, you can ask your alchemist here to test it. No need to test it. It's really Ronlinking pill. However, as soon as Su Maoyang finished speaking, a clear and pleasant male voice came from the side. Su Maoyang looked sideways, and saw a tall and handsome man slowly walking over. His facial features were delicate, as if they were drawn with fine brushwork, fresh and smooth, giving people a very comfortable beauty. Clear and bright brown eyes, thick eyebrows flying into the temples, and lips as light as water. All contain gentle smiles, giving people a sense of intimacy at a glance. Although this man is not as stunning as Jun Hao Song, he is also a rare handsome man, coupled with his gentle and elegant temperament. It is pleasing to the eye. However, just when Su Maoyang and Shi Nua were looking at this man, the person in charge of the trading house had already greeted him warmly. Hey, isn't this Mr. Wei? We have prepared all the medicinal materials you asked us to prepare last time. We were just planning to let the servants deliver them to you. Who knew that you would trouble us to come in person? We are really sorry. Chapter 1777. A blind guy. You should know that this Master Wei is their old customer, and often comes to the trading house to take care of their business. Moreover, just last month, he killed a 5th-level king beast and took it to the trading house for auction, and sold it at a very high price, which made the trading house a lot of money. In addition, he usually comes to the trading house to buy medicinal materials when he has money, so they have made a lot of profit from him. Therefore, such a guest is naturally very welcome to the trading house. The handsome man called Master Wei smiled and nodded, explaining, I came out to do something, and happened to pass by here, so I came in. The person in charge nodded in understanding, and then immediately ordered the servant, why don't you hurry up and give Master Wei's medicinal materials? The servant nodded repeatedly, turned around and ran away. At this time, Su Maoyang had no time to delay. After taking a look at the young Master Wei, he retracted his gaze and urged the person in charge. Senior, please ask the alchemist to come over for inspection. I have something else to do, and it is not convenient for me to stay for long. Miss, it is really unfortunate that the alchemist who is friendly with our trading house is in retreat, and is not here. So, you should go back and wait. When he comes out, I will send someone to notify you. The middle-aged man could not distinguish the authenticity of the elixir, and did not dare to accept such a precious elixir rashly. So he had to think of a compromise. When Su Maoyang heard about retreat, his brows were immediately twisted, and he asked in confusion, "When will he come out?" "Ha ha. Girl, you are joking. I am not the roundworm in the stomach of the alchemist. How can I know when he will come out?" The middle-aged man smiled helplessly, and shook his head. Su Maoyang and Shi Nuo frowned even more when they heard this, and looked at each other with gloomy faces. They all knew that once he was in seclusion for cultivation, it would take at least a month, a year, or even several years. They would not waste time here waiting for him to come out, because by then the opportunity would be gone. However, what was even more depressing was that she had spent all the black crystals in her bank card when she bought weapons for the Dongfang and Xiaohu siblings in the Maple Forest Empire last time. So she had only a few spirit beasts and corpse puppets. And the most impressive thing was the elixir. But she couldn't use spirit beasts and corpse puppets to trade. If so, it would probably cause a sensation in the entire Anlin city. What is speechless is that this person in charge does not know the treasure, and does not even recognize the top-grade spiritual pills. He is unwilling to trade with her. It is really worrying. The handsome man next to him saw that Su Maoyang seemed to be in urgent need of the spiritual stone. He took a look at the pills in the person in charge's hand, and couldn't help but help. "Shopkeeper Lu, this girl's wrong-linking pill, just smelling the fragrance of the medicine, is very authentic, and it will never be fake. I can testify." "You testify? You are not even an alchemist. How can you testify?" Shopkeeper Lu heard this, and suddenly felt ridiculous, and raised his voice to ask back. He stared at the handsome man with some irony in his eyes, without the slightest trust. The handsome man seemed to be very confident in his vision, and said affirmatively, "Although I am not an alchemist, I have studied pills for 10 years, and I will not make a mistake." Although he did not have a talent for alchemy, he dreamed of becoming an alchemist since he was a child, and he also made various efforts for this. Therefore, he has in-depth research on the types, efficacy, performance, peeling of medicinal materials and the types, efficacy, and heat of pills. He should be the person who knows the most about medicinal materials and elixirs besides alchemists. However, his confidence is a big joke to outsiders. As soon as he finished speaking, a sarcastic voice came from behind him. "Ha! It's really funny. After studying medicinal materials and trying to make elixirs for 10 years, he hasn't brewed a trace of spiritual power. And you still have the nerve to say that you won't make mistakes. Wei Zhishu, where does your confidence come from?" Hearing such ridicule, Su Maoyang and Shi Nuo both looked over. And at this time, only 3 men and 2 women walked in from outside. Looking at their clothes, they are much more luxurious than ordinary people in Anlin City. I think these people should have some status, and are the sons and daughters of wealthy families. Just as Su Maoyang and Shi Nuo were looking at each other, the pretty woman in the yellow dress also giggled. "Ha! Brother Hongru, how can he be confident? He is just stupid. He spent 10 years studying alchemy, but he didn't figure it out. It shows that he doesn't have the talent to become an alchemist. But he still refuses to give up, and invests a lot of energy and money. If this is not stupid, then what is it?" The man called Brother Hongru, who was wearing a black brocade robe, smiled and nodded repeatedly when he heard the words. "Sister Winter is right. He is stupid. Stupid. I heard that he fought hard to kill a 5th-level king beast last month, and he used all the money from the auction to buy medicinal materials to make pills. But he didn't make any pills. He also stayed in bed for a month because of the injuries he got from hunting. He is really stupid." As soon as the man said this, except for the 5 handsome men and beautiful women, everyone else around him covered their mouths and laughed secretly. They looked at Wei Zhishu with eyes full of ridicule. It can be seen that this handsome young man named Wei Zhishu seems to be just a disgusting joke in everyone's mind. However, facing so many people's ridicule, Wei Zhishu was not angry. He seemed to be used to such ridicule. He said calmly, "Becoming an alchemist is my lifelong pursuit. It has nothing to do with talent or achievement. What I enjoy and like is the process of alchemy. You don't understand. Ha ha ha. Don't say these high-sounding words. You can't make the elixir. So of course you can only find an excuse to save yourself." Standing next to the man in black, a man in green couldn't help but laugh and shook his head, as if he had seen through his thoughts a long time ago, and pointed it out without any hesitation. Wei Zhishu seemed to have no intention of arguing with him. He just glanced at the wrong-linking pill and said to Su Maoyang, "Girl, I just took a look. Your wrong-linking pill has a pure color and high quality. It is a rare pill. But you exchanged such a precious treasure for the spiritual power stone. Don't you think it's a pity?" Su Maoyang heard from the conversation just now that this young Master Wei was keen on alchemy and had a deep research and deep feelings for pills. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to give up after 10 years of research. So when he asked such a question, the pity in his heart did not seem to be false. Su Maoyang explained, "I have an urgent need for the spiritual power stone." Hearing this, Wei Zhishu nodded, and then kindly suggested, "Girl, since they don't know the goods, you can give me this wrong-linking pill. I will buy the spiritual power stone you want for you, so that you can solve your urgent need." Chapter 1778 The Legendary Pill Maniac. Su Maoyang was a little surprised to hear such a suggestion, but he had to admit that this was indeed a way to obtain spiritual power stones. "I need a lot of spiritual power stones? Are you sure?" "Yes, I am sure. I have spent a lot of money on alchemy. It is rare to come across such a good pill now. I am not afraid to spend more this time." Wei Zhishu nodded solemnly. Su Maoyang was touched by his obsession with pills. Then he nodded and looked at Manager Lu. "Manager, how many spiritual power stones do you have here?" "A total of 1 million spiritual power stones," Manager Lu replied. When Su Maoyang heard that there was only 1 million, she frowned in dissatisfaction. "Is that all? You have to know that with her ancient spirit body, millions of spirit stones are not enough for her to squander, let alone only 1 million, which is too little." However, when Manager Lu heard this, he shouted angrily, "What? 1 million is not enough for you. Girl, you are too arrogant." Su Maoyang was too lazy to argue with him, and asked Wei Zhishu directly, "Do you have enough money to buy 1 million spirit stones?" 1 million is a bit difficult, but I can still afford 500,000 spirit stones. 1 million spirit stones are beyond his ability. After all, his family is not rich. He relies on his good fighting ability and usually makes some money by hunting spirit beasts and beast cores. But all this money is used to buy medicinal materials, so there is not much left. When Su Maoyang heard 500,000, he could only nod his head in compromise. "Okay, 500,000 is 500,000. It's better to have it than not. Anyway, it's urgent. I can buy some more when I leave here." Seeing this, Wei Zhishu nodded slightly, took out his card and handed it to Shopkeeper Lu. "Shopkeeper Lu, please prepare 500,000 spiritual power stones for this girl." Shopkeeper Lu saw that he was so generous. Just because of a pill whose authenticity was not known, he was going to spend a huge amount of money to help buy spiritual power stones. And he was a little dissatisfied and advised, "Mr. Wei, this is the money you earned after beating the 5th level Monarch Beast. Are you sure you really want to buy spiritual power stones for her? Okay. Don't delay. This girl is in a hurry." Wei Zhishu did not waver at all, but urged. Shopkeeper Lu couldn't do anything about him. He sighed helplessly and ordered the servant, "Go and prepare 500,000 spiritual power stones." The servant handed the herbs he got to Wei Zhishu and turned around to prepare them again. After a while, the servant came over with a bag and handed it to Su Maoyang. 500,000 spiritual power stones. Please take a look, young lady." Su Maoyang looked at the amount displayed on the bag, nodded with satisfaction, then put it into the space, took out a medicine bottle, and handed it to Wei Zhishu. "These are 30 top-grade 5 elements Haoyuan pills. Just consider it as my thank you." Wei Zhishu suddenly heard the name of the 5 elements Haoyuan pill, and it was like a thunder explosion on his head. And he was shocked. He has studied pills for so many years, and naturally understands the value of the 5 elements Haoyuan pill. That is a treasure that can only be refined by alchemists at the peak level of the Dan sect. Even the big families and big forces in the imperial capital will fight for it when they meet it. Not to mention this desolate Anlin city. So, hearing such a name, Wei Zhishu was startled, and then hurriedly took the medicine bottle, opened it, and took a closer look. Seeing that there was indeed the 5 elements Haoyuan Dan inside, Wei Zhishu was so excited that his face flushed and his arms trembled. It's really the 5 elements Haoyuan Dan of the upper grade. Originally, seeing the upper spiritual grade Ronling Qing Dan was enough to surprise him, but he didn't expect that he would see a large bottle of upper grade pills, which was 3 levels higher. This harvest is simply too amazing. Seeing Wei Zhishu ecstatic, as if he had picked up a peerless treasure. The 3 men and 2 women sneered disdainfully. TSK. Idiot. People said it was the 5 elements Hao Yuan Dan. And he really thought it was the 5 elements Hao Yuan Dan. Don't think about it. The 5 elements Hao Yuan Dan is so rare and so expensive. How could it appear here? And it appeared in a large bottle. Isn't this a clear lie? The woman in yellow sneered again speechlessly, despising Wei Zhishu to the extreme. The black-clothed man also thought it was ridiculous and sarcastically said, Wei Zhishu, you really opened our eyes. It's okay to spend money on medicinal materials. But now you're even spending all your money to buy a bottle of fake elixir. Don't you plan to live on elixirs in the future? The green-clothed man next to him seemed to like to laugh at jokes and teased maliciously. Brother Jing, have you forgotten that he has the support of the city lord's daughter behind him? The city lord's daughter likes his looks and has mentioned several times that she wants to take him as a male lover. If he can't eat, he just needs to reach out to the city lord's daughter. And he will come. The green-clothed man's words were particularly unpleasant. Wei Zhishu, who didn't mind being laughed at, was also a little angry. He angrily scolded on the spot. He Haiping, I have no relationship with the city lord's daughter. We are not even friends, let alone being her male lover. So please keep your mouth clean. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Oh, are you angry because of shame? The news that the city lord's daughter is pursuing you and wants to take you as a male lover has been widely spread. If you don't like to hear these words, you can shut up the mouths of all the people in the city. The man in blue clothes called He Haiping sneered and retorted without showing any weakness. Wei Zhishu was choked and speechless. You, what about me? It's not me who spread the news that the city lord's daughter wants to take you as a male lover. Besides, I'm just stating the facts. What? Is it wrong to tell the truth? Seeing that he was so angry that his face turned blue, He Haiping couldn't help but feel in a good mood, with a smile on his lips. Wei Zhishu was very angry. But when he thought of the young men and women in front of him, they were all well-known figures in Anlin City, and they were not people that a child of a small family like him could afford to provoke. He had to suppress his anger and simply ignored them, turning his head to look at Su Maoyong. Miss, your gift is too valuable, far exceeding the value of the 500,000 spirit stones. I can't accept it. After listening to their conversation, Su Maoyong admired the purity and persistence of this young Master Wei. In addition, he helped her a lot and was a very enthusiastic and straightforward person. So she was more generous. After all, people are mutual. Since you like elixir so much, don't be polite to me. Accept it quickly. Also, since you like to make elixirs, don't give up. It's not shameful to try for 10 years. What's shameful is to give up easily. Su Maoyong is optimistic about this person and can't help but comfort him. Chapter 1779, She became a liar who sold fake medicine. It was the first time that Wei Zhishu heard someone agree with his idea and encouraged him to make pills. He was immediately surprised, and his handsome eyes were filled with strange expressions. You should know that everyone in Anlin City, even his family, did not agree with his alchemy, thinking that he was fanciful. Unexpectedly, the person who supported him was a stranger. The woman in yellow couldn't help laughing after hearing this. It's really funny. A liar who sells fake medicine. It's okay to cheat. But he even talked about great principles. Do you know what alchemy is? What spiritual talent is? That's something you are born with. Without spiritual talent, you can't become an alchemist even if you spend your whole life. Su Maoyong didn't mind her contemptuous tone after hearing this, but just disapproved and retorted. Miss, this is wrong. Some people may have a low starting point at the beginning, never get the point, and fail. But it doesn't mean that they will never become alchemists in their lifetime. Gong. For example, some people become Xiantian Junling masters at the age of 18, but die at the age of 30. Some people become Xiantian Junling masters at the age of 50, but live to 200 years old, walk further, and achieve higher achievements. So everyone has their own time zone and speed. Some people walk in front of you, and some people walk behind you. But it does not mean that you are ahead or behind. Besides, the road of life is still long. Success and failure are unknown. How can you easily conclude that he will never become an alchemist? So, girl, you are too narrow-minded and short-sighted. Hearing these words, Wei Zhishu couldn't help but open his eyes wide, staring at Su Maoyong. and was indescribably shocked. This was the first time he had heard such remarks, which were very novel, powerful, and touching. Yes, he had only persisted for 10 years, and was only in his 20s. How could he conclude that he would never become an alchemist? The woman in yellow heard her accusing her of being narrow-minded and short-sighted, and she roared on the spot. How dare you? You bitch! Where did you come from? You dare to teach me? I'm just a passerby who thinks that Mr. Wei has a good opinion of him, and thinks he has the potential to become an alchemist. Su Maoyang hated such people, who looked down on others the most in her life. Besides, Mr. Wei had helped her, and seeing him being bullied, Su Maoyang naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. The man in the black brocade robe sneered after hearing this, staring at Su Maoyang with contempt. Humph. You are ignorant. You are optimistic about him, and support him in refining pills. But you are just wasting his time. You are not helping him at all, but harming him. I advise you to learn what conditions are needed for refining pills before you talk nonsense to me. Otherwise, you will become a laughing stock like Wei Zhishu. Yeah. I don't know where this liar came from. He thinks he can teach others just because he has a few high-level pills. It's ridiculous. The man in green laughed and shook his head, obviously not taking Su Maoyang seriously. Humph. If you are so capable and arrogant, why don't you go to Finki Kyoto, but come to my Anlin city? If you have the ability, go and teach the world to those geniuses in Kyoto. Why are you showing off here? The woman in yellow snorted contemptuously. In her opinion, this woman really didn't know the height of the world, because she knew that their Anlin city was too remote, and the big guys generally looked down on it, and rarely set foot here. Those who came here were all poor people, and this woman couldn't even take out the black crystal in order to obtain the spiritual power stone. She actually cheated with fake pills to deceive and coax a fool like Wei Zhishu. It was enough to see that this person had no ability at all. Only that deceptive mouth was powerful. Don't go too far. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, just come at me. Don't implicate innocent people. Wei Zhishu saw them humiliating Su Maoyang, and his anger in his heart became even worse, and he warned with a sullen face. Although his mental power was not good, his spiritual power was not bad, so he could just fight with him. The black-clothed man named Jing Hongru looked at him sarcastically, and seemed to have no intention of taking action. Everyone knows that you are the one that the city lord's daughter values, and you will marry into the city lord's mansion sooner or later. If we hurt your handsome face, Miss O will definitely make trouble for us, and we don't want to get involved in this muddy water. After that, Jing Hongru didn't wait for Wei Zhishu to get angry, and called the yellow-clothed woman next to him. Yiwen, let's go! After that, they walked towards the VIP room under the leadership of the servant. Wei Zhishu clenched his fists in anger when he saw the other party leave, and his face was gloomy and terrible. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Su Maoyang didn't take those arrogant rich kids seriously, and told Wei Zhishu, make the pill well. I believe in you. Come on. After that, Su Maoyang gave Xinua a look and prepared to leave the trading house. Wei Zhishu stopped them immediately when he saw them leaving. Girl, you gave me so many valuable pills. I feel so unworthy of them. Since you are in urgent need of spiritual power stones, I have saved some of them at home. If you don't mind, tell me where you live, and I will send someone to deliver them to you later. Su Maoyang naturally accepted all the spiritual stones. The more the better, and nodded without hesitation. We are from other places, and have not settled down yet. If it is convenient for you, we will go back with you to get it. I see. However, our Anlin city is full of good and bad people, and you two are both girls. If you stay in an inn, it may not be safe. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house for a while. Although my family is not a wealthy family, at least the environment is quiet. Wei Zhishu accepted such a precious elixir, and he still wanted to do his part. Hearing this, Xinua was immediately moved. She leaned close to Su Maoyang's ear and whispered, Master, you are injured now. You really need to find a quiet place to heal. The inn is really too complicated. Su Maoyang heard this and glanced at Wei Zhishu. She found that this man was upright, persistent, and reliable. She just happened to go to his house to get the spiritual power stone. Maybe staying at his house is indeed a good choice. Perhaps she thought it through. Su Maoyang nodded slightly and clasped her fists. Then I'm sorry to trouble you, Master Wei. Haha. It's just 2 empty rooms. What's the trouble? After all, I made a lot of money. Wei Zhishu shook the medicine bottle in his hand, and the gentle smile in his clear and bright eyes became more and more intense. Okay. It's getting late. Let's go. As he said that, Wei Zhishu turned around and led the way for Su Maoyang. Chapter 1780 Persuade him to marry into the city lord's mansion. Only after entering Wei Zhishu's house did Su Maoyang realize that his house was indeed not big, and could even be described as simple. She had heard from that group of people before that Wei Zhishu had spent all his savings to buy medicinal materials and make pills. And it seemed that what they said was true. After all, the most basic condition for becoming an alchemist is to have money. A lot of money. Because whether it is medicinal materials or alchemy furnaces, they are very expensive luxury goods. Therefore, in such a difficult environment, even if he has no achievements, he has persisted in making pills for 10 years. It is indeed an extraordinary persistence and love that can do it. Thinking of this, even Su Maoyang had to admire such a person. Because if this matter were placed on her, she probably wouldn't have such persistence. Although she used to make pills and practice hard, she just wanted to become stronger, but never thought about whether she liked it or not. Until today, when she heard Wei Zhishu's words, she realized that there are still people in this world who regard alchemy as a hobby. It seems that she has to cherish her identity as an alchemist, because what she can get easily may be what others dream of, but never get in their whole life. However, Su Maoyang was inspired by him. If she practices with a loving attitude in the future, the effect should be twice as good with half the effort. Wei Zhishu saw Su Maoyang looking around and thought she disliked his simple home. He pulled up the corners of his mouth and smiled awkwardly. Miss, my home is simple, and there are no maids to serve me. You have to make do with it. Please forgive me if I am not taking good care of you. Su Maoyang waved his hand. Mr. Wei, you are too polite. We are not delicate ladies, and do not need to be served. We are very grateful that you can take us in. Just call me Zhishu. Don't be too distant. By the way, I haven't asked the names of the two girls yet? Wei Zhishu smiled and asked. Su Maoyang casually reported his previous name. My name is Su Mo. Thingqi Empire and Fenglin Empire are far apart. And this is a remote town. So the news must be very closed. So Su Maoyang is not afraid of exposing Su Mo's identity. There is no need to worry about Shinua. She was just a slave girl at the beginning, and not many people knew her. She nodded lightly. My name is Shinua. Hearing this, Wei Zhishu politely clasped his fists, and the etiquette was not less. It turns out to be Miss Su and Miss Shi. Nice to meet you. Brother. Are there guests at home? At this time, a girl in an orange dress suddenly came from a distance. She was cute and lovely, with a slightly innocent look. Her facial features were somewhat similar to Wei Zhishu. At this moment, she came over with a smile on her rosy cheeks. She exuded a youthful and lively aura, which was really eye-catching. Wei Zhishu saw her and smiled indulgently. You are well informed. As soon as we entered the yard, you ran out right after us. Our house is only the size of a palm. How could I not know that you were talking and laughing so lively? But who are these two young ladies? Wei Shirui winked at Wei Zhishu playfully, and then looked at Su Maoyang and Shinua. Looking at them curiously, Wei Zhishu hurriedly introduced. This is Miss Su Mo. And this is Miss Shinua. They sold me a bottle of the top-grade 5 elements Hao Yuan pill today. I don't know how to thank them. It happened that they came from other places and haven't found a place to stay, so I invited them to stay at home for a while. After hearing this, Wei Shirui nodded in understanding. But before she could speak, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Zhishu, why are you getting more and more ridiculous? You bring any woman home. What will happen if Miss O finds out? At this time, Su Maoyang only saw two figures walking out of the backyard. One was an elderly middle-aged man. Although he was full of wrinkles and his temples were gray, he looked very similar to Wei Zhishu. I think he should be Wei Zhishu's father. Standing next to him was a middle-aged woman. Although she looked good, she didn't look like Wei Zhishu or his sister at all. Moreover, her dress was a bit tacky. It was obvious that she was not a lady from a noble family. In addition, her sarcastic tone just now was unpleasant, which made Su Maoyang have a bad impression of her. Wei Shirui, Wei Zhishu's sister, didn't seem to like her very much. When she heard this, she refuted without giving her face. Aunt Lu, I have said many times that my brother will not marry into the city lord's mansion. I advise you to give up this idea. The middle-aged woman called Aunt Lu felt that Wei Shirui was ignorant and blamed her unhappily. You little girl. What do you know? Your brother wants to become an alchemist and spends a lot of money on alchemy. He often worries about buying medicinal materials. But as long as he marries into the city lord's mansion, all these problems will be solved. This is a great thing for your brother. Besides, our Wei family will have a better life with the support of the city lord's mansion. Shut up. I have warned you so many times not to mention this in front of me. The money I use to buy medicinal materials is all earned by myself. I don't rely on anyone. It is even more impossible for me to humiliate myself and become the male lover of the city lord's daughter just for the sake of refining pills. If you think my family is poor, you can just leave. Hearing this, Wei Zhishu's handsome face instantly jumped into anger, and he scolded angrily. He was a gentle and elegant man, but as long as someone mentioned marrying to the city lord's mansion as a male concubine, he could not control his anger and exploded on the spot. It can be seen that he was very proud in his bones. Even in such a bad environment, he would never cling to the powerful. Okay, Yan Fei, just say less. Our family depends on Jisu to support it. Otherwise it would have collapsed long ago. Although I don't want him to waste time on alchemy, I don't approve of him going to the city lord's mansion as a male concubine, because the city lord's daughter is notoriously willful. If Jisu goes there, I don't know what will happen to him. So I would rather be poor and suffer than let him suffer in that place. Don't persuade him anymore. The middle-aged man was also very dissatisfied with Aunt Lu's attitude and reprimanded her seriously. He is a father after all. How could he watch his son fall into dire straits? Forget it. I won't say it anymore. But judging by the character of the city lord's daughter, I'm afraid she won't let it go. Aunt Lu compromised angrily when she saw that the master was angry. But she was still a little scared when she thought of the character of the city lord's daughter. After all, everyone knew that Opeju was a living ancestor who was not easy to mess with. If she acted arrogantly, their Wei family would not have a good ending. After hearing this, Wei Zhishu frowned and snorted coldly. I know how to deal with this matter, so you don't need to worry about it.